Summoned in another world's dungeon with my class. Survive as a shaman that couldn't become a hero. Volume 2. By Hishi Koge Diary. Translated by Foxaholic. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 25. Blooming. Wayeri. I did it, Momokawa-kun. Saying that, Futaba-san rushes over to me, innocently smiling ear to ear, making vigorous splashes on the puddles of blood underfoot. Ah, yup. You sure did. With an expression of mute amazement, I welcome back a Futaba-san who's frolicking over as if she was a pet dog in high spirits after its owner came home after a long day's work. Calm down. Right now in front of me, the concaved heads, the smashed faces, the torn apart and scattered limbs, all these utterly massacred corpses of Goma floating in pools of blood, they're things to be happy about. It's a scene you ought not to be simply happy about as a sane human being, but this is the very thing, the thing I wished for from the bottom of my heart. Yes, I, just moments ago, witnessed the absolutely awe-inspiring power of Futaba-san's new vocation, Berserker. Yup, you're awesome, Futaba-san. Phew, hey. Thank you, Momokawa-kun. Futaba-san was reddening at the cheeks as if her beloved had complimented her homemade cooking. But really, is that the appropriate conduct for a girl of age being praised on her killing technique? Still, Futaba-san herself had been deeply worried about her state of powerlessness, so being this happy might just be as expected. You really were. To think you could fight that good. Our location, that fateful T-junction where I laughably fell into a trap set by the Goma. The very same place where Futaba-san went berserk due to drugs and annihilated hordes of Goma, and here once again, she had conducted a festival of blood featuring Goma. The reason we expressly returned back here was because of Futaba-san's strong request to try fighting using the power of Berserker. In short, battle testing. I myself am also greatly interested in that power. The person herself is willing, and there was no reason to stop her either. The weapons I had overexerted myself to carry back along with the collapsed Futaba-san, equipping her with the at-a-glance usable axe and dagger, ones with little rusting, we ventured forth and arrived here. Rather than blindly searching for targets, we figured we'd find some friends of those Goma coming back to scout out the situation, or maybe to retrieve their gear. If they came back with a huge number of reinforcements, we had plans to retreat immediately, but lucky for us, the ones casually greeting our eyes were a small 5-man unit. Looked like they were only here for scavenging gear. Literally no intention to provide relief to the injured. Well, looking at the bodies, you can't really judge anything other than instant death though. We then surveilled our surroundings looking for signs of ambush. Making sure that those 5 are the only ones there, we went for it. Going all out, I preemptively used black hair bind to entwine one of them by the feet. At the same time, Futaba-san rushed out with a momentum unbelievable considering her mass, and headed towards the enemy without the least show of indecision or doubt. Thereafter, the fight ended in the blink of an eye. As if my shabby support was completely unneeded, Futaba-san smashed the Goma one after the other. No matter how many power seeds she pops, those little things bringing out this level of strength is blatantly outside predictions. Luckily, the Goma were fairly spread apart for purposes of equipment retrieval. Before they could gather and display any teamwork, Futaba-san nimbly and orderly buried them. The axe swung down to split their skulls like butter, and the fist thrust into their faces, pulverizing them. Aimless swings would make the limbs of the thin Goma blast off. With simple kicks, they'd dance in the air like a soda can, heading towards the tree branches lining the sides of the passage, getting skewered. And with that, we get to the part where Futaba-san goes yeri with a smile and comes back towards me. Still, even without any psyche-type skills, you sure did it well. You sure killed 'em good, maybe saying that would be appropriate. I had thought that Futaba-san, with her gentle and cowardly personality, would be hopeless in fights without a psyche skill like concentrate which made you forget fear. Still, Futaba-san changing jobs, Tenshoku, into the vocation, Tenshoku, Berserker. I'm gonna trip up those words. Anyway, her getting new powers, and consequently not requiring any skills that meddle with the psyche, is something I'm already aware of. Still she displayed an almost refreshing level of carnage befitting one titled Berserker. Really, what astounding of change of heart, Or maybe I can call it growth. Don't tell me, there's still some residual effects of the drugs. Yep, if it's to help Momokawa-kun, I can do it. As if sensing something, Futaba-san declared so with a bright smile. I'll fight to protect someone. It's like the mentality of shonen manga protagonists. That would make me the heroine. If the strong and cool MC will go ahead and unfailingly protect a cumbersome and hysteric bitch cause she's the heroine, then I'll gladly become one. But it's not scary. Also, the blood or dead bodies, you're okay on that? A bit scary, yeah. But maybe because I've run wild once already. I feel like I've gotten more used to it. I see. Indeed, Futaba-san had involuntarily killed a monster even once before rampaging like that. Is it like, having done it once, it's no big deal anymore? And for the bodies, they don't bother me at all. I'm used to them from cooking. Also, work collecting cores from when I was with class rep, it wasn't that bad. On dismantling bodies, with her prided real-world cooking skill, she's already top class. Nevertheless, considering the average extent of cooking, there'd be no way she's familiar with large-bodied animals. But perhaps, she may just have experience stripping whole cows or pigs. Ah, that's right, now that we're here, I'll go get the cores. Maybe because Goma are fated to be simply mob monsters, we don't have much hopes of getting many of those crystals of mana aka cores. But it's not like there's none. Of course, the ones we get would all be fragments smaller than pebbles. Well, it's better than nothing. Then, I'll leave it to you. I'll collect the gear. And for a short period, I busied myself scavenging through rotting flesh. Won't these bodies suddenly disappear and leave behind some raw material and gold as drop items? I work while inadvertently thinking dumb things. Momokawa-kun. Don't you look okay? It's embarrassing. Don't worry, I'm not looking. Though I say that, if asked whether I want to look or not, I want to. I totally want to. You. An embarrassed moan which sounds ever so close to crying. Along which, rustle, the faint sound of clothes in friction. Futaba-san was, at this very moment, stripping. Live undressing high school girl. Clear all thought. Calm down, Momokawa Kotaru. If thou, at this instance, loseth reason and turneth thy visage, what awaiteth thee is not but a face disfigured by the hand of ye berserker. Yeah, I really don't want to be friends of those Goma-turned meat lumps and blood pools. Well, disregarding that, for the foreseeable future I need to make sure I don't do anything to lose Futaba-san's trust. So right now, I declare my vocation to be gentleman. KK then, let's concentrate on these meds. I tell myself, as I grind away making ointment A with a fairy walnut tree to my back. After the battle with and highway robbery of Goma, we returned back to the fairy square. After getting our first loot since starting the whole dungeon capture, the top-notch feeling of satisfaction plus hope for the future, in addition to the convenience of it all of it gathered into one big sigh of relief. And was it because of such a relief? We finally noticed the smell. A natural conclusion. Dropped into this other world, it has undoubtedly been more than a day. Right about now, it's probably the second or third day. In that time frame, we haven't changed clothes even once. Moreover, Futaba-san and I both have experienced blood-soaken battle. It's very clearly at a level much higher than our clothes being simply dirty. Even hobos would look pristine in comparison. That being the case, our current first priority was bathing and laundry. And yet, here we had neither a bathroom with hot tufts of steam, nor one of the three sacred treasures, the washing machine. No way we had The only place to procure sanitary water in this dungeon would be, that's right, the fountain in a fairy square. It was neither a bathtub nor a shower, but should be described as a natural pool. From behind, the splashing sounds of water hit my ears. Futaba-san is, right now, right behind me, gratuitously exposing that plump body of hers. I think, most of the guys from class would be like, that fatty naked. Yeah, nope, blurg, someone get me a bucket and raise their jeers but, foolish plebeians. In the end, man cannot resist his desire. The desire, to see boobs that is. But right now, the hero inside me, with a saintly spirit, is sealing away those wicked desires. to feast his eyes on Futaba-san's that supersized bust you can't find even in big tit, Kyonyu, pornos, AV, his sealing that desire. This is perhaps my greatest trial yet. And for a brief period, like a middle school boy in front of a sealed porn magazine in a convenience store, I tasted heart-wrenching pain and anguish. Momokawa-kun. I'm done now. With Futaba-san's voice, my ordeal finally ends. In reality, it probably hasn't been that long at all, but an acute feeling of exhaustion drones over my body. But I can't possibly display such a shameful appearance, and it'd be crazy bad news if she sees through my ulterior feelings, so I turn back sporting the face of a sage. The figure of Futaba-san standing there was within expectations, dressed in our school-designated deep blue gym clothes. It didn't have any unintentional look of eroticism. Even wearing gym clothes, the chest and rear is the default tight fit, so that may be considered an exception in this case. Seems like she washed her head too. The always fluffy hair wetted in water had somewhat lost its volume, and gave an out-of-norm impression. Yup, we're lucky we brought the gym clothes her. Yeah, I agree. Me too. If I didn't see Momokawa-kun getting it, I'd have left it back at the classroom. Thanks to that, we can take off our uniforms with the assurance of spare clothes. My hypothesis that in a survival scenario it's better to have a second set of clothes has struck home with astounding success. But if we didn't have them, man, it can't be helped, we got no spares here. Like that I could have seen Futaba-san in her underwear. It's not like I'm regretting it, okay? Momokawa-kun, if you'd like, I can do the laundry. You will? Yeah, I can't really do much of anything else. Futaba-san's gaze lands on the ointment production set I spread on the ground. Certainly, as a shaman and in charge of creating medications, I have the need to get to work while we're resting at the safe area known as Fairy Square. Furthermore, I want to inspect all the new gear collected from Goma, and am thinking of finishing up any other miscellaneous tasks I can get done here. So if she proposes to take care of the laundry, I'm more than thankful. With the premise of distribution of labor, I think it's fine to help myself to Futaba-san's goodwill. Thanks, I'll leave it in your hands. Okay. So Momokawa-kun, I'll do your shirt too, so take it off. Actually, I've already finished bathing in the fountain before Futaba-san. Though I say bathing, it's not like I got in there shoulder deep or anything. This is also our drinking water, so not risking any pollution to the water, I had agreed beforehand with Futaba-san that we wouldn't put the body in. At any rate, even without such rulemaking, we wouldn't dip into such cold water in the first place. Thus the proper bathing technique here would generally be wetting a towel and using that to wipe down the body. We had no bucket to pail out water, and had to make use of an empty 500 milliliters plastic bottle. Anyway, at this place, we could only manage washing off a minimum level of dirt. Luckily, both me and Futaba-san had brought along a sweat towel along with our gym clothes, so there was no situation of having no towel, or otherwise, shared usage. Like that, having done my bath, I had changed into my spares. But I mustn't forget. My gym clothes, specifically the shirt part, was given to the armor bear. I clearly witnessed it making ribbons of my gym top with a single slash. That being the case, what remained to my possession was a single pair of gym pants. Leaving my upper body exposed would be too unnerving, so reluctantly I put my dirty shirt back on, but if she'll wash it, then I need to take off. Yeah, all right. With not an ounce of embarrassment, I take off my shirt and hand it towards Futaba-san. Myself being a man, having my upper half naked was not shameful. Well, exposing such a twiggish figure could be considered embarrassing in another sense, but it wasn't like I was a woman and would naturally form a handbra in this situation. I am often mistaken as a woman, but inside it's all raw, unadulterated man. A young man in high school surging in pheromones. Why yeah. Nevertheless, if Futaba-san stares at my upper body with that much of a feverish gaze, even I'll get embarrassed. Phew, lady, does a man's body pique your curiosity? Or some other line from a hard-boiled dude won't be coming out of my mouth. Futaba-san, is there, something on me? Saying something like is there something on my face, just made it even more awkward. The hell do you mean something on you? I thought, but then realized that under such an incomprehensible fixed stare of a girl, I can't help but ask it like that. Ah, so sorry. The scar on your neck isn't gone yet, I thought. You mean this? Oh man, just a bit more and, can it be, Futaba-san, she has fallen prey to my physique? I'd have misunderstood. I thought there was no way, but yup, there's no way. Well, it's not like it hurts anymore, it'll heal up one of these days, so don't worry about it. This wound on my neck is from the time the rampaging Futaba-san bit onto me. She says she remembers what happened, and it's about this gentle girl, so it isn't hard to imagine she's terribly concerned about me, an ally, being injured. With pain return, she got the same wound on herself, but thanks to blessed body it's been healed only on her end, is probably also making it awkward. I'm truly sorry. There definitely won't be a next time. Finally, with a slightly clouded face, Futaba-san took my shirt and headed towards the fountain. She had no more words for me. No more words, for this gym pants only, underless me. She's doing all the laundry meaning, under those gym clothes, Futaba-san's also, got nothing on. Sigh. On to the meds. Dispelling the devil, for now, I went back to medication manufacture. Chapter 26, Goma Loot. Let's check the gear. We brought back all the Goma equipment we could from that T-junction of carnage. With both me and Futaba-san, we used the stretcher I once made to carry her, to bring back a decent amount. I quickly decided on which ones to take by briefly looking if they're usable, and upon coming back to this safe location, I took upon the talk of carefully sorting out which ones we'll be needing for dungeon exploration from here onwards. I say that, but all I've got here's dull blades and junk. Goma not carrying decent weapons is but a well-known truth. Even for rusty knives, blades of iron would be their top spec. Still, now when Futaba-san became a peerless berserker, even these trashy weapons are better than being empty-handed. There's meaning in picking out ones even a bit useful. Futaba-san can probably handle something a midge heavier, but lighter ones should be better for speed. No wait, high damage should be. So I've been deliberation like that groaning but thinking about it, being able to choose weapons like this could be said to be quite a luxury. Especially for my type of people who likes minute-maxing with weapons in games, there's a good bit of fun. Incidentally, I'm here choosing Futaba-san's weaponry only because she has left it to me. Her take on it would be that she hadn't the slightest clue about these things. I mean, I can't say I'm any expert in real battle though. Let's go with this. Piling deliberation upon deliberation on my mind, I finally came to an answer. First, the main weapon will be the axe she used just before. The handle being around a meter, 3.3 feet, long, and furthermore, maybe because it's built for combat, the blade is on the somewhat larger side. Looks to be a genuine battle axe. Comparing sizes and quality, the result was settled upon this being the closest to ideal size. Next are the sub-weapons. For this I chose a hatchet typically fashioned for chopping wood, and two simple single-edged knives. For the hatchet, the blade length would be 30 centimeters, 12 inches. As for the knives it's 20 cm, 8 inches, I guess. There were many similar things but the deciding criteria here would be the low rusting. Adding on to that, the clincher would be the fact that these had sheaths as well. Sheaths are essential when venturing with blades. Even grade schoolers understand the dangers of running around with a naked blade. Though they're dirty and made of shaggy pelts, just having a sheath or not presents a big difference. Finally, one more for emergencies, a small knife wrapped in cloth. I'll put it in her bag. Futaba-san's equipment status, done. Next is me. Equipping myself won't be of much use though. Maybe because of that mind frame, I didn't really care much and quickly finished choosing. My main is a spear. Tree branch with a large knife tied on, handcrafted by the Goma. Compared to the merely sharpened branch tip I used to kill the red dog and trap Goma, the one with a blade attached is clearly superior. What I fundamentally lack is physical strength, and though there was a surprisingly good-looking axe, I settled for the spear which was light and had better reach. My sub-weapon, similar to Futaba-san, a single knife. This too had a sheath. Would have been great if I had bow or something long range. No use demanding the impossible. And say I got a bow, without being an archer, there's doubts whether I can handle something like that. If asked to prepare a long-range weapon from the items in hand, there's only stones. Using the pouches that the Goma hung at their waists, I'll go ahead and gather some stones that look throwable. Maybe they'll come in handy at some point, and carrying around a few won't be cumbersome. Now then, I've prepared 2 of these throwing stone pouches, one for me and another for Futaba-san. But rather than these generic weapons, there's others to think about. Gear, or rather these should be called items, I guess. First, starting with Ointment A, a variety of meds. The existence of wound healing medication is practically our lifeline in dungeon capture, and the area where I can truly show my mettle. There's probably more fairy squares dotted with some frequency, so I'll produce an amount on the premise that I'll be making more along that frequency. Thanks to beating all those Goma, small articles like pelt bags are aplenty, lots of room to store my meds. Actually, amongst these meds, there's that narcotic included too. I found some when scavenging off the Goma. Bags with that white powder. A number of them were carrying the item, so we have plenty to go around. However, using this raw would make Futaba-san rampage again, and there's no telling if I can return safely from being high again. So to safely make use of this drug, I'll use the blue flower with its antidote effect. Pertaining its usefulness in settling down the dependence factor and extreme high, I'm living proof. Therefore, mixing this drug with blue flower beforehand, inhaling once should make it usable while decently lowering the effects. In the case that Futaba-san goes rigid from fear, or even if you simply want to stop the pain, it has more than enough value. I dub it Reagent X. Having to use this would mean it's a situation of great crisis, so I'm praying that we never end up in something like that. For our belongings, these would be the things worth mention. The rest would be, I cut up some of the Goma's clothes into strips, maybe to use like bandage, and stored them in my bag. Naturally, I don't want to use things worn by such filthy monsters as is, and they should be the worst from a hygiene standpoint as well. This too, I chose ones that looked relatively cleaner, and sent them to Futaba-san along with the laundry for cleaning. Momokawa-kun, I'm done with the laundry. As I was doing gear selection, it seems Futaba-san has completed her job. I looked to find the articles of laundry hung to dry. Amongst the Goma's belongings there was rope, or better said, it's more like a kind of plant ivy. Well, we found something like that. Tying these vines to the fairy walnut trees lined up on both sides, we get an impromptu clothesline. There's no wind here, and it's not like the laundry's been put through a dryer, so it should take a while before they get dry. That soap, how was it? I didn't get many suds, but a lot of dirt got out. The thing I called soap, correctly, it wasn't soap. According to the new updates in the information from the note circle, we were introduced to a plant that works in place of soap. I forgot its proper name, but this natural soap plant, it's the size of a fairy walnut, and peeling away the blue husk reveals a banana-like whitish interior. The appearance seems delicious, but there was a strong warning that it wasn't suitable as food. Even my intuition pharmacy was like, you wanna blow bubbles and keel over, then have one, so I definitely stopped all thoughts of trying it. Anyway, the high about of unique oil content in this white thing apparently works well in getting rid of dirt. Plus, this convenient soap can actually be found at a fairy square, it says. Searching under the trees as per the info, we certainly did find some. There's not as many as the fairy walnuts, but there's a decent amount scattered about. Seems like not all of these trees are of fairy walnut. Well then, let's look for those mimesis worms. The convenient resources don't just stop at the soap fruits. Along with it, the note circle introduced us to another, this insect known as the mimesis worms. The proper name is redacted. Its outer appearance isn't particularly different from a white caterpillar, but this insect sticks onto flora, or the ground, and there it makes a cocoon mimicking that surface. It won't become a chrysalis but will still make a cocoon. Anyway, the threads made for the manufacture of this mimicry, it could be called one of nature's mysteries, as it perfectly dyes in the color of its surroundings. Implying, if you let this thing cling onto a torn area on clothes, it'll start making its mimicry on its own. Once the cocoon is complete, it's a simple task to take the worm off the clothes, and it'll look like a slight loose thread sticking out. Cut away that fragment of thread, and the clothes are good as new. I personally have some suspicions concerning the existence of a worm so convenient for humans. But on this occasion, I'll thankfully make use of them. Ah, Futaba-san, you the type bad with bugs? Nope, I'm totally fine with them. I've made food with insects before, and eaten them too. They're pretty good, you know. I'd prefer not to though, insect cuisine. So that Futaba-san doesn't get in the mood to make food using insects from this dungeon, I may have to politely hint at something like I kind of don't want to eat insects, you see. That a fact? My soulless reply was suddenly Gukyu, interrupted by such a sound. Yup, let's have some food then. Sorry. Naturally, it was the sound of Futaba-san's stomach rumbling. That embarrassedly tearful expression looks much redder than when she was bathing. What's the big deal, is my thoughts, but that must be because I'm a guy with only a half-baked recognition pertaining the delicacy needed towards women. You took some power seeds, so it's no wonder your stomach's empty. Didonti Momokawa-kun. I don't need that kind of gentle follow-through. It's true though, the part on the power seeds calorie expenditure. No, quite serious here. If you use those, you need to have food as soon as you can. Even if it seems fine, and you think it gonna be fine, and keep popping them in, at some point, it wouldn't be strange to suddenly suffer from malnutrition. Anyway, leaving the mending of clothes to later, we need some eats. Well, the clothes are gonna take a while, so let's have a breather. Ah, just remembered, I got a calorie mate. Want some? I do. Thank you very much. With a momentum as if she'd go to Giza, I was taken aback and was a beat late to reply. Sorry. Before I could reply, Futaba-san's sense of embarrassment from her own greed dyed her face red, and she said so as if ringing out the word. No, I don't mind, okay, really. For now, so as not to further pile shame onto Futaba-san, I'll cut the chit-chat and get done eating. My thanks to you, Tokushima-kun. Your caloromate has been put to use as Futaba-san, and my provisions to last another day. I'll dine upon it graciously. Also, we should get our rest in while we can, and get ready. The area ahead seems harsh. The vigilance is totally called for. Since, as we go out from this fairy square, the dungeon goes into the biggest forested dome we've seen yet. The blatantly displeased groan of displeasure is to be expected. I mean, I'm back at the closed space of Curse God Ruinhilda. Mine devotee, Momokawa Kotaru. GG greetings, my lord, Kamisama. In the bizarrely bright and empty universe-like space, stood the god who took the appearance of a grim reaper, Shinigami, and me coming here means, it must be that I'll be getting a new curse, but thinking about the damage from the previous times, I can't be 100% happy about it. I sincerely pray, please don't let it hurt this time. To have tamed the berserker. We praise thee. Thank you very much. Berserker obviously means Futaba-san. I didn't think making her an ally could get so many points. Maybe God realizes how easy it is for a shaman to get isolated. We shalt grant a new divine protection. Don't let it hurt, don't let it hurt. Please don't let it hurt. No, seriously, I beg you, my lord. Reveal thine hands. Yes. At this point, I'm practically almost crying. What is it this time? Will it be tearing off the nails? Or is it the whole wrist? I know it's a dream, but gimme a break here. Like that, as if coming to an understanding of having given up, I lift my hands towards Ruinhilda-sama and spread my palms as if I'd be receiving a ball. The attack isn't coming. Is it the teasing strategy? Know this. A shaman dealeth not solely with death and agony. On top of my palms rests Ruinhilda-sama's own large hands of bone. That action itself doesn't hurt. The feeling on my palms is only one of chilled metal. Those hands, they possess the capability to further birth new life. Ruinhilda-sama is likely in the middle of an important lecture, but I inadvertently let out my voice. At that moment, a lukewarm something touched my palms. No, it felt as if the thing was sinking into my hands. But, mustn't forget that life too at its base is but a mere curse. I didn't really get it. But the sudden drowsiness marked the end of this dream. I'm glad. It didn't hurt this time. Chapter 27, Mud Doll. Looking up, a ceiling so high it only somewhat comes into view, spread before my eyes is a gigantic forested dome. The exit from the fairy square was a wall, better said. It was like a small cave poking into a great precipitous cliff face. This magnificently vertical cliff extended to the left and right, the ends of which are out of visual range. Advancing along the walls like always seemed quite the detour, and spreading out in front would be a densely packed lush forest. One could imagine hidden beyond that verdure a torrential sum of monsters. But scariest of all is the field that is known as forest. In underground passages, the view isn't obstructed, and detecting enemies is easy. You only need to be cautious around corners and near rooms. However, inside a forest, trees and other vegetation become an infinite supply of cover, and ambushes are facilitated all the more. Yet further, the monsters that lurk there are ones that make the forest their home. Territorial advantage is fully on the home team. Passing through even those small forested domes almost made my spine freeze over. To think we'd have to walk God knows how many kilometers through that kind of place, frankly, it's just depressing. Right, let's just go. Still, we advance. For survival. Brilliant white light like that of the sun shines down from the extra-large light panels affixed on the ceiling. This place is bright like midday all 24 hours of the day. Thanks to that, it's fairly bright in the forest as well. I guess these forested domes don't really change much. I think they got the same type of plants. But it's possible we can find some awesome herb here, so let's check around the vicinity for now. For me, with my intuition pharmacy, a forest lush in flora is like a mountain of treasure. And in fact, it's because I found those 2 red shrooms soon after I was thrown into this world that I was able to finish off the armor bear. I'm sure there's a bunch load of useful plants here in this forest that are just anxious for us to find them. Shelving a modest bit of expectation in my heart, let's get this forested dome capture started. But before that, wait a sec, Futaba-san. I got granted a new curse, so I'd like to try that out. Really? That's amazing. If you ask who's amazing, it's pretty much Futaba-san who's actually made use of her vocation. But yeah, getting that kind of reaction from a girl isn't bad at all. It's hostess club customer mentality. Amazing or not, I won't know till I try it, but yeah, you shouldn't really get your hopes up. I let her know just in case, being incompetent as ever, and now I shall commence the experiment for the brand new curse number 5. First, you collect some earth. The reason I proposed to test the new curse as soon as we got here is primarily because the first condition was already cleared. Around here I can get my hands on all the earth I want, but in the stone-built areas, it's surprisingly hard to find. And just in case, we can run from here back to the fairy square lickety-split. I squat down and concentrate on digging out the dirt. Futaba-san's standing right beside me on lookout, but I guess she's curious, so she's occasionally peeking at my hands. Next, you add water and make mud. The 500 milliliters plastic bottle filled with water we planned to drink along the way is all used up all of a sudden. It should be fine to get it refilled after. It's a pain though. Once the mud is made, let's now shape it into human form. Taking the mound of mud, I knead it into parts like back in kindergarten. It's saddening that I have to start making mud balls after coming all this way in the dungeon, but I convince myself that this too is a necessity, and seriously build it into a human shape. It's not clay but mud, so it's impossible for it to have self-support like figure models. A head and limbs of mud laid on top of the ground like a relief is the limit. The size is more or less 30 centimeters. You've made it here, just a bit more. You can do it. Hey, Momokawa-kun, who are you explaining all this to? Please don't talk to me for a bit. This is the explanation flowing into my brain. Sorry. Futaba-san finally retorted, looking at me talking to myself like I'm explaining some children's toy, but I'd like her to understand that I'm not messing around here. Really this, if I don't speak it out while doing it, I feel like I'll forget the invocation procedure. The aria is deeply engraved into my head, but it's likely that this explanation is a one-off thing. I don't know the theory behind it, but it's designed annoyingly like this. Well, it's not like the steps are difficult, so I'll remember it if I do it once. Now that you've made a splendid human form, let's now add some of your blood. Adding in blood, it's kinda gotten curse-like. Maybe it's finally time to unleash, right here, the powers of a true curse. getting a bit excited. B blood. I guess I need to cut my finger here. It's great we got the ointment. Hi, goes Futaba-san as she turns subtly blue in the face watching me cut my finger, to the point I can't imagine she's the same berserker who massacred all those Goma. This isn't like one of those, look I'm cute, acts that girls do, right? With those light suspicions, I swipe the box cutter over my left-hand middle finger. And soon enough, a ball of fresh blood forms and drops land on the mud person. How much is some blood supposed to be anyway? I don't really get it. Several drops should be okay. And then you simply recite the aria. Oh, is that it for prep work? Leaving my fingertips first aid for later, I prioritize invoking the curse. Rise from chaos, bind in foul blood, stand on stained earth. Vile mud doll. After chanting the aria without break, the change starts. The blood that had soaked into the mud without a trace started rising and bubbling on the human shape. Me and Futaba-san both went ooh-ah inadvertently at the disgusting process. Blood boiled and enveloped the entirety of the human shape. Wait, this is clearly more blood than the amount I dropped. The hell's going on? Anywho, I don't get the logic, but the human shape was now dyed crimson in blood, or so I thought or not, but this time, the bubbles of red all disappeared like water being sucked into the ground. It's over. I voice a doubt after around 10 seconds of silence, but just then, the human shape moved. Whoa, it moved. A voice of surprise is raised a second time. That which was a plain human-shaped clump of mud until just now, stood up. As if slipping out from the mold on the ground, the mud doll mechanically rose to its feet. Its form was slightly deviated from that human shape that I had constructed. The head was strangely bigger, the limbs like that of an infant, like a forehead-length distortion design. Wow. Momokawa-kun, so this is... Yep, you guessed it, this is the Vile Mud Doll. Vile Mud Doll, a puppet that moves to the will of its master. Absolute obedience. For now, this is all I get for mental description. As always, it basically says obvious things you can tell at a glance, so as for what this thing can do, or if it can use any special techniques or magic, all the important bits are left in the dark. Also, it'll only move according to me, is what it said in my brain. So like this, I can make a giant robot mud golem, or something. At this point, I don't buy it. So, how do you move this thing? This kind of thing, rather than voice command, having it move by thinking about it should be the standard. For starters, start walking. Whoa, it's moving, Momokawa-kun. Oh, you're right. On this rare occasion where something actually went according to my expectations, the mud doll swiftly moved its short legs and started walking. It started circling around my legs. Seems like it'll keep moving until it turns to butter if I don't tell it to stop. Stop, I said, and it stopped. It's unknown whether it heard my voice, but it's unmistakable that my will is transmitted with something like telepathy. No, this mud doll doesn't have an ego, so I should think of it like a radio-controlled gadget. Now then, how precise is this thought control method? This calls for a test. I say that, but what should I make it do? Thinking too deeply seems useless, so for now, I'll just try whatever comes to mind. Radio Calisthenics number 1. As that hope-filled morning melody, a tune any Japanese countryman knows, resonates through my mind, matching the rhythm, the mud doll starts doing the raise your arms and stretch your back. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoa, amazing, it's really doing radio calisthenics. The mud doll was different from some lazy brat, and performed the exercise with proper modicum. I didn't have that clear of an image, but it correctly deciphered the information in my head, and moved with seemingly practiced motions. Yup, something like that. We're stopping? Futaba-san looks a bit disappointed. Doing all the radio exercises right here is a bit waste of time after all. Also, the second exercise has some embarrassing poses, so I don't really remember anything but the first part. Operation gets full points, but the problem is power, right? Yeah, it doesn't look too strong. Exactly. This here looks to be as fragile as the appearance denotes. I try touching it, and it's the same feeling of mud I felt when I was collecting it. Gaining any sort of special hardiness wasn't included. Anyway, Let's keep walking together along with this. It won't put up much of a fight, but should be good for a lure or something. Thereupon, we, along with the as per usual unreliable curse-made mud doll, dove into the deep forest spread out before my eyes. Still, feels like we'd get lost if we go just a bit off track. Now, walking inside the forest, the sense of direction is all but lost. Everywhere I turn, it's trees, trees, trees. Nothing distinguishable about them. If we weren't on this animal trail, we wouldn't have a clue as to which way to go. Ah, wait a bit. Okay. As I raise a voice to stall, Futaba-san immediately comes to a standstill. Having awakened as a berserker, she would no more follow along shivering while gripping onto my clothes corners, but would boldly walk ahead and lead the advance. With her sub-weapon of the hatchet in one hand, she cut away the foliage obstructing our route. Looking at it from behind, she seemed quite sturdy. In fact, her back was wider than twice my own. Why I stopped the advance was for none other than harvesting. The discovery being red shrooms that are known to pack enough power to kill an armor bear, and the other thing that was evidently expended, the shamdelian. And gleefully, like those grandpa and grannies that venture out to pick wild edibles, I began harvesting the poisonous mushrooms and inconspicuous weed-like herbs. I won't be letting Futaba-san help out here. Her role is lookout. It wouldn't be strange if the head of an armor bear pops out suddenly from the bushes over there. In her place, the one being my picking partner is this vile mud doll, but its efficiency could only be described as lacking. This is a serious power deficiency. Picking a single red shroom or a single bundle of shamdelians took all its might. I guess as long as the body itself is mud, the max strength would be up to the point where the mud wouldn't break. I'd like to praise it for using its whole body, trying to extract the items with maximum effort, but then, me using the box cutter to cut them out would be leagues faster. Okay, this is enough. Let's go. After finishing up some collecting not too far from the animal trail, finally, I tie one of the strips of goma cloth to a nearby tree. It's a just-in-case sign for backtracking. After that, I guess another hour passed. Similar to the forest way back when, this place also had its ups and downs, large roots on the way, claiming up, going under. It wasn't that easy of a route. So though I say 1 hour, it's not like we got that far. The average walking speed of a Japanese is around 5 km, 3.1 miles. But that's the case when it's a flat road with no obstacles, not a forest where Mr. Bear can pop out anytime, so our speed is probably half of that or less. Around here, let's take a break. I'm kinda out of breath, and so decided to stop for a bit. Fortunately, the mud doll has enough speed and stamina to match our pace, and right now, it's beside me sitting with knees up as if in standby mode. On the other hand, Futaba-san looks fine. I could make a guess that it has something to do with the Berserker vocation. The Berserker's 3 novice skills are listed below. Berserk body a body, knowing only slaughter. Blood boost blood boils forth, to fight with no end. One who hears hear the voice from afar. Reject not, rampage not, listen to it with certainty. The trouble is, the one and only hint that can give us a clue as to what the effects of these abilities are, the descriptions coming to mind, every last one of them was like something that someone like I, from the literature club and afflicted with chinibia, would write down, a collection of indecipherable flavor text, and that was fatal. This set of phrases are practically useless. What part and how much does berserk body strengthen? What amount does blood boost increase the blood? What's the rate per hour? Is there an upper limit? There's way too many questions. And here comes the worst, this mystery skill called One Who Hears. This, in the first place, I don't even know where to use this. Exactly what is this skill for? With what kind of timing do you activate it? I don't get anything at all. Voice from afar, literally whose voice is this? Get me the VA, voice actor actress, damn it. Anyway, leaving aside my complaints to the literary hack of a berserker god, it's about that berserk body that incurs an effect on Futaba-san's physical strength. I think it's likely somehow strengthening her, but Futaba-san herself doesn't seem to understand much about it, she said. Futaba-san bashing around the goma, clearly looks stronger than she was before, is my impression, but maybe it's her original strength wielded to perfection with the supplement of courage. And so, whether or not this berserk body is supplying the stamina so that she wouldn't get tired after walking for a while, is also something I can't be certain of. Well, whatever it may be, the current Futaba-san has the super strength to pop off Goma heads barehanded, so let's just keep it there. Whether this power-up is a result of growth and augmentation of base status numbers, or because of some skill, the origin, in this case, doesn't really matter. Momokawa-kun, are we going ahead? Shouldn't we? There hasn't been any monsters. Maybe we can pass the whole forest like this. It's somewhat worrying. I'd have thought we'd get into a fight or two on the way, but the route was peaceful. How's the compass? We're not off track, right? We're good. The direction and the trail is still matching. I've been frequently confirming the direction with the magic compass. Since its direction was spot on along the animal trail, our hike has been relatively easy. With that thought, I think it's fine to go along the animal trail until it diverges from the direction for today. No, maybe this trail, it's one that someone else cut open before us. Maybe it's class rep and the girls. Could be Higuchi too. As both of us inadvertently voiced out names we have some history with, the air got a little awkward. But as a possibility, there's no denying it. Higuchi gang and class rep team, there's no doubt that both are ahead of us. Anyway, hey, Futaba-san, after this I opened my mouth as if to imply that we shouldn't give a damn about those people, but right then, Futaba-san abruptly stood up. We were taking a break, tree trunks to our backs, sitting opposite to each other. Futaba-san was now standing up, her brows knit, and though not to the level of her rampage, her face got scary. Wait, what, did I maybe say something bad? Was reminding her of class rep that much of a landmine? Futaba-san. In her silence, towards me, she takes a step. Her hand draws the hatchet at her waist. No way, for real. Wait, please wait, let's talk, okay? Let's separate from the weapon, and the distance too. Let's calm down and talk it out, Futaba-san. Of course my thoughts don't go across, and Futaba-san swings her hatchet. Why? Faced with such a sudden attack, I had no time to prepare for death, and the blade of the hatchet made a dull sound of severing meat. It's fine now, Momokawa-kun. What is? As I timidly open the eyes I shut hard the moment the hatchet swung, I find, smiling with a single bead of cold sweat running down her cheek, her face before my eyes. A beat later, I realize. Doesn't hurt. Nothing hurts, and there's no blood. What Futaba-san cut wasn't me. It's a big snake, look. Even if there's no poison, it'll be bad if something like this bites you. Phew, she lets out a delicate breath, and from right beside me, Futaba-san takes the snake, whose head was split with the hatchet, into her hands. Didn't notice at all. Even when this bigger snake got right into my breathing space. Thanks. Saved me there. Attuning to the sense of danger of something secretly closing in on my body, I feel my face dripping in sweat. This is a forest in another world. Not only monsters, there's myriads of other dangerous animals inhabiting these parts. There's nothing strange about a snake of two crawling around, and there's not helping an amateur to survivalism like me getting closed in by one such animal. So, I can really die here just like that. Once again apprehending such a fact, I shivered in fear. No, seriously, thank you, Futaba-san. Fufu, you're welcome. Replies Futaba-san with a cheerful smile like an angel, while taking the head-split snake, and uses the hatchet to land another strike. With a sound of slashing, the snake's head drops. Futaba-san kicks the snake's detached head like a pebble, and as it disappears beyond the thicket, she grabs the tip of the neck portion of the rest of the body, and then proceeds to tear off the skin with all her strength as if trying to destroy it. Seeing her smooth movements, I'm in mute amazement as, contrary to expectations, the snake was now cleanly skinned. Futaba-san, what are you doing? This snake, I thought we could eat it maybe. Its skin smoothly slid off. Futaba-san suspends the snake onto a nearby branch like a length of rope. Dark red blood started dripping out from the severed area on the neck. This must be that blood-draining thing. We're eating this. You won't eat it. The hell, she's acting like I'm the one who's strange for not wanting to eat it. In the first place, this could be a poisonous snake, and trying to eat it is like too much of a challenge or a plain old snake. It's a weakling and there's no poison, so you can eat it just fine. This snake, looks like we can eat it, that's good. Really? Yay. Intuition pharmacy went off, and again, it was this careless kind of explanation, which confirmed that this snake was suitable as food. With definite proof that we can eat it, Futaba-san is absolutely thrilled. Looking to the snake corpse dripping in blood. Way too wild for a high school girl from current-day Japan. Futaba-san, so, how do we eat this? There's no choice but roasting, I guess. We don't have salt or pepper, and without the seasoning it won't taste that good. But we should still get in the meat content. Now that you mention it, we've only been having walnuts, haven't we? We can believe the information that it's packed with nutrition, but no matter how you look at it, only those won't be able to maintain your fitness of body. We're not squirrels. We need our proper helping of protein. Yeah, the path ahead of here should take us a while, I think. So, it'll be great if we can eat our fill. You're damn right. And there aren't any cracks in that perfectly constructed line of argument, but then a roar was unleashed from Futaba-san's rotund middle, and it became a big fail. So Futaba-san wanted to have meat this much. Don't say lit. While regretting that rude slip of tongue, I thought that from now, I should employ intuition pharmacy to also see if the monsters we kill are edible too. Well, even if they are, I wouldn't put my mouth anywhere near a goma though. Chapter 28, Frog of the Lake. That's. After Futaba-san hunted that snake, we ended our break, and have been advancing for a while now. And all of a sudden, the trees cleared up, and our field of view widened. Wow, it's a lake. Just as Futaba-san expressed, kind of like a tourist, over there was a lake right in the middle of the forest. From closer, it must be really pretty. Reflecting white light, the glittering water surface was calm, and the pristine water was so clear you could see the bottom. I could tell that much standing back here. From up close, it should be even more illustrious. It's a sight I could honestly compare to a tourist spot. I'd prefer to not get too close though. We haven't got a clue as to what kind of aquatic monsters are in there. As we've secured a practically infinite supply of potable water in the ferry square, there's no reason for us to approach the lake. Let's keep away from the lake and go around. There's no other choice. With Futaba-san as vanguard and keeping the lake to our right, we make towards circling around it. The problem appears all too soon. What happened, Momokawa-kun? The compass, it's still pointing to the lake. After going around the perimeter quite a bit, I nonchalantly check on the magic compass to find this happening. Probably a coincidence. Let's go a bit more. But my naive hopes are shot down fast. The compass continues to point to the center of the lake. I'd have thought it was telling us to go to the opposite bank, but no matter how far we advance, it keeps pointing at the lake. Even though I can't see any path there, the note circle going haywire isn't possible, right? Futaba-san can't be blamed for saying that. In fact, I thought the same thing at first. I don't know if the note circle is bugging out or not, and right now, we've got no way of confirming that either. If this compass function of the note circle is really going funky, then our dungeon capture will come at a complete standstill right here. I guess we need to steel ourselves and look into the lake after all. This isn't the great outdoors but a mysterious dungeon chock full of crazy gimmicks. That being the case, there's no reason for there not to be a hidden path inside the lake. If possible, I'd like there not to be some annoying mechanism that tells us to bring back a key, or a stone tablet, or key item, or some bullshit puzzle or riddle to find the password or something. Let's look in the water, see if you find something. And so, we put on our vigilance, and with caution, bring ourselves closer to the lake. Looking at it anew, it just looks like a beautiful lake. In the clear water, I could find schools of fish swimming around. For a time, as if tracing back our path, we slowly circle along the lakeside. How is it, Futaba-san, see anything? No, not Ria. Looking as if she found something already, Futaba-san raised her voice and pointed. There, something like a building is under the water. I focus at the pointed direction. But yeah, can't see anything. It's not as bad that I'd need glasses, but seems like Futaba-san has me beat in the eyesight department. Or maybe it's berserk body strengthening her vision. "'Kay, let's go." Of course, I don't mean inside the water. We're relocating to a place where I'll be able to see the structure Futaba-san saw. Fortunately, it's not too far. Or more like, it's right where we started from, came out of the forest and arrived at the lake. Whoa, how did I not notice something like this? That thing appeared so clearly inside the lake that I unconsciously leaked out such an impression. At a glance, it looked to be a bridge sunken in the lake. I say sunken, but the depth to the path was only around 30 centimeters. If I can afford for these flimsy school-designated indoor shoes to get soaked inside out, then it's an easy walk across. The width is around that of a one-car lane, so there's plenty of breathing room. If we walk along normally, as long as the bridge itself doesn't collapse, we won't miss our footing. This waterline looks as if it spans the whole lake, going straight across. I can't confirm if it really ends at the other side though. Hey, are we crossing this? I don't want to be honest, but this is what the compass is saying, you know. Apparently, this is the correct route. We just need to resolve ourselves and march on. Thus reluctantly, I put one foot into the water and then bubbles suddenly start rising. Doesn't look like any natural phenomenon. It was undeniable proof of something in the water, something spewing out air. Something's there. Get back. Futaba-san, despite her large body, does a sharp backstep, while I on the other hand, spin around in feverish haste and pathetically run like a madman. As I get my huffing body near to the forest and rest my hand on a tree, with a piercing sound of splashing water, a great shadow springs out from the lake. Uwawa, a frog. It's a big frog, Momokawa-kun. On top of the waterline, as if blocking all traffic, exactly as Futaba-san said, there sat a big frog. Yeah, really big. I mean, this guy can probably swallow me whole, that big. Overall, it looks to be bigger than even an armor bear. But it seems to have glossy skin like its earthborn brothers, so it's likely softer skinned than the armor bear, and blades will work on it, I hope. Its figure, short and stout, the surface of its skin was rugged with warts like a bullfrog. I can only hope it doesn't spit any poison. Futaba-san, quietly. Maybe it isn't aiming for us. But this frog, it's aiming for Momokawa-kun C. Really? You can tell? I can. It's like, it feels like that. Is this another of the Berserker's powers? In the 3 novice skills, there wasn't anything like sense presence, so is it like a hidden status or something? Anywho, right now, I should believe her words instead of doubting them. Which would imply that we have no choice but to fight. Futaba-san, up for it? No problem. It's like a bullfrog, so I bet we can eat it. No, I'm not asking about your cooking hobby. But yeah, Futaba-san looks like she can fight this, so let's count that as an affirmative. Sikam mud doll. Entwine its escape, with weaving hair. Black hair bind. With the usual black hair bind to seal movement, this time I combo with the mud doll in hopes that it distracts the enemy even a bit, and send it running as an advance troop. Honestly, there's the chance that this giant frog won't even notice this flimsy little 30 centimeters mud doll, but a try's a try. Crossing my fingers here. Ooh, that could have gone better. Picking up a branch-cum spear from the surroundings, the brave private mud doll rushed ahead. However, the giant frog was on the waterline, the depth being just around 30 centimeters. The moment it charged into the lake, it went fully submerged in water, and like what happens when you put mud balls in water, the mud doll became a black stain and dispersed, leaving only the spear-cum branch bobbing up and down the water surface. The hell, so useless. Even on my end, my connection-like thing with it popped out of existence, showing that the curse was totally extinguished. It's on you, Futaba-san. The bind won't hold for that long. Yeah, count on me. Waiting for black hair bind to be invoked, a beat after the mud doll's meaningless assault, Futaba-san sprang forth full power wielding her battle axe. Beyond her, still bulking on the bridge, sat the frog. That fixed state was probably not because of the insignificant bundles of hair grabbing onto its log-like forelegs. The meager amount of black hair aiming to seal such a large creature's forelimbs looked painfully unreliable. But, for the current me, This is my maximum level of restricting ability. Speaking of this curse, it's gonna level up and get stronger, right? I'm getting some late game anxiety here. Plunge into permanent swelter, and curse the body. Red fever. And as I cast my final support technique, the only subtly effective curse number 1, Futaba-san closes in enough to get into attack range. Yeah. Raising a lovely yet gallant roar-like cry of female pitch, she aimed for the frog's crown and swung down her axe with tremendous power. Right then, the giant frog jumped back with agility surprising for its body size, and dodged the axe's trajectory. To no surprise, my black hair bind had no restrictive effect at all. Or more like, can frogs even do back jumps, structurally speaking? The hell is this? Fuck. I cursed internally with various grievances, but then, ooh-wah. In front of me, a wet, revoltingly pink mass of meat was closing in. When I realized that was the long tongue of the giant frog that flew out from its gaping large mouth, my feeble body had already been wrapped up and captured. Momokawa-kun. Without being able to make any form of resistance, the moment I tried to swing my spear, I was getting dragged towards the frog's mouth. That strength reeling me in, forget someone like me, it wasn't something a mere human could resist. Being pulled in with what can be appropriately called monstrous strength, I cut through the air, leaving being my scream and the scenery. There wasn't any revolving lantern-like effect with the memories of my life flashing by. Just thinking, I'm dead, I simply stared at the frog's gaping mouth like a fool. The large mouth was glistening with sputum. It somehow looked glowing red. As if it were the entrance to hell. I was about to think, when the lid on that hell closed shut. The red was dyed in black. Boo-wah. I experienced the split-second feeling of slamming into cold water, and at the same time, the shock of being thrown down rolling from a bike roaring down a hill slope. Which translates as, I fell onto the waterline with the same inertia I had while being reeled in by the frog's tongue, and rolled around a bunch of times. Falling in water meant that it didn't hurt so much, but I almost drowned a bit. Slamming in there like that, I was made to understand that humans really can drown in a mere 30 centimeters of water, as I anguished in the stinging feeling of water invading my nostrils. Momokawa-kun, are you okay? Somehow. As I shake my drenched long-haired head like a dog, I look around the vicinity to find Futaba-san vigilantly holding her axe. And crying, "Oh Gigi," the figure of Great Frog looked to be in pain, splashing out green blood from the tip of its tongue. It appeared that Futaba-san barely made it as she severed its tongue, and prevented me from being swallowed whole. I see the logic behind it, but this girl who was a normal high schooler just a few days ago, performing such a masterful display of superhuman technique, is certainly worth merit. I don't know what's scarier, the vocation berserker or her own talent. Anyway, that saved me. That I could carefreely declare so isn't so surprising, since in the next moment, the battle came to a quick conclusion. The first to move was, having recovered from the pain of its tongue severing, the great frog. It flew into a mad rage, and hoarsely crying out like a genuine frog, spitting saliva everywhere, it charged. With its folded-up hind legs, its jump, the identity of a frog, was not to be seen, as it stomped along on the waterline on all four limbs without the slightest care. Facing that, Futaba-san stood strong waiting. Her wide back seemed as if it was declaring it would protect me. But no matter how much Futaba-san completely obliterates the average young woman's height mass, there's a clear difference from the true monster class size of the great frog. A scene replicating a traffic accident involving a truck crashing head-on. Right before the moment of such an impact, the battle axe shone. Me. Exactly what kind of event that surmised, someone like me with my totally average eyesight wouldn't catch any sight of. Truly, a speed surpassing the limits of vision. However, I clearly witnessed the result it attained by such an event. The great frog that was rushing was pitifully sent flying. Looking at that frog-kun, I get a sense of pity. It's the knight's skill repel. That's right, it's that very same ability we tested out when I had just made Futaba-san my ally. I tasted this same repel. The result, it was the same as mine, as the great frog was now pitifully struggling belly up, lying on top of the waterline. Still, even against a great frog, it invoked at such pinpoint timing. No, that it sent the creature flying in a full frontal attack would be the most surprising aspect. Yet, And then, Futaba-san, not missing that massive opening of an animal overturned and madly flailing away, this time truly dealt the fatal blow. The large axe blade pierced into the soft-looking white skin covering Frog's neck, ruining the nice scenery with a shower of green blood. Uwa, sorry Momokawa-kun, looks like we maybe won't be eating this frog after all. Tahaha, Futaba-san laughed wryly after her complete victory, and with that, the duel over the waterline came to its end. Chapter 29, Transfer Circle. After Futaba-san brought down the great frog with her overwhelming berserker strength, we thought to waste no time and aim ahead. The magic compass went like, over there, and pointed to the middle of the lake, in other words, the circular plaza-like area we reached upon arriving at the end of the waterline. But there's nothing here. The trouble is, it's just a plain old open space here. Like the waterline, it was 30 centimeters deep underwater, and spread out like a stone-paved floor. Structurally, it had the feeling of a giant pillar rising from the bottom of the lake with us standing right on top. I let out useless groans as I tried to search for a gimmick or something. From the fact that Natsukawa Minomi was making use of traps, we can pretty much conclude that this dungeon is riddled with contraptions of all sorts. Since the compass was so obstinately directing us here, there's just got to be something. I say that, but we've got zero hints here. Neither is there some switch-like thing to slide open some hidden door, nor some kind of epitaph telling us to solve a riddle. If forced to say, there's the point that the stone floor has a magic circle-like thing drawn over it, which would be the only cluish detail. But that may as well be a part of its decoration too. I roll up my sleeves and plunge my hands into the water, touching my fingers to the magic circle spreading out below my feet. Yeah, no use after all. The sensation on my fingertips was that of hard stone and of slippery moss growing on top. I don't know how long this place has been underwater, but this environment is perfect for the moss to culture. Thinking as such, I was gliding my hand over the surface, when a sudden feeling of tenderness caught on my finger. Chem. Raising my arm out from the water, it felt as if my heart stopped. Nuwa. On my fingertip was an elliptical black creature dangling down. Like a powerful suction cup, its mouthish part was clutching onto the tip of my index finger. Yup, it was a leech. A big fat leech. It's a whole frickin' 15 centimeters leech, damn it. I started flailing around my arm like half crazy, but it wasn't only big, but had quite the suction power as well, and wouldn't come off so easy. During which, the leech was increasingly sucking out more of my blood. In its semi-transparent, I saw red fluid collecting from the outside. Black bloodline blood that. Yeah. Just now, I think I saw something like a curse description, but right now I'm busy with a giant leech gulping away at my blood, so I wasn't in a state to read into it. There's no feeling of pain, but getting such a gratuitous display of my blood draining into its half-transparent body, it was frankly so disgusting I want to cry. No wait, I'm crying a little already. G got it off. In the end, I succeeded in detaching it from my finger by trampling it underfoot. It wasn't my intention, but I kinda put too much weight on it and it got squashed under my shoes. Like a red haze, my sucked-out blood dispersed into the water. Momokawa-kun, are you alright? As I finished making my one-man commotion, my partner, the berserker Futaba-san, stomped in with her large body and swinging breasts. I'm fine. Or rather, looks like there's some big leeches on the floor, so be careful, okay? Her eyes rolling around, Futaba-san splashed around her feet in the water. Making sure there aren't any icky blood-sucking organisms around, and on her legs, she ended her dance. More importantly, what about the core? Yup, I have it here. While I was checking out the circular plaza, I had requested Futaba-san to go collect the core from the great frog. As expected of Shiromine Academy's cooking club ace, it was child's play. She was displaying a full-faced smile as she held out the red crystal. No doubt, it's the core. It's the second time I'm seeing it. First being the stolen one from the armor bear. Thinking back, it feels like the great frog's one looks somewhat smaller than the armor bear's. Is it related to the monster's overall strength after all? Both are pretty similar in size, but the armor bear has to be stronger in terms of battle prowess. Thanks. But on my end, I'm not too far from where I start. I attempted to report the results of my unfruitful investigation, but then a sudden change came about. Ooh, what the circle's shining, as if it was waiting for Futaba-san to get here. The engraving spreading around our feet radiated red. Seems it wasn't just a design choice, but a real magic circle. What do we do, Momokawa-kun? You're asking me, but I know exactly zilch about magic, so I don't know any countermeasures either. However, I noticed that the core in Futaba-san's hand is also glowing as if matching the magic circle's luminance. Look, the core. Whatever, just throw it. Eei. And then, Futaba-san quickly threw away the all-important core, drawing a clean arc, just before plopping into the water, as if it was literally a flashbang. The core released dazzling red light. Ooh. Vision instantly lost. I reflexively closed my eyes, and sensed the flash of intense light on the other side of my eyelids. Makes you think, if I open my eyes now I'll definitely become blind. As reasoned, the time I next opened my eyes would be after another 30 seconds passed. Only after I made sure that at least those intense rays had gone. Futaba-san, you okay? Oh, okay. Turning to the voice, Futaba-san's large figure blurrily enters my view. I confirm that we're both alright, but right after, I notice the change. Wait. It's not the lake. As my flickering vision adapts to the surroundings and returns to normal, I notice the complete change in scenery. It's a fairy square. Right. Yup, I could agree immediately, since right in front of me, there stood the very symbol of security and relief in this dungeon, the cute statue of Miss Fairy on the fountain. However, both me and the one who raised question, Futaba-san too perhaps, were bewildered by the slight change we saw in the square as a whole. The size is around the same, but, how should I say it? The green is lacking. It used to feel like a nature-filled public park, but this place completely feels indoorsy. There's only a pair of fairy walnut trees on both sides, and the blooming flowerbed isn't to be found. Instead, there's a few planters poised around the fountain as if to compensate. It's kinda, really dreary looking. Oi, this for real, we're set Nishiyama, somebody came. Hold it, careful Hirono, what are we gonna do if it's Higuchi or something? As I heard voices, my pulse immediately increased from tension. Shit, there's someone. No, from the voices and words, it's a guy and a girl, 2 people. There's Hirono-kun and Nishiyama-san here. Ooh, it's Momokawa her. And also, whoa, Futaba-san? Them? That's good, it wasn't someone weird. I looked to find, unmistakably, the figures of my 2 classmates. The one laughing wildly, standing tall in his gym clothing, was Hirono-kun. My seat number is 19 and his being 18, he sat in front of me right from the very start of 2nd year, 11th grade, and though we're not really friends, I at least know his name and face. Incidentally, because of that wide back of his, I had quite a bit of trouble following the blackboard. The other, in sailor fashion, Nishiyama-san, also isn't someone I'm particularly close with. More like, I have literally nil close relations with any girl, but let's leave that matter aside right now. Nishiyama-san is of average build and height, not of any outstanding appearance, and wears glasses. She could be considered a plain girl, and wasn't particularly a loner either. She had her friends in class, and I recall seeing her in a chatting normally with her group during breaks. They are harmless students who had been living ordinary school lives. But now, in this severe dungeon survival scenario, we can't let our guard down with anyone. Anyway, these 2 don't look like they're going to start indiscriminately attacking like Higuchi. But, I'm still on alert. Reason being, they're a 2-person team, and here's the me and Futaba-san combo. In other words, right here once again, there came that cursed number, the number 4. Sup, hello there. I desperately try to cover up my vigilance with a wry smile, and return a greeting. Now, will these 2 become ally, or else, enemy? I personally would prefer it not to devolve into killing each other, but I can only pray my thoughts are answered. Chapter 30, The Hirono-Nishiyama Pair. Hey, Momokawa, Futaba-san, help us beat the boss, I'm Begjinya here. As his first series of words, Hirono-kun came to us with that. By boss you mean? For the moment, it seems like he isn't bent on attacking us, so I try probing by returning a question. A dog, it's a dog man, a big version of those red ones. It's like, super fast, and dodges magic too. We seriously can't do a thing with just me and Nishiyama. Aha. Seems like a chief-like monsters for the red dogs is the boss Hirono-kun's talking about, but it's not like we're in a game, so something like boss monsters give a feel like, the hell's with that. Am I right to think, Momokawa-kun, you don't know about the boss? Perhaps inferring from my face that seemed not to fully accept the premise, the glasses-wearing Nishiyama asked. For now, let's quietly accept my ignorance. You've been transferred here, so I'd have thought you beat the boss. Do you mean, that frog? Ah, so you had a frog. In our case, it was a skeleton though. From there, roughly according to Nishiyama-san's words, it appears that this boss is the monster that rests in the room with the magic circle you use for warping to other areas. This dungeon isn't fully connected via physical passages, and in specific spots, there seems to be space-time displacement, in other words, warp-enabled transfer circles set up. Furthermore, it's decided that this warp room will have a large class monster inhabiting it, and the mechanism's set such that the transfer circle won't activate unless you beat it. To be point blank, you need that monster's core to work the circle, so all paths lead to beating the monster anyway. First time I'm hearing it, all of that. Seriously? It was written plain and simple though. I think, the info getting to us has individual differences in timing. At some point before I realized, my note circle was updated with the info on Goma. So it could be that, depending on the vocation, different amounts of information come in. It's a possibility. Anyway, rather than pondering on this kinda useful but maybe not note circle info, I need to prioritize forming a pact of cooperation with these classmates. So you mean to say, we can't progress without beating that red dog boss? Yes, exactly. Simple, right? Any alternate routes? Or what about secret passages or loopholes? This floor is constructed in a simple box shape, so the farthest room is the boss room any side you pick. According to Nishiyama-san's explanation, right after exiting this fairy square, the path splits to the left and right. And going either way, you go the same distance in a monotonous path until the paths connect again. Finally, as if placed exactly opposite to this fairy square, you find the boss room. The paths on both sides are connected to many other rooms, but don't lead into any other passages, and apparently, a fixed number of skeletons come out inside. Maybe they're being made somewhere else, and then sent to all the rooms with transfer magic? Well, there's no way monsters would just pop into existence in real life, so one could think it's accomplished through the power of magic. About hidden passages, sorry, but with our vocations and skill sets, it's impossible. You gotta be a thief or something for doing that. A thief's detection skills are something I'm well aware of from hearing about Natsukawa Minomi from Futaba-san. And, these two must also know of a thief's skills since they mentioned it. Implying, either one of them is a thief, or they know one. I can think of those two possibilities. Right, let's take this chance to probe them. Thief skills, you know any details? Why yeah, right. Hirono-kun, we have to tell them. If we don't, they won't see just how scary that boss is. You're right, said a paling Hirono-kun, as he collected his thoughts and began talking. Actually, we also had Itu. In other words, Itaseiji, it must be him. There's no Itu among the girls, so there's no mistake. He was like me, the type that doesn't stand out in class. As for his club activities or friend circle, I only ever rarely spoke to him, so I don't know. So you mean, Itakuen was a thief? Yeah, thanks to that guy, we cleared the first place hella easy. He could find traps, and even open treasure chests. Treasure chests? There's those too? Ridiculous, it's become more and more RPG than IRL. As if reading my thoughts. No way, Momokawa, you don't even know about treasure chests. Both their expressions seemed to say. Well, I guess you gotta be a thief to find those chests, Anyway, I don't really get it, but they really exist. Treasure chests. Inside, you can find things like mana recovery potions, and if you're lucky, even weapons. Look, this wand I'm using, we found this in a treasure chest too. Looking at which, she's holding a 50 cm, 20 inches, long thin branch-like stick with a big green marble-like stone fixed to the tip. I'm a wind attribute wand, it gave a strong impression as such. If I saw this in modern Japan, I'd think it's a quality cosplay accessory. But come to the other world, this must be the genuine article. Pretty cool. But, Itakuan not being here means… Well, yeah, you guessed it. It's when we first encountered the boss, see? In the floor before this, it was really easy, and there's also that fact that we got a bit cocky. Looking at their pained expressions, they've faced real human death, and understand the cruelty of the dungeon, is the impression I get. But dude, we can't just stay here, right? The boss is scary as hell, but if we can't beat it, we can't get out of here. Of course, with the area set up so simple that there's no use looking for other routes, it's the same as saying we're stuck here. Thanks to the fairy square, we won't starve right away, but sooner or later we'll reach the limit, no doubt. So we're Begjin man, all 4 of us working together, we might just do it. Yeah, well, that's fine and all, but at this point, I'm not denying we have to beat the boss to progress. What's bothering me is what comes after. You already know about how only 3 people can escape, right? Why yeah, well, yeah. Hirono-kun makes a slightly awkward face. Once you know this utter despair-inducing number restriction rule, it's a truly natural reaction. Momokawa-kun, I don't think it's the right time to think about that. And with only 3 people, don't you think we won't progress in this dungeon at all? I see, Nishikawa-san makes a valid point. Even the armor bear, it's too dangerous a monster to challenge it with just 3 people. As we go through the dungeon, I can't think there won't be powerful monsters lying in wait. No, if we go with the premise that the whole dungeon has a boss room system like this place, then the deeper we go, there will definitely be tougher monsters stationed. There's no way I can disregard the merits of gathering more than 3 members. But there are guys who won't think like that. They won't cooperate, that much is still okay, but guys who like to kill first, ask questions later, could also be there. In fact, I can attest to it. Case in point, there's Higuchi who made no pause in deciding to kill me. But I don't need to particularly mention that. I need to be very careful how much of my info and experience I reveal to these 2. Think a bit, if we have more than 3 on our side, they can't attack us so easily, right? Power in numbers. Adding to that, us having vocations make it so that our strength is likely more than meets the eye. Even with a gathering of frail-looking girls, it could be that actually, all of them can blast out fireballs or something. So you're saying, we prioritize conquering the dungeon, and leave thinking of escape for later? Yes, somewhere along the line, we could even find something other than that divine gate. Also, look at us, aren't we strong? We can probably make it out of the forest outside too. Finding fault or opposing these hope-filled words, it's too early for that. Certainly, we do know too little about this other world. What we can do, what we can't. It may be time to not narrow down, but look into increasing our choices. Got it? I'm sorry for the nonsense. For now, let's work together, and aim for crushing that boss. Ooh, thanks a bunch, Momokawa. Thanks, Momokawa-kun, we finally got some hope. We laugh, and somewhat exchange handshakes. For the time being, we've established a cooperation pact, and the mood is calm. But Futaba-san has been silent for all this while, so I'm worried. Momokawa-kun, you're fine with this? As I glance towards her, she brings her face close and asks in a whisper. For now, it's better to work together. But if the time comes, be ready. It may be obvious, but I don't wholeheartedly trust Hirono-kun and Nishiyama-san yet. I can say I agree with Nishiyama-san's opinion. But while saying logical niceties on the outside, they could be secretly planning to trick us. It's a possibility I can't deny. It's a sad story, but if they betray, I can't really do much. If on top, even Futaba-san betrays me, then it's really over. A shaman with no allies is much too powerless. Okay, leave it to me, Momokawa-kun. I'd given her the obvious warning, but Futaba-san smiled and replied powerfully. Hirono-kun, Nishiyama-san, from me too, best regards. Along with Futaba-san's bright smile and exchanged greetings, our jolly party of 4 was formed. Well then, first is self-intros, or rather should I say vocation intros? Oi Nishiyama, that stuff, we can just figure out with some skeleton hunting, right? Ah, right, that's right. You could say it'll be much more clear that way. So Momokawa-kun, Futaba-san, would like to go fight some skeletons, and have everyone see each other's powers, is that alright? Now then, it's a bit sudden, but seems like it's come to the time where I must reveal my vocation. Well, there's no way we can fight the boss without everyone having a grasp of each other's abilities. So long as we're cooperating, we need to lay out our powers, to the bare necessity that is. Got it, let's go. Chapter 31, Skeleton. Coming out of the fairy square, it was the same old stone-paved passage greeting us. But different from the same old was the point that it was much cleaner. Rather than new, it gave the feeling of not yet deteriorated. The stone walls didn't display a single crack, even moss hadn't grown. Even the light panels illuminating the passage from the ceiling seemed to glow somewhat brighter. The path draws a loose curve, so the boss room at the end isn't visible. All in all, the perspective is quite narrow. But as long as the ceiling or floor doesn't suddenly open up, or we don't get suddenly warped in the middle of the passage, there's likely no risk of surprise attacks. Hirono-kun, I have some idea, but the skeleton, what kind of monster is it? They're, just bones. Well, it is the one who started calling them skeletons though. Seems like it's none other than that stereotypical skeleton. The pure white collections of bone rattling along as they attack, they appear frequently in RPGs and fantasy genre movies. But thinking back, it's my first time encountering a non-living monster. Somehow or other, all the ones I've seen could be called extensions of creatures found on Earth. Yeah, you'll get it when you see it. And they're just small fry, so relax. I'm not too reassured with Hirono-kun's frivolous smile and wild laughs, but from the fact that they're stuck on the boss, mob monsters wouldn't be any problem. That room, there's a skeleton, look. Nishiyama-san, who was walking alongside Hirono-kun, reported a discovery. Looking there, from an entrance to a room along the passage wall, a white figure gated along. The distance is about 30 meters, 100 feet. Whoa, it really is a skeleton. That is, it was so perfect a skeleton, there isn't any other description. As if the educational model in a biology lab started moving, it was a walking human skeleton. It doesn't have clothes, but it's armed. Lightly grasped in its bony hand was a wooden club. At around 50 centimeters, the club was of rough make, but not too thin or too thick. That reminds me, the clubs equipped on most Goma looked similar. There's a chance they beat these skeletons and plundered the item. Doesn't look like it's noticed us. Yeah, they won't notice till ya get closer. So shooting my magic to beat them is easy as pie. I see, it's like a badly made monster AI. It's the first for Momokawa and Futaba-san, so I'll show you the ropes. How generous. No matter how strong Futaba-san's gotten, it's better to avoid challenging on first encounter. If we can observe its movements, she can fight easier too. Reason for refusal is nowhere to be found, so at your convenience, I replied in agreement. What about me? If why insist, have the first one. I'll get the two behind. The skeletons entering the passage from the room, number 3. There's no particular sign they're cooperating, it's more like a wandering zombie, they're aimlessly roaming around. One was facing here, and the other two, towards the direction of the boss room. Okay. I'll be going ahead then, since I'm a wind mage. With a light intro, Nishiyama-san pushed out her wand. Her wand tip pointed, practically announcing that it was about to shoot magic. Thinking of, it's my first time seeing attack magic. I've heard all about it from Futaba-san, but getting to see firsthand, the staple in fantasy known as attack magic, it's kind of exciting. Red fever? Who's that? Air Sagitta, wind arrow. She quickly muttered something in a mystery language, and right after, the green ball on the tip of the wand let out faint light. With that, leaving behind sharp winds, a whirlwind of glittering green ran through the passage. The emerald wind I saw for a split second drew an arc with a form similar to a curved blade. Then, the blade of wind danced true to its aim, scoring a direct hit on the wandering skeleton. With a dry clang, as if they took on a powerful slash, the skeleton's ribs went flying. Must have been quite a blow. The skeleton's spine bent back so much it seemed to almost snap, and as if the force was too unbearable, it fell backwards. Falling with a shatter, its movement completely stops. With the splendid one-shot killing of a skeleton, I regain an appreciation of the convenient thing known as attack magic. Also, a bit of envy. Shit, if only I could do attacks like that. Aight, be back in a bit. Get a good look at my abilities as a swordsman. Completely unaware of my ugly jealousy, Hirono-kun donned a confident smile and named his vocation. In his hands lay a double-edged longsword with a steel blade. A precious partner he scored from a treasure chest being its origins. Whoa, fast. I had no other comment seeing the sword-wielding Hirono-kun bolting off, leaving behind only the rubbery sounds of his shoe soles clashing with the stone paving. Hirono-kun's fairly large figure shot out like an arrow. It's called Quick Step. The effect is as you see. I see, so that's the speed-boosting battle art, Quick Step. Movement-boosting moves, if it was an RPG, there's a big chance they're useless. I mean, no player wants to waste a turn just to raise evasion rate and maybe increasing the chances for a critical. However, in real life, boosting movement, in other words, being able to run crazy fast, gives a tremendous advantage in combat. At the very least, if it was an average person, even if Hirono-kun came at them from straight ahead, they'd have no way to cope with his current speed. It's not so fast that my eyes can't follow, but it kinda doesn't feel like a human running with that kind of speed. Even world-class athletes I've seen on TV aren't as fast. I wonder what the kilometer H is. Natsukawa-san was even faster, you know. Leaks Futaba-san as if talking to herself. Perhaps even with the same technique in name, there's differences per vocation. Well, it's most likely something to do with individual differences though. Natsukawa Minami was our Shiromine Academy's track and field ace. If it's the sprint, there's no one with more talent than her. Before I noticed, Hirono-kun had closed the 30 meters and had the skeletons at sword's reach. With a roar, he unleashed a full-power overhead swing. On their side, the skeletons had noticed their friend has been defeated and were slowly turning to it. The existence of the quickly approaching enemy did not have time to enter their mental faculties. Break, great gash. For an instant, the sword seemed to slightly shine. The instant phantom glow passed, and a shrill noise echoed. A hit. One skeleton was cut from skull to pelvis. A moment passed, and the clump of bone was separated left and right. It rattled and powerlessly crumbled. A splendid strike. But one more enemy remained. That skeleton finally showed a proper response. Aiming for the opening created when Hirono-kun swung his sword, it greatly raised its club. Ha! Saw it miles away. True to those composure-filled words, as if perfectly foreseeing the skeleton's monotonous attack, Hirono-kun bent down, dodging the club's swing. Well no problem for foresight. What a show-off, that guy, says Nishiyama-san somewhat coldly. No, but seeing it and then even evading is pretty amazing. Momokawa-kun, please don't say those words to him. You do, and he'll definitely get a big head. Nishiyama-san's wryly smiling face looks, what is it, just like a girlfriend who gets just about everything about her idiot of a boyfriend. It gives that kind of composed impression. Booyah. Got em good. Oops, as I was raising suspicions towards their interpersonal relation, Hirono-kun had cut down his second skeleton. Slipping through the enemy's attack with foresight, right after, he rode Quick Step's speed to circle behind. Speed so overwhelming, as if it was saying, "You're getting sleepy, champ." As the skeleton couldn't react at all. Then it was a simple task of driving your favorite technique into that defenseless spine. With that, Hirono-kun finished off the skeleton safe and sound. Good work out there. Yeah, this stuff, it's pretty much just warm up. Ha ha ha, he laughed as Hirono-kun returned in great humor. For us from the peanut gallery, seeing the swordsman's brilliant show of technique, well, it's satisfactory I guess. Even the way he put the sword back in its scabbard on his belt gave quite an elegant impression. And, how was that? Yup, I more or less get skeletons now. Also, you two look like you're making good use of your vocations. Pretty strong, I say. You flatter me, dude. I mean, I haven't even got any new skills yet. Which would mean that break, quick step and foresight he showed us should be all the abilities he has. As for me, yeah, leaving out the lucky armor bear subjugation, I did attain that new vile mud doll. Of course, this must have some factor of individuality too. But yeah, maybe experience fighting skeletons won't really amount to much. Nevertheless, they could become convenient ragdolls, or I guess bone dolls to throw attacks at. At the least, they'll be useful in testing out and getting used to various powers. Even though Nishiyama learned new magic really fast, man. Just say how you were scared at first and we only used my air Sajita to beat them. Ha, I wasn't scared aight. And right now, skeletons are easy as hell. Yipes, them bones man, they're bad man. Tell me you didn't forget those tears. Never said it. Also, forget that. Bygones are bygones, damn it. They're fighting but they sure get along, I thought as I was watching over. But then Gaha, Hirono-kun noticed my gaze and took a critical blow. Were my eyes that lukewarm? Anyway, once we beat the boss, I'll be getting a new skill for sure. Yup, for sure. No, I'm not lazily replying, I'm pretty serious here. Leaving the special case of Futaba-san's class change to Berserker aside, the class rep group, according to the story, seemed to attain new skills pretty normally through fighting. That means, the boss, if we can take down a monster even this swordsman and mage pair couldn't, will be getting new powers for sure. Nishiyama-san, what other magic can you do? The other ones aren't much though. Like letting out strong wind around me, or like making slightly high jumps using wind. The former has the name air dress, wind garment, and looks to be a sort of defense magic. Releasing strong gusts for a meter centering around the caster, it'll either blow away an enemy closing in, or at least, hold it back temporarily. Light long-range attacks like arrows or stones would also be repelled or bend off trajectory. With some concentration, she can apparently hold it for a minute or so, and I think with more practice, it could become a solid defense. But it seems like Nishiyama-san herself hasn't used air dress much, so her mastery of it hasn't risen. The latter is air follow, wind floater, a movement boosting, no, it's support magic I guess. Creating an updraft around the caster, her jumps get a slight boost. However, rather than upping jump height, say if you fall from a high place you can get a smooth landing, it seems more useful in things like cushioning a fall. I don't know if you can remain calm enough to cast magic during a free fall though. And as such, this one hasn't been used too much either. The current Nishiyama-san wouldn't be able to handle such a situation either. But that one, her new magic, is pretty damn strong. I mean, sure Air Blast, Tempest Edge, has a good bit of power. But the chant is so long, if it's moving fast like that boss, it'll never hit. Not to mention, one shot and I'm spent. Finally, perhaps thanks to hunting all those skeletons with Air Sajita, she attained the new attack magic, the Air Blast. The invocation time for the aria is around 10 seconds. In the world of ruthless battle, every 0.1 second counts. One can experience the tumultuous anxiety of a 10-second lag simply by playing a high-speed action RPG and trying to fight with a skill with around 10 seconds of cooldown. To add, one shot of it gets you as tired as with 3 shots of Air Sajita. In other words, mana exhaustion. A one-shot all-or-nothing high magic. Using this practically in battle would be quite a gamble. Just think though, one shot of this, and that mutt's done for. It won't hit, that's the problem, stupid. Well, she's not wrong. In a game, you could save and load as many times as you want until you get that hit, but reality clearly doesn't work that way. If she uses Air Blast against the boss Red Dog and misses, then taking the exhausted Nishiyama-san and escaping from the boss room becomes even more risky. It's not the kind of thing we can leisurely challenge multiple times. Then we can stop it moving so it hits, and if you could do that, you could just kill it with your sword, stupid. Anyway, I understand about Nishiyama-san's magic, thanks. It's at least reassuring we have a one-hit kill technique. It seemed like the two would start fighting again, so, half serious, half confounded, I speak to cut in between them. Now would be Momokawa-kun and Futaba-san. It's your turn, right? Wanna wait till skeletons come out? Or we could pick a room and look. I'm curious what's happening in the rooms, so the second option I guess. Futaba-san, is that alright with you? Yup, no problem. From her agreeable response, I sense a somewhat forced smile coming from Futaba-san. She's making sure to be vigilant of those two, I guess. Since it's favorable to get along at this point in time, we shouldn't behave as to invite any discord. She understands that, and is displaying a cheerful atmosphere at least on the surface. If she isn't high from the drug, Futaba-san is clearly not an idiot, nor is she a musclehead, I think. So, instead of me telling her to get along, we should just continue like this until she opens up naturally. If all four of us work together to beat the boss, at the very least, we'll gain some trust between us. Aight, let's go. With Hirono-kuen's nonchalant call, we once again begin walking the passage. First objective being, the room where those 3 skeletons came out from. Naturally, a game like monster corpses turning into light particles, leaving behind item drops and modest sums of gold, isn't a phenomenon that passed, and outside the entrance, the bones were littered around. With a glance, we can tell there's no core to be found in these skeletons. Nothing in there. Hirono-kuen entered the room so unguarded it's like, "Oi oi, you alright?" and came out to report the non-existence of enemies. The room here doesn't have a door, but a simple opening in the structure. You can see inside just walking past, but need to enter to check the corners. Even if skeletons were lying in wait, clubs readied, beyond both sides of the entrance, Hirono-kuen wouldn't be done in with a group assault of that level. Well, looking at their behavior, I doubt skeletons have the intelligence to use traps or ambushes. But arrogance is fatal. These kinds of mobs, if they get a boss character to lead them, they can suddenly become elite troops too. Momokawa, you wanna take a look inside anyway? Ah, sure thing. As I was meandering over things, I reply kind of like an idiot, and step into the skeleton summoning room with safety guaranteed. Yup, nothing there indeed. There's only stone walls here. The room is around the size of a classroom. Nothing more, nothing less. The light panels on the ceiling shone down adequately, making it all too obvious that there's nothing strange to be found here. Have you guys ever seen where the skeletons come from? Nope, never. Oi, don't tell me you planning on waiting till one comes out. I'm not that bored. That being said, we move to the next room. With rooms this deserted, even if there was a hidden door or something, without a thief's detection skill, it'll be impossible to find. Looking around would be a waste of time. Yeah, other rooms read pretty much the same as that last one though. Oh, hold up. Progressing through the passage, as we read the second room, Hirono-kuen calls out again. We're in luck, skeletons straight ahead. As I follow Hirono-kuen and peek into the room, sure enough, they're in there. This new room was around twice as big as the last one, and at the center stood 3 stone pillars. Behind the right interior pillar, as if hiding itself, a skeleton. No, 2 of them, were vaguely roaming around. As usual, they don't look like they noticed us. Big chance for a preemptive strike. The floor's all yours. In accordance to Hirono-kuen's words, said as if he was requesting us to fill in for classroom cleaning duty, Futaba-san and I challenge our first skeleton subjugation. Futaba-san, you alright with the usual? Yup, if you can tie the legs, leave everything else to me. Futaba-san returns a strong reply. Or rather, she nonchalantly left out red fever there. Well, it's not an immediate effect curse, so it's pretty much a waste of mana anyway, so that's fine. Momokawa-kuen and Futaba-san's vacations, what are they? Off we go, but before that, we need to let them know our vacations. On their side, their vocation and abilities have already been laid bare. But we can't go being too frank and reveal everything here. I'm a shaman, and Futaba-san is a warrior. I'll keep quiet about the class change for the time being. Being a berserker doesn't necessarily mean Futaba-san has gone insane, and there's no outward change either. It's probably a special exception to the rule, but letting their hopes rise because of that would be problematic. Let's do this. Detailed explanations come later. Let's first beat the skeletons and give them a demonstration. Entwine its escape with weaving hair, black hair bind. I step into the room and take the initiative. From the shadows near the pillar where the skeleton is wandering, suddenly, a bundle of weed-like black hair gushes out. Wriggling in a gross manner like tentacles, the hair tightly latches onto the bone ankle. Now, I call out, and with that Futaba-san swings up her axe and... I thought, but she's just standing beside me, and doesn't seem like she'll run ahead anytime soon. Futaba-san, what's wrong? Her suddenly becoming unwilling doesn't seem to be the case. Futaba-san is on alert and glaring straight at the skeleton. She wasn't replying and lets go of her weapon, that is the axe. She takes her now free right hand and thrusts it into the goma pouch hung at her waist. Along with that lovely voice calling out, I hear a powerful hum cutting the wind. The next moment, a dry shattering sound echoes loudly. When I noticed, the skeleton's head was gone. Wait, what? Futaba-san, when did you suddenly become able to use attack mag? Next, the second one's cranium shatters. It burst away so cleanly, one could argue there was a bomb implanted in there beforehand. I'm done, Momokawa-kun. We present the hero. Indeed, since I was standing right beside her, I came to understand how Futaba-san finished off those skeletons. It's nothing complicated, she was just throwing stones. I'd given her a bag of throwable stones thinking they'd at least be used as feints, but they suddenly became one-shot kill projectiles. The berserker's strength has me in or yet again. Whoa, Futaba-san, that was frigging cool. You're sure Futaba-san isn't a pitcher, right? Their surprise isn't unreasonable. We can totally beat the boss with this, right? Yeah, I think this can work. Nevertheless, her awe-inspiring power had come across in that performance. The reception is highly positive. It may be a bit too optimistic, but I feel like we can at least take down a boss now. Chapter 32, Practice Part. 1. With our vacations done being introduced, for the time, we decided to head back to the fairy square. Man, beating skeletons without even a weapon, Futaba-san's like, super strong? No wait, you have some uber skills, right? It sounds like a bout of pure-hearted curiosity from Hirono-kun, but we need to be careful responding. Just before, we didn't expressly reveal our skill set. But pertaining our techniques and magic, we need to let them know what we can do. Actually, Futaba-san also doesn't know anything other than the warrior's 3 novice skills. I signal Futaba-san with a glance, but well, don't know if she got it. But anyway, leave this one to me, I endeavor to explain in her place. You for real? There's one called Blessed Body which I think increases her power. Blessed Body her. Obviously, I'm lying. But since we're going so far as hiding the berserker part, we can't reveal Berserk Body either. Well, it's a fact that we still don't know if that one is the one granting power to Futaba-san. And the other are Foresight and Repel. Repel? You mean she knocks away attacks? Yeah, something like that. With the right angle, the enemy can stagger and fall, and it can also work as a counter. It could overturn even that great frog, so it should blow away any small tier monsters. If it's the red dog boss, it should work, depending on its size. But man, with that Blessed Body thing, she can keep powered up all the time, right? Isn't that like, too good? Like, it's a rare skill, right? Hirono-kun's not stronger or faster without using skills. Yeah, none of that happens unless I'm using a battle art. I see, that's why this always active passive skill must look convenient. But look, Futaba-san doesn't have any attack moves, so there's no real trump card there. If we're talking about damage, your break looks much better. Looks like it has its demerits too. The current Futaba-san is reliable, but depending too much on one thing is never good. By the way, it's just my guess, but Momokawa-kun's Shaman, it doesn't have any attack magic, does it? So she went for that. I mean, of course she would. Even I think I should be honest here, otherwise we won't make any progress. Yeah, my Shaman can't do any attacks. Frankly speaking, it's pretty weak. You, damn dude. Hirono-kun says in plain-to-see dejection. She didn't comment, but Nishiyama-san also has a difficult look. My black hair bind that can restrain the enemy is the most useful one right now. Anything else? The next most useful would be Intuition Pharmacy. I can make medications with it. We finally got a healing skill, but there's the bottleneck of materials, and as far as I've seen, this area doesn't have a single herb, so you can't count on it much. How effective is it? That I can guarantee. After all, Futaba-san once got a fatal wound, and my treatment worked wonders. For real, that's great, bro. We only had that 4-leafer for recovery. It was pretty bad, man. Yeah, with this, if we fight the boss and get a bit injured, it should be alright. From their reactions, that 4-leafed clover herb introduced by the note circle is hard to find a lot of. At a glance, those planters in the fairy garden didn't have any either. It was the same with the class rep team. They're having a hard time with recovery measures. On the flip side, because of that, a shaman like me can come into play. I also have red fever that induces a slight fever, and a flimsy vile mud doll among the rest. A slight fever? What do you mean? Please don't ask. Yeah, these few curses won't help at all in our efforts, so please spare me the questions. More like, please just forget about them. Finally, there's a curse called Pain Return. This one, it returns damage to me back to the attacker, so careful not to misfire, alright? Otherwise said, don't backstab me. Why here? My attack power may be 0, but I'll take out my killer 100% of the time. In a way, it's the ultimate insurance. It's mostly useless on enemies that gang up like Goma, but it's great against human allies. Anyone would give preference to their own life. Also, most people aren't likely to use slave-like underlings like Higuchi. Well, even a dumbass like Mosoru won't make the stab if he knows he'll die. Is that right? That one really is curse-like. Long as there's no attack, it won't hurt a fly. Nishiyama-san backed away a little, so I added the comment. Plainly taking distance like that, in and of itself, kinda hurts. Anyway, with this team, we can pretty much take care of the boss, right? Stop right there. Don't tell me you're planning to go there now, right? We need to plan this out and… Look, you don't want what happened with Itakuan happening again, right? Yeah, I get that. From their conversation, it seems their first time challenging that boss was a mostly no-plan charge. They did say something about getting in over their heads. So for now, should we have a battle conference? But so first, Momokawa can be on restraining, and the rest is me and Futaba-san hack and slashing away at the boss, with support from Nishiyama. Then, with luck, we cut the legs to stop it moving, and finish with blast, right? Hironokuan's plan is full of holes, but considering each of our vocations, there isn't really any other arrangement. So what kind of attacks does the boss do? We need to think of countermeasures too. Dude, it's just a big dog. By big dog, he means around the size of a lion you can find in a zoo. Seeing it up close, there's a good bit of pressure. Lion size meaning, it's at least smaller than that memorable first encounter of mine, the armor bear. But that doesn't make it any less daunting. A red dog big enough to surpass large dog breeds, it's damn scary. Right, it gets worse. The thing breathes fire, man. Seriously? Around how much? Pretty big, like them fountain fireworks. No wait it was clearly bigger than some fireworks, remember? That, please elaborate. Let's see. According to Nishiyama-san, though it's not like a full-blown flamethrower, the boss still lets out intense flames. When there's sparks emitted from its clattering fangs, the next moment, flames gush out with great momentum. Is it shooting fire with magic, or maybe letting out flammable gas and then igniting that? At this point, it doesn't matter. Isn't it pretty dangerous for Hironokuan and Futaba-san who are supposed to get close? Yeah, but we're swordsman and warrior, so there's no choice, right? We'll be looking out for the sparks. Vigilance with focus on evasion. Saying so is great and all, but is that all right? In a game, the monsters only move according to the AI they're programmed with. Especially before big attacks, they'll do some preset behavior. That's how the player deals with it. If they can't, they can continue over and over again, so even an idiot can do it eventually. Anyway, maybe you could douse yourself with water before. Also, my meds can probably handle burns. But if it's too severe, you might be out of luck. Got CHA, I'll make sure to dodge. There's not a lot of pre-work we can do. In the end, we're mostly relying on our player skills. Did we miss anything? Not really, no. That thing moves like it looks, just like a dog. You know, those police dogs chasing after criminals. You've seen those on TV, right? It's like that, really fast-paced and all. Honestly, there's the scariest thing. I can barely run away with quick step, and Nishiyama's far away too. But it was bad. He was knocked down once, and turned into a bloody mess. You mean instant death? Nah, he was alive. And I tried closing in to save him, but by then, it was gonna blow fire, and it was in the way, so we couldn't use attack magic either. And in the end, we couldn't do a thing. And just ran away. Under those circumstances, plus due to negligence, they lost a comrade and returned utterly defeated. But them making it back without major injury can be considered more than lucky. So, that happened. The thought comes to mind, maybe Itakuan was betrayed by these two. However, from their talking about how helpful a thief is in dungeon capture, he shouldn't have been someone you can so easily cut away. As for that boss battle, I should just look at it like they just lacked the power. So, what do you think? After a break, wanna head to the boss? No, me and Futaba-san want to practice a bit more with skeletons, so can you guys wait some? There's no problem with that, but will you two be alright alone? If there's only skeletons, we'll be fine. So, let's go Futaba-san. Saying that half forcefully, I stand up. Actually, practice isn't the main reason. The prime objective is, yes, I have things I need to talk about with Futaba-san, alone. Futaba-san, you're pretty cautious of them, right? Making sure there aren't any skeletons inside, we pick and enter a random room, and I say that to break the ice. Yeah, I think it's too dangerous to trust other people just yet. Even the kind-hearted Futaba-san, with all her cruel experiences to date, spoke words of suspicion towards the two without stammer. I think so too. That's why I lied. I have no regrets. I was anxious whether they'd see through it though. In all likelihood, they could be lying too. Like actually, Nishiyama-san can shoot air Sagitta chantless. Or like Hirono-kun has other battle arts too. If it's secrets, we all have some. By lying, you mean about me? I'm glad you stayed quiet. Kinda thought you'd suddenly go actually, I'm a berserker or something. And no, I wouldn't. I can at least read the mood okay. That's why she stayed out of most of the conversation, I bet. We hadn't considered this situation, and it'd be hard to match our stories. Throwing all the explaining business to me was the right choice for Futaba-san. We should have thought about the possibility of sudden encounters like this and decided on a code of action. That's my only small regret. I'm reflecting on it. But I never thought there'd suddenly be classmates at the jump destination. We'll need to be careful next time. Or they could suddenly come attacking. Futaba-san's vigilance is churning full throttle. But this level of caution is just right. I think you know, but we'll be working together with them for now. Are you sure? You've seen their power. They've got better vocations than me at least. That's not true. My slight self-derision replied with such a strong denial, I get a bit surprised. You don't need to deny it so hard. Sorry. No, it's fine, I appreciate the pat on the back. Well, I guess it's true that I saved her life once. I'm glad I was a shaman instead of some half-baked fighter type, is something say only for that occasion. Anyway, those two can at least listen to reason, and making more allies should make it safer in the long run, I guess. That's, well, true. But after beating the boss, they'll still be with us, right? Is that a problem? On the contrary, after the boss, if we go, welp, see ya, it's even more awkward. Not that. But, you don't know when they'll betray. Like in my case. Yeah, you're right. In my case, it was the matter of Higuchi one-sidedly attacking me, so I have my guard up against that, but getting abandoned when the going gets tough, that kind of pattern isn't something fully engraved in me. I get it technically, but for Futaba-san who's actually gone through that kind of betrayal, it's natural she won't be able to trust someone just because they're a bit friendly. If possible, I'd like to avoid getting into big trouble though. Anyone will try and save their own skin. They could last minute betray an ally. But on the contrary, if we have smooth progress, there's no reason for that to happen. What we need is, rather than a relation of trust, we need enough power to secure safety. So you mean, from now on, we should try to ally with as many classmates as we can, right? Yeah, but not Higuchi though. I'll curse those guys to hell. Fun. I laugh half joking, half serious. Yep, you can do it, Momokawa-kun. But if you give me a gentle, full smile agreement to that, I get a feeling much complicated. More so, since Futaba-san has a more pacifist-like image to her. Anyway, we gotta take down that boss before any of that. So we'll practice? Yes. I needed to talk properly with Futaba-san, but the part about wanting to practice is also true. The skeleton is truly a convenient practice partner. Before entering this area, what monster, at what timing, how many, we didn't know a thing. It was all a per encounter basis, so the best we could do was avoiding fights we could avoid. But here, we can fight skeletons in peace. Open space, known enemy, low numbers. It could be that, after leaving here, we'll never get to such a beginner-friendly area. I want to see if I can get a little more out of Blackhair and Mud Doll. Futaba-san too, isn't it better if you get more confidence in your repel and foresight? Yeah, that's true, Momokawa-kun. I'll try them out. Thus, our leveling began. Chapter 33, Practice Part Point 2. Blackhair Bind. Raven hair flies out from the shadows to coil around the ankle of a wandering skeleton. But this time, it wasn't flayed like weeds, but taut as a rope, twining around the monster. Yes, braiding is a go. Yes, what came upon invoking was the punishing Blackhair in its newly braided glory. In the fight with the great frog, my Blackhair bind couldn't do a thing. With only those few strands of hair coiling about, a monster can all too easily shake it off. At present, my Blackhair bind is the only thing useful in battle, that too, only at restraining the enemy, so I'll focus on excelling at that. But it's not like a game where I can put in accumulated skill points to the skill I want to improve. That being, how does this strengthening work anyway? I've thought of 3 ways. Number 1, by simply being granted powerful abilities. The so-called level up. But this method depends on God's whim, so how much I need to fight to get a new skill, or more so, what skill will be granted, I can't choose anything. God knows when I'll get to power up, literally. Number 2, by repeatedly using a skill, I'll attain mastery. If you could call it a proficiency leveling system, then my gamer senses will start tingling, and even if it's not the case, there's always the saying that practice makes perfect. This not being mere coincidence is proved by the existence of Hirono-kun and Nishiyama-san, who've constantly kept using their techniques and magic. Though there's no dramatic rise in strength, they still got used to using their skills themselves, something that is indispensable in the rush of battle. There's more than enough merit in training, or more like, from here onwards, it'll likely become absolute necessity. And last but not least, the method 3 is ingenuity. This is where, even without the ability's strength or effect changing, using it in a different way or two can lead to many other applications. Futaba-san using her berserker strength to throw stones can also be said to be one form of ingenuity. With that, me braiding the strands of my Blackhair bind is that so-called ingenuity that I have just successfully implemented. The result is plain as day. Rather than separated strands of hair, all of them working together visibly increases their toughness. So it really worked her. You did it. That's great, Momokawa-kun. Futaba-san's praising words honestly feels great. Incidentally, the skeleton restrained with the braided bind was promptly pulverized with a blow from Futaba-san's battle axe. It kinda sounds obvious, but the image is pretty important. When I gave it a try without thinking too hard about it, it was a splendid failure. But then, after thinking about how braiding works, and actually trying it a bit of my longish hair to solidify the image, the result is voila. Alright, next is the length and number, let's get crackin'. It's been several dozen minutes that I've been walking around with Futaba-san in the passages. Peeking through rooms, we encounter foes. Feels pretty much like grinding in an RPG. Looks like this is it for now. Results, hair length extends to 2 meters. Number of braids, a maximum of 2. When making 2, the length of each is cut to half, that is, to 1 meter, is what I've determined. And after binding and playing around with many skeletons, as usual, Futaba-san destroys them. Thinking carefully, we may look like we're doing something cruel, but I can explain it away such that this is all for science. I mean, the other party's coming at us with the intent to kill, so why not? It's amazing, Momokawa-kun. The curses are getting to be really something. Enno, you flatter me, ahaha. with the joyous smile and straightforward compliments from Futaba-san. Man, it's embarrassing. I'm not the type that gets praised in general, so with the compliments coming in on rapid fire, it's really more embarrassing than anything. If she keeps this up, I might just become a good-for-nothing very quickly. Kind, great at cooking, plus compliments galore, Futaba-san. I wonder if she's trying to become a machine that produces hopeless men. Anyway, I'll test out Mud Doll next. Yeah, go for it, Momokawa-kun. Being watched over under a gaze like that of an affectionate mother, I get myself together and concentrate on curse practice. This time, I'm testing if you can make the doll with something other than mud. More like, can't I use monster materials to make a really powerful doll, is the encompassing thought and goal. The uselessness of the mud doll is obvious looking at the battle with the great frog. I need to at least increase the resilience a bit more, or else it won't even serve as a distraction. Currently, it only amounts to the level of collecting chump change doing street performances or something. However, if it is the case that, depending on the material, I can create powerful dolls, the dream gets bigger all at once. Now, arise, my strongest servant. Ah, there's no mud, is what I realized after gathering the remnants of skeletons and arranging them into what would become the doll's skeleton. My increasingly rising tension, upon such a reality, underwent a sharp decline. The curse's name even has mud in it, so not including it as a production element, I don't foresee the process coming to fruition. So you really need the mud? Yeah, with a skeletal structure from skeletons, and using mud to make the meat, is the image I had in mind. We have water, but if only I had just a bit more sand. Aha. Then, contrary to the gentle cry, the sounds of destruction were brutal. What the, I thought, but then saw, bashing her battle axe into the wall in full swing, there was Futaba-san. Ah, look, I did it, Momokawa-kun. There's sand now, see. What Futaba-san struck apart was the stone wall with the thickness of a cinder block. The blade of the axe had eaten through the wall, reaching the other side, from where the underground sand spewed out. Speaking of the dungeon's construction, we must be underground. So breaking a wall, you'll be presented with the soil bed beyond, would be the correct in theory. But for actually testing that out, you'd need to get past those unreasonably tough walls. Thanks. Though I continue to be astounded at how naturally she wields her berserker strength, since I got what I wanted, I can do nothing but thank Futaba-san. Anywho, now I can continue the experiment creating a mud doll with skeleton parts. The image is important. As for the prep work for this curse, I remember it fine from having done it before. So, all that's left is to finish the form, imaging vividly, and try it out. Rise from chaos, bind in foul blood, stand on stained earth. Atop the floor, I have the bone fragments of skeleton arranged in a human shape. On top of that, I take the sand provided by Futaba-san and mix it with the fairy square water in the plastic bottle, creating mud and adding it to the structure. The make is simple to the extreme, so there's no complicated imaging necessary either. If this fails, then I don't think it'll work no matter how many ways I try. So, pretty please ruin Hilda-sama. Let me have just a bit more hope. Offering up such a prayer, I let drops of fresh blood fall onto the human shape of mud. Vile mud doll. And the results are made clear immediately. Yes, it's alive. Bestowed with cursed life, the mud doll stood tall adhering my command. Its appearance, practically same as the first one. The bones were framed inside so the outside is tinted mud brown. But there was one fundamental difference. This one, it's like it's wearing a mask. Yes, just as Futaba-san commented, the mud doll this time is wearing a mask. It was a fragment of bone I had put inside the head area. Shaped like a pie graph with 60% filled, the fragment was perfectly tacked on the mud doll's face. Hell yes, it's really adapting to the material. The once useless vile mud doll, it's now time to peer into your endless possibilities. Okay, next let's make a bigger one. With rising tension like a salmon swimming up a raging waterfall assailing me, I make towards the next experiment without a moment wasted. Speaking of, the material for the next version is all ready. This room contains 2 skeletons that we defeated. One had its body smashed to bits and was unreminiscent of its former form, but the other had only its cranium completely blown off, with its body left as is. These are ones I had left for Futaba-san to defeat beforehand. Though her enemy were dull-headed skeletons, seeing such splendid results, I can't help but think she's gotten quite used to battle. At the very least, I can't see her losing even if she's surrounded by mobs like Goma or Red Dogs. Hey, Momokawa-kun. Isn't it like, if you make it bigger, you'll need that much more blood for it? As I was diligently molding away mud on the life-sized skeleton in high spirits, Futaba-san suddenly raised a doubt. Yeah, I guess so. But I really want to see how far I can take this mud doll. If it gets dangerous, I'll stop, don't worry. It's not like I'll willingly let out my blood till I die or anything. With a bit of my ointment, the tiny cut is easy mode. There's no danger to be found. Alright, if you say so. Be careful, okay? I wonder how long passed after I inattentively replied, yeah. Anyway, covering the life-sized skeleton with mud would be inefficient without anything like a shovel, so it took a good while longer. At one point, we went back to get a refill of water. Hirono-kun and Nishiyama-san looked at us with strange eyes as we were hurriedly collecting water from the fountain all covered in mud, but I can't be concerned about that right now. And, it's done. After much elbow grease, the mud doll's body is finally conceived. Structure-wise, it's literally the same as the one just before. Only the size is of human height. Though primarily, the goal is to get a large mud doll, this experiment also counts as a test to see if multiple can be controlled together. So the one made before is left as is. If everything goes well, the life-sized mud doll moves around, then, along with a decently sized doll in my possession, it'll be possible to birth a good number of them at the same time. Like, let us forge the strongest servant army. Well, here goes nothing. Why yeah. Feeling Futaba-san's gaze, as she swallows her spit in suspense, watching over me, I challenge the second curse trial. Rise from chaos. I let down the first drop of blood. The drop of red falls straight down. It hits the human shape at the forehead area. And, whew, comes a dizziness. Bind in foul blood. What was that? Must be nothing. I thought, during which 2 drops, 3 drops, are let to fall. And, when those come into contact with the mud doll, stand on stained earth. The world swivels. My vision violently rocks. The mud doll I was looking at goes far away. Before I know it, I find myself looking at pure white light. Ah, this is the room's light panel. Which means, I fell down, I guess. Momokawa-kun. It looks as if it's supposed to be loud, but her voice felt terribly far. I'm fine. I turn to Futaba-san to try and give her some reassurance, when my vision obscures. After that, any more thoughts were. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 34. Everyday Conversations Between High School Boys. Momokawa dude, that's just mana exhaustion, right? Says Hirono-kun with an exasperatedly wry face. So that kind of thing really happens. In the middle of producing the life-sized mud doll, I suddenly lost conscience and collapsed. I don't remember the moments around when that happened, but according to Futaba-san, that seems to be the case. According to Nishiyama-san, Futaba-san rushed into the fairy square with me in a princess carry with such a fierce glare that the two of them unconsciously grabbed their weapons or something or other. Anywho, those two who were familiar with the concept of mana exhaustion, right away recognized my symptoms to be pertaining to that, and thus let me sleep. Mana exhaustion, just as the words describe, it's a state where the mana in the body is depleted, otherwise said, a state of starvation. I don't know how much of this mana, this veritable fantasy energy, is amassed inside our bodies, but anyway, magic and curses seem to expend it when invoked. At least, as a mage, Nishiyama-san has a feel for it. Apparently, she had once gotten carried away, and used air Sagitta so much, she fell into symptoms indicating mana exhaustion. She has first-hand experience. Of course, she hasn't done something like me, instantly draining all mana and suddenly fainting. But anyway, my collapsing was caused by that. My mana was apparently not nearly enough to activate a life-sized mud doll. Then how do we increase this MP thing anyway? That's like, you just gotta keep fighting as a mage, and it'll go up eventually. Hirono-kun replies, stating the general theory. I guess it's like stamina after all. You train yourself and get more. Yeah, Nishiyama can shoot more than she could way back when, so the level ups are real, man. I'm increasingly thankful for Nishiyama-san's experience as a mage. Anyway, just take a breather for now. The man'll recover eventually and y'all be as good as new. Thanks. Sorry, I'll be taking up that offer then. It's fine, we are thinking to take a nap before challenging the boss anyway. Look, it's right around midnight right now. Hirono-kun told me with a glance at the G-Shock around his left wrist. Where a smartphone would run out of battery in no time, a wristwatch can be used to tell time for a long time. A clock sure is convenient. Momokawa-kun, the food's done. Let's get back to bed, I guess, I thought lazily, when Futaba-san's voice came from the other side of the fountain. That yeah. Thanks, I said, but I had a slightly bad feeling about this. After I woke up, Futaba-san and I celebrated my return to good health. After that, she cheerfully started making food. I had the lighter collected from Tokushima-kun, so making a fire went without issue. I've been hearing the crackling snaps of open fire for the past while. Then, floated in the savory scent of meat. Frankly, it smells great. For a while, we've been making like squirrels, dinner being walnuts and walnuts only, so this smell really tickles the taste buds. No wait, please wait. Amongst our belongings, things like spare ribs, bacon strips, or sausages, we had none of those. Just what kind of high schooler would be carrying around raw meat anyway? But then, the delicious meat that Futaba-san is roasting, just where did it? Here, this is the juiciest portion. Eat this, and you'll be golden. With an almost dazzling smile of a caring mother, Futaba-san presents a piping hot lump of meat that gave an impression of broiled eel. With a large fairy walnut leaf garnished on top, a truly savage-feeling dish. Thanks. Gulp, I swallow my spit. This isn't in anticipation of the cuisine. It's from the stress. I only had salt for seasoning, but I'm sure it's cooked nice and deep. You sure about that? No really, this otherworld snake, how the hell do you cook it nice and deep? That's right, this meat is that snake we caught in the place with the Great Frog's Lake. I clearly remember how Futaba-san fluently drained its blood and secured this important source of protein like a practiced hunter. That very thing has, right now, become a dish and served to me. The spicing used, otherworld rock salt. The pair of provided chopsticks, which are probably from Futaba-san's lunchbox, I take them in hand, and decide to accept the meal. I can't betray Futaba-san's goodwill. In front of that smile, I didn't have the courage to reject this food without even a bite. Peeking to the side, I see the drawn-away expressions of the Hirono-Nishiyama couple. Those two should be aware of the origins of the meat I'm about to introduce to my tongue. Can't expect re-enrollments. Let's get ready, and give this snake meat a taste, shall we? To hell with poison, I'll eat it plate and all. I'm digging in. Like a man, I roughly bite into the broiled flesh pinched between the chopsticks. Delicious. After a modest supper, the four of us decided to retire for the day. The fairy square is safe, so lucky for us, there's no reason to go out of our way to keep watch. Us being only students, staying up in alternating shifts wouldn't fully dispel our fatigue from the day. Hey, Momokawa. Snake meat is pretty good, her. Yeah, if only I knew, we should have caught some more. Languidly lying on the soft grass, I exchange words with Hirono-kun. Being well into adolescence, we can't just snuggle up four together, so the sleeping area is divided between the sexes centering around the fountain. You can't see the other side without circling over. Furthermore, at a distance where the other side wouldn't hear conversations unless you shout. You gotta to tell us when you find other things we can eat. Intuition pharmacy, right? Sure thing. But it wouldn't have tasted as good if you guys didn't have the Goma rock salts. This is completely a miss on my end, but actually, among the Goma's possessions there certainly existed clumps of rock salt. For the Goma warriors hunting in the dungeon, it could be called a necessity as, thought dirted, most of them carried rock salts on their person. That this would become a source of minerals lacking in fairy walnuts was a piece of information made available in the now deceased Itakuan's text message info quite early on. Those survival essentials type info. Give it to all of us, damn it. I quietly curse the kingdom's incompetence. By the way, I kinda wanna ask, that alright? Hey, what's up, all of a sudden? Suddenly, Hirono-kun drew in his face close and asked. This behavior, looks like the talk is on the hush. Did ya seal the deal with Futaba-san already? This question, I wasn't pure enough, nor was I failing so hard in health education class, so as I wouldn't understand. What were you saying, man? That kind of course not. Oh, that reaction's pretty fishy. You guys actually done it once, didn't CHA? We didn't, damn it. He displayed a slightly lecherous smile, and ended his inquisition for now. Like, what's with that all of a sudden? Man, just curious, you know. I suppose it's like that. But that doesn't mean you gotta lay it on so straight. Well, I mean, since it's just us guys here, I guess I'll ask. What about Hirono-kun then? That, with Nishiyama-san. Well, you know, we like. Yap. No way. Too loud, dumbass. So my suspicions were spot on. So, you guys redating now? Yeah, guess it's like that. A kind of boastful, embarrassed grin. But there's also the hint of flaunting of someone who has graduated from his virginity and become a full-fledged man. No, but seriously, when it had died, me and her, we took it pretty damn hard. Yeah, that's like, I kinda get how it'd go into that flow from there. And no, like, it wasn't just on the spur aight. I'm pretty serious about her. Well, I'll leave it at that. Quite the lovebirds, these two. Aren't we, intruding? Not at all, man. Just us two, we couldn't beat that boss after all. I'm glad we didn't suddenly pop up in the middle of fun. Illinois bastard, Hirono-kun poked at me. That hurts, man. At least wipe off the pervy look. What about you then? Never feel like doing it? I will. Don't. But then, I end up replying in a way that screams I'm only thinking of that. Knew it, Hirono-kun snickered he. Well, Futaba-san's got those huge jugs. I feel you, bro. Yeah, it's that. LL be crazy if I can get with her, Momokawa. Can't really put it between Nishiyamas. I'm so jealous, man. Delusions churning full throttle, but for men, this is only natural. Therefore, I cannot criticize Hirono-kun as vulgar. Sorry, dude, but I've been fantasizing at levels of fetishism far more profound than yours. Also see, Futaba-san, she's gotten kinda thinner, right? Really? Now that he mentions it, I can't say it doesn't seem like that. I wonder. I'm somehow always focused towards Futaba-san's giant breasts and ass. Those tremendous entities draw in my eyes like they've got gravitational pull, so I never noticed if she got thinner. But yeah, she's been fighting a lot as of late. Since I met her pretty close to the beginning, it's like I couldn't notice because I was always together. That's right, Futaba-san's def's gotten thinner, man. Popping those power seeds burns intense calories, so it's like a diet pill. There's naturally food restrictions when it comes to dungeon life, and exercise is unavoidable. A little longer, and she could maybe slim down enough that even I can tell. Dude, Futaba-san gets slim, she'd be crazy hot, right? Who knows? I say these words, but who am I kidding? Of course she'd be crazy hot. I mean Futaba-san, she's got a pretty cute face even now. And if there's a bit less fat on her cheeks and neck, with her big round eyes, she'll totally get that healing type hottie, Bishijo, face. And most important to consider after the volume decrease, is that awe-inspiringly great chest and butt. With her drum-like waist thinning just a bit, her ginormous jugs would garner her a gravure idol-level erotic body. That's just plain fact. Don't fret, if you ever feel like it, I got your back. Like, you guys get together, and both you and Mill get to have some quality fun time, right? So that's the game. With both couples doing what couples do, we'll both be cool with it. Certainly, only one side going woohoo in the nighttime makes it really awkward. At worst, there might be resentment born in there too. In other words, it's a double dating plan. Of course, me doing lewd activities with Futaba-san, I fantasize about it, but practically never think of putting it to practice. Not just Futaba-san, for me, Something like a girl is a faraway existence. I mean, I'm an otaku, a virgin too. I don't get how IRL girls think at all. Well, even if me and Futaba-san don't get together, I'll make it so we disappear sometimes so you guys can be alone together, so don't worry about that. Hee, that's wicked, Momokawa. I mean, it's not like I have any special feelings of attraction towards Nishiyama-san, so I won't be getting jealous of Hirono-kun in the first place. In fact, this level of consideration is great if we want our cooperation pact to become something more solid. If possible, I'd like to have time alone with Futaba-san as well. No, not in a lewd way, but as an ally I can trust. Aight, then after we beat the boss, I'll take you up on that offer. After we beat the boss, and get to the next fairy square, sure thing. Come that time, I hope you two can slowly enjoy your time. Chapter 35, Authoress. It's 9 a.m. We'd be in first period of class right about now. Hirono-kun determined the time on his G-Shock, and spoke in a somewhat heavy tone. You guys ready? To those words, we all nod. We're armed to the utmost. The plan's also good. All that's left is to venture forth. Damn right, let's get that boss. Ooh, we shout out as we rush off from the fairy square. Perhaps the skeletons were reading the mood that we are headed for a boss battle. There wasn't a single one coming out into the passage. Naturally, the passage not being particularly long, we passed through in no time, and arrived in front of a room, the so-called boss room, containing the transfer circle. Final check, Momokawa, on you. We enter the room and first, Futaba-san and Nishiyama-san preemptively do stone throwing and Sagitta respectively. I'll use my fever in there too, but don't expect much. We do this until it gets close enough. This preemptive strike will be a success if the enemy gets a decent amount of damage, or also if it gets cautious and keeps a distance. Scariest thing would be if it suddenly jumped us, and us getting an early casualty without even time to think. We have to avoid a second Itakuen no matter what. Once the boss gets into range, Hirono-kun and Futaba-san will work on holding it off. I'll look for a chance to bind the boss dog with my black hair. Nishiyama-san stays on cover fire. There's no risk of mana exhaustion. Nishiyama-san can shoot quite a few of her air Sagitta, and if I only concentrate on black hair bind, I can maintain it for a decent amount of time. Once it gets close, we just have to keep fighting it. But if one of you two get pushed back, it'll be a pinch but also a chance. There's only one enemy. Even if Futaba-san or Hirono-kun, one of them is beaten, the other one can use that opening to launch a powerful strike. Losing Itakuen, with just the two of them, the Hirono-Nishiyama couple's fatal weakness, is that they can't take advantage of the boss predating behavior. If Hirono-kun is thrown down first, Nishiyama-san, who doesn't possess any powerful battle art, can't deal a significant blow. Worst case, she could cast Air Blast, but then, with the wide area explosion that magic generates, Hirono-kun, who's pancaked to the floor, won't get out fine. If it breaks past the vanguard and gets to either me or Nishiyama-san, Futaba-san in my case, and Hirono-kun in Nishiyama-san's, one of you will come deal the blow. Why we're separating cases like this? It's because we don't want the two of them to get confused as to who will do what. In doubles tennis, when the ball comes right between both players in a team, it'll be within both their hitting ranges, but both will let it through, is a common phenomenon. We can't afford that kind of miss in this fight. Especially since it's a newly made party. We can't match our breaths and do anything like perfectly synchronized movements. Furthermore, the one they should save, if that person is clearly decided beforehand, they'll be able to move better when the time comes. Because it's when you're amateurs in battle, that in critical moments you go oh no, while your head goes blank. Moreover, even if we decide all this, your role can change any time depending on the situation and best choices present. But still, we should have these things decided just in case, is our opinion. Once the boss gets even a little weakened, everyone will gang up on it. I'm sorry for the one getting injured, but beating it takes higher priority. If it isn't anything major, my meds can take care of it. That concludes the plan. Next, we only have to believe in our power and fight. There's nothing else to rely on anyway. Finally, I take a look at all three of their faces one more time. Just a few days passed, We saw each other in class but never even said a decent hi. We were related solely as classmates. And now, we're entrusting our lives to one another, going forth to challenge a fearsome monster. It feels kind of unreal. Still, holding our respective weapons, donned in slightly dirty uniforms, our figures ooze nothing but reality. Just for survival, a fight risking life and limb now starts. Everyone, here we go. Hell yeah. Hirono-kun shouts with might, along which Futaba-san and Nishiyama-san spiritedly follow, their voices echo into the dim passage. Thus, we pass through cave-like, doorless entrance where the man-eating beast sleeps. Futaba-san and Hirono-kun as vanguard. Me behind the former and Nishiyama-san behind the latter, we form two lines. Us in the rearguard can't get too separated from the other two. There's a higher risk of us getting targeted, but if we're too distanced, our helpline will be cut off. This is probably the best formation we have. Where is it? I think, up there. The room was as large as a gymnasium. Like the rooms where skeletons come out, there are multiple pillars on both sides. It's reminiscent of a temple, but other than the pillars, there's no other form of decor, a dreary room. The multiple light panels on the ceiling only let out dim light, so there's difficulty seeing. The corners of the room are too dark to make out. But, rather than concerning myself with the corners, I focus on what Hirono-kun meant by up there. Truly like a gym in the dungeon, raised in the back of the room is a single stage. With stairs on both sides, the stage was just around 2 stories high. It's likely that the transfer circle is engraved up there. Suspecting as such, I look over to the stage. When I heard it, grr, the beast's growl. It's there, it's Def's there. Momokawa-kun. Wait, looks like it's coming here. In the bad sense of tension, I certainly saw the apparent shadow of the boss landing on the ceiling from the reflected light. Seems like it has also noticed our presence. Just as expected, the boss appeared from on top of the stage, seeking out its new prey. It peeked out its face. I saw, like the red dog, but as if a completely different species from that frail one, it was a big, fearless, ferocious, and bloodthirsty face. Rather than a dog, it was a form more similar to that of a wolf. That fearsome, crimson wolf's visage. There were two. There's two heads glared at us. No, Momokawa-kun, that's... No way. There's 2 bosses, that's not the case at all. Just as Futaba-san denied the assertion, look there, see, there's only one boss. Because, that large brawny body like that of a lion, there was but one. WWH what the fuck, it's got 2 heads. No, how can, it's not the same one as before. A 2-headed red-furred wolf. That was the form of the boss appearing before us. Retreat. I yelled without a second thought. Scared? Of course. Right now, in front of the 2-headed red dog, the authoress, all of us are severely panicked. If we fight here, there's no doubt it'll go bad. And above all, there's no way its looks are for show. I can imagine it being at least stronger than the aforementioned big-sized red dog. The reason it's a different boss from the one Hirono-kun's team once fought, it could have been summoned by the dungeon system's whim, or perhaps the old one evolved after eating Itakun. I know practically nothing on the ecology of dungeon monsters, and right now, it doesn't matter in the least. What's important is, first and foremost, getting out of here and starting over. Look out, Momokawa-kun. I was the first to turn heel and dash towards the entrance, but along with Futaba-san's yell, my body strongly jerks. Looks like my collar was grabbed from behind and pulled with great strength. Ooh-wah. Or so I thought. I shouted, but my voice wouldn't reach my ears. Dazzling burst of flame and an ear-shattering explosion. That is, drawing a tail of crimson, a ball of light coming straight at me, is what I saw before I got pulled back. Whoa. Goddammit, the hell was that just then? Fire, it blew fire. Magic, that's gotta be magic. It's shooting fire magic. By the time I heard Hirono-kun and Nishiyama-san shouting out, I had separated from Futaba-san's hand and stood back up on my feet. Thanks, Futaba-san. Don't worry, more importantly, that wolf. What should we do? I once again look up to where the boss was. From the red dog, the authoress' sharp fangs peeking out of its mouths, seeming to be vestiges of the ball of fire that was shot. Sparks were blowing out. I saw it from both mouths, so both heads must have shot fireballs. Luckily, thanks to Futaba-san, I was spared with only feeling the heated winds. But, thinking back how it was pretty much a hair's breadth from the explosion, it probably doesn't pack much explosive force. However, the problem is the longevity. From moment of impact, it was roaring like oil on fire. Right there, the place I was heading to, the entrance. Oi, the hell Momokawa, ya tried to run and the exit's fucking gone now. You think that's my fault? I reflexively replied and, shit, I thought. Now's not the time for stupid internal conflict. But, now that Hirono-kuen's felt that my attempt to escape was an act of selfish cowardice, I can't just negate that impression with words. That boss had cunningly surmised that that hole in the wall was our one and only escape route, and acted to destroy it before anything else. Even if I didn't try to run, it's likely to have caused the explosion with the same timing. But, you're the one who saw the boss and ran right away. Yeah, that's right. Me trying to run before anything is the undeniable truth. If we had successfully retreated, you could calm down and realize that it was the right decision. But with the situation like this, of course this is what you say. Wait, I get it, it's my fault. But we can't keep arguing like this. The exit's gone, so we can just follow the plan and… Don't fuck around, it's your damn fault. Fix it, Momokawa. What were you thinking? We can't even escape anymore. Shit. Damn it all, we're done for. The two of them are near delirious. They aren't looking at the situation. More like, I don't know if I'm alright either. My heart's pounding and my head feels like it'll blank out any moment now. It's bad, it's crazy bad. I gotta do something. I was growing impatient. Wait, you guys, calm down already. If those two don't calm down, we can't fight. We can't fight, and the boss is already here. It's coming, Momokawa-kun. With Futaba-san's sharp warning, my head jolts up. Beside me, Hirono-kun and Nishiyama-san were also visibly trembling. They're scared too. They're also confused. Oi, wait up. Kia. As if meaning to say, the game's already started, stupid humans. The authoress lightly jumped down from the stage full of composure. It landed nimbly from the 2-story height like a cat. Though it's a dog. Its needlessly elegant movement, upon its legs contacting the ground, vanished. Like a gale, it dashes in a straight line. True to its appearance, the authoress commands terrific acceleration from its 4 legs. Like the form of a lion in its hunt I've seen on TV, but a many hundreds of times more intense. I could faint from just this. I can't make fun of those two screaming out. But here, it's do or die. Get a hold of yourself, Momokawa Kotaru. It's way too soon to throw in the towel. Futaba-san, start throwing. Entwine its escape. I don't know if Nishiyama-san will follow the plan with her Sagittars. I can only rely on Futaba-san, who didn't go blaming me. Once the battle starts, those two are gonna have to fight sooner or later. Anyway, the boss started coming at us, so there's no time for red fever. I chose to employ the physical suppressor, my black hair bind. Futaba-san's stones only scratch its undulating red fur, and as for my black hair, by the time it thrust out around its feet, it had jumped to dodge. And from the momentum, it leapt in the direction of Hirono-kun. Yuwa. Stoop. With a throaty scream, Hirono-kun fell over backwards. Unable to properly break his fall on the hard stone, his back struck painfully on the floor. He raised groans, and it doesn't seem like he can stand any time soon. For the boss, it should be the same like Itakuen with the pounce and devour pattern, but it didn't intend to get on top of Hirono-kun just yet. With both heads, it turned to the side. Yeah. With a loud swing of her axe, Futaba-san bravely cut towards the boss. Yet, the boss had already detected her attack, and with swift steps, jumped from the spot, evading Futaba-san's strike like it was no big deal. The floor hit by the powerful axe blade, scattered sparks. Don't give in, Hirono-kun. Stand up quick. Black hair bind. Calling out to the fallen swordsman, I enter to aid Futaba-san. I say that, but my powerless muscles can't possibly use my spear and get anywhere close, so I can only cast black hair bind. Futaba-san swings away a second, a third time, but as if reading the trajectory, the boss elegantly twists its body and dodges. To add, at its blind spot-like feet area where bundles of black hair were emerging, it dodged it all with light steps. Not a thread of hair could entwine. If that won't work, then, near reflexively, I thrust out my right hand. As if I'm releasing control of my limbs, I focus my conscience solely on the curse. More precise, more vivid, image it fully. The long strands of hair divide into 3. Then, one after another, one at a time, very carefully, braid it. See, you can do it. I did it. Beautiful braided hair. How's this? The umpteenth black hair bind, this time arranged in a braid, escaped the ground like a viper. That too the boss foresaw, dodging with a side step. However, this braided bind has long reach. I powerfully swing my right hand. As if linked to the movement, the braid sweeps at its feet. The length of the hair is around 3 meters. The boss had side-stepped to a distance, and it barely reached. Got him. Futaba-san. The boss left hind leg. Around the ankle, the braid whistled as it whipped through the air and coiled on. Twice, a third time, the hair winds around and steals its nimble feet. Ha! It's over. The boss can't go any further. Faced with the blade approaching with tremendous strength, the boss turned in 2 directions. The right head, glaring at the nearing Futaba-san. The left head, greatly turning back, stretching its neck. The target of its gaze, those annoying black hairs. Clink, a sound comes from its fang. Right after, the left head blows fire. Ah! I thought, but it had been too late. Not being metal or anything, the black hair that was only fibers, burned, immediately losing all binding ability. Its left foot released by the roaring flames, the boss regained its agility, and with a paper-thin margin, dodged Futaba-san's swing. This time wasn't a composed step, but a steep dodge meant for evading. Still, the axe once again beat the floor, and with its barely scraped by dodge, the boss attained the chance to counter. Within arm's reach, there stood an enemy who had swung her axe full power, and is currently chock full of openings. Gu. With that groan, Futaba-san's large body was flung through the air like nothing. Her abdomen was struck with a piercing dog punch. In no time, Futaba-san's body took many meters of distance rolling on the floor, finally coming to a stop when it hit a pillar in a corner of the room. Futaba-san. I shouted out, not only for concern of her well-being. The powerful vanguard that was Futaba-san having been blown away, distance to the powerless rearguard that is me, opened up right away. Position-wise, the boss can vie to finish of Hirono-kun who's still down, or change its target, praying for me or Nishiyama-san. What now? Having nothing better than black hair bind in terms of resistance, I can only watch what it does. And with no obstructions coming from anywhere, the boss takes the optimum action. Gowit howled, as both heads clinked their fangs. The pair of mouths shoot out a brilliant band of flame. A fire beam. The blazing fire strangely made a loose curve in the air, as Futaba-san was trying to get up, towards her. No, the fire impacted around her as if trying to encage her. Ah, fuck. It split us. I swallow my breath at its ability and tactical operation. Deeming Futaba-san as the biggest risk factor, it cast flames onto her surroundings, sealing her. A jail of fire with radius 5 meters was formed at a corner of the room. You. Momokawa-kun. From beyond the vigorously flickering flame, came Futaba-san's voice. Seems like she hasn't become barbecued pig, so that's a relief. The boss could have aimed its fire beam at Futaba-san herself, finishing her off for good, but it didn't. Maybe it's making light of us. It could also just prefer its meat raw. It's great that Futaba-san is alright, but my situation hasn't changed in the slightest. Wait, Futaba-san. Don't try forcing out of there. Wait till the fire dies down a bit more. We'll manage here somehow. I shout as I take a peek at the entrance that was blocked at the start. Kind of, looks like the fire there died down a bit. The wall of fire won't surge eternally, it's the greatest proof. That's why, there's no reason Futaba-san needs to become a human torch trying to forcefully pass through the flame wall. Her injured, and we lose a lot of the battle power needed to beat the boss. So, we have to endure here. No matter what, I'll buy time until Futaba-san comes back. As if sneering at my determination, the beast amusedly growls full of composure, eagerly aiming its 2 heads at me and leers. Maybe I'll eat this guy, it could me thinking. I clumsily point my spear, and Nishiyama-san next to me is still dumbfoundedly grabbing onto her wand. Only the beast's growl echoes, a strange, quiet time passes. Goo. Damn. Result. The boss chose Hirono-kun, who'd gotten back up to his knees. The 2 heads viciously bore its fangs, this time aiming to make sure he stays down. You where? Kia. As Hirono-kun and Nishiyama-san's screams reverberate, I try making use of black hair bind in hopes of restraining it. Bind. Even more focus than before. This time I called forth 2 braids. I'm getting better, but I don't have time to get happy about that. I aim the braid snakes rising from the ground towards the boss heads as if to lash it. Gah. Hot. Too hot. Damn it. Still, my upgraded black hair bind is also powerless in the face of flames. Both were quickly annihilated with bursts of fire beam. The boss assault on Hirono-kun isn't abated in the slightest. A bit of hesitation, but resolve made. We can't go losing Hirono-kun at this stage. I give up on useless curses, and determine to attack directly with my spear. With an embarrassingly shrill war cry, I dash my shaking legs towards the boss. Close, too close. It's crazy big from up close. With a boost from the power seed I swallowed on before entering the boss room, I unleash my strike. As the boss is pushing down Hirono-kun, I aim to stab at its flank. I can't think it can dodge at this closer distance. But as the cruel world would have it, the spear with my awl cut only air. Nothing fancy, the boss known for its agile body, simply jumped out of the way. The beast landed as if unaffected by gravity, which is when Hirono-kun cried out, seeming on the verge of death. Looking, I find his neck gushing out blood. Just before the boss dodged, it apparently had its fangs lodged in quite deep. Hirono-kun. This is bad, if I don't stop the bleeding now, he'll definitely die. Luckily, my bag contains a decent amount of ointment. If I rub some on, the blood should stop somewhat. But then, I won't have time for that. This is a real-life fight, not a turn-based RPG you can take your sweet time considering all the choices. Where? The boss begins its counterattack. Perhaps deciding Hirono-kun is already 1 foot on the other side, it now aimed at me who had come attacking. Naturally, being neither swordsman nor berserker, as one with the weakest vocation known as Shaman, from this distance, with this timing, a form of resistance cannot be hoped for. What do I thought, as the boss body closed in with frightening speed. With a pathetically girly scream, I fall back onto the floor. It hurts. Pain as if all the air in my lungs was pressed out. But this pain is only the beginning. The author's hungry head is already right in front of me, spreading its drool. War. Fangs closing in. Speaking of what I responded with, I reflexively put up my hands. Of course, I'd long let go of the spear, and as for taking out any sub-weapons like the box cutter or goma dagger, there was no time to even think of it. My arm that can't even break away a decent branch from a fairy walnut tree is injected deeply by the wolf's fangs. Discarding all pride and shame, I scream. The pain in my arm quickly supersedes the limit of pain I can hope to bear. Like a ravenous beast, it will devour my arm, I thought so. But contraria, the boss mouth separated. Jaya, a slightly pained growl enters my ears at the same time. That's right, you eat me. And you're done for too. Curse number 2 pain return is doing its job. The tearing on my arm from the boss fang replicates back on its 4 leg. In its moment's falter, I gain the chance to counter. This time for sure, I'll draw that goma dagger on my belt, and with no other thoughts, just slash away at the hairy red body in front of me. It's tougher than I thought. The slightly rusted blade dug through the fur and a slight bit of meat, and stopped, nothing close to a fatal blow. Shit, I can't even stick in a knife sitting down like this. But I can maybe stab and... Jaya. A scream comes from both heads of the boss. As if wary of my slashing, it disregarded possible damage from pain return, and mercilessly dug its claws into my collar. GAA. Stupid. Mutt. This mutt, maybe it doesn't actually realize the damage from pain return is coming back to it. My shoulder radiated pain from skin-tearing claws, and pressure from its pushed-down forepaw so strong, I thought my bones would break. The boss is supposed to be tasting the same pain, but this mutt doesn't look like it's letting go anytime soon. But there's no fatal blow like snapping off my neck. If it wanted, it could gouge off my thin neck with one bite. That must mean it really is cautious of my pain return, and can't get in the mind to deal the finisher. Me and the boss continue tasting the same pain, neither one giving in. Sharp pain eats into my body, my breath almost stopping with the weight of the boss pressuring over me. Will I die like this, taking this guy along with me? And when I thought that, En Nishiyama, shoot. Shoot it nu. It was Hirono-kun. I direct my glance where he's desperately stopping his bleeding with a hand, shakily standing up. Hirono. But. It's fine. Just shoot. Shoot, damn it. Shoot your blast. Momokawa and all. My spine freezes. Not good. With my label as a coward trying to run away first, she'll lose the resistance to shooting an ally. God fucking damn it. I didn't do anything wrong. But if this was gonna happen, I would have never done it. Stormed with irredeemable, humiliating regret, I can only keep suppressing the boss approaching fangs. I'll shoot. I heard the countdown of death. Shit. Stop it you idiots. That's friendly fire assholes. My head teeming with words of curse, but also, can't be helped. You can sacrifice this weakling shaman and beat the boss. Hip hip hooray for you. Some cooled down thoughts are in there too. The boss being the boss, it doesn't notice the attack magic aiming towards it. It's like, while attacking me and getting back the pain, it's losing its reason and needlessly focusing on me. Each and every one of them, myself included, were all hopeless. Air Blast. Chapter 36, Selection. Surrounded by raging flames, Futaba Maiko felt a true sense of crisis. She could feel the scorch singeing at her skin. But fortunately, the blaze isn't actually grilling her in here, she realizes. Most likely, this is the same as the flames sealing the entrance, it will only burn around her. You, Ast. I have to get out fast. Though her body itself wasn't on fire, if she kept waiting around in here, she felt she would get baked from the heat bit by bit. The wall of flame wasn't the only thing pressuring Maiko. Kotaru and the others were likely having an extremely tough fight. Sounds of screams and roars were coming in. Tormented by the heat waves, Maiko couldn't decipher the contents of those yells, but anyway, she needed to return at this moment if possible, or they could be annihilated, she imagined. She must hurry. But, just as Kotaru said, if she forcefully broke through the wall, she could be wounded to the level of becoming an obstruction in battle. She must escape, and at the same time, must limit the damage to the bare minimum. It was a Mission Impossible-like situation, but Maiko, who had since obtained courage, kept her coolness of mind even as time was approaching zero. If Kotaru's words are to be believed, the fire would begin to die down in some amount of time. And for Maiko, there was nothing she could believe more, in this cruel otherworld dungeon, than his words. There. Seeing the flames encircling her weaken for an instant, Maiko resolved her will, and attempted to escape from the prison of fire. Fortunately, she felt an instance of heat, her uniform scorched slightly at the hems, but otherwise she broke through safe and sound. From the momentum of jumping out, twice, 3 times, she rolled on hard stone and stood up when she was struck with that scene of despair. Can't be. Momokawa-kun. Following her gaze, there was Momokawa Kotaru, blood-smeared, and collapsed like a broken doll. Limbs sprawled, he showed no signs of movement. Could he be dead? At a glance, it couldn't be determined. Nay, to begin with, something like his death would never be accepted by Maiko. With no time to ponder, the ferocious roar of the boss echoes. Having the body and senses of a berserker, Maiko turns her attention to the beast. The fearsome 2-headed authoress was, however, blooded all over, and didn't seem as strong as just before. It has sustained significant damage. The fact that the boss has weakened could be seen from a glance. Before celebrating the chance to defeat the boss, Maiko notices Kotaru and the boss, they're both equally blooded. Every one of their wounds looked all the same, but also there was another person there, similarly fallen all-blooded. Pain return. Recalling the power of that curse, Maiko connects all the dots. Nishiyama-san, Momokawa-kun, did you shoot him? From Maiko's gentle eyes, an unimaginably sharp glare shoots. Its destination, one high school girl holding her wand, trembling in a pool of blood. Ouch. Why? I didn't mean to. Nishiyama's expression, despairing as if she had committed a mistake she could never take back, was all it took. Bodies cut in multiple lines. Kotaru, authoress, Nishiyama. Air blast and pain return. As the authoress was biting into Kotaru, Nishiyama shot them together. There was no other way to explain the situation. I see. You betrayed Momokawa-kun. Speaking frigid words, Maiko moved. Drawing her axe without a moment's hesitance, the boss and Nishiyama, she observed the two. As Maiko moved, so does the authoress bare its claws and charge. As if seeking back its lost blood, it hungers for new prey. The starved wolf's aim is, naturally, being the closest, and in addition, one it can predate on at ease. Boasting nothing close to any superhuman physical strength, it would be the frail girl known as a wind mage. Air Sagitta. Regardless that she herself was also wounded by blades of wind, that she could yet resist with her wind magic, was only because of her little but fruitful experience in dungeon capture. However, starved for blood, the boss wouldn't mind a few cuts of wind blade at this point, and it pushed down the powerless girl. Kia. Nu. Help me. Please, Futaba-san. Maiko was all but calmly observing the boss greedily eyeing its feed. Screams from a traitor, she could hear such a thing all day and her heart wouldn't even itch. Calmly, serenely, her heart made crystal clear. Focusing on nothing but the fight. Concentrating on nothing but killing the enemy. That is, a berserker's modus operandi. Pure and rational, slaughter. Phew. Her breathing ordered, quietly, raising the sharp axe, she takes a step. Kia. The boss wouldn't notice her sharpened killing intent, wholeheartedly indulging on the prey it had captured. The roughly moving fangs and claws shred away at Nishiyama's body, uniform and all, digging into the maiden's tender white skin. As if to dine on her guts, the two heads chomp into her abdomen when, finishing glory. Maiko, who saw this as the moment to end it, with frightening speed, and a heavy step drawing the enemy into range, swings down her axe. With a sharp cry, the boss moves to evade in a panic. But it cannot escape the strike, the blow delivered at the best moment, as deemed by the berserker. Raising a pained, shrill cry, the authoress has its trunk gouged deeply. Similarly, Nishiyama's scream resounds. The axe swung down by Maiko not only cut the authoress, but also cut into girl's side. Along with the freshly gushing deep red blood, long and narrow, winding lumps of meat popped out from the gash. Her intestines had been severed and had fallen out. It wasn't an unfortunate slip of hand. She knew it would hit. She did it anyway. To cut the authoress, she severed her ally along the way. Pertaining that choice, her regrets were nil. Going past the dying Nishiyama, Maiko fiercely chased after the wounded authoress. Gan, whimpered the boss, as it had turned hopelessly weak. It must have lost too much blood. Its greatest weapons, showing not a shadow of their original agility, its footwork had become unsteady. The two-headed wolf was now nothing but a large-sized enemy. As the axe swings became a storm, the authoress had its legs smashed, neck slit, head split. In no time at all, Maiko's overwhelming violence had made it into mincemeat. None. Finally, she stomped on the remaining head, crushing its cranium, and completely stopped the boss life. Both heads had their grey matter scattered about. It wouldn't rise ever again. The greatest threat eliminated, Maiko wanted to instantly run to Kotaru, but though dying, the figure of a desperately moving Nishiyama caught her eye, so she switched priority. Her guts spilling, Nishiyama thrust her hand inside her bag fallen beside her, taking out a single small bottle. So you were hiding something like this. Hey, this is called a potion, right? Fufutaba-san. Please. Save me. Potion. Obtained from treasure chests, a magical recovery item. Its existence made clear from the information by the note circle. Since Itu of the thief class was in their party, there is the possibility of those two hiding it. Kotaru had made such a hypothesis before. As I thought, Momokawa-kun was right again. Please. It hurts. Coming near Nishiyama, who was lying face up, Maiko gently squatted down. The girl, tightly holding her potion vial as if she wouldn't let go, had it quickly stolen away. Don't give it back. Please. Maiko pops open the seal, dipping the tip of her finger into the clear light blue liquid, and gave it a taste test. Next, she put a drop on the light burn on the back of her hand. Yup, no mistake, looks like this has healing effects. Indeed, both drinking it and applying it to the affected area will grant healing. Confirming its high recovery ability, Maiko made a satisfied expression, and as if forgetting that Nishiyama ever existed, she quickly scurried off. Wait. Please, beg you. Momokawa-kun, I'll save you right now. Facing the limply collapsed Kotaru, Maiko reverses and lets fall the contents of the vial. Along with sparkling particles of light, the blue liquid rains on Kotaru's petite body. And the results are dramatic. Right before her eyes, the atrocious wounds on his limbs and neck close, returning his skin to a fair, maidenly white. I'm so glad, Momokawa-kun. Upon hearing his lovely, quiet breaths, Maiko smiles warmly as if looking at a cat in its midday nap. He was breathing, and his complexion was also fine. She checked for a pulse just to make sure, and that too was normal. Momokawa Kotaru was completely fine. Just leave all the rest to me. Leaving Kotaru to peacefully sleep, Maiko turned towards the gruesome cleanup work, full of smiles. Drawing the knife instead of the axe, she cut open the authoress in no time, and finished collecting the core inside its gut. Holding up the blood-smeared crystal, at the place the boss had laid in wait, the magic circle reacted. Just as with the Great Frog's Lake, the room began filling with red light. Confirming that the transfer circle was activating normally, following Kotaru's example, Maiko collected their belongings without oversight. She gathered up everything that looked useful. Maiko thus carries only their loot, and along with an innocently sleeping Kotaru, departs the boss room. Hirono, who lay still after losing a copious amounts of blood from his neck, and Nishiyama, who now lost even the ability to groan, the two classmates were left behind in the dimly lit room. Chapter 37, Kenzuki Asuna and Takanashi Kotori. Ha! I brought it down, Hiroki. Swarms of Goma corpses lay about. At the peak of that mountain of cadavers, the boss Goma that held the demon sword was scattering into light particles. Learned skills. Counter can respond to close-range attacks. Possible to repel blades or even fire. Reflector can respond to long-range attacks. Possible to repel arrows or even lightning. Righteous Fist, a foundation of the Soma-style unarmed combat arts. A fist that is fast, heavy. Acquired skills. Break boosts hit damage. Deals the enemy a heavy blow. Berserk inflicts status ailment berserk on self. Lose your reason and sense of pain to gain tremendous strength. Break is the same that our swordsman Hirono had. And berserk, Maiko doesn't have this exact one, but it should be like her on Courage and Madness chapter. Hero sure is one hell of a cheat. Information on the new powers are engraved into my brain. Not only my mind, but my body too has power flowing throughout like I'm leveling up in an RPG. Even when I'm this beat up, the power just keeps pumping in. It's even making me a bit worried. Nii-san, are you alright? Yeah, more or less. I'm fine, so please go heal the earth. Just what do you think you're saying? Look at all these cuts. You're my top priority here, Nii-san. It's nothing fatal, so I'm fine though. But there's some slashing here and there, so it may just look really bloody. Well, it does hurt, but not anything I can't bear. Honestly, you're always so reckless, Nii-san. Healing light. Sakura holds up her hands, and a dim, Pale light envelops my body. Whoa, what's this? It's warm, so nice. It's like being soaked in a hot spring, but maybe saying that would be rude. Looks like I worried you. It was a pretty ugly fight. I should really reflect on this. It was a reckless way of fighting with leaving everything to anger. If that boss Goma had even a bit of fighting technique, I'd have been cornered in no time. That bastard only relied on its superior strength and the demon sword's sharpness. It merely brute forced its way through battles. No, you'd just seen your best friend get eaten. Can't be helped you lost your cool for a bit. And look Soma, since you got so angry instead, I could see things straight. Thanks Asuna, if you weren't there, I'd be done for. No, that goes for all of you. If any of you weren't there, Nihaha, we're all comrades in arms, it's natural we have your back. Right, we won't be letting Yuto-kun carry all the burden. When the fight started, the boss Goma seemed to have perceived us as dangerous, and immediately made the surrounding standby Goma jump into the fray. It's only because everyone worked together that we were able to overcome the fierce melee. Sakura's arrows of light scattered the Goma, while class reps' ice walls blocked their way. They did their utmost to make sure I could be in a one-on-one against the boss Goma. Natsukawa-san worked hard in the back, guarding Takanasha-san who isn't currently able to fight, and Asuna got rid of the small fries trying to get to me, and occasionally got a good hit on the boss Goma too. We just barely scraped by. A single mistake in our coordination, and it wouldn't be strange for one of us to be dead. But I'm glad we can enjoy this victory. Still, if I didn't lose my cool, we could have had more leeway. You can leave moping for later. Right now, just be happy we won. And, let's pray for Kusaka too. I'm made to realize from Asuna's words. The rage from my fight with the boss Goma is instantly gone, and replacing it, came the feeling of losing a best friend, only sadness. Yeah, you're right. The vast area we fought at seems to be a so-called boss room. At the back of this area, there's a magic circle used for transport, and it's set so that you use the core from the boss Goma to move over to the next area. Using these methods of instantaneous movement, or warping, before using the divine gate, makes the premise of a magic circle used for escape much more believable. Luckily, the place we're walked to isn't in the middle of a pack of monsters, but inside a fairy square. There, we could rest, and more importantly, sort out our hearts. But still, never thought Holy Enchant had this kind of use. Me too, I didn't think it would go this well. A sparkling, beautiful katana lay in front of a slightly bewildered Sakura. This is that very same demon sword once held by the boss Goma. It had been releasing a red aura, and being that strong of a seemingly cursed weapon, trying to touch it only assaulted with terrible chills. Recognizing that, I couldn't make any proper use of it. Still, I thought it'd be a waste to throw away such a good blade, so I tried to have Sakura cast Holy Enchant on it since we had nothing to lose. Yup, looks all good for now. I give it a swing, and it's just a normal. No, rather, this katana feels lighter compared to its size, but no other issues. This'll be useful. If the enchant wears off, I hope it stays normal. We'll just cross that bridge when it comes. That being said, sometime later, the enchantment wore off, and our doubts were cleared. Speaking from the conclusion, all was well. As if it had been purified, the red aura didn't come out anymore. The white glow disappearing as Holy Enchant wore off, it looked like a normal katana afterwards. No problem swinging it around. It was no longer a demon sword, but simply an excellent blade. It appears that the curse had been completely lifted. Asuna, you take it. What's this nonsense now, Soma? Aren't you the one who beat the big bastard? You take it, it's yours. No, well, it's not like I don't want to, but Asuna, your sword broke in that last fight, right? My sword is still working fine. And I've been using this for a while, see? I got really accustomed to it, so don't really want to change it right now. But you can. A manly personality would be somewhat rude, but Asuna's upstanding and strict character didn't allow her to quietly accept it. Having a good grasp of such feelings, the one who came to the rescue was, as expected, our good all-class rep. Look how hard Yuto-kun is begging you, Asuna. Just take it, why don't you? We're all in the same team now, so it's important to properly distribute the equipment. Well, if it's with my vocation and abilities, I'm sure I can make good use of this katana, but... So you can just show us that in our battles to come. I can't think the dungeon ends here, and we will have to face much more powerful monsters soon enough. So we need to work our dual-wielder Asuna to the bone, don't we? We're counting on you. Fufu, your flattery is too sweet, I'll take it then. And, I'll meet your expectations too. Looks like class rep somehow convinced Asuna. Then, Soma, I'll be gratefully accepting this katana. Yeah, you and me, let's protect everyone. With most of our loot distribution done, we decided to hear all the details from our new comrades, Asuna and Takanasha-san. As you've probably noticed in the fight, I'm a dual wielder. Hey, how's that different from a swordsman? Is it that two-sword style thing? Yeah, exactly. Natsukawa-san's simple guess seems to have hit home. I see, she was holding a long and a short sword because of that two-sword style. So what happens when you got just one? It's not like I'm suddenly powerless. Thanks to my vocation, even someone inexperienced as me can show masterclass skill. No, you've been strong to begin with, Asuna. She didn't have the arrogance to call herself masterclass, but nonetheless, her skill was much higher compared to the average high schooler. But that, too, is perhaps just as expected of the only daughter of the esteemed Kenzuki clan known for fierce swordsmanship. In terms of sword skills, she has received training much harsher than myself. Actually, if we had a no-holds-barred, serious match, I couldn't say if a well-tempered guy like me is guaranteed to win. The match would be decided by luck and other factors. In other words, it's 50-50. Sword in hand, I believe Kenzuki Asuna to be the strongest high school girl in all of Japan. Incidentally, leaving aside strength, Asuna is quite the looker as well. Long slit, sharp and composed eyes, in addition to a gallant, disciplined visage, makes her popular amongst peers of both sexes. No, actually, she's more of a hot topic among the girls. Standing at over 5'7" 170 cm, the only girls taller than her in class would be Futaba-san and Kizaka-san from volleyball team. Yet, despite her long legs becoming well-toned from daily training, her figure draws well-defined curves establishing her womanhood. With a beautiful appearance and supermodel-like figure, there's no way Asuna wouldn't be sought out. It's natural that Hiroki fell for her. But those intense turf wars between him and his rivals in love, the girls who called Asuna their Onisama, was a bit surprising to say the least. Well, I can't really say I'm excluded from that sort of carnage either, I guess. During first year, 10th grade, I had accidentally accepted a challenge from her due to a misunderstanding, and actually ended up winning. She then said, "Now that you've beaten me, I'll accept you as my fiancé," like it was some hidden tradition of the Kenzuki clan, causing a whole other uproar. It's kind of absurd deciding about marriage partners from a mere sword match, and the talks of engagements and whatnot were safely laid to rest. Asuna too would prefer to marry not me, but someone who she actually loves, she should in fact. Anyway, the girl called Kenzuki Asuna is an important friend and a girl I get along with well. And presently, she's also a comrade I can leave my back to. Well, having two makes it much easier to use battle arts though. As of now, I'm definitely stronger with two swords. That means, we've got to get you another good one, don't we? We're lucky enough to get even one this good. The second one, I'll settle for a rusted sword, no problem. Hold it right there, Asuna-chan. Now's the time for Kotori to show her mettle. The one suddenly wedging herself into the conversation is Takanasha-san, whom we had protected in the fight just now. Kotori, you mean, we can use it? Yep, Sakura-chan and class rep said they had some extra core. I see, understands her partner Asuna. I have not a clue what's going on. Takanasha-san's vocation, what was it again? Lo and behold. For Kotori's vocation, it is the one, the only. She's a sage. War. So mean, Asuna-chan. You took my big moment. Cause you are getting cocky, Asuna coldly replies, at whom Takanasha-san started furiously swinging her little arms. The scene brings a smile to the face. And, a sage is. You see, a sage, that is someone that. Yeah, she's got no fighting ability, but she has a number of useful powers. The novice skills are. War. Stop that already. Ancient language deciphering. Basic can read the ancient language. Limited to 3rd class. Simple remodeling carry out simplified remodeling. Understanding and clarification. Disassembly and reassembly. Sacred tongue. Word of rejection can translate speech with intention into the sacred tongue. Limited to words meaning rejection. There's also one acquired skill. Mana analysis can see the function of items imbued with mana and analyze them. Would be the 4 skills possessed by Sage Takanasha-san. And what do these powers do specifically? See that fountain over there? The Fairy Square's fountain actually has a hidden feature. And to use that feature, you have to know how to read the ancient language. That'd be where ancient language deciphering, basic, comes into play. That feature being, like repairing equipment, or making new ones. All we need is some suitable materials and Kotori's mana. Apparently she can find out if those materials are suitable using mana analysis. Also, she seems to understand some other things with that skill too, but let's put that aside for now. Lastly, with simple remodeling, we can activate the fountain. So it's the fountain doing it and not her skill? We tried that too. Results: with the same weapon and same materials, there's a large difference in quality. We think that this fountain has a high-level remodeling feature, but we can only use it via the simple remodeling novice skill. Meaning, even if you did the same actions as Takanasha-san, it wouldn't work unless you have a skill related to remodeling. Asuna, I didn't think you were into games and stuff. No, all this are things Kusaka thought up. Stepped into a landmine there. My chest hurts. Hiroki, that guy was really into games her. That reminds me, I never returned that game I borrowed. Anyway, the fact of the matter is, with Kotori here, we can repair our weapons and make new ones. Only, we didn't have much in terms of materials, including cores, until now, and I ended up using rusted swords. On the other hand, as long as we have the materials, we can make as many powerful weapons as we want. This is a really useful skill in a dungeon where we aren't guaranteed any supplies. And what does word of rejection do? It's somewhat iffy. Apparently, when Kotori says something like stop or get away, it can stop monsters intent on attacking. And if she shouts with strong willpower, she can apparently blow them away as well. And not only one, but many at a time. In addition, it's not only limited to monsters, but ranged attacks like stones or arrows shot at her are also included in things blown away. It sounds like an amazing magic, but it only works for things aimed at Takanasha-san herself, so she can't use it for support us in the front lines. Though the concept of rejection should be between her and the enemy only, conveniently stopping only the enemy seems to be tough. Worst case, she could accidentally stop an ally mid-battle. It's dangerous to use carelessly, so Takanasha-san has been only using it for self-defense. I'm guessing she could do more with it when she learns new sacred tongues. But right now, we can't use it in fights at all. No, it's great that she can use for protecting herself. But the real amazing part of Takanasha-san's power, it's how she can create new weapons. Right now we've got a decent amount of cores, so she can probably make do with those. Right, so let's get Kotori to. Ha, Kotori, you're crying? You. Asuna-chan, you dummy. Barker. What's up with her? Asuna and I both tilt our heads, at which point Natsukawa-san swoops in to the rescue. Kotori-chan, you can do this. Do that remodel thingy here and you can show Somakuen your good side. Oh really? Ahehe. Kotori can get Somakuen to praise her? Yup, that's right. He'll be super happy. Really? Ahehe. Kotori's gonna give it her all. Wow, I didn't hear what they were saying, but Takanasha-san seems to have gotten back her motivation. As you'd expected from her close friend Natsukawa-san. Tell the truth, it's not like I'm that close to Takanasha-san to begin with. Sakura, class rep, Natsukawa-san, Asuna, she's close enough to all 4 others here to call them by first name, but she hasn't had much interaction with me. Or rather, it's because she's usually in a cycle of girls only. So for me, Takanasha-san only has an image of a cute, bright and energetic girl. Well, getting to know her, anyone would know that description to be exactly accurate. Standing as small as Reina, Takanasha-san has a similarly youthful face. Her hairstyle also being twin-tailed. Naturally, her hair color is black, not blonde like Raina's. It really suits her. I shouldn't say this, but she's just like a grade schooler. But the fundamental difference between her and Raina, that would be in their chest size. The so-called busty loli kyonyu, is the term a friend of mine used. Almost deliriously. That, Kotaro-chan, she truly possesses the trait fulfilling a miracle of man's desires, the busty loli. No, but, since Takanasha-san is the same age as us, she's can't be a loli, I think. About the bustiness, that I can't deny. Anyway, with a baby face, along with a bust that doesn't match her petite figure, she too was a hot topic in a different meaning from Asuna. With a 100% approval rating amongst the boys to boot. As for the girls, some jealous of her popularity would call her sly, or conceited, or poser among other things. Of course, starting with Sakura, Takanasha-san always had a bunch of reliable friends around her, so there'd been no case of it devolving into bullying. I don't approve of it, facing one with an appearance as blessed as that of Takanasha-san. I suppose it's only human to feel some level of ugly emotion. Well then, so Makuen, lend your sword to Kotori please. Yeah, I'll leave it to Y. I forgot to mention, there's a chance Kotori's remodeling can fail. What happens when it fails? Naturally it breaks. So bad that you can't ever use it again. Takanasha-san, I change my mind, please do this rusted one first. No problem. After that, Takanasha-san cheerfully tossed the rusted sword into the fountain, and began the ritual of remodeling. As we had just overcome a battle with close to 100 goma along with a boss goma, it was high time for some well-deserved rest. We collected all the comparatively better weapons from the goma, and since Takanasha-san could repair those, we needed to wait for that too. Of course, washing the dirt off our clothes and bodies was crucial psychologically as well as hygienically. In other words, it was time for a bath. Whoa, Sakura-chan, your skin is so pretty. Stop Kotori, don't touch me there. I'm jealous of Sakura's figure, but class rep has it good too. What are you saying, Asuna? Compared to me, you definitely win. No, they've gotten bigger again, see. Honestly, they're in the way when I'm fighting. Not jealous. I'm not jealous at all. What's wrong, class rep? Are you alright? She's not, you know. Ryuko-chan's a bit sensitive about that after all. About what? Nihaha, of course, it's about her boobs. What the, Minomi. But Ryuko-chan, you can't be jealous of Asuna-chan when right here, there's someone so much greater. Kia. This sheer volume, my hands look tiny. Minomi, enough is enough. Minomi-chan, you perv. Eki. Nyaha, my bad. You too, I'm sorry. So wait, not there, why? Kia. Fun-filled voices rung about. Yes, right now, the 5 girls were in the middle of bathing using the Fairy Square's fountain. Naturally, I, being the only guy present, was driven away. It's of course dangerous to wander around alone in the dungeon, so I'm standing near the entrance to the Fairy Square facing the wall. If by chance, I were to turn around, I don't think I would be viewing paradise. The girls are likely washing up on the opposite side so as to be out of view as much as possible. Nevertheless, I am not so much a fool as to attempt turning around. You understand, Nii-san? You are absolutely not to try peeping. Sakura had decreed. I am too a man. A healthy high school boy, with the natural urges that come with being one. However, as a man, I'm not stupid enough to want to peek while putting their trust to the test. Even still, that Sakura being so wary of me, am I really that untrustworthy? Nii-san, at times like this, you tend to cause trouble some way or other, so you need particular attention. I was reminded as such. Certainly, there was that time like our middle school field trip, or that time when we went to the beach with some friends, I inadvertently ended up walking in on them while they were chinging. Certainly, those kind of accidental events did happen. But still, when she's so plainly wary of me, as her brother, I'm just saddened. Phew. Tranquility. Challenge accepted, Sakura. I shall now become the noblest of gentlemen. There shall be no case of me laying eyes on your, or the other girls' naked bodies. And, after painfully passing the time, from their voices, it seemed that their washing had come to an end, and they had began dressing up. All right, I passed the test. I relaxed, but right then. Kia. A scream like the tearing of silk echoes. This is exactly the same as that fearful, despairing cry I heard before facing the boss Goma. It was Takanasha-san. Hearing such a tense shriek, my relaxed state of mind switched into that of battle readiness. It can't be. Did a monster suddenly appear here in the fairy square? Taking up the sword at my waist, I quickly turned. What happened? Takanasha-san, NN. Nu. Save me, Somakuan. There, a teary-eyed Takanasha-san was running to me in white underwear. The almost dazzling soft, porcelain maiden skin, and those springing twin hills, they scrushed these eyes of mine. As if she'd gotten the wrong size. They seemed close to spilling out. Wah. Wait, Takanasha-san, your clothes. Fween, crying sound. Before I know what was what, I was clung onto by a Takanasha-san in her underwear, being hugged tightly. This is bad, I can't draw my sword like this. No, not that. This soft feeling on this body of mine is, damn it, not that either. Please wait, Kotori. Nii-san is over teach. Geez, didn't I say it's dangerous to run off like that? Sorry, Ryuko-chan meant well alright. As I was bound by Takanasha-san, and had entered a state of complete immobility, new pairs of underwear kept popping into my eyes one after another. Pink, black, sky blue, the girls appearing in underwear of all these colors, as family, as friends. Even if I didn't particularly like them, they would only appear cuter, more beautiful than any model in fashion magazines. In other words, Sakura, and Asuna, and Natsukawa-san, these three had appeared before me in their lingerie. Kia. Nii-san, why? W.H.S. Soma. Phew. I guess these three hurriedly tried to chase after Takanasha-san, who has suddenly run off. So hurried that they forgot that they too were in their underwear, same her. Fween, Somakuan, Kotori was, she was so scarred. Nii-san, what might this be? A dangerous air drifts from Sakura all of a sudden. Ah, I wonder why. She's plainly covering her chest with her arm like girls do. But this cute sister of mine, I can't help but be terrified of her. Just wait, Sakura. This is a misunderstanding. I shouldn't have made such blunder. Just that, Takanasha-san had screamed so loudly that I thought it was an emergency. That's why, being embraced by Takanasha-san in her underwear right now is not from my intention, but by her own free will. I have nothing to feel guilty about. Well, I am in fact engaged to Soma, so him seeing me in my underwear is no big deal. Nihaha, sorry, Somakuan, you're not that happy seeing Liel old me, right? With faces red and eyes watery, I can't feel too convinced, you know. Sorry you too, I've caused you a lot of shame. I promise I'll make it up to you, so please help stop this dangerous Sakura. Wait, calm down, Sakura, this is an unforeseen accident. Nii-san, you jerk, Baka. So Lux Sagitta also works without a bow, I thought as I was enveloped in dazzling light. Chapter 38, Harem Leveling. Me, Asuna, and Natsukawa-san. The three of us will be vanguard. Sakura and class rep are in rear support. And Takanasha-san, I'll stay close to them, so we have her protected. We decided everyone's positions in our new 6-member party before restarting our dungeon capture. There were a few accidents here and there, but now we're all set. Takanasha-san's remodeling had borne excellent results, and our dirty clothes were done being washed and mended. In the first place, the reason why this incident, that is, why Takanasha-san had a maddened runaway, happened was because class rep had applied mimesis worms on everyone's clothes so that they'd get fixed while they washed up. She had thought it to be a beneficial action, but Takanasha-san went and carelessly tried picking up her uniform instead of the prepared gym clothes. This is where she ended up touching the object of her fears, the insect, the mimesis worm. A sad tale. Nobody was at fault, with everyone being only a victim, an unfortunate conclusion. I'm really sorry, Yuto-kun. I never imagined it'd turn out like that. Apologized class rep, garbed in her gym clothes in such a nonchalant expression that I felt a bit of anger boiling up. That damn class rep, it's because she hadn't had her underwear seen that she's so awfully composed. Anyway, let's forget grudges of the past and focus on the dungeon before us. Our originally stable 4-member party now has the powerful swordsman, that is Asuna, and though she can't fight, She can help by improving and replenishing our equipment, and support us in a bunch of other ways, Takanasha-san. These two would make us all the more strong. This area appears to be mainly skeletons. It has been an hour since we started walking. And with the only monster we've encountered in that time being skeletons, I can agree with Sakura's observation. Despite being somewhat the representative of all weak monsters, the skeletons appearing here had weapons of much better quality, and with their newfound swift and powerful movements, they turned out to be quite powerful enemies. Herded into groups, or rather I should say platoons, of 5 to 10, they even showed signs of organized movement. And deserving special attention is the captain of the skeletons leading those platoon. The troops wore thoroughly blackened, they were likely white before, tattered surcoats, and equipped themselves with iron swords and spears with only a tinge of rust. However, the captain skeleton had on an iron helm, and with body armor, gauntlets, and leg pieces, it came fully protected. The great halberd it held was not rusted, but had a dull gleam of steel, clearly displaying good quality. In addition, it also had a round iron shield, strengthening its defense even further. I don't think my slash can go through all of that. Right, it really looks tough with all that armor. Soma, you're lucky you got that break. Yeah, it's like in a game, blunt force is more effective on skeletons every time. When that boss Goma was swinging around its demon sword, at times, as if releasing a battle art, it made a noticeably powerful strike. Even if that didn't hit you, it made a shockwave so strong that just being nearby would almost get you blown away. That would be its break. Since it was using that move, I must have acquired it when I beat it. But what's being really useful here is Sakura's light attribute, right? This too was exactly like in games. The skeleton, a monster of the genre known as undead, is greatly weakened when against the light attribute. It's a fact we've known since the time when it was just me and Sakura. With a simple Lux Sagitta, the skeletons crumble and turn to ash. The aiming doesn't matter. Just by sliding against an arm or leg, the arrow of light causes annihilation. It's probably from all the experience fighting, but Sakura attained some new skills. Lux Shield, Shield of Light. A low-class defense magic of the light attribute. A shield of brilliant white light guards against evil. Lux Blast, Light Cannon. A low-class area attack magic of the light attribute. A beam of brilliant white light cleanses evil. In short, a shield and a beam of light. As for shield made with magic, I've already seen this type of defense magic with Class Rep's EIS shield. Though named a shield, it isn't one that you take in hand, but basically, it's a wall of around the caster's height that springs out. But its size can be adjusted by utilizing mana with expertise. Same goes for the toughness. Also, it's possible to create it separated from yourself, thus being able to provide defenses for the vanguard, for example. Class Rep and Sakura, both reliable mages, can now not only dish out support fire, but in tougher times, with hard-to-reach enemies, they can also provide precise defensive options, making combat all the more safe and smooth. The other one, Lux Blast, simply ups our firepower as a party. Class Rep also has this type of area attack magic. Her EIS Blast, which she can use to take down enemies within a certain scope all at once, so we knew Lux Blast's effect right away. Where Class Reps brings forth cold air like a blizzard, Sakura unleashes a scorching flash. The troops of skeletons finding us and coming with a frontal attack are exterminated all at once with just one of Sakura's Lux Blasts. And in the unlikely event that they make it through that preemptive barrage, there's all of us in the vanguard squad lying in wait with all our weapons applied with holy enchant. Facing our sacred blades, even if they're slightly stronger, or coming in groups, skeletons don't stand a chance. Ah, I just learned a new skill. Ooh. You go Sakura-chan. She's been at it a lot, so the level-ups are faster to her. Taking a side glance at the rearguard team happy for Sakura's steady progress, us in the vanguard are picking through the defeated skeletons. Oh, lucky me, found a core even though it's a skeleton. We don't have to cut into any bodies, and only break a few bones to get it. Skeletons make life so easy. I guess it's because they're stronger, even skeletons are dropping cores. These are located mostly inside the skull, so looking at the red glow leaking from the eye sockets or from between its teeth makes it easy to know if it has one or not. The skeleton captain is guaranteed to have one, and the troopers also drop them occasionally. Core collection has been progressing well all in all. At this rate, we may have enough to use as energy for the Divine Gate to escape from here, and plus, a certain amount can be used with Takanasha-san's remodeling to strengthen ourselves as well. This guy's halberd seems to be better quality. Let's switch up then. Moreover, getting some proper weaponry is great. I don't know how long I can last with just my one sword from that night we found. Of course, I carry a sub-weapon like a knife or short sword, but having another main is never a bad thing. Though not as well as the sword, I have learned how to handle weapons like a spear or naginata from Jisan, Grandpa. We pretty much had a jack-of-all kind of code for martial arts. Of course, I've never used a halberd, that's like an axe-tipped spear, or any Western weapons of the sort, but well, as I'm using it now, it doesn't give me major issues. It can cut as well as stab, so it'll be convenient in the long run. Yay. Kotori got new skills too. Thank you God. Come the third time since entering the skeleton area that Takanasha-san was using the Fairy Square's fountain to start her weapon repair, she raised joyful cheers. From all the battles, everyone has been steadily leveling up, with Sakura getting the most out, but it was a fact the non-combat-oriented Takanasha-san was being left out and feeling a bit envious. Asuna was also saying how Takanasha-san not getting new skills was making the person herself more and more anxious. She was worried about her too. You did. That's great Kotori. So what are they? Check these out. Standard remodeling. Carry out standard remodeling. In decoding all of creation, it is but the first step. Ancient language deciphering. Proficient can read the ancient language. Limited to second class. With this, Kotori can make even more amazing weapons. Seems like the newly acquired skills are the superior versions of simple remodeling and ancient language deciphering, basic respectively. All our weapon remodeling and strengthening has been done so far using these two skills, so it's appropriate to say she has improved. Looking as how excited she is, I think we can expect the remodeling to produce weapons of even higher performance with the same materials as before. One more good news would be that the failure rate for it was dropping significantly. It'll be indestructible. Takanasha-san was boasting. That's great, Takanasha-san. I'll be expecting a bit. Yep. For so Makuen, Kotori'll make the best weapon ever, and gift it to you. Thanks. She must be really happy being useful to everyone. Her brilliant smile going ear to ear is a pleasant scene to see. Nii-san, may I ask what you are doing with that hand? This is, I somehow ended up stroking her head. I mean, her head's at the perfect spot too. Plus, Takanasha-san doesn't seem to hate it. In fact, she looks so happy like the pet dog we kept a long time ago. I would know what exactly. I'm sorry. I can't say I wasn't getting carried away. It really is a shame. As I lift away my hand, Takanasha-san also making a somewhat sullen face. That must be my imagination. So, Kotori can make stronger weapons with her remodeling now. With that in mind, should we try reworking them? Right, let's make base here, and walk around the premises, see if we can find more cores and stuff. Concentrates Takanasha-san in an afflicted voice facing while the fountain. She is focusing on her remodeling, while the rest of us discuss the plan. I agree with class representative Kotori's remodeling will take a while. It'll be more constructive to get some good materials rather than just waiting for her to finish. Yep, me too. I have a few things I want to try out in real fights. Practice makes perfect, right? Still, we just can't leave Kotori here alone just because the square is supposed to be safe. Someone should stay. Other than Nii-san, of course. What's wrong with me? I agree. Same here. No other way about it. Hey. Kotori doesn't agree. It's decided. Agreed, Nii-san. I can't fight the majority ruling. I haven't a clue why only I was forbidden to stay with Takanasha-san, but if they're this adamant, I'll have to yield. Well, I'd be worried for the others if I stayed back. Maybe Sakura already foresaw that. As expected of this sister of mine, or rather, my thought patterns must be too simplistic. Right, if you're all set, let's head out. With that, we spent the next 2 days with the current Fairy Square as a base, and gave it our all for the so-called leveling. the results of which are as follows. Soma Yuto Hero. Learned skills. High step boosts mobility. A single kick birthing after images, trampling space itself. Storm kick, a foundation of the Soma-style unarmed combat arts. A leg that is fast, heavy. Body buster, a foundation of the Soma-style unarmed combat arts. Grab, break, throw. Impact area damage attack. A devastating blow that spreads around further shockwaves. Acquired skills. Fortify bones, full body strengthening. A sturdy skeleton improves power overall. That's how it turned out for me. As I was leaping and jumping around with high walk, at some point, I realized I could kick into the air too, that is, perform the fabled double jump, and so ended up learning high step. Other than that, as I used some of the already ingrained Soma-style martial arts techniques depending on the situation, following Righteous Fist, the two foundations of kicking and throwing were also mixed in with the learned skills. That and there's Fortify Bones. This has to be from fighting skeletons. Full body strengthening may not sound like much, but a boost in physical strength really comes in handy. On the other hand, Sakura didn't get any more new skills. She must have already gotten the maximum growth she could with skeletons. Well, fighting the same enemies over and over makes for great practice with magic. She's had a good deal of that with the skills she has already learned. Kisaragi Ryuko Class Ice Mage, yup. Ice Cuirass Sagitta, Frost Spear. Ice Attribute Magic of the intermediate level. A large spear of ice pierces the enemy. Summon Ice Elemental summons an Ice Elemental of beginner level. Class Rep was also mastering her newly learned skills at the same rate as Sakura. Ice Cuirass Sagitta can be said to be a superior version of the attack magic she has become so adept at using. So learning this one next was a matter of course. Summon Ice Elemental is a new type of magic for Class Rep 2. This summoned Ice Elemental is a blue, glowing, mist-like sphere of around 30 centimeters in diameter. Like a fairy, it has wing-like parts, and as for whether it is a living creature or only a clump of mana, it certainly begs the question. This thing doesn't speak, and nor does it make any sounds, but will move according to Class Rep's will. The elemental itself can't attack, or strictly speaking, though it can't utilize its internal ice mana to freeze anything, it can go and burst near an enemy's head or near the legs, causing it to stop moving or become confused. It makes for a new kind of support we haven't had before. Though, it's not like we need much help with just skeletons. Kenzuki Asuna Dual Wilder. Bone Cutter Kenzuki style sword art. Even bones are severed with ease, a capable blade. Quaking Drill Kenzuki style sword art. A spin added to the thrust unleashes a shockwave. Edge Shaver Kenzuki style sword art. When locking blades, cut through and surpass the enemy. As Asuna got used to fighting skeletons, it'd be great if I could just cut through bones too. She gained a skill matching her thoughts, and another move that makes a good impact to a bone body. Bone Cutter enters from the crown and has the force to cleanly split apart the spinal cord right down the middle. Furthermore, Quaking Drill grants a tremendous impact to her blade, making bones scatter to bits when hit. When attempting to take on enemy attacks, she learned the defensive Edge Shaver. Normally, Asuna would use her Sky Hop, a speed-enhancing battle art that's like a sister skill to High Step and High Walk, and carried out the strategies to always avoid enemy attacks. But she spent these 2 days training in relative safety to acquire Edge Shaver. Thinking of situations where defending would be crucial and preparing for such situations in advance isn't a demerit at all. Incidentally, the Kenzuki-style sword art tacked on to all the skill descriptions aren't from Asuna's family's style at all. It's unknown whether the god of dual wielders did it randomly, or that actually the art of the Kenzuki style also emerged in this other world. Asuna seems to be wishing for the latter case. Natsukawa Minami Thief. High step boosts mobility. A single kick birthing after images, trampling space itself. Repel enemy attacks using weapons or armor. Dual /2 back-to-back slashes. Shadow pull tricks the enemy into seeing a clone for an instant. A form of illusion art, genjutsu. Shadow lace when moving in shadows, sneaking ability rises. Hide attack aiming from right behind, the enemy is struck precisely in the vitals. Looks like the one who got the most new skills ended up being Natsukawa-san. High step is the same as mine, and repel is similar to Asuna's edge shaver. Dual slash is a battle art born out of her frustration of not being able to defeat a skeleton in one hit, and so creates a combo with another. Shadow pull can be used to mislead the enemy and attack in while they're distracted. It can be useful for evading too. There's this restriction of the clone only lasting a moment, but since Natsukawa-san's namesake is her speed, I'm sure she can pull through. Shadow lace and hide attack came about after cases where we noticed the skeletons while they didn't see us, whereupon we could naturally perform a surprise attack. Using these two together, Natsukawa-san can take on and one-sidedly annihilate a group of around 5 or so of them. Her vocation is supposed to be thief, but she's practically an assassin at this point. Saying Natsukawa-san, who never had any formal martial arts training like me or Asuna, doing so well in our front lines, I'm again reminded of the concept known as talent. Asuna was even edging to recruit her as a student in the Kenzuki style once we get back to Japan. Like that, we were leveling up at a great pace. At this point, I think any one of us could take on a whole platoon of skeletons no problem. And then, after sacrificing more than 100 skeletons to our cause, their cause and equipment underwent our sage, that is Takanasha-san's, special processing, and became newly made gear for ourselves. Woof, I'm finally done with everyone's things. Great work, we all thank Takanasha-san for her efforts, while our upgraded weapons are passed around. I'll mention mine to start off. Paladin's sword, a sword used by a certain paladin. It has an emblem of a red lion engraved on it. Steel halberd, a halberd forged from superior steel. Iron dagger, a general quality dagger. Takanasha-san says the weapons' names and descriptions pop into her head right after she's done remodeling. Is the naming done by the sage's power, or is it a function of the fountain? Well, it's fine either way. Anyway, that knight's sword I had gotten back then was born anew as a paladin's sword with a much sharper edge. After feeding in multiple halberds taken from the skeleton captains, we got back one made of steel. We used up a decent amount of cores, so looking at the before-after, there's a wide difference in quality. I had asked for a throwing knife anticipating cases like with the boss dog, which is where the iron dagger comes in. It says general quality, but in a place where you can only get rusted blades from skeletons, this is a good upgrade in its own right. Oriental bow of the Saintess, a bow used by the Saintess Sakura. It possesses a glint of light. Saintess Sakura Fut. What is the meaning of this embarrassing description? Hey, coterie. Not her fault. Coterie's not the one thinking these up. Somehow, the description is making out Sakura to be a genuine saintess. Before any vocation, she's supposed to be a normal high school girl. But the text makes it appear as if she has been a holy woman all her life. That being said, though Takanasha-san's remodeling didn't change its outer appearance, that of an archery club bow, there is currently a clear difference in its durability. And even if the string breaks, she can quickly fix it with a bit of remodeling. Sorry about your wand, Ryuko-chan. Looks like Kotori can't handle magic weapons yet. The long wand being used by our ice mage, class rep, is one we plundered from a skeleton captain of the mage class. This class seems to be somewhat rare as we only encountered 3 during the recent leveling session. Luckily, on the second time, it was shooting out clumps of ice magic everywhere, and after defeating it, we got a weapon for class rep. Right, magic wands may need special attention compared to normal weapons. Perhaps we'll have to wait for the remodeling skill to get stronger, or maybe you will need something like a magic remodeling skill. Kotori's wondering, any clue how she's gonna learn it? For now, just don't tinker around with my wand, alright? It's my only weapon after all. Hey, what do you take Kotori for, meanie? Takanasha-san seems to be making a show of fuming in anger, but all of us have already seen how she tried to use the other 2, fire and wind attribute wands, and tried to combine them with her remodeling. We saw how it was a great big failure. Leaving the wand upgrade as an assignment for the future, Asuna and Natsukawa-san's equipment were also processed in due order. Blade of Cleansing, a blade exorcised of its curse. Now it is not wickedness, but a holy light that grants it power. Knight Saber, a single-edged blade used by knights. Piercing or slashing, it serves its purpose. Iron Sword, a general quality sword. Iron Short Sword, a general quality short sword. Bandit knife, a shiny knife suitable for threats as well as killing. A must-have for robbery and murder alike. Kill carver, a kitchen knife not for cuisine, but thirsting blood, it was reborn to kill. Iron short sword, a general quality short sword. Iron dagger, a general quality dagger. Those were, respectively, Asuna and Natsukawa-san's weapons. With the upgrades this time, we've completely gotten rid of any rust in our things, with the description now saying general quality. Of course, Asuna's two-sword style and Natsukawa-san's dual knife mains were made much stronger as well. Look at that, this sword's glowing even without holy enchant on it. The description did say something to the likes of Sakura's light fully purifying it. Yeah, whatever it is, it's a good sword if nothing else. This night saber has a good feel too. With these I think I can really bring out my dual-wielding potential. Appreciating her great quality swords with a satisfied smile, Asuna strokes Takanasha-san's head. Naturally, there isn't a peep from Sakura. The heck, so it's a-okay when it's a girl? Right, so now that everyone's got their things, you guys want to head out? I'm satisfied with the results, so why not? Just come to Kotori once you get new materials, she'll fix you right up. Hey you guys, why do my knives have these ominous descriptions, hey? Her eyes slightly damp, Natsukawa-san was questioning the large, bulky, survivalist fashion bandit knife, and also, though it was once a normal-sized kitchen knife, it was now bigger, and more like a sword. She was questioning the kill carver held in her hands. Hey, Soma-kun, why do only mine gotta be like this? Wah, you're asking me. I didn't wanna be involved. I was even planning to ignore it and head out. Crap, think. Well that's. I peep to my right, Sakura just looks away. Trying left this time, there's class representative, she's supposed to be Natsukawa-san's best friend, but she too averts her eyes. Asuna's looking at me as if expecting me to give a great answer, not a hint of support from there. Finally, the perpetrator who originally caused this mess with her nasty names and descriptions, Takanasha-san, she wasn't even facing this way. Guys, give me a break here. So this is that so-called womanly-pact thing, huh? Scary. Yup, alright then, I'll just have to try something and hope Natsukawa-san doesn't get depressed. Well that's cause, you're a thief, right? I'm not a bad thief alright. Queen. We spent the next 30 minutes before heading out consoling Natsukawa-san as she'd started crying. Chapter 39, Cerberus. Level ups done, equipment upgraded. We made our way through the dungeon better than ever. The usual skeleton platoons were coming up, getting more numerous as we went in deeper, but that wasn't enough to stop us anymore. If all the skeleton troopers were as strong as the captains, maybe it'd itch a bit. But before we could feel too proud of defeating enemies left and right, we had reached that place. This has to be the boss room, right? A conspicuously large door. No, it'd be easier to call this a gate. Reina's folks are pretty rich, with a mansion and all. This door is as big as their main gate. Otherwise said, it's big enough to let a large truck through if opened. I hope the boss is a skeleton too. But we can't know what kind of monster is inside till we look. Since we're not in a game, there wouldn't be any reason for it to be one. But if the thing in there was a big skeleton, we'd certainly be more thankful. Whatever comes out, we're gonna have to defeat it. So let's believe in our strength and do this. Yep, if it's this team, we'll be fine. Kotori's cheering for everyone too. We're ready as can be. In spirit, in strength. We're in perfect form condition in both respects. Alright, yeah. Let's go. With great courage, we pushed open the thick gates and stepped foot into the boss room. A fierce presence knocked at us the moment we entered. Even in our old world, if you sharpened your senses, you could somehow sense something like a person's presence. But this, I've never felt something this big. Rather than feel, it was more like I was slapped in the face by it. Seems like the lord of this chamber doesn't intend on staying hidden. It's a circular room, big enough that you could hold a pro baseball match in here. It was dark enough that you couldn't see all the way to the back, but torches, spaced evenly on the walls, had automatically caught fire all at once. Higher. What's that? It's way too big. Yeah, that's a boss for you. Natsukawa-san and Asuna, acting vanguard on either side of me, both swallow hard. I wasn't an exception. Seeing the boss giant frame illuminated by the flames came as not so little of a shock. Cerberus. That was the boss, I could only describe it as such. With the supple yet tight muscles of a Doberman, it boasted the size of an elephant. Covered in crimson fur that looked as if it was on fire, thinking how similar the color scheme is to all those red dogs we've beaten, maybe this guy's their evolved form? And its most characteristic trait being its 3 heads. 3 sharp, ferocious faces lined up beside one another, tongues out making rough breaths, pairs of eyes glaring at us. It looked exactly like Earth's depiction of the Hound of Hades. Ni-san, this monster is clearly too different from anything we've fought before. I know. But if we can't beat this guy, there's no going ahead. There's not going back home. Facing a beast surpassing even that armor bear, I can't say I'm not afraid. Maybe we won't even be a match. Someone could die too. On top of that, my sense of self-preservation is screaming at me. But I won't withdraw even one step. Yes, that's right. You're absolutely right, Yuto-kun. Everyone, we must do this. To class rep's words, everyone nods with strength. From its looks, it's not too different from a red dog. But in size, it's in a different league altogether, so don't panic if it charges. Sakura, class rep, if you guys can stop them with your defense magic, we'll go for the kill. Yes, Nii-san. If it's slowing down, it will be better if we can lure it in. Karori, can you find out how it fights? It goes blam, and shoots a lot of fire, so heads up guys. And also, if it got serious, maybe all 3 heads will go at the same time. If it's a flamethrower, my ice should come in handy. It'll likely decrease our offensive potential, but I'll try focusing on everyone's defense. Then the rest of us'll just have to work harder then. Yeah, like we practiced guys. Leave attacking to the vanguard, while the rear focuses on support. At this time, as though its hunger had reached a peak, the Cerberus sluggishly rose and was about to begin its hunt. Its 6 bloodthirsty eyes piercing into the prey that is all of us. Sorry, but I won't be letting you have a single person standing here. Everyone's definitely getting out of this alive. So please, Goddess of White Light, please grant me the power of a hero, the power to protect everyone. Our death match with the Cerberus continues. Ha. Almost there. Its large, sharp fangs and claws have grazed me many times. My whole body is riddled with cuts, and its occasional fire breaths have scalded my skin. But even so, I've managed to avoid any direct blows, and with Sakura's healing light cast down at practically miraculous timing, it never got to anything fatal. I can still move, still fight. But me, and everyone else, our exhaustion is severe. Nevertheless, we've damaged the Cerberus using all that energy. Slashes from me, Asuna and Natsukawa-san have been engraved on its body uncountable times, making it bloody all over. All 3 heads are exhaling hoarse breaths, revealing a color of fatigue. Somehow, we're all still standing. No one has collapsed yet. But we can't relax. We're at our limits just concentrating on the fight, and to make matters worse, the Cerberus is now in a state of a desperate wounded beast. So Makuen, watch out, the boss mana is going up. The one shouting the warning was of course, Takanasha-san. With her mana analysis, she can kind of tell when an enemy's magic gets invoked. It's all thanks to this skill that we could know in advance when the Cerberus would shoot its flamethrower, and thus had success in defending against or evading it. So Takanasha-san raising her voice this time could only be that the Cerberus was attempting to do something different from usual. From around it, I somehow also sensed a slight presence. A presence of mana, I should rather call it. Guys, something's up, get away. Tired as they are, Asuna and Natsukawa-san used their respective mobility-boosting battle arts without blunder and withdrew. The moment they took distance from the front lines, the Cerberus drew back its heads and released an extreme roar. Instantly, the red fur of the Cerberus dyed in black. Pitch black as if dipped entirely in black ink. Yet its blazing red pupils retained their original glow. This is getting ugly. I thought instinctively. Hey, it's coming. The fires. Overshadowing Takanasha-san's words of warning, all 3 heads burst out flames. As if as if it was spitting out every bit of its accumulated, seething anger towards us. Coo, it's going everywhere. How do we attack it now? The Cerberus bellows its flame in rage. No aim, no nothing, as if submerging everything in hellfire, it spat fire in every which way. As Natsukawa-san correctly observed, we have no way of approaching the layered walls of flame blazing before our eyes. Garou. Instead of attacking, the Cerberus moves blankly ignored us as we have even lost a path of retreat in the torrent of flames. Naturally, it won't burn in the slightest. The Cerberus nimbly crosses the blazing sea of fire, its destination being none of us in the front lines, but behind us. Damn, it was aiming for the support team. Class rep. I know. Ice Defan, Ice Wall. Aiming to put a stop to the rushing Cerberus, Class rep used her latest ice attribute magic, an area-wide defense magic called Ice Defan. Its magnitude is leagues greater than the self-protection wall of ice made using Ice Shield. It is a giant ice barrier capable of holding at bay even a giant monster the likes of the Cerberus. And up till now, it was because of this magic that the Cerberus had endured aiming for our rearguard. GA. But there was no stopping that frenzied, jet-black beast. With immense force, the Cerberus slammed its body into the wall of ice. A large crack spiraled along its surface, and the wall seemed close to crumble. Bent on demolishing the obstacle, the Cerberus spewed flamethrower from its two peripheral necks, and weighing itself on top, it beat the wall with its forepaws. Kia. Along with Takanasha-san's scream of desperation, Class Rep's Ice Defan is pulverized. Nothing more obstructed the Cerberus. The walls of flame surrounding us have yet to ease, forbidding any chance of counterattack. We're not even 10 meters apart, but a maze of scorch divides us. We have no more time either. Shit, please let me make it. I'm getting there really soon, so please hold on. AA. Sakura-chan, run. It's after you. As Takanasha-san called out, my spine froze. Beyond the flames, I saw the central head of the Cerberus sucking in a noticeably large amount of air. This is when my foreboding changed into conviction. Sakura. Something I'd never seen it do in the whole battle. The Cerberus gathered scorching blaze into a point, shooting it as a big fireball. Too fast. The fireball shot and hit at bullet speed. A pillar of fire rose, grand enough to reach the tall ceiling of this room. Sakura. No. No way, I couldn't say. I clearly saw how powerful that fireball was. It wasn't something you could dodge by stepping a bit to the side. And Sakura only had her Lux shield to defend with. There's no way she could ward off that level of explosion with a simple shield of light. Sakura-chan. Sakura-chan. Don't. Kotori. It's dangerous going there. I hear the voices of Class Rep and Takanasha-san from the other side of the flames. It's at least good that Sakura and those two were standing spaced out. It's frustrating I can't consider that lucky. No, not that, that's not it. That's not what I mean. And never. Right now, it isn't the time to lament on my small-mindedness, nor my powerlessness. Never, forgive. It isn't even time to grieve for the loss of my cherished little sister. Just you, I'll never forgive you. Yes, now, right now was time for only revenge. Because I am her brother. Cross Caliber, the unique sacred sword granted to the hero by the White God. Just as those words flow into my brain, the paladin's sword in my hands gush in light. I remember. This feeling, it's the same one I had when I awakened as a hero. Yeah, right, that's right. This was granted to me, to the hero, my innate skill. Ha. I make a swing with the brilliant, dazzling sword of silver. Just that, and the fire wall is cut away like butter. And I have nothing more in my way. Goa. Looks like it sensed my presence. The Cerberus turned all three of its heads in my direction. Baring its fangs, it let out a howl of intimidation. No, not so much intimidation, as it was actually getting ready to attack. Its thick, beastly paw, one that could easily squash a human body, flies towards me. Of course, garnished with sharp, extended claws. If that hit, it'd certainly work as a devastating blow, but it was so slow. Ha. I twist my body to dodge and throw in a swing. As the blade of light passed through, The resilient meat that only gave fractions of an inch even with battle arts was now being cut like a heated knife on butter. Gaigo-oa. The foreleg flies as my blade arcs into it, the Cerberus bellowing in excruciating pain. So even a monster cries if it loses a leg or two her. But I won't let it be over with only that. This cross caliber won't last forever. So I'll end it now. Whoa. Tri-slash. First, the head closest to that leg I sent off. The tri-slashes that occur almost simultaneously shred its tongue, chop its snout, gouge its eyes. This head won't be doing much anymore, but it needs to be finished off. With a thrust between the eyes, I end its function. GHA. I guess using 2 solid battle arts would make time for the other heads to react. The central head gaped its maw and attempted to bite. A simple but valid counterattack, closing in with the shortest distance and digging in with the fangs. Counter. Seeing through the moment it was about to seal those jaws that could swallow a person whole, I stir my sword. The flat of the sword slams into the central head, making it swivel. Coo. Goa. Its remaining head didn't try biting but attempted to shoot a fireball. It takes a large breath. The pre-attack action is too simple to understand. Looks like it wants to shoot immediately, so the size is smaller than the one shot at Sakura. It should be somewhat less powerful, but more than enough to barbecue someone whole. But I won't step back. If I did, I won't beat this demon. Reflector. Faced with a scorching fireball in my face, I cut. Not the beast, but the flame itself. It may seem weird to say, but I've already used this cross caliber to wipe away a wall of fire. That being so, there's no way it can't do the same for a fireball. The fireball had split as if avoiding me, and feeling the remnants of explosion some ways behind my shoulders, I leap towards the head. Trampling over the middle head that I had hit with counter, I swing the sword of light towards the one that shot the fireball. The brilliant blade enters from the nose, going straight and deep, reaching all the way to the middle of the eyes. One, left. As I turn, the last one still kept its fangs ready even with 2 of its heads destroyed. With its mouth gaping, it looked as if wanting to bite again, but seeing the embers leaking from its teeth. I see, so it's actually planning to use a flamethrower. I can't go betting on counter or reflector to cut through that powerful beam. I need to dodge here, but I don't want to lose this distance. I probably have the stamina and mana to only attack one more time. Lame, I know, but my body has started creaking as if warning me of its approaching limit. I can only attack once. I don't have any spare energy to evade, find a weak spot, and attack from there on. Then, I'll have to just go for it. Ha. Just as I jump, the area under my feet inundates with a torrent of crimson. If I was a moment late in that instant decision, I'd be roast by now. But the fire hasn't stopped. The Cerberus calmly saw me dodge by jumping, and angled its neck, bent on reducing me to ash with its unending fire breath. Whoa! And as the swirl of flame closed in, I kicked the air and shot forward. I happen to know high step. It's not much, but it is a technique that allows for mobility in mid-air. Marking a foot in the empty air, I reached it, the root of the Cerberus neck connecting to its final head. Nero lightning, instant flash. The paladin's sword's light dazzled brighter, glaring. This was no slash and neither was it tri-slash, but a new battle art. The luminescence of my sword extended itself into an overlapping blade of light purposed to slice away my enemy. With that paladin's sword that had become a sort of giant lightsaber, I swing at the Cerberus neck with the limits of my strength. My head felt like it was going white from the torrent of light, but I somehow landed on my feet. Then, as if its stores of energy were completely emptied, the light from the blade vanished, along which came the unbearable fatigue. Heavy, my body's too heavy. I could collapse any second now. Phoo, ha. After breathing deeply as if letting out large sighs, finally, my body regained a bit of vitality. I did it, Sakura. There stood the large Cerberus. Its peripheral heads hideously chopped up, and the one in the middle completely sliced off. No doubt it's dead. But the gruesome corpse of the monster quickly morphed into light. Towards the death of this sworn enemy of mine, there was no deep kind of emotion, but only what could perhaps be described as a mechanical process of absorption. The largest amount of those brilliant particles of light to date had formed, and as usual, they were sucked into my body, leaving only the core at their origin. No trace of the fearsome monster remains. Ah, over, it's over now. I did it, I avenged Soku. Really Nii-san, always overdoing it. WH. Oh, it's S. Sakura. I don't care if the voice is a delusion. I honestly thought. I'm very sorry, it seems I caused you some worry. Nii-san, look, I'm fine. From the smog remaining from the flames, a large white sphere of light emerged. Repelling both scorch and soot, inside that beautiful and bizarre ball of light, I could make out a very familiar shape. Oracle field, heavenly barrier, it seems to be an innate skill of the Saintess. I don't care about the justification. For me, just Sakura, her being safe there, beyond the light, that was all that mattered. Chapter 40, Remnants and Loot. Chait. My eyes fling open as I jump awake. The boss is. Good morning, Momokawa-kun. Instead of the heinous red authoress, the one sitting in front of me with a smile was the bright and cheerful Futaba-san. The enemy seemed to be gone, and missing too. Morning. This place doesn't look like the boss room so much. More like, isn't this just a plain old fairy square? As soon as I realized that, I decided to ask Futaba-san what happened. By the time I got out of that wall of fire, Hirono-kun and Nishiyama-san, they were both, the boss had. But it looked weakened, so I could kill it alone. So it comes back to her berserker strength, I see. If I were to end up being the last one standing, it'd be game over right there. Anyway, the fact is that Futaba-san skillfully overcame the boss, and taking me, who was half dead from friendly fire, she got out from the boss room, and safely arrived to the next dungeon area that starts off with this fairy square. Really, I've been relying on her from start to finish. So that's what happened. Sorry, Futaba-san. Why are you apologizing, Momokawa-kun? 'Cause I was really useless back there. No, it's worse than that. Because of me, our plan turned into a mess, and I even got myself done in the boss. If I had chosen not to retreat, but boldly face the battle, if only I did that, maybe Hirono-kun and Nishiyama-san, maybe at least one of them would still be here now. Momokawa-kun, you didn't do anything wrong at all. It's because, those two, they only. No, look, I'm the one who tried to run away off the bat, that's just fact. Them losing trust in me right then and there was inevitable. But, Nishiyama-san, she shot you. I get it, you know. Her and the boss riddled with cuts, that was obviously from your pain return. Exactly. In a state of being bitten down and stuck still by the boss, Nishiyama-san's air blast went straight for the critical hit. Like trying to solve a hostage situation by killing both felon and hostage. That's just deserts, right? Honestly, from Hirono-kun egging her on, to Nishiyama-san herself actually having shot me, I can't really let those pass with a little grumbling. Like, what the hell's wrong with you, go to hell. But, I just can't come out and say it. It's not about spitting on their graves or anything, but it's 'cause I'm the one who got everyone out of sync in the first place. So it really was, me getting what was coming. I shouldn't have panicked, and done better. It's not your fault. Momokawa-kun, you have not one bit of blame in this. Thanks, just you saying that. No, just you not abandoning me, and even saving me from there, Futaba-san, that's more than enough. This useless shaman, he was 1 foot in the grave already, it would have been fine to leave him behind as another stain in the boss room. And that important health potion, he even got that used up on him too. Unbelievable, such a waste. Healing me from that miserable state, and so perfectly at that. That potion is so much of a cheat item, my ointments seem like a joke. You should obviously hold on to something like that to use on a fighter like Futaba-san. I'd never, ever betray you. I won't run anymore either. I swore that I'd protect Momokawa-kun. Thanks. Really, my sincerest thanks, Futaba-san. With your trust in me, I'm so happy I could cry. If our genders were switched, I'd be head over heels harder than a cliché rom-com heroine. Yeah, me too, I won't let you down. I'll make next time work. Hirono-kun and Nishiyama-san, they could have been real allies with us. Trust. That's right, Trust is important. I still have a will to try and trust someone else. Betrayed all too easily by Masaru, someone who's supposedly my friend. Then because of those last two people, I was left half dead. But then there's Futaba-san, she's someone who saved me. So it's still too early to give up on trusting others. No, us human beings, in the first place, we aren't supposed to live in extremes. It's when we can guarantee our individual safety, procure adequate food and clothing, it's only then that we can begin to reason, we can become social creatures abiding by the rules of society. That being the case, going around fighting monsters in life or death scenarios every single day is just plain wrong. Gathering allies, building our forces. It doesn't have to be perfect, but in an environment where we can actually relax, that's when we can be our best. Plus, we're still mentally immature kids, just high schoolers. So this applies to us all the more. Momokawa-kun. Ah, that's right, I brought back their things. Let's see if there's anything we can use. Yeah, yup, let's. She even managed to get those, I thought in admiration while we started sorting through the items of the two departed. The thought of those two becoming sacrifices for our survival doesn't well up the slightest hint of crying or grieving in me. Maybe I'm already too far off the deep end from this whole dungeon lifestyle thing we've been doing. Just look, right now, I'm calmly looking through a couple of dead classmates' bags, objectively searching for useful things we can pilfer. Momokawa-kun, you're crying? Ah, yeah, crying, kinda, maybe. What's this kinda maybe BS? Aren't your eyes creating these nice little waterfalls right now? Ah, I'm glad. Not yet. I haven't lost all my humanity yet. Sorry Hirono-kun, Nishiyama-san. I still can't like you guys for what you did, but it's not like I think it's good that you died. I'm sure we should have gotten along better. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I quietly cried, as my body trembled under the weight of their sacrifice. I had made a reapprehension of my conscience, but that aside, we really needed to sort out our things. First, and this is a real treasure we have to consider how to use Hirono-kun's good quality sword. Here, it's for you, Momokawa-kun. No, see here, it obviously gotta be your sub-weapon. She offered me the sword like she was handing over Valentine's chocolate with romantic intentions attached, but I deny it outright. But I'd feel bad getting something this good. Futaba-san, you're fighting in the front lines where it's most dangerous, so we'll have to equip you with the best of the best. And I don't think that Goma battle axe has much of a life expectancy. But you too, for the just in case, I strongly think you need better weapons too, Momokawa-kun. I'm not saying I disagree. But unfortunately, my thin arms can't really swing around a sword that size, you see. It's the case of the weapon being too high level to equip. I can't even imagine myself elegantly cutting down an attacking monster with this sword. Since I can't make any use of it, you're the only one I can count on for this. So you're saying? I got it. I'll make sure and kill all the enemies. I won't let a single one get close to you, Momokawa-kun. What fervor. I'm guessing it's because of her berserker nature. Even a girl like Futaba-san gets excited from attaining a good weapon. That being settled, the best piece of loot smoothly went where it belonged, and now we only needed to distribute the rest of the stuff. But then, those two didn't have that many high-value items in the first place. Even that miraculous health potion that saved me from the verge of death, Nishiyama-san only had one of those. Coming second best, there's only a few of those clovers. We already have ointment so those aren't especially important to us either. That and there's Nishiyama-san's wand of wind magic. We tried it out even though we knew, but as expected, neither I nor Futaba-san could use it. I had the slightest hope of just maybe, but no matter how I prayed, I couldn't get a breeze out. You should just get rid of useless goods. But the inner miser in me simply wouldn't allow us to leave a genuine magic wand to gather dust. Now, do it, Futaba-san. Swinging her axe with magnificence the likes of the legendary Kintaru, she severs the wand. She cuts off only the green orb part that seems to be screaming, "Look at me, I'm a real powerhouse here." Futaba-san's strike is powerful yet precise, cleanly splitting the orb from the rest of the wand, and so we easily obtained that beautiful green centerpiece. I'll just hoped it'll comes handy at some point, and stuffed it deep in my bag. I don't know if they'll be useful, but I took these fangs from the boss. Thanks to Futaba-san acting like a vet player in those games where you go around collecting monster parts, we have obtained Orthrus Fangs X2. These are our item drops. Not really. These fangs felt too small to be knives in my hands, but they're still thicker and longer than my thumb. An impressive pair of teeth you'd think belongs to a dinosaur. You know, if you hit these on something hard, sparks come out. It's just like flint. Whoa, it really does. This is great. When I tried knocking one on the edge of the fountain, quite a bit of sparks flew out. This amount is way too much to be caused by mere friction. Since the Orthrus could blow out fire, maybe the fangs have magical properties too. Or maybe it uses flammable gases with wind magic, with the fangs are there for igniting the whole thing. So, are they useful? We can't make it into a flamethrower, but as a fire starter, it's perfect. We do have the lighter, but the fluid won't last forever, right? The lighter we've been using was obtained from Tokushima-kun from the baseball club, who secretly happened to be a smoker. It's thanks to this that we got to enjoy some delicious snake meat. And since we conveniently happen to have 2 of these fangs, me and Futaba-san will carry 1 each. Oh, you're right, Fufu, I'm glad then. So remember that we know monsters can have naturally useful materials other than cores inside them. Let's try and collect those 2 from now on. Sure, she nodded with a smile and delight. Futaba-san sure is a great person to work with. Not a hint of finding my proposed dirty work, of literally salvaging through blood and entrails, a pain in the ass or something. But I shouldn't just leave things to others. I'll start learning and try help out a bit. Next time we see a monster fitting the criteria, let's get her to teach me. Ah, Momokawa-kun, there's this too. Finally, Futaba-san rummages a bit through her pocket and offers me the item she retrieves. So this second present from her, whatever shall it be? Ah, that's Hirono-kun's G-Shock. Black strap with a silver body, it's a wristwatch with an analog display. I recognized that familiar design instantly. You looked like you wanted one, a watch. Ah, yeah, since it's so convenient and all. Don't tell me, was I really that obvious? I never thought I was a person with too many material desires though. Gotta stop that habit. So I can really have this. Of course. Futaba-san seems to declare, but I'm kinda worried what Hirono-kun would say. I could just end it with, dead men don't talk. But really, I'm not so much a romanticist as to ignore useful items for sentimental reasons. It wasn't even a full day with them. We spent a truly short time together, but still, as a comrade, I'll make full use of these remnants they left behind in the dungeon hereafter. Thanks. And with that, we're all set. We'll rest in this fairy square a bit longer, then, once again, dive into the unknowns of the dungeon. Chapter 41, Poison Bog. Ah. Ruin Hilda-sama. Mine devotee, Momokawa Kotaru. It doth be slight, but I see thou hast bolstered thine powers of the shaman. Thank you. Before I noticed, I was once more standing accompanied by grim reaper-looking god of curse. I had decided to nap a bit before we headed out, so I guess I'm being summoned to this wonderful god area in that span. Seriously, I just can't get used to this. I was let off without any pain last time, but you never know when that'll change. Like really, isn't there a better way to do this? Strength of emotion, of hope, that doth be what feeds and nurtures thine curse. Hower, with solely emotions, meaning foundest not. As in, the results will be botched if I don't actually defeat monsters and show concrete progress, something like that, right? Indeed. As if satisfied with that reply, the bizarre skull-only head nods in approval. Well, it is logical to think that the experience points won't enter unless you actually kill something. Stuff like getting all pumped up in a fight with a big boss like, I'll never lose to you, UOO, and then, miraculously getting a new power, finally to end with an epic victory. That kind of thing is only acceptable in cheap RPG scenarios with half-assed cutscenes. In other words, no matter how much I long for some attack moves, I'll be getting zilch if I can't show the results God is satisfied with. But what if there's no offensive curses in the first place? Just accept it and take up a sword or something. What if that kind of heartless reality is awaiting me? No way that's right, right? Ruinhildasama's curses have attack-oriented skills, right? Very well, let us grant it, this power to injure another, thou so wishes for. You're kidding. No wait, right then, wasn't he legit reading my mind? Don't tell me, all those monologues are being transmitted to you. And my apologies, I know my thoughts may seem incredibly rude sometimes, but please, these things aren't in my control. All is fine. Thou hast earned, shown results enough, to garner this curse. It is simply that. Whoa, thank you very much. Being straight-cut praised makes me kinda, really happy. I'm not what you call the getting praised type. My parents are also pretty laissez-faire, not going around congratulating their kid for any and all things, and due to that kind of home education, not being praised is my norm. My thought pattern works with the motto, it's fine as long as they're not mad. To sum up, I'm just not used to praise. Too much pampering and I'll get cocky. I kind of worry if that could happen. But I don't remember doing very much in the last boss fight, so is it really alright? The curses might, relateth to the depth of one's own karma. Those that resent with misguided hate simply cannot fathom the abyss that is the curse. If I'm getting this right, he must be talking about how I didn't begrudge Hirono-kun and Nishiyama-san. Someone who gets all boiled up and starts raging towards people for any little thing won't be competent as a shaman, is what he's saying. But then, what's supposed to be the right timing I need to be angry at? In any case, I don't feel anything other than wanting absolute revenge against Higuchi though. A great curse cometh at the end of great composure and spirit. Now, Momokawa Kotaru, presenteth thine hands. Why yes. I guess it's time. Time for getting a new curse. Will it hurt? It won't, right? My thoughts were increasingly getting concentrated on that question rather than what offensive type curse I'd be getting. Know that a shaman is solely in spirit not, but as well in flesh, he is curse. Now bear that sigil of curse. Taking my outstretched right hand, on the back of it, Ruinhildasama's chalk-white, knife-like, bone finger stab. Gya. He cut me. He's really cutting. No, he's gouging at it. God's fingertip was mercilessly scraping against the insides, the meat in my hand, making the wound a larger hole. That indeed is the very first step to becoming a shaman. Fuck, it was pain this time. Ruinhildasama's important words went in my right ear, and out my left. Screaming to throat-shattering levels, I fell unconscious at some point doing God's trial, and somehow escaped that hell. Guess, we should get going. Sure. After replenishing in herb, and finishing the laundry plus repair of our clothing, we re-entered the old dungeon. Futaba-san looks cheerful and at ease, but I just finished up a nightmarish level-up ritual, so I can't really say the same for myself. But I can't go showing off too much of a pitiful state. I'll try not to. This area seems kinda like the first one. Yes, but it's somehow dark, gives off a bad aura too. We've been walking on a stone passage and weren't seeing where it ended. There's the usual light panels spotted around on the ceiling, and to me, it looked dark as ever. But Futaba-san said a bad aura, so there has to be something. Well, it's not like she has any berserker skills like enhanced instincts or a sixth sense of something. Gotta be careful then, there could be traps. But they said you can't find any of the traps here unless you're a thief. Right, from what we know, unless your vocation happens to be thief, you'd be hard-pressed trying to discover any traps or treasure chests. Meaning, it's no use without the appropriate skills. Or more like, if us normal high schoolers could find them without any of these special skill, I'd seriously doubt the trap setter's IQ. No, well, there's traps set by Goma living in the dungeon, and we fell into one of those too. Though I think we can somehow manage with something of that level. It's not like I'll fall for something so obvious over and over. I won't. Okay. Still, we should never let our guard down in this place. Momokawa-kun, stop there. At the moment the narrow passage came to an opening, Futaba-san briskly stops. And I was dangerously close to crashing into that large behind in front of me. Talk about a close call. I'd like to praise myself, but also dismay a bit. Futaba-san, not having a clue as to my internal disharmony, attempts to peer into the end of the passage with a serious expression. From that action, It's obvious there's something there. I regained my calm and cautiously also peeked in. Wah, aren't those like zombies? Yeah, that's what I thought too. With a wide floor and high ceiling, it was a familiar tunnel-like large passage where their two human-shaped creatures were distinctly visible. Like a pair of adult and child, they had a clear difference in height as well. Additionally, both their bodies had become rotten black with large portions of skin peeled off, revealing the fibers of meat within. In parts of the arm or around the ribs, even the meat was gone and their white bones were peeking out. As for clothing, both individuals only had a dirty rag around their waist. Wandering around like that, going oh in a low voice, I really can't imagine them as anything other than zombies. The smaller one's a goma. And the bigger? I wonder, it doesn't look like a normal human. The smaller zombie, looking at its size and build, it unmistakably shares roots with one of those gluttonous devils that have since descended into the realm small fry thanks to Futaba-san. But as for the bigger one, it's all tall and lanky. Its overall outline is clearly different from any goma I know. Bigger, meaning it's bigger lined up with other goma. It's actually around 5'7" 170 cm I guess. Taller than me, but not so much reaching Futaba-san. So at a glance, you'd think it's an adult man on the thinner side. But that skin, it's like it became closer to human but retained that colored so characteristically reminiscent of goma. Perhaps it's an evolved form? I don't think they will be tougher than skeletons. Futaba-san announces their imminent defeat. Seriously, this girl, she's grown so strong, so courageous since back when I met her in the dungeon. It's like she's a different person entirely. If we had a status attribute called manliness, she'd already have tenfold the number I would. If those zombies are really as weak as skeletons, I want to test out my new curse. Alright, I'll take out the bigger one then. That'd help. It's hard to think the goma got stronger because it became a zombie. There's the supposed setting that a zombie's brain has its limiter removed and it can call on 100% of its speed, power, yada yada. But if that were true, I'd expect it to apply to all undead monsters, and those skeletons would have been much stronger in that case. It's okay. I can defeat this. Futaba-san and I left the passage and entered the tunnel. First strike goes to Futaba-san. An unimaginable blunt force that can pulverize a skeleton's skull. It's her stone throw. The small stone flies in a smooth, straight line making a whistle, and slams a direct hit on the bigger zombie's chest. With a short scream-like moan, the zombie falls. Yuboa. On the other hand, the goma zombie's reaction was sharp. Makes you think as if it already noticed us when we entered. When its friend was done being shot, it had already started running towards us. Wah, it's the damn running type. I let out a complaint on impulse. Fuck this, zombies should just be zombie-like and slowly stalk towards you. The hell are you doing making a sprint with perfect arm swings, you bastard? Well, the fact that I can actually see it running means that the brain limiter thing is still on and it hasn't become super strengthened, so that's some relief. One thing to note though, its power looks like it hasn't changed since it was alive. And since it hasn't changed, there's no way it'll last against Futaba-san's attack. With one swing of her axe, the goma zombie was quickly divided in two from its abdomen, and releasing entrails and dirty black blood, it was reduced to waste lying on the passage. Ah, sorry Momokawa-kun. It was coming pretty fast so I kinda. Those instinctive and decisive methods make Futaba-san a splendid berserker if you ask me. No, that's fine. Since we learned that you can beat them with little damage. The goma zombie's corpse doesn't even twitch. Kinda thought it'd keep moving until the head was gone, and I've also heard of types that keep going without a head too, but those cases don't seem to apply here. Plus, looks like that one still needs more work. Further ahead, the other zombie was slowly rising up. Its chest area looks caved in, but nonetheless, it looks lively enough to start dashing anytime. Futaba-san, stand a little behind me please. She nods, and quickly falls back. But her grip on the axe hasn't loosened a bit. She's alert and will come to my aid if need be. How reliable. Well then, I'll be trying out my long-awaited attack curse now, Ruin Hildesama. I gently raise my right arm, and properly recite the aria. On trials not of will. On fate not of honor. On destiny of such aversion, I will carve my own path. Black bloodline. A pattern that looked as if painted in fresh blood appeared on the back of my outstretched right hand. A magic circle, or rather, it looked more like a big eye. This is probably what Ruin Hildesama was grinding away at with his sharp finger on the insides of my hand, a genuine crest of God. No, I guess it's a curse in this case. This mark of curse also extended to my palm. On this side, it was a simple X mark. As I turned my palm and it faced the ground, a single drop of blood fell from the X mark. With that, the prep work for the curse is done. Putrefy, in the depths of vile red. Rotten bog. One drop of black bloodline descended from my hand. And the moment that single bead of blood stained the ground, it spread out along with vigorous bubbling. Looked as if the ground itself was bleeding out. This is in fact just how my first offensive curse, the Rotten Bog, is supposed to work. With my blood as the epicenter, a poisonous pool, similar to Hell's Lake of Fire, is created. It has a certain range, and a somewhat arbitrary shape and radius. The width and toxicity seems to be determined by the density and amount of my blood used. Incidentally, my blood isn't currently that of a normal human being, but has a kind of special attribution. Black bloodline blood that may be blessing or curse. No matter one's lineage, the fact that blood is an essence of life is absolute. Body, curse, magic, faith. Its effect manifests in a myriad of matters. That's about it for the description in my head for black bloodline. Kinda like, it says bloodline, and I don't really have any special origin story, but this curse will help out with some stuff, is the feeling. Just letting it out there, I have a pair of completely normal, Japanese parents living in an ordinary Japanese household, no impressive ancestry whatsoever. Nothing like, in fact, the Momokawa house has been handing down this special technique for generations, or any of that BS. But it's clear that with this black bloodline, my blood has the ability to strengthen the Rotten Bog. It's just a gut feeling, but if I used plain old blood to make the bog, I have a feeling I wouldn't get something this big or toxic. Which means, this is a lucky combination of skills I got as a result of piling on experience as a shaman. Yeah, Futaba-san, get back a bit more. The dark crimson pool of blood kept expanding in the passage. It gained a radius of 2 meters right in front of me. More that big enough to catch a dumb zombie running in a straight line. Futaba-san and I stand a bit away from the Rotten Bog so we can counter it in case it tries passing over with a big jump, and we wait for the rushing zombie. Boo-oah. With a mad shriek, the zombie steps foot into the swamp of deadly poison. Rotten Bog in but a single step, the meat melts off, rotting into the toxic liquid. That description being right on the money, starting from its first step inside, sizzling sounds came from the zombie's feet as parts began melting off. Boo-ah, go-ah, and then it fell down. Since the soles of its feet melted, it slipped smoothly, and splashed into the ground with the full momentum of its previous rush. With no defenses of speak of, the zombie flopped head first into the poison bog. It was a scene you could maybe find in those gag prank shows on TV, falling down with a dumb expression and the works, but me and Futaba-san couldn't really point and laugh at the end result. Wah. Seeing that kind of gruesome melting damage from my own curse, I inadvertently let out a voice of aversion. Getting its body smeared in the poison, or more like, in the potent acid-like liquid, a loud fizz released from all over the zombie along with smoke tinged in red. Writhing in agony, the zombie attempted to get up, only to find its hand on the ground had gone. Then I saw its wrist had just plopped off, then came its elbow, then the knee. Oh, losing any and all limbs to struggle with, what remained was only the pitifully frothing head and trunk. And in no time, the head crumbled away, lastly leaving the zombie's lone back, slowly descending into the acid. It's everything returning to nothing. Oh. I did it. You did it. That's great, Momokawa-kun. You beat the zombie by yourself. As I was reflecting on whether this kind of win was truly valid, Futaba-san raised her voice in explosive cheers. Reading the description, I knew it'd end this way. I knew, but looking at the enemy dying so gruesomely, I can't really feel like jumping in joy. Hoping for something a bit cooler in terms of killing is probably too much to ask for. Anyway, this marks my first real victory since becoming a shaman. It wasn't a series of lucky events like with the armor bear, Nor was it getting saved by Futaba-san like in the Goma trap incident. It was simply, purely me achieving a win with my powers as a shaman. One mere zombie. But a zombie nonetheless. So I'll own it. No matter how awful, how grotesque it looks, a win is a win. Hey, thanks. With somewhat of a weird laugh and awkward bashful expression, I cheer for me as well along with the brightly smiling Futaba-san for my first ever victory. Chapter 42, Mandragora. Looks like this area only has zombies and skeletons. The skeletons are the usual sluggish and slow-reacting type, their attacks being monotone like some badly programmed AI. They're your average mob monsters. Zombies consist of the small zombies, and the more human-like adult zombies. Though unlike skeletons they don't carry weapons, zombies can detect us and as a result, start shrieking and rushing at us, which is a pain. When encountered at corners, they'd instantly go into battle mode and come at us, so it's quite nerve-wracking. But Futaba-san has the guts and ability to calmly cut down those zombies no matter what starting distance. Up until now, no matter what surprises came our way, she could always get the upper hand. It's not like we usually can't see them coming, so zombies aren't that big a deal. If we see them without them noticing, I can set up my rotten bog in advance, and Futaba-san can get their attention with her stones, fishing them out easily. If there aren't many, we can just wait behind the bog and the zombies will jump in and melt on their own. If there's more than 5 or so, some of them can bridge across stepping on others that are still melting. Most of the time when that happens, the surviving numbers aren't much and they fall prey to Futaba-san's axe. When there's still more, I use black hair bind for support, and we can get a slightly bigger safety margin. Of course, zombies aren't like that authoress. They can't breathe fire nor do they have any sharp nails or bladed weapons. They can't easily escape my black hair's grasp. Well, they're usually moving so fast, sometimes the ankle would just tear off from the momentum. So when I do bind them, I make sure to get both legs or the trunk. Like that, we arrived at the end of the tunnel at a large clearing which I could describe as a graveyard forest. Once there, we beat a fairly large horde of them safe and sound, and pretty easily to boot. Phew, finally. All cleaned up, Momokawa-kun. They're easy to beat, but it sure is a lot of effort. In games, you certainly have strategies where you lure in small parts of a group of mobs towards you and whittle down their numbers, but that gets boring real fast. Most of the time you're just waiting to get to a high enough level or chance upon a good weapon to deal with them all at once. But that's a feeling strictly in games. I feel like I could take on around this much myself. If there's an easier way, we should just use that. Safety first, right? Taking risks should be only when there's a boss and you don't have much choice. Like really, this isn't a game, but real life, with that life on a fine line. Safety is like the best luxury you can get. It may take more time, more effort even, but I'll happily put in the work for that option. The only downside, we can expect no cause from skeletons as a given, but none at all from any zombies either. Let's get going. There could be more zombies behind the trees, so stay alert. From the tunnel, it looked like the zombies were cleared out, so we stepped into the graveyard forest. I say graveyard, but basically, it's a forested dome where the ground has tree branches sticking out like grave markers. Though they can look like normal graves at a glance, they may as well be something completely different. All of these branches show signs of being broken, so it's clear that they didn't grow naturally, and were put there by something else. Maybe the Goma decided to make this place their gravesite, or maybe there's a monster that likes to break off branches and stick them into the ground. I wouldn't know. But yeah, I can't associate this scene with anything other than a graveyard. Plus, I don't know whether they're trying to save on power or just broken, but the light panels on the ceiling here are especially dim here. If someone's trying to set the mood or something, please stop. Chem. We were walking according to the magic compass while being vigilant of our surroundings, but something caught my eye all of a sudden. Futaba-san, wait a bit. There's no, what's wrong, or any question of the sort. With a simple, yeah of confirmation, she got into position as lookout and guard. I feel like Futaba-san's quality as a bodyguard rose at some point without me noticing. I'll leave my impression of Futaba-san aside for now, and concentrate on that thing that caught my attention. Growing along the base of one of the thicker grave markers, it was a bundle emerald green grass. It may seem like ordinary weeds at a cursory glance, but a vividly poisonous purple from its root portion, something like a fruit, was peeking out from the ground. My guess would be that something like a carrot is buried in there. Well then, since I'm curious, I'll just investigate this mysterious magenta with my intuition pharmacy, a plant that resembles monsters and has ominous human-shaped roots. Against predators, or any who try to pull it out, it resists with a shrill noise released via a form of telepathy. Since ages past, it has been used for miracle drugs, wonder cures, and even deadly poisons. Due to its unique ecology, it is said to have a profound effect on the human psyche. Intuition Pharmacy's usual casual explanation became all legit all of a sudden. What's up? Ya look it up on Wikipedia or something. Anyway, aside from just how that whimsical skill works, a single name popped into my head from that description just now. So basically, it's a mandragora, right? Ah, that, I've heard of it. Yeah, the name itself is pretty famous after all. It's a familiar ingredient item in games, and it's a frequent staple in all sorts of fantasy media. It usually goes something like, it's got a human-shaped root, and starts screaming when pulled out, granting death to whoever shall hear. There's also the mandrake. The name being similar, it's the plant that became the basis of the legend. But from the description, looks like it's not the mandragora we know from Earth, and it's somewhat different from the ones in fantasy stories too. This should be a similar, but different plant peculiar to this other world. Let's try pulling it out. Hey, doesn't that kill you? It didn't say instant death, so we should be fine. It supposedly resists via telepathy, an amazingly fantasy behavior. I'm somewhat curious as to what that is. And naturally, as a shaman, I simply can't let go of excellent material like this that may as well become miracle meds. You're sure? Really sure about this, right? If it looks bad, let it go right away, alright? Leaving be Futaba-san, who's transformed into a model overprotective mother, I grab onto the mandragora's leaves with expanding curiosity. Yelling out, I pull hard. And in doing, a shrill bird's cry, or like a very high-pitched human voice rang out in my head. I see, so this is that shrill telepathic noise. It's not much. Nails scratching on a blackboard or shattering glass would be more painful, I guess. Also, isn't this a little too low volume? Ah, it's out. In no time, it easily popped out. Momokawa-kun, you're alive, right? Ah, yup, no, it wasn't bad at all. With a satisfied expression, I dangle the harvested mandragora in front of Futaba-san. Like, look at the fruit of my labor, look at it. Taking a good look, it does kind of look humanish. The split tip obviously being the legs. There was that sexy radish trend, right? It's pretty much that. But with what seemed to be eyes and a mouth, its head area had round, concaved parts, and with its full-on purple skin, it has an overall feel that you wouldn't want to eat it at all. Though yeah, I have a feeling I can make something really good from this. Futaba-san, you wanna give it a try? There's another one over there. It's really okay, right? Easy peasy. No, but still, after a bit more of that, in the end, Futaba-san pulled it out. Yeah, I got one. Nice. How's the voice? Nothing, I didn't hear a thing. Told you, we were happy to be able to easily collect the mandragora, but the situation suddenly changed. The first one to notice was of course, Futaba-san, with her sharp senses or something that berserkers seem to have. Something's there. I quickly stuff the second mandragora into my bag, and get ready to run at a moment's notice. We'll retreat to the entrance. How is it? Still clear, we're not completely surrounded yet. But I sense them from both sides. Too bad I don't have the ability to sense presences like that. Looking left or right, I see only silent foliage. With a quick glance back, there's the entrance from the tunnel to this clearing some 10 meters away. Momokawa-kun, run. It's damn right insane to run blindly when facing an unknown enemy and, though that may be a big concern, I fully trust in Futaba-san's decision-making ability. Her instinctive battle sense as a berserker is tremendously reliable. My little complaints can take a back seat anytime. And the moment I started running just as instructed, with a loud rustling, the monsters made their appearance around us. Bow bow. It was a monster we hadn't encountered before, making noisy dog-like barking sounds. At a glance, they looked like one of those carnivorous dinosaurs I saw in an encyclopedia as a kid. Height being around that of a human, it was a bipedal lizard, with short forelimbs that should be the arms, and a long tail. It was grey like cinderblock, and on its back I could see densely packed scales with a metallic glimmer. But its most peculiar, or more like, bizarre aspect would be its disproportionately big head. It looked like a slightly angular cube. Splitting in jagged lines from the middle peaked its wide maw. Matching its similarity to dogs, it had a long tongue sticking out from that mouth, dribbling foul spit. Glaring with its beady red eyes, it aimed for us looking expressly famished. It's a gore. Of course, it's the first time I've seen one, but I knew the name. We checked for mail in the note circle before heading out, so we know some info on this monster. Gores are a species of earth dragon that are small in size and form packs. I'm guessing earth dragons are monsters that look like dinosaurs. They're omnivorous but prefer meat, usually scavenging on dead creatures. They will eagerly attack prey that seem weak enough to hunt. An aggressive and vicious monster. They have no magic, but along with the sheer strength and quick-footedness boasted by all members of the earth dragon family, it uses its oversized jaws to reap its prey. These dangerous gores had appeared, and in a pack of 5 no less. There could be even more hiding in the bushes. Anyway, there's a lot. And I can't think of a way we can take them on with just us two. This may be a bit bad. For me. Futaba-san lets out a breath of energy. Looking there, the gore coming at her was blown away. That must be the counterattacking ability of the knight skill number 2, Repel. The attacking gore not only got repelled away, but took a direct blow from the axe as well. Its belly being white and scaleless, easily split apart, spilling dark red blood and entrails. One of them being done in with such nimble movements and ease, however, wasn't enough to caution its friends to give up. Futaba-san. I'm fine, you get back behind the bog, Momokawa-kun. By the time the next few gores sieged us from the front, left, and right, I had somehow made it to the entrance by running full force. Over there was the rotten bog we had made to safely dispose of the horde of zombies previously, spread end to end across the entrance as much as possible. This curse won't go disappearing on its own. Once made, it stays. However, like paint drying, it reacts to the air, and would eventually harden, losing its toxicity. It had become harmless dirt. The one made there just now still hasn't dried up. Bubbling eerily, it seemed to be asking for new prey. Easy does it. I leap across the very edge so I don't fall in. Well, we've already confirmed that this poison won't work on me at all. So even if I made a mistake and stepped in, I won't become muddy waste. But that only accounts for my own body, clothes, and equipment being barred from the exception. And I do not need some fan service scene of only my clothes and things getting melted away by some erotic slime digestion event. But seriously, losing our gear could become a fatal mistake. Anyway, now this weak-ass shaman has made it to a safe location. Considering at their size, I can't imagine a gore walking across the narrow portion of UN bogged area without dipping in. And curse the body. Red fever. Now that I'm properly positioned in rearguard, my role is only to support Futaba-san. First, I aim a curse at all the gores. The effect is negligible as usual though. I can only pray it'll dull their movements a bit. Yeah. It's currently unknown whether my backup was meaningful or otherwise, but Futaba-san slayed a gore with a full swing nonetheless. That's the second one now. Futaba-san is holding position a little ways away from the entrance. Just close enough that I can use black hair bind in a practical manner. At this rate, she can finish them off by herself no trouble. Wait, what? There's only 2 gores around Futaba-san. Where's the other? Uwa. Bow. Raising a piercing roar, one of the gores were running towards the tunnel entrance. This fucker, it ignored Futaba-san and went for me instead. One got past, Momokawa-kun. I'm coming right. I'll handle it. You focus on the ones there. Futaba-san turning around and coming to my rescue at this point won't end well for either of us. The 2 gores around her look like they're just waiting for a chance to pounce while maintaining distance. But more importantly, I can see another 3, 4 of them poking out their heads from deeper in the forest. If that whole pack starts attacking all at once, Even Futaba-san can't hold out. That's why I gotta be able to take down at least one of these small fries. What's wrong? Come get some. I provoke it with a jittery voice from the other side of the pool. My enemy Gore was clearly wary of the rotten bog. TCH, those brainless zombies would be jumping into the dubious crimson mud, no questions asked. But guess it won't go so well with a monster based on real live animals. Its instincts as a living creature must be alerting it against danger. Huffing in rough breaths, for a while, it paced in front of the tunnel. Next, the Gore drew away. Did it give up, I wonder? But then it turned back towards here again, and started sprinting like no tomorrow. Is it trying to cross over from the momentum? Nope, I have a good idea about its ploy. Oh no you don't. Just as I thought, the Gore was going to use its monster strength legs to jump across. The bog is 4 meters in diameter. If a high school boy can make 4 meters in long jump, for a monster like this it should be child's play. Which implies, with my rotten bog only this big, it'll only be a low-tier obstacle for a Gore. Naturally, once it gets in, I have no hope of taking on this member of the Jurassic in a close combat situation. Relying on pain return won't lead to any kind of victory either. Fall into heal. So I dropped it. Mid-air, right around where it was above the middle of the bog, I pull the Gore down into hell. Already lurking in the depths of the bog mud, a monster-like jet-black tentacle flies out. I'm talking about the one and only, black hair bind. Getting to this point, I've been using it again, and again against T-zombies, and even when Futaba-san didn't need any help at all, I kept practicing to the point of idiocy, and have become much more skilled at it since the battle with the Orthrus. It's thicker, longer, and with a grip like never before. GYAOA. With fierce splashing, the Gore that was defenseless mid-jump is yanked into the toxic swamp by the abyssal tentacle. The fizzling, liquefying sounds are much louder than when zombies were plunged in. It's no wonder, its body is much bigger than a zombie, so naturally there'd be more fizz. OOA. Bore. BA. Shut it. Stay there. Sink, damn it. I further bind the writhing Gore with my black hair tentacles. I call forth 2 more braids. One to hold down its tail rampaging on the mud, and the other to close its shrieking mouth filled with fangs. A total of 3 black hair binds tied it down into the powerful dissolving bog. How's that? When I realized that black hair bind isn't affected by the rotten bog like my body, this was born as my most powerful killer combo. Bow. BAA. Oh. Never able to fully free itself, my dangerous battle with the Gore came to an end. My curses aren't strong enough to hold down that kind of monster head-on. Looking at that Gore struggling so much, then completely losing its vitality and collapsing at the center of the poison bog, I was released from being on edge, and just stared vacantly for a bit. Ha. Futaba-san, where's? Realizing that the fight wasn't over yet, I hastily look around with a start. Momokawa-kun, everything all right? The pack ran away already. Looking around, there were the massacred corpses of 7 Gores scattered about, and Futaba-san looking at me with a wholehearted expression of worry. Just wow, while I was doing deadly 1v1, she'd taken care of 7 of them like nothing. These combat specialized vocations are just amazing. Ah, yeah. No problem, alive mostly. Not a scratch in fact. That's great to hear. I'll go look for cause then. Looking at Futaba-san using her knife to fish out the Gore corpses so cheerfully, I kinda seriously thought, I can't live without this girl anymore. Futaba-san, I can't thank you enough. Chapter 43, Secret Harvest. So this happened. It was after clearing the graveyard forest, getting to the next fairy square, heading out from there, getting to another, similar zombie-filled area, and after finally reaching our 3rd fairy square. I made up my mind and asked her, Futaba-san, what is it? That smile turning towards me, you'd never think she's been spending so many days in a dreary dungeon. Her complexion is great, and her skin looks healthy. Such a wonderful smile makes it a bit hard to say. But I shan't delay it any longer, I'll give it to her straight. Why you, lost weight right? Her eyes looked as if they'd pop out in surprise. And that reaction being so unbelievably forced, must be my imagination. I don't see it at all. Me, losing weight? No way. No, you did. You slimmed down like a ton. Even a good-for-nothing like me can declare wholeheartedly that Futaba-san has gotten visibly thinner. I mean, I'd obviously notice, right? That waist that looked like a barrel had somehow become hourglass-shaped. No, to be accurate, she's still got more inches around there than the average girl, but due to that overwhelmingly massive bust and hip, the whole thing looks relatively squeezed in. Nonetheless, it's clear as day that her figure went through a big change. Plus, those thighs that looked like tree trunks had now gotten somewhat defined. The form of her porcelain legs peeking out from her skirt looks toned, drawing a beautiful curve down. Futaba-san now has in her possession a body that is the envy of women, with sex appeal to make men stand fully in attention. Maybe, you're right. That shy, bashful thing must be an act. But no doubt she's happy about it. She must have been concerned about her figure, even a little. The current, thinner Futaba-san, with her round face that has much less fat around the edges, and with her big, round eyes, looks almost like one of those baby-faced idols. At this rate, she'll be true idol tier in no time. Yup, believe me, you're seriously thinner. Must be all those harsh battles. And those power seeds too. Yeah, I think so too. I've been getting more exercise than at school at least. Going to town with a rabid pack of gauze with a single axe isn't what I'd call merely exercise there, miss. The calorie consumption should be intense, but does everything feel alright? Any dizziness? Nope, none at all. See, after becoming a berserker, my whole body's much lighter. And in contrast, her attack damage has become tremendous. She can absolutely destroy a gauze bulky skull with one swing after all. That's fine and all. But losing weight too fast and getting worn out will be bad too, alright? No way, but I can't get to normal size if I'm like this. That's not the problem here. Or more like, I myself couldn't bear to see her get even thinner and become like those slim models you find anywhere. To lose that supersized bust and hip that's so alien to the Japanese populace, it'd be simply dreadful. Anyway, don't force yourself. If anything feels weird, we'll take a break right away. Fairy squares are safe, and if it's a few snakes, I can go hunt them myself. I'd be hard-pressed to order her to get fatter, or something, so I'll have her maintain what she has now. Still, her waist has gone down so much, but the bust and hip seem unchanged. No, if my trained eye hasn't seen any changes, then there's no doubt to be made. Do you realize just how solemnly I've been gazing at those treasures every single day? Secretly, of course. What she doesn't know won't hurt anyone. Yeah, thank you, Momokawa-kun. Getting all bashful like that, Futaba-san is now no inferior than any pretty girl, Bishijo. With those massive jugs in her arsenal, it'd be fair to call her one of the big three beauties of Class 27 alongside Soma Sakura and Reina Ayas. I'd even take the initiative to start her very own fan club and appoint myself chairman. But yeah, seeing as I'm not getting lightheaded and my pulse hasn't rised drastically even when I'm with such a beautiful girl, the type I'm not used to even looking at, it must be that. Going through all this hell together must have made this bond. I could even call her a comrade and friend. At least, she is for me. Momokawa-kun. I kind of wanted to say something, too. What's that? Could it be? Do I look tougher now too? Is it that? Whoa, this'll be great. It's perhaps time for me to finally upgrade into a manly man. As if. I deny the thought looking at my twig arms that can't even break off a solid fairy walnut branch. First names. Can we go by first names? Sure, of course. We're a proper party now, so first names should be natural, yeah. It does seem a bit too distant to call someone you're entrusting your life to by their last name. Plus, it's these little things that tend to deepen bonds between allies all the more. The psychological effect is no joke. In fact, I'd have asked for first names myself in due time, so it's a great suggestion. Sure, go for it. Wow, thanks so much, Kotaru-kun. Oh man, what even, skipped a beat there. My nut bladder won't hold out. Yeah, this is it. It's my first name being called like this by a girl, first time since birth. Like, those girls I played with in kindergarten only called me Momo-chan. Did I say it wrong? Wah. No, it was perfect. I got dazed for a bit from the shock. New, so embarrassing. I gotta get it together, or she'll take it the wrong way. And me too, first name okay? Ah sure, let's see. Maiko. Maybe it seemed too alien, Futaba-san reacts with a jolt. Or more like, getting rid of the honorific was definitely the clincher. Futaba-san suddenly going all the way to Maiko is just rude. Like, what am I, her boyfriend? Ah, no, that was rude of me. Got it, Mei-chan, how about that? Why yeah. That's fine, Kotaro-kun. Man, first names, this is the life. Getting called like that by a girl, it's damn glorious. That damn Soma Yuto, and all those other normies. You've been enjoying this happiness like drinking water every single day. Yeah, handsome guys are a privileged class after all. Thanks. I'll be counting on you then, Mei-chan. We thus shook hands, symbolizing our deepened bond. And, while that was certainly a refreshingly prickling interchange amongst high schoolers of the opposite sex, that evening, I did something so horrible to Futaba-san, it was as if I was trampling on every bit of her pure intentions. The time was right around midnight. Thanks to the G-Shock, we could now tell time very accurately. In the fairy square where light shines 24/7, I peered at the other side of the fountain to find that Mei-chan, formerly Futaba-san, has fallen fast asleep. And no, I shouldn't do this. Guilt, self-disgust, and the utter fear of what if she finds out, makes me loosen my resolve. No, I decided, I can't delay this anymore. It's now or never. I re-harden my resolve. Since this is a necessity, I'll make it an actually useful mud doll. My goal is to make a vile mud doll I can send to battle. Last time, I tried making one the size of a skeleton and collapsed from mana exhaustion. But this time, I know can do better. With the recent zombie area capturing, I've more or less realized that my curses are getting stronger. My most frequently used, black hair bind, goes without saying, and as for my only attack option, that is Rotten Bog, I've gotten able to somewhat manipulate the shape and increase the acidity. If those two can get visibly stronger to such a degree, then Vile Mud Doll will too. Or at least, there's the possibility. Red Fever? Who's that? That aside, unlike a certain shitty curse number 1 I know, Vile Mud Doll is a real trooper, I'm sure of it. I got all the materials I need. I'm already done gathering the necessary items from the ones we've been collecting from battles. Bones from skeletons, cores, scales, and skin from gores, and threw in some mandragora too. I need mud from the fairy square into a human shape to bury these in. Next, I only needed my blood, yes, my new black bloodline flowing through my Shaman Y veins. If I use that, then it should become a lot stronger than before. But then, I had a sudden thought. If my blood isn't just a key to activate the curse, but also an ingredient itself, then won't other body fluids work too? I don't mean saliva. I'll be frank, I'm thinking semen. It's not in a lewd meaning, but because in some stories with alchemy and homunculi, you often have stuff like mixing human and horse semen. I recalled it when we found the mandragora. In this world, human sperm is likely to have some magic properties as well. If it'll add some power to my curses, there's no waste trying. My measly spunk doesn't have any other use after all. Oh, okay, let's do it. Hirono-kun, I'll be gratefully using this alright. In my hands is the infamous rubber balloon for adult use, in other terms, the condom. It was in a little corner of Hirono-kun's wallet that we now had in our possession. That being there could mean one of two things. He didn't use it with Nishiyama-san. Or, after using them, there was only one left. Man, I'm so glad we didn't teleport in during any of their fun time. That would have been way beyond awkward. It may be obvious, but this is my first time using such an adult item. But I happen to have more than enough instructional video knowledge on its application and use. I had fixedly reviewed such instruction every single day, so using it should be a no-brainer. Though I never in my dreams imagined I'd be using one for a sad reason like collecting semen by myself for shaman purposes. But then again, not using it and coming all over the mud doll would be even more awful. Sure, I'm backed up from the full-time abstinence since the whole dungeon life started. I'd like some time to masturbate in peace if I can, please. Ha. And I'm quickly done with the deed. I've achieved my goal, but my heart is currently overflowing with guilt. Futaba-san, I'm so sorry. I'm so remorseful, I can't bear to call her by her first name right now. Are you familiar with the term lookout? For those not in the know, you're doing great, but unfortunately, that isn't the case for me. It's when you're playing MMOs and the sort, and you masturbate to female character avatars. Can I do some lookout here? Apparently they ask too. The darkness of MMOs runs chillingly deep. I've never engaged in that sort of sinful gameplay, but I can't make fun of those gentlemen performing lookouts any longer. Like, doing it IRL is fundamentally different from doing it in front of your monitor. No, actually, this has to be some sort of crime. Really, I'm really sorry. I never meant to go this far. I just wanted to confirm if she was actually asleep. But listen, hear me out, okay? So on the opposite side of the fountain, there was this gravure idol class beauty sleeping defenselessly with those huge tits overflowing with eros. We don't have any blankets or comforters supplied in the fairy square, meaning we just lie down and sleep. In other words, this disastrously THICC girl was lying there, exposed to all of Mother Nature. Naturally, she in no way could be described as naked. Futaba-san was using her gym clothes as sleepwear. There wasn't a speck of indecent exposure. There wasn't at all, but, just look, her breasts and butt were like they're desperate to escape from those stuffy articles of clothing. Just how damn big do they have to get to stretch out clothes like that? Me being a guy can't even imagine, and I bet even girls would find it a bit hard to process. Just that much was enough for me. Just that view entering my starved eyes was more than enough. But then again, there was that time when Futaba-san almost tried to kill me. So in the back of my mind I'm imagining she'd forgive me saying, "Can't be helped, Naya." Just as I was daydreaming like that, she rolled in her sleep, facing my way. And I saw it. The front of her jacket was, how should I say, open. It's pretty warm in the fairy square, so wearing gym clothes over your normal clothes makes it a bit uncomfortable. Wearing just a t-shirt like I am feels just right. And so, it must have been hot for her. Even when I, a perfectly valid male, was right on the other side, Futaba-san had lowered the zipper of her jacket all the way to the middle. Blitzing into my eyes was the cleavage between those milky white breasts. A valley so profound, it rivals any mystical mountain. Carnal crest, the intermediary of sex and magic. Love being itself a mode of curse, sexual intercourse is a ritual for. There was this curse description-like thing entering my head for a bit, but I had absolutely no mind to pay attention to something like that. What I mean is, if you're a man, you'll get it. Ha. And there, we get back to the present. My big sigh comes not only from my emotional state, but also from a consequential loss of stamina. Didn't think I could let out twice in a row. I don't even need this much. But I don't have any other use for this, and it's scary to think what'd happen if I secretly disposed of it at a corner here. So let's just use all of it for the mud doll. That's right, I'm doing all this for my vile mud doll. It's totally not because I wanted to relieve myself. I'm doing this, I'ma do this, damn it. Having rid myself of worldly desires, I now fully concentrate on the curse. With complicated feelings, I smear on the final ingredient over the mud doll, and we're set. On trials not of will, on fate not of honor, on destiny of such aversion, I will carve my own path. Black bloodline. I can already make the blood without all that chanting, but at times like these, I imagine it's more effective if I do. So it's just in case. Rise from chaos, bind in foul blood, stand on stained earth. Falls a drop of blood. 1, 2 drops. Have more, have as much as you want. The drips penetrate when falling on the mud, and on the cloudy white, they mix to create a sickening color. It's fine, sickening or ominous or whatever. Because this is a curse. Look as evil as you want, and get stronger. Vile mud doll. With that, I finish the aria. That time when I fainted, it was before I got to finish, so this means it worked. It's just, feels like I lost more energy than that double shot just now, so it must have drained a fair bit of mana. Now, let's see how it went. Wah. The change was so drastic I let out my voice. With the mud doll at the epicenter, thick liquid like in rotten bog was bubbling out. Can't be. I'm sure I got the right curse. The aria was perfect, and my mental image was spot on too. And looking closer, that muddy place wasn't crimson like rotten bog, but black as night. But I could also see blood-red color peeking out here and there. Is this that so-called chaos? As if answering my thoughts, the mud doll sinks into the boiling bog of chaos. Ah! I exclaimed, as the chaos bog started disappearing like it was only an illusion. After that, what was left was but a small figure. Why yes, it worked. It was a skeleton of jet black bone. It had a black luster, a slight metallic polish that's perhaps from the gore materials. Its height was up to my hips, so the size of a child. The limbs were also short, so it looked like a child's bones made into a skeleton. Well, looks don't matter. The crucial point is if it's strong. Try this. I hand over the Goma-made spear, that I've put to almost no use myself, to this black skeleton of a mud doll. Gah, gah gah. Acknowledged, it seems to say as it clicks its skeletal jawbones while receiving the spear. Taking stance, and a thrust. It's spear skill, even I can tell it's pretty awkward. I can't say it's good at all but... good, very good. This much is enough for now. But I'm now sure of it, of this skeleton's talent. Just being able to swing a spear, it's proof that it now has human-level strength. Plus, it's got good thrusting speed too. Looks like it's got around the same strength as me, maybe a bit less. In sum, it's no longer that weak mud doll that had dismantled as soon as it got wet. That is to say, I can totally use this as a decoy or for kamikaze attacks. It's become a fairly convenient sacrificial pawn, and it adds to our numbers too. With its current size, I can have it do spear attacks, and next time, it's sure to do well distracting monsters. And when the time comes, it'll become my life-saving shield. It doesn't have much firepower, but I got myself a good, obedient little soldier to use. Man, am I glad that went well. With that feeling of relief, I dropped to the ground as if some strings were cut. Both mana and stamina drained to the limit. My eyelids are so heavy, I'll just... Chapter 44, Zombie Area Capture. Kia. W. What is this? With a scream from Futaba-san, I am relinquished from sleep. Nah. W. What happened, Futaba-san? Still half asleep, I make the attempt to get up while rubbing my eyes. It's terrible, Kotaro-kun. There's a monster in this fairy square. Also, first name please. E. Monster. Where? That's one hell of an emergency, all right. Fairy squares are our only safe location. And if it came to be that some monsters could invade this space, we'd have to start setting up watch. Look, it's over there. That black skeleton. Wah, you're right. What is that? A new type of skeleton. It had the figure of a child, with bones giving off a dark, metallic sheen, a jet black skeleton. At one corner of the square, it was single-mindedly swinging around a spear like a knight focused on training. Ah, sorry Mei-chan, that's one of mine, it's a mud doll. It is. My head wasn't working right just after waking up. Obviously, that over there is the vile mud doll I made last night. For now, I'll go ahead and explain. So that's how it is. Yeah, I was thinking it could work as a bit of support for you. Thank you, Kotaro-kun. The perfect smile she shoots back rivals any Bishijo. Man, dungeon diets sure are impressive. So, what did you name her? Name? You didn't. Nope. Name her. Should be useful to have one, I guess. If Mei-chan wants to give it orders, calling it by name would make it easier. Got it. Let's go with Rem. It's a mud doll, golem, so Rem. Looks like a skeleton though. Basic naming done and over with, I will now start calling this nice and loyal mud doll Rem. When I mentally commanded come back, she stopped her training as if hearing me by telepathy, and began heading this way with a rattle of her bones. Standing in front of us, her back, or rather, spine was straight, standing at attention, holding the spear in a perfect vertical. If I gave her some armor, she'd look just like one of those antique knight displays. She has great manners. Yup, she sure isn't like those soulless skeletons and zombies you find all over. Speaking of which, it's not like I told her to stand at attention, so this pattern of action must mean that she's got at least some form of ego. There's also the possibility that she comes pre-programmed with a certain level of independent activity. From now on, your name will be Rem. Nice to meet you, Rem-chan. Gaga. Replying with a click of her jaws, Rem nodded no-show understanding by rigidly lowering her skull. And like that, we got ourselves a new and improved Rem as a new team member, and began once more our venture into the dungeon. Yup, she fights pretty well. We're still in the same old zombie area, and the genre of monsters appearing show no signs of change. Stone passages and the occasional tunnel. And there were some graveyard forests in varying sizes as well. The first thing I confirmed was Rem's solo fighting ability. Whether it's skeleton or zombie, if it's a 1v1, she can win without much trouble. Skeletons are dumb and never paying much attention, so if I give her the correct image on how to attack, she'll go for it without an ounce of hesitation, bashing her spear into its bones. Once the skeleton falls down, she'll finish it off by breaking its skull with the butt of the weapon. Zombies are a bit tougher than skeletons. There's ones that flinch when stabbed and ones that don't. Most of the smaller, Goma zombies are the flinching type, so with a few more stabs after the first one, it's dead. As for the ones that don't flinch, they just bite onto her, and she'd wrestle them down in most cases. That being said, Rem's body is only a collection of bones. Even if zombies gnaw into her with their rotten teeth, she'll only get minor scratches. Rem doesn't feel pain, and there's nothing like any damage feedback to me either. So even when they bite, Rem uses her sub-weapon, the Goma's knife, originally mine, to stab and kill. After enough times with the knife, the zombies stop moving. Whether it's after losing a good portion of its meat, or after shedding too much of its decayed blood, I don't know the exact conditions for how zombies die, but that's how Rem's been killing them. The only tough part would be that, unlike non-dead humans, they'll keep moving right up until death. I think it's better to keep Rem-chan beside you, she seems more suited for defending. The great thing about Rem is that she won't melt in rotten bog. Thinking back on Black Hair Bind, my curses may be made to be non-interfering, or maybe they have nullification effects built in. Anyway, as for Rem, who I can technically place smack dab in the middle of the bog, she is best suited to be my bodyguard. Rem is holding my old spear and knife, which leaves me unarmed. Would be a bad idea, so I equipped that sheathless knife I kept in my bag. I hung it at my waist with a cloth around it. That and, though it may be considered the most basic level of armament in the whole dungeon, but it's better than nothing, so why not? I'm carrying one of those wooden clubs used by skeletons. It would seem like my weapons went down a rank, but thinking of our individual roles, this kind of gear distribution is actually more optimal. I really thought she'd help you out at front, you know. Sorry, I couldn't make her strong enough to go into the front lines. Ahaha, don't worry. I just thought if I accidentally hit Rem-chan, she could break. Could break, more like, will definitely break. Just as Mei-chan has been destroying all those mob skeletons, Rem would be in shambles no doubt. We'll have to practice so they can handle the vanguard as a team someday. The next time we get allies, we'll have to at least keep up on that front. And with Rem now acting as my shield, we make our way through the dungeon. With Mei-chan wielding so much raw power, our progress is steady as can be. There are the gores that often appear in the graveyard forests which she can make easy work of. Our first encounter with these monsters was in their largest numbers we've seen to date, so the 2 or 3 coming out now are easy game. And though they're pretty small, we can get cores from these gores. I don't know how many we'll need for escaping, but gradually piling up on them should help somewhat. Collecting materials now, and not when you need them, at which point the task becomes a chore, is gaming 101. With the prime objective of core collection, we also collect the gore scales and skins to occasionally repair Rem. Making Rem sleep, I use Vile Mud Doll again. This is when Rem's black chaos, the bog, appears, swallowing up the new materials along with Rem, and spitting out a shiny new version of her. It's a pretty simple procedure, so I'm glad I can use her without concern. Even if it gets a bit rough, and her arm and leg bones get broken, I'm confident I can use gores and skeletons and heal her up right away. It's just, if she gets completely destroyed, I'd have to rebuild her from scratch, so And it's about time I stop feeling guilty about that lookout incident. Though I can't say with confidence I can hold off on doing that again in the future. And as if receiving divine punishment for these vulgar thoughts, we ended up in quite a bind. This happened as we were walking along a normal passage. Suddenly, a large horde of zombies came from the front and back as if initiating a pincer attack. Mei-chan, take the ones out front. I'll make the bog behind us. Me and Rem will hold them off here. Yeah, I'll kill them quick, and come over right away. It was a pretty harsh defensive battle. There were much more zombies than I thought. Coo, they filled up the bog, damn it. Less than a minute after I manifested my rotten bog, it was chock full of zombie corpses. The zombies that would try and advance even after falling in were stabbed at and forced back by Rem and her trusty spear. With my weak-ass skeletons club, I also pushed zombies from the pool's edge. I was attacking with the tentacles at the same time, so something really dumb like letting my club slip, it falling into the bog, and proceeding to melt into nothing, also happened. Though by the time I lost the club, I'd already sunk a number of zombies in the blood-colored pool. But there was still a lot more to go. I didn't have any space to step back and make another rotten bog. Mei-chan had been executing the zombies out front at a rapid pace, but with her path made strewn in corpses, a new bog wouldn't do shit. Coo, enough already. There was around 10 more zombies left. Not a number Rem could take on. And me going head to head with just one of them would lead to a swift game over. If it bit my neck, it'd be completely hopeless. At worst, I'd become one of their own like in those zombie flicks. I couldn't expand the rotten bog. But I didn't have any other way of beating them. I had to make a new rotten bog anyway. No, I still have there. I raised both my arms to call out black bloodline. On the back of both my hands, the same eye-like crest appeared. I swung both hands to the side, and cursed blood sprayed out, sticking to the walls around me. That's right, walls. If the floor's no good, I could just use the walls. Putrefy, in the depths of vile red. Rotten bog. The blood drops stuck on the walls transformed into pools of blood in the blink of an eye. It worked. Even vertical walls could be made into deadly pools of acid. At this point, I'd gotten uncomfortably close to the zombie horde that was running full speed. Sink into hell. Black hair bind leapt out from inside the bog like great serpents that just discovered prey. Moving nimbly, they snatched up the zombies running ahead. Booah. I wondered if their pain receptors are still working. Forcefully slammed into the poison bog on the walls, the zombies raised harsh screams. The maximum number of braided black hair tentacles I could release was 4. With that many, I could catch multiple zombies at once. TCH. Still not enough, but zombies would keep moving if they weren't well melted, but the ones slammed into the walls were pretty much all cooked. I could release them from the tentacles, and they wouldn't be coming after me anymore. They'd been highly damaged, and couldn't attack, so I no longer needed to bind them, is what I mean. I released the 4 bodies, and captured another 4. With that, it's 8 zombies out of the way. But I started off with 10. No, there was actually 12. 2 of those had their feet stuck in the acid mud and were melting down. But the other 2 were stepping over their dead compatriots, and using the sacrifice of those last 4, had avoided black hair bind. They had really closed in on me. Gaga. Right there, came in Rem, full verve. Her technique much sharper than I'd ever seen. Rem pierced through one of the zombies' chests. But these past few zombies were all the large type. Those can't be so simply killed. Its chest pierced through, the zombie just kept coming, lodging the blade further into itself, closing in on Rem. That being the case, she couldn't take it out and attack anymore. You can do it. Push it away. Rem obeyed and, letting go of her spear, she grabbed the encroaching zombie around its waist. In terms of pure power, the zombie would win, but maybe because it was weakened from that stab, the undead actually staggered. Even the small Rem, using every ounce of power in her body, was able to somehow, some way, push the zombie into the bog running along the wall. The zombie shrieked piercingly, and also, the last zombie, was already here. 12 in all. 8 defeated by tentacles. 2 died stuck. 1 held off by Rem. 1 more, the last remaining one, I lacked a single way of stopping it. My spear is with Rem, the club I lost a moment ago. I didn't have one good weapon. My sub, the knife, that I was holding was so short, it wouldn't serve as a smidgen of defense against this raging zombie. Also, I really doubted if I could score a miraculous critical hit on its vitals with my shaky as fuck hands. Dead. I'm so fucking dead. Don't touch my Kotoru-kun no. Man, that's a scary roar, is what I thought when the zombie's head burst. An instant later, my slightly long bangs danced from the tremendous air pressure. Ignoring the crumbling zombie that was releasing decayed blood and brain entrails, I turned my head. And there I saw Mei-chan's left hand swung to the back for just an instant. A pose like she'd just thrown something behind her without even looking. Incidentally, her right hand was using her axe as a shield against a zombie. And before I noticed, her left hand had made it back to the axe handle, whenceforth she continued making mincemeat of the remaining zombies. Looking at the state of the zombie's head and considering Mei-chan's hand movements, I guessed that she threw a stone behind her, achieving a splendid headshot at that. Mei-chan, you're just epic. I couldn't imagine calling her something so overfamiliar as Mei-chan anymore. With that much god-level skill, I'd much rather go with Mei-chan-san. Thanks to her, the zombies on our tail end were all gone. I also finished off the half-dead ones with my tentacles. Ha. Man, that was close. So we had that episode of danger in the zombie area as well. Which just goes to show, you can't let down your guard anywhere in this dungeon. Since something like this happened, Mei-chan started badgering me to carry Hirono-kun's sword on me as a last means of defense. So for now, probably until we get something good again, I'll be borrowing the sword. So we switched up our gear, took care of the occasional skeletons, zombies, and gores, and finally arrived at a clearing completely different from the other ones around here. Doesn't look like a boss room. But please just stay like that. Chapter 45, Armor Bear Part. 1. Not a thing in there, was Mei-chan's impression upon cautiously peeking into the room. And then I looked, and saw nothing there as well. A desolate room like that first skeleton room we saw. Or actually, it's more of a deserted space than anything. The walls aren't even in stone blocks but have rough, rocky edges sticking out. The compass is showing straight through here. So we don't have to bother with the other paths, right? This cave-like room isn't that big. The square footing being around that of half a gymnasium, it's like a circular hall. Since it's empty and all, we could see from end to end. There's the passage that the compass is pointing to, the one just opposite of us, and there are two more going into the 3 and 9 o'clock directions. If I also count the way we came in, this place would be a truly literal crossroads. Every exit looks exactly the same, and without the compass we'd be impossibly lost. I think we'll get to a fairy square after this. Yeah, we've been walking for a while, so it's about time. But it's always these kinds of places that are set up as boss rooms. Though at a glance, it doesn't look like the authoress room, since there's clearly nothing here, and it may as well be a simple vacant room. I don't see any semblance of a transfer circle either. I guess there's no boss here. Who knows? The floor isn't stone, so it could even come out from underground. I've seen movies where some disaster class monster attacks people by detecting them through sound. Stuff like the Mongolian deathworm is kind of a staple in fantasy works too. So, what now? We'll use Rem to make sure. Now came the time where my little decoy comes in super handy. Never mind being hesitant, I'm absolutely giddy that I can put the mud doll to some good use. Just as proclaimed in that painfully short description, she has the attribute of absolute obedience. Rem's more than ready to carry out my scouting order. Showing not a bit of hesitation, she walks into the cave-like room. I'm simply watching over Rem, who's only acting on orders, but Mei-chan kinda had a look of pity. Who knows, maybe she'll snap if I gave out too many harsh orders. No, look, you can't make an omelette without breaking a few eggs, all right. As I was uselessly considering these things, Rem kept walking the span of the room when, gee-oh-oy, my whole body jumped from that single roar. You think it was simple fear? Nay, even the authoress let out this level of volume. The moment I heard this particular cry, I only felt pure terror. The reason? It's very simple. It's because I know the originator of this voice. Armor Bear. It appeared slowly from the 9 o'clock passage, the great, grey form. Shielded by a sharp steel carapace, this is the most powerful monster I know. As if announcing the continuation of the nightmare from that day, the armor bear had appeared before me once again. It had the same look, even the same intimidating aura as back then. Kotaru-kun, that's the... It was literally a miracle I could beat it one time. We need to avoid this fight any way we can. I already told her about my struggle with the armor bear when we first met. With that peculiar appearance it's got, Mei-chan must have recognized it instantly. So as not to provoke it as much as possible, I suspended Rem's movements right then and there. Like a puppet with its strings cut, I stopped it dead still in the middle of the room. You aren't getting her back. The bear's got a good nose. I think it knows we're here too. Similar to when I dropped my lunch or my gym jacket, the armor bear stuck its nose into Rem's completely still body and started sniffing. But both visually and in the olfactory sense, Rem being only a collection of metallic bones was quickly judged as not appetizing at all. The armor bear lost interest in no time and, shit, didn't work at all. It roared after seeing us in the passage. Shifting its large steel body, the armor bear slowly, just like back then, with the dignity of a ruler, it calmly approached us. I'll hold it back. No wait, it's better not to get up close. Rotten bog. Opportuning the fact that the armor bear wasn't coming with an all-out rush, I make the attempt to try at a defensive battle of deadly acid. I really don't think it can make a great leap over the bog like a gore would with the kind of body it has. If I manifest my maximum size, my 5-meter wide bog, it's gonna have to step in if it wants to get to us. As my blood-red swamp takes shape, the armor bear is almost here. Seeing a sudden ominous pool appearing in front of it, it stopped as expected. And again as expected, it got close and sniffed. I was hoping it'd accidentally drink some and go die somewhere, but... I guess I can't expect it to be that dumb. So you get it, right? Coming closer is dangerous, and you should realize there's nothing you can do about it, so just... The armor bear just stepped into my poisonous bog. Naturally, the crimson water with its unbelievable acidity was sizzling like crazy, releasing white fumes all around. But that's it. The armor bear was like, "Don't make me walk this filth, punks," and made a cry of annoyance. It was crossing over my certain kill rotten bog like no big deal. Get inside. Got it. Me from the right, and Mei-chan from the left. We simultaneously leap out from the entrance. I also call in Rem, who was in suspended animation, so she comes back to me. There's a good reason why we didn't retreat deeper into the passage, but intentionally entered inside the room. First of all, since we saw how rotten bog won't work, we can't avoid close combat. If we ran back into the passage, there's no telling how persistently this bastard will chase us. With the armor bear behind us, if we add in all the zombies and gores we're sure to get along the way, it'll be the worst case scenario. I can see no way of us living through that kind of deadly pincer. So if we're gonna fight it anyway, I'd rather we concentrate on the armor bear alone. And this place is better for Mei-chan too, as she can use the full reach of the long axe. In other words, defeating it here, in this room, is our best and only option for survival. Incidentally, if we try running to the supposed fairy square up ahead, it'd be useless. The fairy square is only a location where monsters inherently don't approach, but if one sees their delicious prey scampering inside, it can step in with no real issue. It's not a game-like, absolute safe place, and nor does it conveniently and omnipotently repel monsters and monsters only. Anyway, Mei-chan perceived my will to settle it here. I don't know if she understands all the reasoning behind it, but really, someone like her, believing in me without the slightest hesitation, she's the sort ally I'd pretty much never find elsewhere. We can do this, me and her. Some armor bear, we'll show it who's boss any day. Entwine its escape. Black hair bind. The armor bear comes back from the bog with nonchalant demeanor as always. It looks at Mei-chan, then me, and Mei-chan again, finally choosing her as its target. You really want that meat? Damn fucking pervert. Well, I'll leave the name-calling to the side. The beast is seriously planning to take on Mei-chan, so I'm glad I can concentrate on support. That being said, I make no pause in unleashing Black Hair Bind at max strength. I can currently do 5 braids tops. Just one has the strength to stop a zombie dead in its tracks, and each have a length of a whooping 5 meters. Me going full throttle, 5 black hair tentacles bind the armor bear. Both forelegs, both hind legs, and finally the neck. I entwine and restrain each part with a braid. The beast's advance comes to a grinding halt. Ha! And Mei-chan, fitting the name of Berserker to a T, would never let go of such a perfect chance. As if waiting for my support, just as the restraints looked set, with perfect timing she burst forth with explosive strength and GA. As that sharp roar echoed, I was made to realize the utter meaninglessness of my curse. Every one of my black hairs that were supposed to be holding the armor bear was suddenly torn to shreds, and were miserably blown off. Goo. Fearing not the axe that could possibly destroy its helmeted head, the armor bear instead bashed against the blade in stark contrast of action. This acted as a counter and tackle at the same time, blowing Mei-chan away. No matter how big I usually describe Mei-chan as, against a monster that's lengthwise crossing 4 meters, she's nothing much. Her whole body danced through the air as if she had suddenly become a frail little girl. Ah, damn. My axe. She flew at quite the momentum, crashed and rolled on the ground, raising dust, but was nonetheless quick to get back up and, that's what she said. No talk of getting hurt, and not a single cry of pain. Mei-chan wasn't concerned about her own well-being or anything, but more about the loss of her weapon. Wah, and no way. There's a lot to say about Mei-chan and the state of her womanliness, but I'm pretty anxious about her loss of the axe just like she is. The axe was coming at unfathomable speed, and the armor bear voluntarily tackling into it, the collision resulting in the sad destruction of the former. The blade had hit a particularly thick spike on the especially bulky shoulder armor. The spike was broken through, and the steel shell was marked with a gash, but that had been the limit for the weapon. The axe's blade cracked apart. And what's worse, its wooden handle had snapped from the middle. It's clear that it won't be functioning as a weapon any longer. Mei-chan now only has this stick in her hand that was even worse than a wooden club. Mei-chan. The sword. The weapon switch-up turned out for the worse. The steel sword that is likely the only thing we got that can take on the armor bear is currently with me. If Mei-chan still had it, she could have counterattacked right away. The only weapons she has remaining are the fairly dull hatchet and knife, one each. Compared to the sword, the quality is like heaven and earth. And that difference is being demonstrated clearly right now, in this life and death battle. So I started running, meaning to get it to her by any means. No, Kotaru-kun, I'll be fine. The bear's still set on you. Glad she's worried for me, but if I don't put my life on the line here, we're both done for. The box poison was ineffective, and my black hair restraints were easily broken through, putting a definitive end to whatever curses I had in mind for support. So the least I can be useful for is delivering a good weapon to her. Clumsily taking out the sword from its scabbard, I shout out my orders. Go, Rem. Forget the bodyguarding, and go help Mei-chan. I imagine it impossible for her shabby Goma's spear to do anything to that tough armor, but just diverting its attention for a bit would be enough. Goa. As I attempted to move, the armor bear furiously chased after Mei-chan. After having slammed her with a tackle, it accelerated its large frame into a charge, and planned to take her down while she was still half standing. Cool. Mei-chan had already corrected her posture, and nimbly dodged the rushing armor bear like a matador. But without any real weapon, she had no way to follow up with a stab to its defenseless back. The armor bear swerved around in that posture, and bearing knife-sharp claws extending from its paw, it swung its massive foreleg like a storm. I'd be literally minced-faced with that, but Mei-chan, who'd since gotten a great grasp of her knight skill, foresight, dodged it by a hair's breadth. Damn it, goddamn-it. Running out of time. There's no telling how long Mei-chan's god-tier dodging will last. She's having to concentrate so much on this seemingly never-ending burst of one-sided attacks that she didn't have any way to counter with her knife of hatchet either. Naturally, I can't just waltz into that sort of war zone and hand over the sword to her. Even using Rem as a decoy seems iffy. I would fail the mission, and Rem would get destroyed meaninglessly. Feels like I'm missing something. I got nothing to lose, so take this. Red fever. I use it on the armor bear anyway. But as it hasn't eaten any red shrooms of the like, I think a little heat won't bother it the slightest. It's already fired up and raging around, so a bit of extra body temperature won't even be a bother. But that's no biggie. That was only for the heck of it anyway. Here's the real deal. I'll distract it for just a bit, alright. If it's Mei-chan, I'm sure she'll get what I mean. The only good thing about fighting monsters, you can shout out all your plans and there's no problem. That being the case, I fire up my black hair bind one more time. This time, I'm not making 5, but putting all that power together, making it bigger, longer, into one huge braid. No, weaving the threads precisely, I make it into a sash. The jet black, glossy sash moved nimbly like the usual tentacles, and caught the armor bear from behind. Gow! Freely moving according to my thoughts, the tentacle wrapped around the armor bear's head. Winding around over and over and, after just moments, it had made a turban for the beast. But this bastard can easily cut up my hairs with the spikes in its armor. The reason my binding on all its limbs were shredded almost simultaneously was because they had caught into those thorns in its shell. Its head that looks like it's wearing a helmet also equipped this manner of pointed protrusion, so my current means of restraint will be broken apart soon enough. Even without the spikes, it could use its fangs, its claws, just anything really. But this definitely did blind the bastard, and stopped its attacks on Mei-chan. Thanks Kotaro-kun. Mei-chan swiftly takes distance from the armor bear, and runs towards me. The armor bear looked boiling mad, scratching around its face as if it got mites. It quickly tore apart the black hair belt. But when the bear regained its vision, Mei-chan had already arrived. We're completely out of the armor bear's range. And in one more step, I can hand over the sword I'm holding out. Ga. Right as the mad roar beat into my eardrums, a shock ran through my body. A dull pain erupted throughout. I didn't even know what happened. Like what even? It felt like I was suddenly punched out of thin air. When I came to, I was on the ground. Shit hurts. Not 'cause I hit my back falling, my whole body. No, more on my left arm, side, and thigh I guess. My whole left side is stinging like crazy. Like that time I was in a snowball fight in grade school. I got hit with a snowball right in the stomach. That ball had a rock inside which I swear was full of murderous intentions, and that's the sort of pain I'm currently feeling. Ah, I get it now, it's a rock. It was rocks. In small pellets like a shotgun. Earth attribute magic. I first thought, mostly 'cause the gamer inside me was fooling around. How fucking stupid. Tasting this humiliation, I thought how I should have realized this simple fact much sooner. Along with the iron-like taste of blood, the repulsive taste of dirt spread through my mouth. That's right, the armor bear would know it won't reach us, so it used projectiles. Making a submarine pitch motion, it gouged out the earth and made it fly. For a bear that size, it'd be easy to dig up a decent amount of dirt. It did just that, and blasted the rocks found inside straight at me. For the bastard, I'd imagine it wasn't that big deal of an attack, just a small revenge for my actions. But on my end, this kind of physical damage scores hard every time. GOA. Seeing the armor bear yelling from the surprise pain, it just goes to show how much damage it caused me. Good old pain return that likes to show up in the late game made its appearance, and showed the bear what hurt feels like. Kotaro-kun. Oops, sorry Mei-chan. The pain was a bit too much, I let go of the sword. It's a bit far to bring back. Ouch, Fkin hurts. Sure it's lame, I'm trying to stand up as tears blur my eyes. Shut up with their ouch, the least you can do is play tough and do or I'm all good. From all the pain, I had succumbed to crying out, but returned back to action somehow. But the simple fact that I can do so, only means that the armor bear that's way many times tougher than me can do it much sooner. Pain return is supposed to dish out the same proportion of pain I received, but the armor bear got up from its tilted posture, and as if saying its pain was already gone in the wind, it came charging. Coo. Yeah. In an instant, Mei-chan looked at me, the armor bear, grasped the situation fully. Drawing the knife and hatchet from her waist, she took stance. Foregoing the sword, she stood right beside the absolute hindrance that is me, and with those pathetic excuses for weapons, she determined to take the crazed armor bear head on. The storm of combat restarts. Right in front of me clashed the rusty blades against sharp claws. It had become a domain I can't imagine to invade with my measly curses. And I didn't have the time to consider it either. Their showdown saw its end instantly. Knife cracked apart, hatchet broken midway. Still holding onto the weapons that had lost every part of their purpose, Mei-chan was blown away at terrific speed. The spray of scarlet arcing in the air told of the severity of her wound. Their crossing of blades was over in a flash, but I could follow it, if slightly. Mei-chan's blades had actually made it past the armor bear's shell, tracing along the joints in its shoulder and leg, but the issue was depth. With the plain horrid quality of her weapons, she only penetrated a slight bit of skin. Since she had attempted to make her attack pass through that tempestuous chaos, this time, Mei-chan's foresight couldn't make it in time to dodge. And she got hit. Even while abandoning all defense to make a fearsome berserker's attack, she couldn't overcome the sheer difference in muscle. Mei-chan, hang in there. Okay. After having rolled on the dirt that covered her all over in mud, Mei-chan slightly twitched. But that's it. It wasn't like last time where she got up and ready for battle without delay. I could see both Mei-chan's arms deeply wounded. She must have used them to block right on the verge of taking those claws. But we all know there's no way you can block razor-sharp claws with naked skin. Her arms were torn up, sleeves and all, and I could clearly see blood seeping out vividly. Even if she got the sword now, she wouldn't be able to put it to good use. I'll buy some time. Just get up somehow. I had Mei-chan keep ointment A, along with a variety of meds on her person. Both her arms are in a terrible state, but her combo of ointment A and blessed body, she should heal her somewhat. It's our only hope of making a comeback. A shaman like me doesn't even stand a 1 in a billion chance to beat an armor bear. And obviously too, we're already at the face-to-face stage, and there wasn't any poisoned food trap triggered beforehand. Only Mei-chan can beat it. If we can't get her back into the game, this won't be a fight, but simple annihilation. No, from the armor bear's side, would simply be dinner. So I absolutely need to put myself out there. Hopefully by some time so Mei-chan can come back healed. Strangely, I didn't think of running away. Maybe I can sense it instinctively that I have no chance in surviving if I ran away by myself. Jie-chao. Hi. Having that said, there's no way I'm not scared. It's great that I jumped out to block its path from getting to Mei-chan, but one glare from the armor bear, and my voice breaks, my body trembles in fear. With this crazy huge monster staring me down, I feel death looming right above. I'll become scattered meat any time this bastard chooses. CC come at me, damn bear. I'll fuck you up. I stand before the armor bear as if trying to defend the fallen Mei-chan behind me. Looking at my tiny little knife and pitiful excuse of a shaker-voiced taunt, the armor bear snorted roughly as if saying, "What's with this pipsqueak, fuck off," and continued to glare at me. But I do have its attention now. Just like the time I encountered those delinquents from Kuro High downtown, at first, me and the armor bear are in a fierce stare down. It wouldn't be strange if those giant paws make my neck fly any time. What's wrong, you chicken? If you're gonna do it, then do it, just don't kill me, okay? Pretty please. If it doesn't kill me, then I have pain return as my last defense. Those claws can cut me up, but if it's not fatal, then I can return that damage back. If I can at least get a gash across that shell, Mei-chan's chances of winning will go up all at once. That's why, the only action I can take is akin to a suicide bomber. Look at it, Momokawa Kotaru, observe every millimeter of its attack. You avoid a fatality here, and the armor bear's as good as dead. So look at it, and make sure to. Ah. I sounded, by which point, those huge claws were right in my face. They looked heavy enough to sever me into multiple sections. Like a large knife, they'd start from the tip of my shoulder, sending my meat, bones, and entrails to an all-expenses-paid trip to dissection land. It's totally over-the-top overkill. And though I knew all that, I didn't more an inch. I couldn't move, I should say. Leaving aside curses, it wouldn't make sense for a weak-ass high schooler like me to actually dodge from a real monster. My plans were all naive. Blood sprays. The feeling of something hot grazing my body is the same as back then. Yeah, that feeling of a sharp claw slicing into you. It's more of a heat than pain. And the excruciation comes right after. Wait, it's strange, it looks like I'm kinda alright. My uniform is still on me, and I haven't dropped my insides either. In contrast, there were dregs of black bone sticking to me. Rem. And then I finally put it together. Rem had tackled me with all her might, and thanks to that I managed to avoid the armor bear's finisher. I was saved. And in return, Rem became a sacrifice. Her skeletal structure left only from the chest up, everything below was scattered here and there. Rem wasn't moving anymore. Still clinging to my fallen body, all her functions had ceased. Sorry Rem, and thanks. You really were super useful. Goa. Looking at the roaring armor bear, I could see 4 gashes going across its body. Its thick chest armor shred apart, the lines ran down till its abdomen. Seems like the tips of its claws traced shallowly all along my upper body. Me and the bear both shed blood from our wounds, and both cried out from the consequent pain. TCH, it still wasn't enough, damn. It's a level of damage where even I can stay conscious. Even if its shell is a bit cut up, the armor bear is a-okay. Looks like, its prided armor being broken, its blood being caused to shed by some small fry really got on its nerves. It was glaring at me like no tomorrow. It raises its its massive steel pillar-like paw. Once that comes down, I'm dead for sure. I'm still lying on the ground here, and in no posture to move away. Shit, its recovery speed is too damn fast. That's all I could think as I stared tear-blurred at the paw raised over me, not even ready to accept this stupid death. GA. But that death didn't come however long I waited. Before I noticed, its paw was lowered without cutting a thing, and as if it was completely oblivious of my existence, the armor bear was looking elsewhere. I could even tell from down here, those sharp eyes were cautious. Just once, that huge armor bear actually shivered. Literally what could be there that made this damn monstrosity scared? As I turned myself around with that question in mind, right there was Mei-chan, standing. Her arms still dripping in blood, shrouded in a crimson aura, she was there, standing. Mei-chan, don't tell me. You used Reagent X. Chapter 46, Armor Bear Part Point 2. Mei-chan, don't tell me. You used Reagent X. It was very same that Goma's narcotic that Mei-chan had once inhaled raw, causing her to rampage. It's not currently on the level of a drug, but it's a plainly hazardous substance nonetheless. Currently, she had an aura very similar to back then, when she absolutely slaughtered all those Goma and kind of tried to devour me as well. She makes one powerless step forward like a wandering zombie, a second and third step. As she walks, she drips blood from her arms that had suffered severe cuts. A fourth. As she makes that step, she raises her face. And there, the usual gentle features were nowhere to be found. Eyebrows pushed together, the middle of her forehead was creased with absolute rage. Her pupils glazed in brilliant crimson, they looked like they belonged to a demon, Oni. Taking in one large breath, the berserker roars. Goa. For a third time, she and the armor bear clash. Her gushing crimson aura leaves behind after images as Mei-chan accelerates. With speeds I didn't think possible for human beings, she instantly closes the distance with enough force to leave the ground in her wake caved in the shape of her shoes. U8. Realizing that I was sitting in her path, I quickly rolled to the side and made way. But by the time I finished making those idiotic evasive maneuvers, she'd gotten to a much higher altitude than me. Jumping high, she made it all the way up to the biped standing armor bear's face, so an upward jump of 4 meters. Making that inhuman jump, she landed her heavy soles right on the bear's nose. Fuga. Must be the first time someone less than half its height kicked it smack dab in the face. The armor bear's massive frame actually tilted. But only a bit. Quickly swinging its head back around, the armor bear used one of its legs to brace its stance. It then swung an arm in a fierce counter. Chimph, ha. After a sharp breath, her cry reverberates. Dodging the large swing with a swoop under, Mei-chan again lets her body fly, and with fists made in both hands, she pummels the armor bear's gut in rapid fire. I seriously wondered whether I was seeing things, but the moment of impact, that stomach covered in incredibly tough skin, seemed to undulate. Goa. Gua. Unbelievably, Human fists were dealing damage to an armor bear. There was the fact that she was targeting the area wounded by pain return, but still, what level of sheer force do you need in those fists to push back a beast 4 meters in size? As fresh blood spewed from its recently made wound, the armor bear cries out in pain. Yeah. Continues Mei-chan's barrage. As if the previous one-sided beating was completely turned on its head, the storming fists made a punching bag out of the armor bear, battering it mercilessly. All that blood spattering everywhere. Is it Mei-chan's or from the armor bear? Even with her arms blooded red, her aura only gained in intensity, venting like fire. Hit repeatedly, the solid steel armor warped, cracked, and widened even more at its opening. Gah, OA. However, the tough-bodied armor bear won't go down just yet. Being in mortal combat this such of a fearsome human, as if to display its creed as a monster, the armor bear unleashes a powerful counter with its claws. Versus that, Mei-chan swings back a fist, poising to unleash her most supreme straight. Like an arrow launching from its bow, a powerful punch is let loose. For a second, it looked as if her scorching aura all gathered around that very tightly gripped fist, twisting sharply into a point like a raging tornado. Pile bunker, armor splitter. That fist spiraling crimson broke past the armor bear's chest. Bare human hands had penetrated a bosom of solid steel. Should be damn impossible, but right now I'm genuinely looking at Mei-chan's right arm pierced into the center of the armor bear. Go, ha! She pulls out her arm. A gaping hole, as if made with a large drill, appeared in the shell covering its chest. From there, clumps of blood began exiting like a waterspout, and finally, the great armor bear fell. Its mouth still open after the cry of anguish, the armor bear ceased movement. Now letting out an unending slew of blood from its chest, the beast kept soaking in a sea of that same blood. Ha! Ha! Did it, I. Beat it, Kotaru-kun. Arms drenched in red, Mei-chan, who was dirted in her enemy's blood, looked to me and smiled. It was that very same, her usual, utterly gentle, beautiful smile. And held in that right hand, glistening bright crimson even while covered in blood, was a large crystal. The armor bear's core. Then, as if her strings were cut, she collapsed. Mei-chan. Damn, her stamina, mana, both of those must be at their limits. She defeated the armor bear without receiving any fatal wounds, but since she had to use that drug, there's a chance she'll incur deadly levels of exhaustion. And though I had attempted to alleviate the drug's effects somewhat by mixing in the blue flower antidote in Reagent X, but we had no idea how effective it'd be. Shit, I'll get more antidote, Anne. No, I gotta patch up her arms first. Beside Mei-chan, who's fainted and lying on the ground, I turned over my bag and hurriedly prepared to treat her. Though I say treat, I'm only washing her wounds and applying meds on it. It's just like the time when I found her in that fateful fairy square. First I'll use the remaining water in the plastic bottle to wash, to the best degree I can, her arms that look like they've been dipped in a barrel of blood. Just as I guessed, Mei-chan forewent using ointment A to heal them and went straight for the reagent X. It's all thanks to that choice she made that I got out of receiving the armor bear's deadly finisher. A so-called point of divergence in my fate, if you will. Thank you. I can't thank you enough. Just look at these arms, these horrible wounds. Luckily it didn't get to her tendons, or cut deep enough to show bone, but the amount of bleeding was insane. To kill the armor bear barefisted in this state. Perhaps Mei-chan has already left the domain of humanity. But that doesn't change the fact that she needs immediate treatment. I'm thinking that with her Berserker skill number 2, Blood Boost, she won't die from blood loss even after losing a fair portion. She's supposed to have shed a ton of blood, but her complexion still looks alright. Her life isn't in danger, is what I'd like to think. I prayed to God. I'm not sure if it's appropriate to pray to ruin Hildesama, the god of curse, but even so, I prayed devoutly while treating Mei-chan's wounds. Ha. W with this she'll be. Alright, I WNT to hope. At this time, I saw that Mei-chan was breathing gently in her sleep. Breathing, pulse, both look good. And her arms, with all that ointment I laid on, I'm sure I can leave the rest to her blessed body. But I'll be fully relieved when we've relocated to a fairy square. If we're attacked by monsters as we are now, we're done for. With me alone, I can take on one zombie at most. If they come by the hordes, or if there's even one gore, that's an instant game over. GOA. That roar hitting my ears caused all my thoughts to freeze. No, just no, impossible. This isn't damn fair. As thoughts that attempted to escape reality appeared inside me, so did dreaded beast. A second armor bear, like the one over there with the gaping hole had, this one also entered slowly from a passage. Our eyes meet. It paid not the slightest glance at its dead friend, and looked straight at me. A pair of humans all covered in blood. It's over, I can't think of anything. I could run. Yes, I could, but my feet don't seem to feel like moving. Running away, and dying somewhere else alone. But then, dying here together with Mei-chan seems a bit nicer. Together? No, the hell are you thinking, mate? I've got myself the greatest curse ever. It can take anything down with me if it's a 1v1. Phoo, ha, ha. Why yeah, not an issue. Mei-chan, this time, it's my turn to protect you. I'll take down this second one with pain return and die. Mei-chan might just wake up right after. If it's her, she can go through the dungeon herself. She can survive. And she'll get out of this dungeon, get to the kingdom, and then it could take a while, but if she can make it back home to our world, then this life of mine might have some worth yet. Dying to protect a girl, it's glorious. For a man, it's damn well the greatest way to die. Ha, 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 hi ha ha. Levels of despair and tension skyrocketing, I leak a weird laugh. My heart's been beating annoyingly loud for the past while. The hell, fuck this noise, least you can do is let me look cool when I die. You know, like, see ya sweetheart, don't miss me too much. But man, if I know it'd end like this, I should have risked getting beat down, and rubbed Mei-chan's tits at least once. Those vulgar and stupid thoughts are the only ones running through my mind, nothing like that revolving lantern effect I hear so much about. Just goes to show, once a useless chump, always one. Foo-foo, ahahaha. Bite me, then die bitch. A fierce roar pierces into my ears. The armor bear bore its fangs, running towards me, a sole helpless prey. Lux Sagitta, white light shone. Pure white, powerful light that could almost blind you. Oh man, I'm like, dead now, right? No pain. That's great, I can rest in peace. Hot, too hot. I'm alive, I realized when I felt the afterburn hot enough to roast, and started rolling around yelling like a dumbass. Are you guys alright? Don't die yet. So this is that armor bear. Looks strong. War, this bear-san, looks kinda super tough. Gee, good luck, girls. Upbeat voices of girls go around. I'm not deluded enough to this, these are from a bunch of playful angels from heaven. I'm alive. And I'm still in this hell we call the dungeon. Help. We can't fight anymore. There isn't one speck left of the me wishing for a nice peaceful death. Joy. The utter happy emotion I'm feeling to be alive is driving my soul towards survival. I legit don't want to die, and almost can't believe I was planning a means of suicide just now. Whatever pain, whatever disgrace I face, I just want to keep staying alive. Gao. Joy. The armor bear made a ferocious roar at the new humans that appeared. But seeming to realize that it's disadvantaged, it turned around and headed back into the passage it came from. Ha. Ha. Yes, yes. We're saved. In so much relief that I'd faint, I saw a real angel smiling. It's a relief you're all right, Momokawa-kun. That smile from Soma Sakura was simply beautiful. Ah, if you smile at me like that, I'll darn be heartstruck. But right now, my heart's so full of happy that I'm alive, that I can't add in any love or any of that jazz. Look, I'm a simple dude, I see big tits, I'm all in. Starting off with those rather rude first thoughts, I thus met Soma Sakura and her merry bunch. Chapter 47, The Soma Harem. So then, Hirono-kun and Nishiyama-san are. After Mei-chan and I were rescued by Soma Sakura and her group, we relocated to the fairy square that was, as expected, close by. There, we decided to first get our stories out. Mei-chan was treated to the best degree possible, and though she wasn't in any danger of dying anymore, she was still fast asleep. That being the case, we'd have to do twice the labor in talking, so I decided to go first. A two-headed authoress her. If only we were there. We could have beat it without any victims. It's bygones, Asuna-chan. We never chose to be all split up like this. The ones twisting their faces in regret from learning about new deaths are the samurai girl, Kenzuki Asuna, and our resident busty lowly, Takanashi Kotori. I bet I couldn't even looked these total hotties in the eye if it was in our old lives. These two aren't just pretty or cute, but more like, they exude this aura or presence that only really beautiful people seem to. If it were me from a while ago, my head would have simply gone blank, and this dialogue wouldn't be something we could call as such. After that, it was just me and Mei-chan. We somehow managing to stay alive and get all the way here, and, well, you've seen the rest. If it's only about how much of the dungeon we've gone through, there isn't much to say. The only part Soma-san would be interested in would be about how her childhood friend, Reina Ayas, was acting together with Higuchi, and concerning the people who've died, I guess. The people I've confirmed to be dead are Tokushima-kun, Ita-kun, and the Hirono Nishiyama pair. There's also the girl being eaten by a bunch of goma I saw a while back. Still, that makes it a whole 5 people who are no longer with us. I'm so glad we made it in time. I can't thank you enough. Seriously, 2 armor bears would have been impossible for us. But just one should be plenty strong. I didn't see you guys have any good weapons, so is it that Futaba-san has a powerful vocation? More like, is this girl really Futaba-san? Takanashi-san's question is perfectly valid. If you compare the current Mei-chan to her from back then, I bet even her parents would have trouble recognizing her without a second look. The peacefully sleeping Mei-chan would go for a perfect role for Snow White or the Sleeping Beauty with how pretty she's turned out lately. Looks like she got thinner again. Could be a side effect of Reagent X. More of those extra pounds were shed, and her muscles were toned to a point where her body line had literally zero resemblance to the previous barrel shape it used to describe. But the bust and hips still kept their same tremendous mass. Has was a genuine body of miracles. But despite the superspeed diet treatment, there was no slack on her skin. This must be the grace of blessed body. If she ran for a beauty contests, this would be a tremendous cheat skill. Momokawa-kun, Futaba-san doesn't look like she'll wake up anytime soon, so mind if we start on our side? Sure, that's alright, I was just gonna ask too. Well, there's that thing I'm impatient to ask about. But they likely know what that is and are likely planning to tell the whole story and ease into it. Whatever the case, I need to gather info before making any sort of decision. I'll hear them out. After getting thrown into this alternate world, we quickly received our vacations and started our own journey into the dungeon. Completely unlike my pathetic attempts at fighting my way through this hell, Soma-san's time in the dungeon went so smooth, it was like she was a player in an RPG. And why wouldn't it be? After all, she got to join up with her brother, Soma Yuto, right at the early game. A hero. So there really is a vocation like that. Yes, I happen to be a saintess, and Asuna is a dual wielder, so there is probably other specialized vocations out there too. I got a slight migraine hearing all these clearly overpowered vocation names. This is that so-called social disparity, isn't it? Seems like even in another world, the distance between an average Joe like me and utter geniuses like the Soma siblings is greater than heaven and earth. But I think Nisan's hero is a special case in and of itself. Yeah, it's hard to admit, but Soma's strength is at a whole new level. If he wasn't there, we could have gotten victims in that Cerberus fight. Soma-kun's totally amazing, you know. He beat that Cerberus all by himself. Cerberus as in pretty much the higher form of the authoress that took us everything to defeat. Apparently, it was much bigger too. And worse, it was firing out flamethrowers all the time, so there must be a wide difference in power too. And it's no doubt a much stronger monster than any armor bear. And to cut down that absolute monster of a monster all by himself, yeah, it's no joke or nothing. Soma Yuto literally is rightful holder of the title of hero. So why isn't Soma-kun with you guys now? Soma-san and the others seem to have come to this fairy square by warping from the boss room after beating the Cerberus. They beat the boss no problem, so it's strange that Soma-kun isn't here. That is, right before teleporting, We ran into some trouble. What? Trouble? You mean there were still monsters in the boss room after you beat the boss? No, not monsters, people. Soma-san hangs her head with a dark expression while Kenzuki-san knits her thin eyebrows in frustration. Don't tell me. That's right, it was a group of boys from our class. They used the core from the Cerberus to invoke the warp, and right then, 3 boys from class entered the boss room. Ueda, Nokai, and Shimokoa, nicknamed the Totem Pole Trio, they took position as Higuchi's lackeys. They weren't punks on the level of their boss, but they weren't exactly people you'd nominate as good Samaritans. They didn't have the guts to dye their hair, but always waxed it to tremendous shine. In short, they're a bunch of half-assed delinquents going to a prep school of all things. Hellwar do it, bro. Gotcha. Aqua Bind, Tidal Whip. One of the 3, Shimokoa, made his blue wand glow and shot out a slender whip of water. Like a snake chasing prey, it serpented through the air, latching onto Takanasha-san, who was standing inside the transfer circle. Takanasha-san, Kotori. Soma-kun and Kenzuki-san were the first to react and reach out for her. But by then, Takanasha-san had already been whisked away by the water whip. Sick. Got me a Kotori-chan, guys. Oi, you gotta get Sakura-chan, dickhead. Get Kenzuki too, yo. Shut it, fags. We only got one try at this, so I pick my fave, duh. They kind of started making a fuss, while Takanasha-san was kidnapped over to their side. Those 3 had eyes filthy in desire. I don't even want to think what they'd do to Kotori. It was so horrible. Her small body shivers as Takanasha-san snuggles close to Kenzuki-san. I could imagine it was this bizarre situation we're in that turned them mad. Well, that and the power frenzy from their vacations should be factored in there too. 3 guys risking life and limb in the dungeon, and when they finally find their colleagues, it's a full-blown Soma harem. Yeah, I can't say I don't understand their impulse to attack. But seriously, how retarded do you have to be to attempt something like that? They're either stupid beyond belief, or got high from Goma drugs. I myself would never dare to incur the wrath of Soma Yuto, nope. So then, Soma-kun isn't here because he went to save Takanasha-san and couldn't make it for the teleport? Yes, you're exactly right. Nii-san rescued Kotori, and somehow got her back inside the circle, but when he tried to get back, the trio who didn't want to let go of their hunt got into a skirmish with him. As a result, the warp got started up and they all transferred here, leaving behind only Soma-kun. Sorry. It's cause Kotori's so easy, she got kidnapped and stuff. Don't worry about it, Kotori, it's over now. And I'm positive that Nii-san can make it alone just fine. Soma-kun is strong enough to crush a Cerberus by himself, so he'd have literally no issues making it in the dungeon. And it isn't even a debate if he'll lose to the Totem Pole Trio. Plus, it's not like he had to use the transfer circle in that boss room. In the Orthrus area, it was pretty much a one-way street, so we had to use the warp to get out. But in the Cerberus area, they apparently had many other paths to take that weren't being shown by the magic compass. And it's very likely that the trio and the Soma party took different routes to arrive at the same boss room. Then, how about we keep on the move with an objective to join up with Soma-kun? How's that sound for a plan? True, we don't have any choice other than moving forward after all. Soma-san strongly nods. She's obviously worried for her brother, but she's calm enough to not go crying about it to someone like me at least. And I wouldn't be any help if she did either. I'm just making sure here. It's alright if both of us go with you too, right? Of course. We aim to get together with all our classmates and escape this dungeon with every one of us. That's great, thanks. If I make it look like I'll cooperate, it should be fine. Even without Soma-kun around, these girls seem pretty powerful from what I've been hearing. They're at least strong enough to make an armor bear flee. Soma-san the Saintess can not only use light attribute attack and defense magic, she also has the all-important healing magic. Dual-wielder Kenzuki-san is a pure powerhouse for our frontlines. The sage, Takanasha-san, is useless in combat, but her equipment remodeling is an amazing power in itself. The gear on these girls is obviously at a different dimension from ours. Mei-chan wouldn't be in this condition from some armor bear if she had gear that good. But look, Sakura, you remember what happened just now. There's obviously gonna be people who won't cooperate with us. Kenzuki-san's sharp glare pierces into me. Whoa there, maybe she's... No, she's definitely suspicious. I know I'm a guy too, but my vocation's pretty weak, so even if I thought about doing something, I couldn't do it. But with coterie, it might not be impossible. Hi. As if some bad memories resurfaced, Takanasha-san clung even close to Kenzuki-san. That's fine and all, but please stop looking at me with those scared eyes. That being said, it's true that I can do anything to Takanasha-san by my own strength if I was up for it. Forget vacations and that crap, I may be small and weak, but there's no way I'd lose in a match of strength against a cute little girl who's even smaller than me. Plus, I have my black hair bind and can literally restrain her like Shimokawa did. Hey, wait a sec, I'd never do something like that, alright? I'm like everyone else here, I just want to get back to our world. So I'll cooperate with anything you want. Asuna, that was a bit much, I think. Well, sorry. But after that already happened, can't not assume the worst case. And that time, I just left coterie to Soma, but this time, I'll be the one protecting her. Asuna-chan. Thank you so much. Such charming friendship. But it's sad that I have to face suspicion because of it. If I make myself their enemy, I'm good as dead. No, I know I'm not all that familiar with Soma-san or Kenzuki-san, so I can understand if you're not trusting me so easily. I guess it's natural I'll be doubted being a guy and all, but you could look at it long term and that's right, rather than growing paranoia from both sides, if we work together for some time, I'm positive we can form mutual trust. Mutual, eh? They have the ability to forcefully remove me from their group if they want, but I can't do the same. I'm the one who has to watch myself and show respect. Honestly, that's pretty mentally straining, and it'll be an environment where stress builds up. But that's still alright. I'll walk the fate of one boasting the title of weakest, of the shaman. Also, Momokawa-kun, I need a bit of a favor from you too. Sure, what is it? I look to be asking, but I have a pretty good idea what that favor is. She wants. Mei-chan. You're awake. From right behind me, where she'd been laid down on the soft grass, I clearly heard her leak a tiny voice. And as I suspected, though a bit out of it, Mei-chan opened her eyes. Kotaro-kun, you're safe, thank goodness. Yeah. It's all thanks to you, Mei-chan. You beat that armor bear good. Her gentle smiling face truly looks like a goddess incarnate. I'm almost pouring in tears from my eternal gratitude. Thank you Mei-chan. I'm glad, I'm really, so happy. I got to protect Kotaro-kun. Sorry Mei-chan, I made you go through all that. I'm sorry I couldn't help at all. Not at all, don't worry about that. Fighting is my role after all. But Kotaro-kun. She's sure to have some fatigue remaining. Mei-chan heavily raises her upper body and sits up. But with sharp eyes that don't mark a hint of weariness, she then glared at me. No, the individuals behind me. Why, are those two here? There's 2 more members in the Soma-san party that rescued us. Class 27's prided class representative, Kisaragi Ryuko. Shiromine Academy's track and field ace, Natsukawa Minomi. Those very same people who once left Mei-chan to die, her ex-party members so to speak. Please calm down and hear me out. Those two, we're kinda working together now and... Basically, what Soma-san was trying to request of me was about class rep and Natsukawa-san. She wanted me to help convince Mei-chan not to begrudge them, or practically speaking, to prevent her from going into a killing frenzy all of a sudden. Of course, I'd have done that without her asking. Leaving aside the wrong they caused Mei-chan, losing these potential allies at this point in time is full of demerits. For safer dungeon capture from here onward, having class rep the Ice Mage and Natsukawa-san the Thief would be a ton of help. There's no way Mei-chan isn't, even if slightly, resenting them, but right now, I gotta do something about. Sorry Futaba-san. I shouldn't have decided on that back then. No, I won't make excuses. I truly regret abandoning you from the bottom of my heart. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I couldn't save you. They probably aren't doing this for show. Class rep and Natsukawa-san both have a grave expression, and look like they're heartfully apologizing. These two should also have a proper sense of ethics and justice. They're surely not cold-blooded enough to justify themselves for abandoning their classmate, saying it had to be done, and that it was that classmate's fault to begin with. I'm sure they've been feeling anxiety over it too. But that doesn't mean the victim in all this will so easily accept their apologies. Mei-chan, please bear it for now. I know you have a lot to say, but… No, it's fine. I'm alright, Kotaro-kun. As if having discerned something, Mei-chan's expression softened all at once. Class rep, and Natsukawa-san too, it's fine about back then. I understand that you had no choice and had to leave me behind. But it's fine, really. I don't resent you at all. I actually want to thank you, in fact. I mean, it's only because you abandoned me that… Fufu, I got to meet Kotaro-kun. A beautiful smile that stiffened my spine. What's this strange intensity? Mei-chan is undoubtedly a lovely girl right now, but it's because of that beauty that I feel the total bizarreness. I got saved by Kotaro-kun, and then caused him a lot of trouble too. But then, I finally got stronger. I'm not a useless pig anymore. I've become a knight who will protect Kotaro-kun. I'm grateful that you're saying that. But even if you can forgive me, I still can't forgive myself. So for a while longer, let me atone for it, please. And me too. This time, you can count on me too. Looks like Mei-chan hit the berserker part. That's the only reason she'd expressly name herself a knight after all. We can't just trust Soma-san and the girls off the bat. So like the time we joined Hirono-kun's duo, we'll have to keep a few secrets. Man, am I glad you guys made up, or reconciled, I guess. If Mei-chan got mad, I'd be in a real bind. Geez, what do you take me for, you? Ha ha ha, we laugh as usual, and seeing that, the nervous class rep and Natsukawa-san also loosen up a bit. With that, our new party's interpersonal problems were solved for the time being. Only on the surface though. The problem now is how well we can actually coordinate. I'm a bit uneasy, but we'll find that out soon enough. Chapter 48, A Shaman's Gear Part. 1. Before heading into the dungeon, we started off by refreshing our equipment. The area ahead from here is largely divided into two types. One side is shown by the magic circle, and it continues deeper into the dungeon. The other route goes through the forest outside. The forest route has skeleton soldiers, and also Goma who we think may possess equipment stolen from the skeletons. If we go there first to gather materials, we should be able to take care of our equipment to a certain degree. Soma-san and her group had apparently done some investigation after landing on this area. If they had finished preparing after their first scan of the area, they'd have left already and wouldn't have been involved in our crisis. So the armor bear got here because it's connected to the forest her. Soma's the only one of us who fought that bear, but I'll bet we can take it down with our current power. With a proper vanguard and attack magic shooting from the rear, even an armor bear would down on its luck. Kensuke-san isn't just being overconfident here. Fact is, that armor bear backed off right away. Then should we head off after a bit more rest? Futaba-san, you just woke up after all. No, I'm perfectly fine. I can move anytime. Replying like a veteran mercenary, Mei-chan was munching on a bunch of fairy walnuts, accumulating that nutrition in a wild fashion. How utterly manly. That demeanor fits the berserker to the T. Futaba-san, you don't have to force yourself. No really, I am fine. Look, my arms are healed up too. Wow, they really are. Mei-chan put out her arms to show us, and though her sleeves were still a mess, the actual arms underneath not only had no wounds, but was back to their original spotless, beautiful skin. Soma-san, you used your magic to heal me, right? It worked wonders, see, thank you. But my healing light isn't all powerful, all right. Please don't overestimate it. What I'm wondering is, Futaba-san, you're tremendously quick to heal, aren't you? Yeah, maybe it's that. I think I have a skill for that too. Her talking so fluently with that Soma Sakura is kinda like they've been on equal footing since forever. When standing amongst these all-star pretty girls from class, Mei-chan, who has attained beauty not losing to their own, she somehow seems stunning. Feels like she's gone to a different planet. Honestly, Right now you could say I've gotten myself in a harem-like situation with 6 total hotties surrounding me. But I can't be happy about this at all. My shoulders are simply too thin. The only guys who ought to stand amongst girls like them are Soma Yuto, or Tendo Ryuichi. Any other boy would be like me, just gawking awkwardly, or get into a crazed high like a horn dog. Ah, that's right, Natsukawa-san, do you still have my knives? Eichi. Natsukawa-san jolts so hard, I kinda feel bad for her. Faced with the kindly smiling Mei-chan, she's already in tears. Yup, this girl is absolutely terrified. I'd like to get it back, if I may. I lost most of my weapons in the fight before. Cheese. I has it right here. Hi, replies Natsukawa-san in tears, while she clutters around her waist to retrieve a short sword, and hands it over to Mei-chan. The shorter-than-average Natsukawa-san standing face-to-face with the tallest girl in class, Mei-chan, really paints an fierce picture. Their height difference is like that of an adult and child. Line them up, and their busts would show a similarly grand dissimilarity. Thank you. Mei-chan, who received the knife cheerfully, had surpassed any delinquent extorting someone out of their pocket change, and looked like a Yakuza Mafia member collecting all their belongings and property. Well then, about this, now returned to its rightful owner, knife. Kill carver. A kitchen knife not for cuisine, but thirsting blood, it was reborn to kill. Now then. We got ourselves this kill carver with a very ominous name and description, but with that I now have an idea of just how powerful weapons can become from Takanasha-san's remodeling. Hey looky Kotaru-kun, this spear isn't rusty at all. Mei-chan was coming over with a spear in hand that looked to be in very good condition. I could use it, or give it to Rem, and this iron spear would work great. Behind her, there's numerous iron helmets wearing skeleton soldiers, all looking bisected, and piled in a mountain. All of this was Mei-chan and her kill carver. Once unsheathed, you can see a shiny blade and a slight red aura drifting from it. It's the same sinister aura let out by Mei-chan when she uses Reagent X. The thing's unnatural ferocity is now out in plain sight, and its practicality was demonstrated right before my eyes. Currently, she has Hirono-kun's sword in her left, and kill carver in her right hand in a dual wield. She would usually use the long reach of the sword, but vying to get familiar with the sharp knife as well, she settled on a blade in both hands. The berserker Mei-chan's physical strength is off the charts already, so swinging around heavy iron swords is a cakewalk. I never thought Futaba-san would get this strong. It's like she's a whole new person. After gifting me the spear, she went back energetically to the front lines. Seeing that valiant back, class rep made a complicated face. Yeah, a lot happened after all. And look, Mei-chan's a knight, so this kind of power must have been in her all along. But you're the trigger to let that power, Momokawa-kun. Just what kind of magic did you use to change that perpetually scared girl into a heroic knight like this? Ahaha, it wasn't me at all. I'm thinking she just broke through the proverbial glass ceiling after fighting so desperately for a while. I slide the subject with a dry laugh. What changed Mei-chan wasn't some amazing magic, but narcotic drugs that mess with your reasoning. It isn't a big secret, but it's not something to be open about either. How about we go a bit more? Yes, sounds good. Let's. Kenzuki-san calls out and Soma-san replies, and all of us keep moving along the stone passages. There's been quite a few combat situations like the one just now, and I somewhat got a grasp of their powers. Their vanguard is Kenzuki-san the dual wielder and Natsukawa-san the thief. Rearguard is Saint Soma-san and Ice Mage class representative. Finally there's the sage Takanasha-san, who needs guarding. Now adding to that, there's Mei-chan the berserker, also in the vanguard, and me, the shaman positioned in the rear. We've never had a party so well balanced. Yeah, I feel like with all of us, any group of mob monsters will be dispersed easily. It's like we're in a well-balanced dungeon crawler game. Heya, Soma-san, between Soma-kun and Kenzuki-san, hero and dual wielder, how much of a difference in power did you see? Between Nii-san and Asuna? Let me think. There's wasn't that big a difference in raw power. Just that, the hero is somewhat, it feels like that class grants a special sort of power. Like when he beat the Cerberus? Yes, no matter what the crisis, he can make a breakthrough. It's that sort of seemingly bottomless strength. So without that, him and Kensuke-san are basically equal. That may be true. Both of them have grown up with a lot training after all. It's almost similar to the power from a vocation. Damn, I'm cool. Just look how I'm having a normal conversation with that Soma Sakura. While somewhat really surprised how this is actually happening, I quietly analyze the new information I've received. I guess that's what you get being a hero. It's one hell of a special vocation. This mysterious power that suddenly awakens and bursts through all obstacles when it counts the most would be the meat and potatoes of Soma-san's story. But I can't be so optimistic about such an unknown power that seemingly rescues you from any pinch. I'll have to consider Soma-kuen's solid skill as a swordsman and how it fares against Kensuke-san. Then how's Mei-chan? Compared to Kensuke-san, I mean. It's hard to believe, but Futaba-san looks to have the same level of ability as Asuna. Natsukawa-san is in track and field, as we all know, and her along with Soma-san have no experience in martial arts. But with the vocation of thief, she attained a high prowess in combat. However, her experience in this world is a large contributing factor to that prowess, and she clearly falls behind the actually experienced ones like Soma-kuen and Kensuke-san. If you think about it, it's an obvious result. Even if they get supernatural powers in this world, compared someone with similar powers, what matters in the end are individual differences. But throwing that theory completely out the window, Futaba-san isn't supposed to have any of this sort of experience. No, she's supposed to be a normal girl. And you're saying she has the skill to match Kensuke-san? It may be her natural talent, or else, it's a result from their difference in vocations. I don't see the real reason. Strengthening one's vocation is up to the individual. But then, if you're granted high-spec powers, you can overcome things like experience just like that. Yeah, I'm kinda relieved hearing that. Relieved? How so? Look, Kensuke-san and Natsukawa-san have been using so many different skills while fighting. Mei-chan doesn't have such a rich array of skills after all. Momokawa-kuen, you can see them using those? Yeah, well, it's pretty obvious. Like, both of them have been doing double jumps and all. No way they had those back in Japan. Kensuke-san has one-shot attacks like slash, a single-bladed one, and one let out from both swords. Also, there's one that lets out a shock wave after piercing through. Well, these are just my guesses from what she's been using for the past while. And Minomi, what about her? I know from Mei-chan that she has slash, but it looks like she can do two of those back-to-back. But what's more amazing is that Natsukawa-san can dodge with foresight even while moving super fast with high walk. I think she also has repel, but maybe she's not too confident in its power. I didn't see her use it often. I wonder, did you happen to watch martial arts matches often, Momokawa-kuen? Nope, not at all. I have literally no interest in that area. I'm more if a big fan of anime, manga, and games. Always looking forward to epic finishing moves or super-tier magics being used in fantasy battle stories and such. But say I did watch martial arts, I'd have no idea what move was used or what technique was being carried out. But no way am I spilling out all that jargon. I at least have the judgment to avoid my otaku fanboying in public. I see. You've been watching well. It's life and death after all. Depending on how the vanguard fares, us in the rear could get into deep shit before we know it. So obviously we need to understand each other's strengths and weaknesses. Though it's not like a total noob like me can tell much from just looking. I'd like to talk a bit more about everyone's skills once we get back. That all right? Yes, of course. We need to do that or else we won't coordinate well after all. And like that, we smoothly finished gathering materials. The groups of skeletons or Goma weren't a match for our amazing trio in the front lines, so us in the back didn't have much to do. Nevertheless, the shamefully weak nature of my curses have indeed come to light. I can't just use Rotten Bog with party members who aren't used to it, and I haven't reconstructed Rem either. In the end, all I could manage was some harassing from Blackhair Bind. I can't help but be jealous of Soma-san and class rep shooting off light and ice attacks left and right. But the most annoying part about being in the rearguard was that Takanasha-san, as if using me as a shield, was always standing right behind me. Well, That was the formation, so I can't complain too much. But having someone right on your tail is pretty annoying. Don't bring along non-combatants, damn it. I want to complain. But even though the fairy square will hinder entry to monsters, it won't do the same for beasts. In other words, horny bastards like that totem pole trio could come in, so we always have to be together, is what it is. Takanasha-san has this super convenient self-defense skill, namely Sacred Tongue, Word of Rejection, so frankly speaking, her safety is guaranteed even more than mine. In live combat, I may as well count as the bigger piece of excess baggage. She also has this mana analysis skill. It's like her remodeling ability with the fountain, but with this it doesn't even have to be a physical magic-imbued object, but also stuff like magic shot out by monsters. Depending on the type, she can understand it, so she's not entirely useless in combats either. And it even feels like mana analysis can act as a higher form of my intuition pharmacy. If it has mana, she can handle magic and objects the same, so the skill's multi-use capability isn't limited in the least. But the least you can do is carry a spear or knife, like, for self-defense, are my honest thoughts. Takanasha-san being so frail, she only carries cores in her bag. Though I'm not in any position to tell her that. I'm pretty much the same level of useless as her at this point. Anyway, there were some annoying points, but our harvest was excellent. Plus I got to see firsthand how these girls fight. You could say it was a very fruitful practice session. Incidentally, we were doing so well that we made it to the exit into the forest outside. Since it was a good opportunity, we tried heading in a bit and, hell yes, we found ourselves some of those delicious snakes, 3 even. This is great, Mei-chan, tonight shall be a feast. Well, when those 5 pretty girls saw how Mei-chan was joyously hunting down snakes and brute forcing apart their skin, we got a real jump out of them, but foo fun, once they know this taste, they too shall become avid snake hunters, no doubt. Chapter 49, A Shaman's Gear Part. 2. Whoa, this remodeling is pretty amazing. Takanasha-san had taken the materials everyone gathered and put them through her remodeling. Seeing all the shiny new equipment lined up, I was honestly impressed. Iron spear, a general quality spear. Iron short sword, a general quality short sword. The weapons given to me look like second-hand goods compared to the ones carried by our frontliners, but shiny blades with no rust are more than good enough for me. The quality is unbelievable. I'm guessing what this remodeling does is, it cleanly collects the iron only from the materials and reconstructs everything into a blade of the same shape and size. Shove in 2 or 3 of those rusty short swords, and her remodeling can dish out a sparkly new iron short sword. The logic of bunching up only the good bits to make something of better quality is fine and all, but then, where does all the rust go? Who knows? They completely vanish. After the remodeling is over, you can only find the finished product inside the fountain and nothing else. But let's not sweat the small stuff. It's all good if we can get quality weapons. But here's where it gets better. You can actually mix in monster parts during the remodeling process. A synthesis of sorts. Red saber, a saber made with Cerberus claws as material. Embers fly with even light swings. A so-called elemental weapon. Apparently, when Somakuan beat the Cerberus, likely due to some special ability of the hero, the monster turned into light particles and got absorbed into him. However, this ability is convenient in that it has the smarts to leave behind the core. And further conveniently, it also leaves behind monster parts that could be well used in the remodeling. Apparently, other than the core, the other parts are ones that hold a lot of mana, and that's seemingly how it discerns between what to and what not to leave behind. And so they now possess claws and fangs from the Cerberus. What man, we getting drop items now? I want to retort, but I'll refrain. Anyway, with that Cerberus claw supplied alongside Kenzuki-san's night saber, she got out the new and improved red saber. This is really good. Look, fire's coming out. A genuine magic sword, I see. Even the cool and collected Kenzuki-san and class rep are wide-eyed looking at the flames that spouted after swinging the sword. I myself went whoa and got all excited. Still, all this material quality improving and even adding elemental attributes feels like we're really making weapons, or I should say, like the crafting you see in games. You'd normally have to get tools for manufacturing iron or other metals, like molds and all sorts of equipment, and also the right knowledge. This is all something remodeling can do all in one go. You could even call it a cheat skill. The crafting produced by this magic figuratively scoffs muda at all the industrial achievements founded by the human race in all its history, as if proclaiming the utter futility of it all. I feel a bit complicated seeing a bit of magic easily surpass modern science, but my life is on the line here, so I'll gladly take full advantage of it. My rem is pretty similar in that respect too. Plus, whatever my complaints may be, Takanasha-san's cheaty production skill has already become indispensable for our survival. As I was pondering in my positive impressions, she'd made one more, another fire element weapon. Red knife, a knife made with Cerberus fangs as material. It is said that a malevolent devout had once used this blade to pierce into his sacrifices, before finally burning them at the cross. Hey, why's mine have a scary description again? Hey you. Natsukawa-san was overjoyed at receiving her new fiery knife synthesized with the Cerberus fang. Swinging away at the red-hot blade that spit embers, she sent those feelings of gratitude to the weapon's creator, that is, towards Takanasha-san. UAN. Hope you like fried chic keen. Wait, Kotori doesn't write these things. That's some good heat it's giving off. That should let her take on tough-bodied monsters too. I'd very much like Mei-chan to also equip herself like this, but it seems like those small Orthrus fangs simply can't exert Cerberus tier levels of fire. Roaring Steel Halberd, a halberd crafted with good steel and fine metallic monster carapace. The oversized axe blade is its specialty. Roaring Steel Sword, a sword crafted with good steel and fine metallic monster carapace. Its blade is longer and wider than the norm. Steel Short Sword, a short sword crafted with good steel. They didn't get an elemental attribute, but Mei-chan's new set of weapons are of incomparably higher quality from the stuff she has been using before this. What needs special attention is the fact that we used that armor bear's carapace as the synthesis material. Since we used the armor bear's metallic skin, steel made an upgrade to roaring steel. According to Takanasha-san, this roaring steel is heavier than ordinary steel, but much harder in contrast. The weapons themselves were made larger than normal, so while they'd be unfit for someone like Natsukawa-san with her speed-centric fighting style, it's pretty much a perfect match for a mega-power fighter like Mei-chan. Incidentally, the reason it's not an axe but a halberd is because we couldn't collect a good enough long axes to serve as its base. The Skeleton Captain's halberd is one of the easily attainable high-quality weapons, so that was the main choosing criteria on this occasion. A halberd is like a combo between a spear and an axe, so you can both slash or pierce. It's pretty convenient like that, or so it would seem. As it has multi-usage functionality, wielding one can get fairly technical, is what I've heard. But as the user was Mei-chan, her super berserker powers can draw out its potential with any weapon. She'll get used to it in no time, so I'm not too worried. There's Roaring Steel Sword that was improved upon from Hirono-kuen's sword. And the Steel Short Sword which will be a spare. Well, she's already got the Kill Carver so that one won't see much use I guess. Now, we're all done getting everyone's respective weapons in order, but there's one more thing that I have to get over with. Alright, looks like everyone's asleep. It was decided that we would travel along the correct route after getting some shut-eye. My watch tells me that it's a bit past 1 a.m. Everyone went to bed around midnight, so they should all be frolicking in the land of dreams right about now. Me and the girls were split up such that our sleeping areas are on opposite sides of the fountain. The other side currently has paradise with 5 beautiful young ladies lined up sleeping, but this side just has the soul man, me, all by his lonesome. But right now, that's fine. It's more convenient this way. The reason? I don't think I need to explain too much. It'll be my second time doing this after all. Outside the square is a bit. Yup, bad idea. I bounced towards a corner of the fairy square. It had a fairy walnut tree, plus with the fountain, it's a double blind spot. Pretty much the ideal location. Man, this is nerve-wracking. My pulse is rapidly rising. But it's better than last time, since I guess I got used to it a bit more. But it's probably mostly because I'm not doing it while looking at Mei-chan. Calm down. You need to do this, don't keep avoiding it and revive Rem. No wait, if I calm down, doing this will just get more difficult. I need to be excited more or less. You can do this, me. Ha. Along with a heavy sigh, I have once again successfully collected the final ingredient to make Rem, the vile mud doll. I thought it'd end up this way, so I had kept my exclusive collection tool, the condom, all nice and cleanly washed. There's a myriad of reasons I resent the prospect of using this again, but I can't afford to choose my methods. Like, do you think I can ask those lovely party members if they happen to have one? Honestly, I'd rather not walk this tightrope. I want to make Rem without using this if possible. But the previous Rem's power was greater mostly because this semen was used as an ingredient, it would seem. This assumption comes from when us and Rem were fighting together. I happened to come into contact with her a lot, and somehow understood how she was made and stuff. It's not like I can suddenly open up a game-like status screen for her, read descriptions and look at different icons and whatnot. But from experience with all my other curses, where I just get it when I'm not supposed to logically know something, I can be sure that the information is correct. Therefore, once I felt that semen is an essential component, it became indispensable. There's a limit to materials, so I don't have the leisure to try out a version without semen to see if the power actually goes down. I thought about it. There's the safe route of explaining everything and having them understand, but something tells me the moment I start on that subject, I'd be kicked to the curb, so nope. But I absolutely need Rem in my current state. I can't just rely on Mei-chan for everything. If Rem wasn't there, I would have been killed by that armor bear. We'll be heading back into the danger soon, and I could die instantly if I don't have Rem substitute for me in a dire situation. The girls might find out, but my fear and sense of self-preservation takes priority. I don't want to die regretting not making Rem here and now. Anyway, I'm done collecting, so all's well. After I'm done, no one would know Rem's ingredients from just looking at her. And they wouldn't bother to find out. I just mixed some monster materials and done. What of it? I could simply persist. That way, it's not embarrassing for me, and the girls won't care much either. It's a win-win for everyone. Now, same as last time, I'm perfectly prepped for Vile Mud Doll. A skeleton captain's bones will serve as the frame this time, and I added in its core too. Additionally, what was before gore scales is now armor bear shell. Both quantity and quality of materials have been bumped up a notch. I'm definitely getting a more powerful mud doll Rem after this. Plus, I've already had Tananasha-san prepare a second steel spear for Rem to use. So her armaments are also receiving an upgrade. Foo-foo. This is kinda exciting. From all the new prospects to power up, I unconsciously let a smile show, and with the now well-filled adult rubber balloon in hand, I get on my feet. And right then, Momokawa, what are you doing over there? Spine froze. She found out. She saw. How? Why? Bad thoughts rush in one after another, making my head a vomit-inducing swirl of disorder. But even within that chaos, I quickly knew who she was. The person standing there when I slowly turn around. Don't move. Hi. Glaring at me with eyes like the devil incarnate, and Oni, there stood Kenzuki Asuna, with her sword at my throat. Chapter 50, Crack. Answer the question, Momokawa. What the hell were you doing just now? And no, wait. Just wait, okay? Watch the sword. Her sharp blade pointed at me. Kenzuki-san seems extremely agitated. She is so mad, I can't begin to describe her as only angry. She has an air around her that's telling me that any form of excuse or small talk will cause my neck to drop by her wrath. No, in her current state, if I zip up now, she might just do it unconsciously. Having fallen into an abrupt and unfair state of crisis, I can't say I'm calm either. Stu, stop. Kenzuki-san, if you kill me, you'll also. Bastard. After excuses you start threatening now. Wah, I'm sorry. But, I'm telling the truth. If you accidentally stab me, you will get the same wound. So the sword, please pull it back. It'll be too late after the deed is done. I made sure to clearly explain to everyone how my pain return works. But holy shit man, humans are such valiant creatures, braving any danger if they get a little too mad. No, I guess it's because pain return doesn't have any sort of solid form, so I can't expect them to intrinsically get that hitting me is a bad idea. Shut it, Momokawa, don't underestimate me. Me. Do you? Kenzuki-san drew back her sword, but as soon as she did, a fist landed in my gut. It wasn't anything like a frail girl punch, but heavy like an iron ball. It was a devastating punch. Naturally, my abdominal muscles being as weak as they are, I couldn't bear the attack at all. Strength drained from my knees, and I collapsed onto the ground right there. Ah, oh, hi see, oh. I cried with a pathetic voice. The sting in my stomach hurt so bad, I felt it'd be better to simply die than suffer through this. The pain was too much, I had no capacity to feel shame or dishonor. This pain and humiliation is the same one I felt when I was lynched by those Goma. It should be the second time, but you never get used to this kinda shit. TCH. It's the curse. How annoying. I breathe deeply to control the pain, and look upwards. There stood Kenzuki-san with a face warped much more than can be described as merely annoyed. She definitely got a taste of the same pain as me, but the hell's with this difference in reaction? How does this woman keep standing so normally after getting gut-punched this hard? No, this too must be a result of our difference in vocations. A dual wielder like Kenzuki-san is adapted to battle, and must have a high degree of pain resistance. Though it could also be a result of her long years of hellish sword training. Ha. Kenzuki-san, why are you doing this? I can't hold out if she attacks again. The intense pain slightly subsided, so I try to speak up. Presently, I have no methods to end this other than trying peaceful dialogue. No matter how unfair she's being, if I return with, "You punched me, fucking bitch," that's like asking for assisted suicide. Man, being weak sure sucks. Why, he says. Bastard, you tell me if you understand what you just did. The hell do you want from me? Don't ask if you already know. You dog. You sure got guts doing that while us girls are sleeping right there. Momokawa. Well, fuck you too. I went out of my way, all the way into this corner, out of courtesy, alright. You're talking as if I raped someone in their sleep. Soma never did something like this, not even once. This is why men are such. Ha. Kenzuki-san, you've got it wrong. I just really needed this for my curse, and stop making excuses. Have some shame. Grabbing my collar, she forcefully makes me stand. Not even. Kenzuki-san being the tallest among us below Mei-chan, my small body lifts easily into the air. I couldn't touch soil even if I stretched on my tiptoes. My neck is a bit constrained too. It hurts. I'm SOR. Wait, stop. Don't hurt me. Begging as if I'm about to be killed, I ready myself for another punch. You really think I'm letting you off after you? What in the Asuna? What's going on here? What's all this shouting for? Right then, a voice came from the direction of the fountain. This intonation and tone, it's class rep. Maybe because she was called by name, Kenzuki-san let go of me. Ouch. I fell instantly and landed on my butt. I'm saved. Isn't something I can gullibly assume. Maybe her appearance doesn't mean she's coming to mediate, but actually that the situation just leveled up into a group lynching. Oh, Ryuko, sorry for waking you up. You woke me up too, Asuna. What's up? What happened, guys? Following class rep, Soma-san and Natsukawa-san also called out. There was an incident. Listen guys, this bastard. Kotaru-kun? Mei-chan had also woken up. With this much noise, I'd find it weird if she hadn't. Mei-chan was rubbing at her sleepy eyes. But the instant she saw me, those eyes changed. It was the berserker's eyes. Those that she makes to slaughter monsters. Kotaru-kun. Mei-chan appeared in front of me in a flash. Her speed being superclass, I mostly didn't even see her run. Ah, Mei-chan. But when I saw her large body standing to defend me, fuck, how pathetic. My tears won't stop. Finally, now at least, my life isn't in danger. I was relieved from the very depths of my heart. Just what is going on here? Me, Kenzuki-san and, coming to the rescue at sonic speed, Mei-chan. With this much of a dangerous scent drifting about, class rep quickly caught on. The other three rushed over. Since Takanasha-san isn't here, she must be out like a log. Momokawa, talk. Don't make a girl speak about such repulsive things. Even a guy can't outright say stuff like, I was masturbating. And you seriously want me to open the closet in front of Class 27's prettiest girls gathered around? No, their prettiness aside, I doubt my sanity if I could calmly say something like that to any girl. I was masturbating here. But I said it. I had to, or else we wouldn't solve anything. 8. What, you mean you? Please, tell me I misheard. Nihaha. I'm dying from the shame. Class rep made a face like she was flabbergasted. Soma-san, as if she'd heard something so obscene she'd barf. Natsukawa-san was completely drawn back and making a wry smile. As for Mei-chan, I am too scared to check. Listen, I don't think I have anything to be guilty about. This was absolutely necessary for my curse, Anne. But you seriously can't show something like this to anyone, so I tried to do it secretly, Anne. Enough with the excuses, Momokawa. Stop that, Kenzuki-san. You're scaring Kotaru-kun. Kenzuki-san still looks like she has a big knuckle sandwich ready for me, and Mei-chan boldly stands in front of her to prevent her from dishing it out. Her wide back defending me looks so strong and reliable. That's how it is, so everyone can go back. As if declaring, nothing to see here, Mei-chan casually attempts to disperse the crowd. And naturally, everyone says all right, we get it. And the matter comes to a close, and that doesn't actually happen at all. Futaba, are you seriously sticking up for Momokawa? This doesn't even count as sticking up or anything. What did Kotaru-kun do wrong anyway? From Mei-chan's tone, it seemed like she believed me word for word. He didn't have any ill will, he only did what had to be done. She's speaking as if she's blatantly ignoring my sin of performing self-pleasure in the same room where all the girls were sleeping. You heard what he did. This bastard's been looking at us girls with lecherous eyes all this time. And he even has the gall to explain himself with a curse or whatever. Do you think we can forgive this? As for Kenzuki-san's opinion, I can't say I agree with all of it. But I can half concede that Hus would be the correct reaction from a girl. Getting so mad as to put a sword to my neck and punching me in the gut is a bit much. But she'd obviously feel disgusted to no end if there was some scumbag fapping in the same room they're all breathing in. It's an issue of psychological non-acceptance. Well, I don't feel too good about it. Nihaha, I don't really get that sort of stuff, so. Class rep and Natsukawa-san weren't screaming stuff like, you disgust me, sick wanker, and displaying outright disgust. But clearly they're hastily sliding the subject. These two aren't doing this out of considering for me, but for Mei-chan. They're weak against her right now, so they can't express strong opposition towards her. Futaba-san, listen, even if what Momokawa-kun said happens to be true, I honestly believe that what he did was bad. What he did was, for a young man, clearly lacking in delicacy. But in contrast, Soma-san spoke with conviction. Once a girl says it like that, no man in the world has any way of making excuses. It's a guillotine. Lack of consideration, lack of delicacy. For women, those can become valid enough reason to condemn a man. Delicacy? Soma-san, are you seriously blaming Kotaru-kun with a worthless reason like that? Cut the jokes, bitch. They ain't funny, and this ain't no time for 'em either. Capis? I almost heard a sort of rageful inner voice coming from Mei-chan's reply. It's a very important reason. Look here, including you yourself, there are currently 6 of us girls here. And the only boy among us is Momokawa-kun. But even if he's the sole boy, we must not forget our morals. If not, the whole team might suffer from the friction. So, you'll force only Momokawa-kun to endure it, is what you're implying? He's the only one now, but later on, if we join up with any of the other boys, these rules will stay the same. Nonsense. Just admit it, you just want yourselves to live comfier lives. I don't believe I'm asking the impossible. Since, when Nii-san was with us, nothing like this happened at all. Just think about it, in our current situation where both sexes must work together, we need to maintain the rules. And let me guess, you, Soma-san, will be making these so-called rules? No, not just me, all of us. Majority rule. That is a concept any Japanese knows and has learned to accept. Were my actions right? Or were they wrong? We don't even need to vote on that. Out of the 6 girls, Mei-chan is the only one on my side. Getting a majority vote is a pipe dream within a pipe dream. Futaba, how come you're trying so hard to protect Momokawa? I could say the same. Why? Why are you getting in Kotaro-kun's way? You saw how he's so adamant about what he did. You've been with him all this time, Futaba. Who knows what he's been doing to you? A sudden pang of guilt stabs at my heart. That day when I made Rem, I had sinned heavily, performing the lookout. If I went like, at least I didn't touch her, I'd really get my neck offed by Kenzuki-san. Futaba-san, I won't be insensitive and ask what sort of relationship you have with Momokawa-kun. But even if you've sworn yourselves to one another, in our current circumstances, having sexual relations would be simply wrong. Mph, aren't you simply jealous you can't get Soma-kun to look at you that way? This has nothing to do with Nui-san. Soma Sakura raises her voice all too suddenly, and with ferocious intensity. I had always thought that she had this air towards Soma-kun that made them have such a pink atmosphere that any normal couple would have to admit defeat, but I totally didn't expect this. It's no joke, Soma Sakura actually loves her own brother. Hey wait, Sakura, calm down. Alright, and Futaba-san too, I really need you to not pursue this. Oh, sorry about that. It's not like I don't understand your feelings. I didn't mean to mock you. Class rep slides in with perfect timing. And I'm glad Mei-chan backed off too. No, I'm sorry as well. I lost my composure a little. That right then wasn't what I'd call a little. She said it with so much passion that I bet her fan club's chairman would faint if he ever saw it. Whatever the case, we are all in this mess together. So Futaba-san, you'd at least agree that we need to establish some rules, correct? Sure. About the incident with Momokawa-kun, I could say not everyone had a proper grasp of the do's and don'ts. So let's rule it as a mistake due to ignorance. And it's not like he defiled anyone either. You think I can be that daring? With these girls of all people? I don't have enough lives for that. But I'm grateful you actually said some facts. We let you off with just one punch. You should be thank our tolerance, Momokawa. Punch, Kenzuki-san. Did you perhaps hit Momokawa-kun? Holy crap. I just saw a little bit of that red aura drifting from Mei-chan's slightly trembling shoulders. 'Cause he was saying he's gonna curse me or something. I gave him a good one in the gut. I was going pretty easy on him too, but he started crying like a pansy. What a weak excuse of a man. You're dead. Mei-chan tightens her fist, and the aura begins to swirl. I get reminded of that armor bear ending up with a hole in its chest. Yeah, she damn well has enough power to kill someone with her bare hands. No don't. Mei-chan. I made a full spurt tackle, grabbing onto Mei-chan's waist as if I was an American football player. But, like that 100-year-old sacred tree in the shrine near my house, she doesn't even budge. But, soft. And a tight waist. She's seriously slimmed down her. Wait no, this ain't no time to be impressed. Kia, Kotaro-kun. An unbelievably cute voice leaks from the bloodthirsty berserker. I'm literally the only one being desperate here. Does Kenzuki-san even realize she was standing on the fine line between life and death? Mei-chan, I'm glad you're doing this for me, I really am. But this time, I did something super careless, so don't. The girl's eyes towards me clinging to Mei-chan was severely painful. So I quickly took my arms off her waist, and in the same movement, prostrated myself. It's the ever-famous bowing down in a dojiza. I'm deeply apologize, it was all my fault. Please find it in yourselves to forgive me. There is some shame. But I'm not particularly resenting them. Mei-chan got angry for me and, though it might be inappropriate considering the situation, I was really happy. That even I had at least one ally. I can't be more thankful for her trust towards me. Asuna, and Sakura too. Look, Momokawa-kun is even lowering his head, let's forgive him. Yes, I'm fine with that. I can't think blaming him any further would be productive. There won't be a next time, Momokawa. And having attained clemency, I finally stand up. Legs are a bit shaky. Must be damage from sacrificing my pride. I wonder how Mei-chan is seeing me right now. who was so quick to Dajiza. I'm scared to look. Calm down, just relax, me. I honestly feel like crying right now, but there's something I just have to finish saying. Excuse me, but the curse I was trying to do, I have permission to do it, right? If I can't make vile mud doll, there would have been no point in going through all that pain for a little bit of semen. Momokawa, you little. Wait Asuna. Momokawa-kun, that curse of yours, do you absolutely need it? Vile mud doll is a curse that creates a golem. If I have this, it can become a shield at sudden unprecedented moments. When we fought the armor bear, it was because that golem took a hit for me that I didn't die. And to make that, you have to use that. Without it, its power drops drastically. It's like how alchemists use it for making a homunculus. Heard of that? I see, if it's like that, then I guess you'd need it. Oi, Ryuko, what are you talking about? What's all this about that Homan whatever you said? I'll tell you about it later, so please keep quiet. As I'd expect from class rep's extensive knowledge. Plus she has good judgment too. It's super helpful. Anyway, you're free to make that mud doll of yours this time. You already have that ingredients, right? It's sorta cute how class rep is having a hard time asking. Honestly thought she'd gotten used to this business with Tendao-kun. Is she perhaps inexperienced? My condolences, class representative. I just need to chant it out and that's it. Alright then. As for the next time, let's think about that at another occasion. Oi Ruoko, this guy didn't get it through his head at all. As I thought, he needs some. Asuna, I know you're very strict about these things, but you need to relax a bit too. The rules weren't set, so there won't be any penalty either. If it was our dojo, it wouldn't have ended with a beating. Sakura said it, remember. We'll all be deciding on the rules from now on. And making them too strict would, that in itself, create friction. Anyway, let's just go back to sleep for today. We're leaving in the morning, right? Though reluctant, they probably didn't want any more stress either, so apart from Mei-chan, the young ladies silently headed back to their place of sleep. Class rep, thanks. If it's thanks, tell it to Futaba-san. With a somewhat tired smile, class rep withdraws in quick steps. You too, Mei-chan, can't thank you enough. You really saved me. Why? Did you stop me? Of course I would. We can't start something with those girls over this little thing. But Kotaru-kun, it was so awful. You even had to Dajiza and... Why's Mei-chan making a face like she'll cry? I'm the one who lowered his head in shame, right? No problem, since they calmed down after I lowered my head, it's great result-wise. But then, it's really no problem. You believed in me, Mei-chan, so I'm fine. I'm so sorry, Kotaru-kun. Ultimately, full drops of tears indeed fell from both her eyes. I'm stumped. How does one go about consoling a girl in these cases? I really have no clue. Chapter 51, Cave of Insects. Kia. WHY? How come there's a monster in here? Morning. I wake up to the piercing shrill sound of Natsukawa-san's scream. What? Where is it? What in the... what is this spiky black skeleton? It looks terribly ominous. There's no doubt it's a fearsome monster. Get back, everyone. I'll use my light magic to... hold your horses, Soma-san. And so I prevented the newly reborn Rem from being destroyed by a hair's breadth. I see, so this is the golem you made, Momokawa-kun. I introduced Rem to everyone. Appearance-wise, she's a jet black skeleton. And likely because I used armor bear parts, a part of her body had took form of an armor-like shell. There was a single horn like an oni's on top of her head. Her shoulders and limbs had spikes similar to the armor bear, and the black shell looked like it was fused with her bones. She was a size bigger than before, getting up to my chest height-wise. Rem-chan, you got bigger. Congrats. Gaga. Mei-chan sent over some warm words, and Rem seemed to happily nod. Last night when I cast Vile Mud Doll, I sort of understood something. Apparently Rem's memories, experience, and whatnot are all passed down through the generations. When I make a new Rem, the thing that allows Rem to have independent movement, let's refer to it as her soul, gets transferred over to the new one as if she got reincarnated. This soul itself stays inside the chaos that manifests when I start making REM, and the black skeleton body only acts as a vessel from what I understood. We weren't with the last REM for long, but she had fought a ton of zombies in that short span of time. Her movements had clearly become more adept. If all the growth gets passed down like this, there's nothing better to ask for. Finally, even my curses are getting some convenient cheat tier functionality. Hey Momokoa-kun, this thing is really safe, right? It won't start suddenly attacking us, right? It's fine, she mostly doesn't have any ego. She's more like a robot that moves only by order. Uhi, stares Natsukawa-san with a suspicious expression towards Rem. I explained it already, but it didn't seem to work. Well, Rem's a full-on monster on the outside, so this sort of reaction is expected. It's called a curse, so you never know when it'll feel like attacking humans. When that time comes, my Lux Sagitta will take care of it. Now you too. There hasn't been a single incident where our vocations worked against us, so this should be fine too. I could say my summon ice elemental works similarly to this. Soma-san and Kenzuki-san, on the other hand, are openly wary towards Rem. But rather than the golem, I'm sure it's their distrust towards me. For these two, last night's wanking incident must have solidified their impression of me as a filthy, perverted bastard. Class rep, please try and hold them back. I wish you the greatest luck. Anyway, we should really get going. Asuna, can I get you to wake up Kotori? But still, whether last night or now, Takanasha-san isn't waking up at all while everyone's keeps making all this noise. I'm somewhat worried someone might pull a prank on her one of these days. With the thief being specialized in using their eyes and ears, we had Natsukawa-san lead while heading back into the depths of the dungeon. Behind our reckon, Natsukawa-san, followed Mei-chan and Kenzuki-san, our vanguard warriors. After them our class rep, and with Takanasha-san between them, Soma-san. I was at the very rear. Of course, I had Rem protecting my back after equipping her with proper weaponry like the iron spear and iron short sword. This vanguard-rearguard formation is constructed such that Takanasha-san is in the safest place. Myself being in the very back, I can't say I'm safe in the least. If we're ambushed from behind, I'd be suddenly on the front lines after all. If Rem wasn't there, I'd probably be insta-killed like in those jump-scare monster movies. And obviously, when we're moving in a row like this, the person at the center would be safest. Even if there's no combat, the guy at the rear could be left behind without anyone noticing, so there's that danger too. I kinda feel like it wouldn't be strange if Soma-san intentionally left me behind after what happened last night. I'll be careful. Woo-woo, hey, are you absolutely sure we're going the right way? No, like, do we seriously have to go in there? Natsukawa-san at the head stops. Naturally, the rest of us follow suit. No mistaking it. The magic circle is pointing straight in there. Class rep reconfirms. I'm not doubting her, but I quickly check my circle too and, yup, no mistake there. I have a bad feeling about this. Same here. But we have to pass this cave. That's right, we are currently in front of not the familiar stone passages, but a large cave that looked as if it was forcefully dug through the wall. Its size is similar to the large tunnel-type passages. Being as wide as a highway, it had a ceiling tall enough to pass a large truck through. Of course, unlike the dungeon ruins, the ground inside was earthen. The place looked tough to walk on. Most striking of all was the absence of light panels. Hi. It's pitch dark in here. We'll be needing a light then. It's alright, I'll do my summon Lux Elemental. As Soma-san chants, a white, fairy-like little ball of light, one more, a total of 4 gently fly out. Sakura, are you alright using this many? They don't need to fight, so the mana expenditure is fairly low. And I'm just letting them drift around us, so I don't need to concentrate on moving them either. Those sure are convenient lamps. The light elemental things were going here and there, getting closer and farther, all by themselves. Plus, it's all hands-free. I hope my curses can achieve this sort of convenience someday. Now, let's keep going. With spirited words from Soma-san, we step foot into the eerie cave. Hey, anyone know where this cave ends? Since the circle is showing us, I believe it should connect to somewhere inside the dungeon. This cave is clearly different from the architecture inside the dungeon. I don't think we will get to a fairy square before it ends. This sucks. Let's just pray that we get out quickly. We've been 10 minutes inside this suspicious cave. I'm walking quietly, listening to the radio that is the girls in the rearguard. Luckily, it doesn't seem like they'll leave me behind anytime soon. There's Takanasha-san among them, so our durable vanguard has to be considerate and trek at a slow pace. If it had just been me, I bet they'd be aiming to get out of here as fast as possible. It's in places like this that a person's appeal and standing are tested. As I kept pondering about the interactions between us cast members, something happened, and Natsukawa-san called out. "Careful, everyone. There's something there. Sakura, I need more light. Looks like there's monsters moving in those side paths." With this cave as the route, there were quite a number of small holes branching out like alleyways. We've been well aware of them since we came in. Looking at the construction, I thought just maybe. But it looks like monsters really do come out from there. I'm willing to bet they're the ones who dug out this cave. Here they come. What came were really large ants. Their height being around that of Rem, a meter and a bit. Alit by the white luminescence of the light elementals, their carapaces shone in ominous black glimmer. As their bodies became more visible, I could clearly discern that they were indeed insects. Like insects, they had 6 feet. But only 4 of them stood it on the ground, the 2 in front were raised up, acting like arms. Its posture looked similar to that of a praying mantis. But that loud droning and horizontal mandibles on their heads were uncanny to ants. So, I'm calling them ants. And much like ants do, these big ants also appeared in a swarm. They were coming out one after another in lines from the holes around us. In no time, there was a forest of ants facing us, making that annoying shrill buzzing as if they were excited to find some appetizing prey. It doesn't look like we can avoid this fight. Watch out, these ants might spit acid. I shout out a warning to our frontliners, and simultaneously, the battle begins. Chapter 52, Ant and Mantis. And lucky for us, the big ants weren't that strong after all. We had 0 injuries, and they had 20 deaths, making it a perfect victory. Their black shells weren't as tough as an armor bear's, and bladed weapons worked well enough. It was harder than a Goma or Red Dog, so Natsukawa-san had to aim for the joints most of the time. The fire from the red saber and red knife was super effective as well. They were a big factor to our win. We just happened to be equipped with weapons that those monsters were weak to. Talk about a lucky break. Plus, I didn't see any of that acid spit I was worried about either. Our fighter team's weapons had gotten well doused in the ants' emerald green blood, but didn't look like they were melting or rusting away at all. So I guess these big ants don't have any poison. What they also didn't have were any cores, unfortunately. Ew. It's so gross. But though we'd won by miles against these big ants that were in fact small fry, I guess girls and the creepy crawlies don't mix in any world. Bear it for now, Minomi. You, no way. Asuna-chan, you can handle this. Just barely. And Futaba-chan, you? Me. I'm completely fine. Wow, Mei-chan, you're making me moist. I imagine I'm pretty used to corpses by now, but these gross insect cadavers makes your skin crawl at a whole new level. Even as a guy, I'd rather look away. Soma-san and class rep have been doing exactly that as much as possible, and Takanasha-san is in tears already. Anyway, we made sure to be wary of more big ant attacks, and progressed further along the cave. No, I could call it the ant's nest. But as we go along, I am made to realize my mistake. This isn't an ant's nest, but a cave of insects. They come, many other big insects, creeping, crawling, they come. But well, a majority of those were simple bugs. They didn't have any particular hostility towards us, so were different from actual monsters. Grasshoppers, caterpillars, wood lice, even ones I've never heard of. Swarms of these pests were crawling on the ground around us. Their size would be considered big by normal standards, but they only went up to fist size. So even if it made you a bit sick, the relief of safety was the more prioritized emotion. I'm not especially good with insects or anything. But strangely, I'm pretty alright with this. Maybe it's because I've been going through this fierce life or death dungeon survival that I can stay relatively calm amongst these large bugs that many people would instantly faint upon sight. Though yeah, if I happen to see any suspicious ones, my intuition pharmacy can tell if it has poison or how dangerous it is. So I can have some peace of mind that way too. Kia. And there goes off another piercing scream provided by Takanasha-san. The reason being, our torches come light fairies were being crowded around by some big moths. Not again. I will burn them with my intense light, so everyone get back. Seriously, why do you gotta do this every time? Wastes time, and mana too. Look there, Mei-chan has moths sitting on her shoulders and isn't even batting an eye. She keeps walking all the same. Yeah, I know. It'd be unfair to want that level of iron-heartedness from those girls. Also, Intuition Pharmacy already told me how these don't have any poison. So they're not something to be afraid of. After that, we took care of a few more big ant swarms, and were progressing steadily. Then, an ominous hum of wings echoed inside the cave. Careful guys, we've got a big one. It's here. From beyond the loose curve of the cave appeared a mantis. Donned in dark emerald carapace, it had the characteristic long and thin mantis-like shape. But the main point of interest would be its long and sharp sides. An actual mantis would use those forelimbs to only grasp onto its prey, but this one looks like it would use them to actually slice them apart. Its two sides were shiny, metallic, and looked extremely sharp. At around 2 meters in height, it was quite big compared to the ants. If you count its long and slender abdomen, it would easily cross 3 meters lengthwise. With that massive frame, it was buzzing away with its fanned wings, and flew in really fast as if sliding over the ground. Armed with large blades, plus the high agility of its wings, the mantis displays more than enough danger to be a threat to our safety. Let's use magic first. Don't close in carelessly. It'd be great if we could finish it with ranged attacks, but if it does end up close, be careful. Soma-san knocks an arrow of light on her bow, and Class Rep holds aloft her ice wand. The frontliners also draw their respective weapons. In response, the mantis raises the both sides, spreading them in a show of intimidation. Both sides geared for combat. Any moment now, arrows of light and ice will fly, and the fierce battle will. Inside all that tension, the hem of my uniform gets a light tug. Rem, we're kinda busy here, I think, while turning around, whereupon Rem faces behind us and readies her spear. You idiot, the enemies in front of us, see? Must be a bug in her programming, is not something I'm so dumb as to presume. There's ants behind us. Soon enough, we heard that loud droning again coming from the path we'd left behind. What? This is Kraz. Watch out. The mantis accelerated with shrill noise coming from its wings, commencing its assault. Soma-san and Class Rep's magic arrows were supposed to launch at this timing, but because I called out to them about the attack from the rear, they lost focus. Both Soma-san and Class Rep had, for a moment, diverted their attention behind them. But the mantis had begun moving, so they had to shoot anyway. In a hurry, they shot their magics with terribly weak aim. As a result, the light and ice arrows flew in a straight line and made impact only around the mantis' feet, as if trying to avoid the creature. They didn't serve to stop it, or even slow it down. But though the mantis used its new momentum to start its onslaught on our vanguard, I could no longer afford to keep watching the action. The ants closing in from behind had at last come into visible range. Kotaru-kun, I'll do something back here. You handle the mantis. I'm reminded of that recent trouble with the zombies. It's the same thing again. If I can hold them off until Mei-chan gets rid of the mantis, it'll be our win. Big ants are kinda strong compared to zombies though. Putrefy, in the depths of vile red. Rotten bog. What I can do is also the same as before. I can only use rotten bog to hold off the invasion. Will this bog really work on these tough-shelled insect monsters? I can only hope. If it doesn't, I'll have to make do with black hair bind. Soma-san, support the vanguard. Class Rep, help us here. But what the, Momokawa-kun, you can't just give us orders. Crap, I forgot. I didn't have even a speck of leadership ability. There's no way they'll simply listen if I ask like Mei-chan would. Soma-san and class rep are fully aware of the mantis in front of them and the ant swarm behind getting closer by the second. But they're divided between the two and can't make a decision. Or more like, they're almost panicking already. Goddamn, I don't have any time to slowly convince them. Class rep, I'm begging you here. Rotten bog. The first bog I made was on the ground. This one, on the walls. The big ants are insects and as such, they can come crawling along the walls just fine. Whether it's 90-degree walls, or the ceiling even, they walk along the surface as if ignoring gravity. Implying, even with the ground and walls on both sides bogified, it won't be enough. Shit, this is a problem. I need to have my blood stick to manifest the bog. The curse seal on my palms can spray out, but not far enough to reach the ceiling. Gotta do something, gotta block them somehow, or those ants will get too close. We can stop the ants with class rep's wall. Fuck, here goes nothing. Along with some words of persuasion, I shove a hand into my bag of stones that I've yet to use. I take out a small pebble. As I'm grasping it, I release blood from the curse seal. I would have thought getting a bit of blood on it would be alright, but that's not what happened. Maybe this is an effect of black bloodline, but the spat out blood crawled bubbling all over the pebble, fully engulfing it. I feel like this is gonna work. With that conviction, I throw the blooded pebble up towards the ceiling. Spread out, rotten bog. Awesome, it worked. As soon as the pebble knocked on the surface, bubbling crimson bog expelled from that center point and shrouded over the ceiling. With that, all 360 degrees were wallpapered in poison. And if class rep could raise her ice shield on our shore, the defense would be perfect. Let's go Rem. Cover me. Ga ga ga. Man, Rem's so cute how she listens so well. Now, let's show em your new powers appropriated straight from the armor bear. I grip my spear and stand together with Rem. At last, the big ants have started stepping into my rotten bog. Guy. One cries out shrilly. Yes, it's melting. My utmost thanks, Ruin Hildesama. Your esteemed curses have worked swimmingly against these insect curs. With hard sizzles, the tips of their pointy legs were melting away. Their posture was slowly crumbling. They kept coming nonetheless, but at the point where they were melted up to the middle of their legs, their bodies finally splashed in. Like those zombies, the big ants also tasted the acid defeat of my poison bog. Black hair bind. However, the time that ants needed to melt into complete incapacity was clearly longer than zombies. Must be their shells. The first one that entered the bog died pretty easily, but from the second after, they were running fast enough to just barely cross it. Of course, we can't let them pass or we're screwed. I've been using my black hair bind and rotten bog combo to sink the ants one after another. But my rotten bog can get fully covered with a mere 10 or so zombies. Compared to human-sized zombies, these ants with their big frames will fill it up in not time. Wah! What fell just now? With a huge splash, something blackish lands in the middle of the bog. A large volume of acid rose, and almost reached all the way to us. That was close. Looks like what fell was an ant with its legs melted. It must have been caught in the ceiling bog. With the legs melted first, its body had only to be released down. It's great that I could seal off the ceiling route that's hard to defend at, but with ants falling from above too, the ground bog was being buried in them even faster. This is bad. At this rate they'll make their bridge of corpses too fast. Ah, go to hell. Gaga. I keep manipulating my black hair binds and also attack the big ant that's already come to the edge of the pool. We strike our spears into it in full force, pushing it back into the poison. Rem and I both don't have much muscle to speak of, but we weren't weak enough to fail in taking down something already half melted. That being said, that right now was too close for comfort. I honestly don't know if we can last another 30 seconds. Come on class rep. We're dying here. Ku Pierce, Ice Sagitta. Finally, we got our magic support. Now we can win this. Ryuko, you concentrate on supporting our fighters Sakura. I'll help back here. Ice shield. In a moment's time, thick walls of ice rose powerfully in front of me. Those ants overflowing the bog were steps away from the wall. Now stuck behind the shield of frost, they could only uselessly pick at it with their melted legs. They looked like suffering denizens of hell being punished in the lake of fire. Ha ha ha, melt away you mongrels. Yes, we can do this, we're doing this. Now sink. Black hair bind. With support fire, plus a reliable barrier of ice holding off the enemy, our fight suddenly had the tables completely turned to our side. I got excited as hell, and went wild with my black hair tentacles, while also making good use of my spear. There were 2, 3 walls of ice raised with gaps between them enough so that the ants couldn't pass through. Using those gaps, me and Rem dealt the ants already suffering in acid a nice helping of spear. Ice Sagitta. Uo. Ga. And somehow or other, we fought off around 20 or so ants. Ha. Ha. Is it over? Yeah, shouldn't have jinxed it. Giki. A single ant was attempting to jump over the ice shield. Crap, it's the last survivor. And to make things worse, we killed a lot of them at the pool's edge so their bodies had piled up enough for it to climb and make the jump. As I'm thinking, it became too late. The ant was already in front of me. Gaj. The first one to react was Rem. She went to intercept without so much as a word from me. Really, how upstanding. Gah. But Rem doesn't have that much power still. Even if it's only one big ant, she isn't strong enough to win in a head-to-head match. No, she'd lose in fact. Rem has her trusty spear on her, but she'd be outnumbered by the ant's powerful mandibles and 2 arms 3 to 1. But as long as I'm here, Rem won't be doing this alone. If it's just one ant, I can easily bind it up. As long as it's not moving, we don't have to bother anyone else about it. Rem and I can skewer it with our spears. Soma-san or class rep could use their magic. But the ant is in a really bad position. It practically pounced into the middle of the rearguard, so any close-range magic attacks might hit someone. Looks like class rep is also troubled whether to shoot or not. Well then, the best choice in this situation would be to capture it using black hair bind so she can fire at ease. So I didn't panic and calmly invoked the curse. Black hair by Ind. Kia. With that piercing shriek, my curse was disrupted. She slams into me, almost making me fall. Kia. Nu. Wa. Wait. Hey, Takanasha-san. The one committing such an act was of course, Takanasha-san. As if she was using me as a shield, I was tightly grabbed from the back and couldn't move as I wanted. And she was shaking me so roughly, neither do I have the calm to cast my curses, nor can I get into position to use my spear. There's a life-threatening monster right there, and we're messing around like idiots. But as for why this girl, the only person in the party who doesn't play any role in fighting, suddenly panicked so hard after the monster got this close. I really don't have the time for any psychological analyzing right now. Let go. Let go, hey. I can't fight like th. Nu. Save me. Soma-kun. There's no awesome hero here, dumbass. We can handle a damn ant without Soma-kun, so stop being a pain. Like, you can just use your word of rejection and protect yourself, damn it. Why aren't you doing that, stupid idiot? Let me go, damn it. Kia. Ouch. I forcefully shook her off of me. I may be weak, but I can sure as hell manage something with my strength if it's against the petite and slender Takanasha-san. But in contrast, I can't hold back. In other words, she bashes hard on the ground. Takanasha-san isn't a sporty girl to begin with, and splendidly failing to break her fall, she fully allowed gravity to do its work. Ouch indeed. But before I can pity, I gotta do something about this'n. Ah. The big ant's sharp forelegs were coming at me full swing. Rem has her spear stabbed into the ant's abdomen and giving it her all to stop it from moving. But the ant's life force isn't weak enough to be deterred by a mere spear. It's over. I can't stop it anymore. Gua. It was a miracle I didn't die then and there. The 2 sides only cut lightly at my left shoulder and below the arm on my right. They're only flesh wounds, but it hurts so bad I want to start rolling on the floor and cry. No, well, try as I might to endure it, I can't fight back at all, so it'd be no use. In its next attack, I won't be so lucky. Pile bunker. The ant's body exploded like a water balloon. Pieces of its thick, black, and metallic carapace flew off like it was made of the thin rubber. Kotaru-kun, are you hurt? Ah, that's right, in the end, Mei-chan's the only one always looking out for me. Thanks, you saved me. And the mantis? It was close, but we beat it. As I follow the gently smiling Mei-chan's gaze, I see its head removed, both sides torn off, wings made into shreds. It was the mantis' gruesomely massacred corpse. From the results, it would seem like it was a one-sided slaughter, but Mei-chan said it was close, and both Natsukawa-san and Kenzuki-san looked tired too. It must have been a tough opponent. No wait, Kotaro-kun, you are hurt. Ah, no, it's okay. Stings like hell though. Yes, I'm weak so I can't act tough forever. Like, it hurts you know? I said it was a flesh wound, but those do hurt. It would have gotten into my meat in just a bit more. And Mei-chan, who can go, coo, and endure stuff like this, is simply too handsome for words. Soma-san, can you come heal Kotaro-kun? No, I'm good, my meds can handle stuff like this. No can do, there's a limited supply of those right? And with magic you can heal up right now. So Soma-san, can you please hurry up? I will start with Kotori. Soma-san made a stern face and said. She made a quick glance at me, and quickly started going over to Takanasha-san who was lying sprawled and crying a river. Soma-san, aren't you getting the picture? I'm doing all this so you can atone to Kotaro-kun, you know? I'm afraid I don't see what you mean. Girls should be given priority in treatment, and that is simply what I'm doing. Awkward silence ensues. Mei-chan's expression had frozen in that smiling state, but this is dangerous, is what I honestly felt. Sakura, look at that, Momokawa-kun's wound looks serious. He's bleeding too, so you should do him first, right? The one who repaired the broken air was our ever-reliable class rep. One moment later, Soma-san nods. You're right. I'm sorry, I didn't see that well. Ah, sure. I don't really mind. Then, feeling an infinite level of awkwardness, I received Soma-san's healing light. My first experience of healing magic. Its efficiency was so stupidly good, my ointments seemed like trash in comparison. Chapter 53, Leader Part. 1. So there was a fairy square, we made it. In a stroke of good luck, right after overcoming the mantis onslaught, we passed the cave and safely made it to the following fairy square. The strain of battle. Additionally, with the psychological revulsion of being surrounded by insects for so long, everyone looked more exhausted than usual. Forgetting any work or words, we all dropped our equipment and eased ourselves onto the soft grass. You too, Rem, good work. Gaga. I wouldn't mind if she sat down too. Rem was still holding her spear and standing straight, motionless to my side as I lay on the ground. Kotaro-kun, everything all right? Mei-chan pops in with a smile. I was lying flat on the ground and she was standing real close to my head and, whoa, what the, holy, I can kinda see it, inside. Mei-chan. Yup, none at all, no problem. It was a moment's glance. I sit up in a hurry to chase away the visions of pink cloth tucked in those tender, plump thighs. Good Lord Almighty, I was this close to being stuck staring. If I end up adding filthy peeper to my known title of wanker scum, I'll really lose any dignity I have left within this harem party. And if I lose Mei-chan on top of that, I won't have any allies left. Thinking about how absolutely terrifying that is, I can easily overcome the bliss of looking at panties. Life. Life is damn important. Soma-san's magic healed me up perfectly. Ah, that's good. You know, after you get healed by magic, sometimes the injuries open up again. It's apparently like first aid to only block off the wounds right away. What? It's like that? It is. Kenzuki-san and Natsukawa-san said they experienced it. Looks like the Vanguard members have been exchanging useful info. At present, Soma-san has something close to the worst impression of me, so I can't carelessly start a conversation with her. If Mei-chan's doing even a little bit of research on their powers, then I'm super grateful. Still, I guess healing magic isn't all powerful after all. If the injuries are too severe, it won't work. It may seal them temporarily, but it won't grant a complete recovery. That could mean that there's other types of healing magic that are similar to my ointments. That is, they do healing with actual recovery as the final objective. That's good. My meds will still have a purpose now. At least, Until Soma-san gets that recover-type healing magic, that is. Hey, how about lunch? Looking at Mei-chan now, no one would dare say stuff like, of course you'd suggest lunch, and make fun of her. Sure, walnuts as usual. About that, there's a little something I need you to look at, Kotaro-kun, she says as she sits down beside me and starts rummaging through her bag. Wonder what it is? So it's this insect. Can you see if we can eat it? Yue. What she took out towards me was an insect with many thin legs and a red carapace like crayfish. It looked a lot like a caterpillar. Its shell kind of looked like lobster, so I thought maybe it was edible. How about it? Mei-chan, you really enjoy these exotic foods, don't you? I could understand eating snakes and such back on Earth, but do you really have to grasp at these suspicious creatures in another world? She seriously knows no fear, man. Someone like her must have eaten puffer fish at least once. Let's have a look-see. Okay, no poison, and looks like there's no other problems eating it either. Really? Awesome. But I think you should at least cook it first. And wasting time no further, Mei-chan and I started gathering firewood and made a hearth like we did for roasting snakes. Soma-san and the girls came by to ask what we were up to, but looking at the lobster worm, they turned blue in the face and backed away. If Mei-chan can draw out her ideal taste from this, I bet another culinary revolution would transpire among the girls. Speaking of which, even Takanasha-san has been actively pursuing the capture of those snakes. The juicy taste of meat is simply unmatched. And, done. Wow, cool, it's really like lobster. At 30 centimeters lengthwise, the creepy worm that looked like an animated lobster tail was now on a skewer. It let out puffs of steam and shone in an appetizing gloss. Peeling away the shell, its tightly packed, previously clearish white meat had solidified to a tasty, solid white after baking in heat. There were even semblances of scarlet stripes going across, so I couldn't see it as anything other than a big, roasted lobster tail. Well, here goes nothing, Kotaro-kun. I swallow back my gathering saliva and carefully watch Mei-chan bring the roasted skewer to her mouth. This is, how is it? The moment of truth. Will it taste like lobster, or will it be worm? It's not that juicy, and the taste is pretty bland. But it's lobster all right. All right. And thus, we triggered yet another culinary revolution during our time in the dungeon. The lobster worm tasted indeed like lobster. The next time we see these, we'll be grasping for them like no tomorrow. That was great. We relished the grilled lobster. Saying stuff like, man, wish there was some soy sauce and mayo, we sit relaxed over the grass and chat idly. A bit farther away, Soma-san and the girls were gingerly attempting to eat some of the roasted lobster worm that we shared. Incidentally, the one who drew the short straw turned out to be Natsukawa-san. Grabbed in a Nelson hold by Kenzuki-san, her bitter cries as class rep inserted the skewered item made me think she has great potential as an actress. Tell me, Kotaro-kun, isn't it frustrating? What's up all of a sudden? Mei-chan asked me with a serious expression, but I replied making a stupid face. If you're talking about frustration, I'm plenty frustrated being thrown into this harsh, life-and-death scenario, but why ask about that now? Those girls are bad news. When we were fighting the mantis, you were almost killed by an ant, right, Kotaro-kun? Even when Soma-san and class rep, even when both of them were right there. Her words sounded slightly laced with venom. That time was like a surprise attack, so we just weren't ready for it. Since I got to hear that intense dialogue between her and Soma-san, I knew that Mei-chan has quite a bit of dissatisfaction with our clumsiness in that fight. It didn't turn messy due to class rep cutting in, but there's no way she's actually fine with it. If they just listened to your orders, there would have been no problem at all. But there's no way people will move if I suddenly start ordering them around. I'm not their leader and haven't been approved as one either. If this was Soma-kun, I bet everyone would very willingly follow his lead even if they were panicking. That's what it means to be approved of. Literally, who in their right mind would listen to some unpopular, short, otaku guy from a corner of the class? Not me, I wouldn't. Then tell me, who do you think should lead us? Well, if you're asking me, it has to be Soma-san or class rep, right? There's also Kenzuki-san, but she'd be too busy fighting up front to hand out orders, so not her, I guess. You know, I really think we should properly decide on a leader with everyone. To be honest, I was thinking this ever since we made a party with them. Mei-chan's concerns are perfectly valid. You can gather up top-class, powerful individuals all you want, but without any proper teamwork, there will only be disorder. And in fact, with the current ability of our party, we should have been easily able to handle something like a mantis and ant-pincer attack. Kotaro-kun, I think you need to be the leader. No way, that's impossible. No really, I know you can do it. That's right, even in the fight just now, if you weren't there, someone like Takanasha-san would have died. True, I can bet Soma-san or class rep would have somehow gotten out of it, but I can't say the same about Takanasha-san. From what I've seen of her, she may have powerful skills, but she certainly doesn't have the ability to make quick decisions and make actual use of them. She may eventually die because of that flaw. With that powerful mantis making an appearance, everyone was concentrated towards it up front, and completely neglected to keep an eye behind. Including me. If Rem hadn't alerted me, I would have lost my chance to manifest Rotten Bog. Soma-san and class rep, they aren't good enough. Those two don't have the resolve to make a decision that might or might not lead us to death. The only one here who can do that is you, Kotaro-kun. No way, isn't something I can say. To be perfectly honest, I really want to complain about what was up with Soma-san and class rep in that fight. But, there's a big but. My orders were only good in retrospect. If that mantis happened to be so strong that they needed both Soma-san and class rep's help to get rid of it, then my choice would have been the wrong one. The frontliners would be defeated, the rear then attacked, and we'd face total annihilation, the end. Then again, we couldn't just ignore the ants behind us either. With just Rem and me, they would have gotten through, no doubt about it. In fact, one still did. If the mantis was stronger, it could have come to the point where I'd have to sacrifice myself to attempt stopping all the ants alone. No, listen, it's not like I'll always make the best choice, Anne. I can gladly leave my life in your hands, Kotaro-kun. Anything you say, I'll listen. Mei-chan stares fixedly at Mai with a smile so charming I'm sent into shivers. With how she said that right in my face, it's like she'd even try doing the impossible if I just ask. Yeah. You know, Mei-chan, you've been following along with what I said all this time. I ended up giving you orders all the time back then, but I think I finally get how lucky I was being in that position. Thanks, Mei-chan. I only did what was right, you know. Becoming a berserker did make me a bit stronger. But that's it, only a bit. I'm always being saved by you after all. And Kotaro-kun, even when that second armor bear came, you didn't run, did you? You stayed beside me the whole time, right? Well, worst case, I'd get eaten and take down the bear with me. Yeah, no, actually, maybe my knees just gave out. Right. Even after those girls swooped in and saved us, my legs were still gone. I couldn't even try to stand up. No, I'm sure about this. That's why you have to do it, Kotaro-kun. Man, this is the kind of stuff you say when you completely trust someone her. Like, I know we're having a serious conversation and all, but my cheeks feel a little itchy. My lips might start twitching upwards any second. No, stop that, me. Yeah, I'm super weak to getting praised. An easy catch, if I do say so myself. But me becoming everyone's leader, that's still impossible. Why? You may believe in me, Mei-chan, but the others, all of them don't. You remember, right? What happened when I was going to make Rem? With that one incident, their trust in me hit the dirt. But you were just. Class rep only got them to understand, and that's still better than nothing. Soma-san and Kenzuki-san were really disgusted, you know. The two of them are seriously uptight about that sort of stuff, so they could still be holding in their anger. On a side note, Takanasha-san seems to be making a shield out of me on a daily basis. I'd be very offended if she had dark intentions like wishing I'd die like that. You can't make someone leader if everyone can't trust him. Even I can tell that our party is a mess. But if I start getting cocky now, the party itself could be broken apart. More like, they could just throw me out. But I agree with you that we need a leader, at least in appearance. Mei-chan, can you talk to Soma-san or class rep, see if any of them want to do it? We should have decided this from the start. For example, if class rep had the awareness that she was leading us, she could have given out orders even in that sudden pincer attack. And even if we didn't decide, we should have at least discussed and simulated cases of surprise attacks, pincer attacks, or traps. We may have been granted special powers, but ultimately, we're only students. We aren't trained soldiers or nothing. And this dungeon isn't nice enough to let us off with just relying on our skills. Kotaro-kun, are you really fine with that? I don't think we have a choice. It's fine. If we get better as a team, we'll have a little less stress and maybe they can find it in themselves to forgive me a little too. I said to Mei-chan with the best smile in my arsenal. Yeah, no, it's not like a smile from me can put someone at ease though. But I'm trying to get the point across that I really am fine with that. I understand, Kotaro-kun. Being looked at with a slightly worried face from Mei-chan, I thought of myself, kinda pathetic. Chapter 54, Leader Part. 2. Futaba-san is acting strange. Upon confirming that Momokawa Kotaro and Futaba Maiko were happily chatting at another corner of the fairy square, Soma Sakura turned to Kisaragi Ryuko and Kenzuki Asuna, breaking the ice with those words. Yeah, I think so too. Hey now, Sakura, and Asuna too. What are you two saying all of a sudden? Ryuko spoke as if denying their assertions, but truth be told, she was the one most keenly aware of the oddity that was Futaba Maiko. After all, she had seen firsthand how the girl was. How she always got flustered, and became completely useless baggage during combat. I know I wasn't good friends with her or anything back in school, but I'm positive that Futaba-san never had a personality where she could ruthlessly kill monsters like that. It's like she's a different person. And the way she fights. She's practically going mad. She would know well. Asuna has been seeing her fight up close in the vanguard. Sakura and Ryuko have also been seeing how Maiko fights from behind in their rearguard position. Using her oversized halberd, she would become a storm of raw power, doing away with ants one after the next. It was vastly different from the more elegant methods employed by Asuna or Minami. Savage even. No, well, she is a berserker after all. In reality, Futaba Maiko's true vocation had come to light since the beginning. That reveal was without a doubt achieved through the powers of the sage, Takanashi Kotori. Eye of veracity for a true sage, man or matter, all is subject to no falsehoods at but a glance. It was a power Kotori attained quite recently, and it served to let her know the vocation and skills belonging to others. Like peeking at their status screens, Minami had described, but her colleagues, being strangers to the world of gaming, wouldn't have much appreciation for such a statement. At present, Kotori could only see the vocation, and only part of the whole array of skills inside someone. But it is hypothesized that these holes in the information would be filled as Kotori grows as a sage. At any rate, the moment Futaba Maiko was seen by her eye of veracity, her lie had been completely exposed. Of course, their side had also kept this truth-seeing power hidden, so since both sides were equally exchanging untruths, they didn't press the subject. But let's consider the circumstances a bit. She must have changed for the need to adapt. Don't you mean, she was changed by Momokawa-kun? What are you? Ryuko's breath catches. Though she attempts to ask, the intelligent Ryuko couldn't possibly not understand the insinuation. That is how terrifying the prediction Soma Sakura had just put to mouth. We already know his vocation is shaman. Like we've seen with his pain return, his magic is different from the normal ones like Ryuko's or mine. It's very peculiar to say the least. And we've got no clue what other nasty curses he's got hidden away. That's right. For instance, couldn't one be for mind control? No, that is possible. You can't deny that. A moment of silence governs the scene. Mind control. For him to have such a bone-chilling magic is implausible, difficult to believe, but yet, as Asuna said, not impossible. They were in a world ruled by the supernatural existence known as magic. It wouldn't be strange for any form of magic to exist. That may be so, but none of us here, as far as I know, look brainwashed. He likely needs to meet specific conditions. Unlike you or Minami, Futaba-san has been alone with him for much longer. He could have done anything to her during all that time. We girls can't let our guard down either, or else he might just go for it. Momokawa Kotaru was in possession of a mind control curse, and he was silently preparing to bring them all under his domination. Calling this out as idiotic delusion just wasn't possible for Ryuko. And that is no doubt because she too was extremely fearful of that very same possibility. It's not just her mad fighting that made me think Futaba-san was strange. The most curious thing about her, it's that crazed obedience towards Momokawa-kun. You remember what happened at the Fairy Square, right? Futaba not only didn't blame him, she even covered for the bastard. I felt it from her. She wouldn't bat at eye making every one of us her enemy. Yes, I really had to hold my breath there. Exits a pained sigh from Ryuko. As someone who had cut in to mediate, it would be great if she could share her building stress with her two friends even if a little. But look, isn't Futaba-san favoring him over us? Completely natural. We know for a fact that Momokawa-kun is her life savior. But you can't just. Sakura, Asuna, you haven't had to abandon anyone yet, so I don't think you understand. This sense of crushing guilt. Ryuko, I'm so sorry. I made you remember something painful. No, the one who suffered true pain, that is, the pain of being infinitely close to death, was not her, but Futaba Maiko. Ryuko still remembers it hauntingly. That excruciated, sobbing voice echoing from behind as she walked away. Perhaps Futaba Maiko had indeed died there, alone and helpless. Perhaps the girl they were seeing now was someone else putting on her name. Perhaps she too was just another golem. The moving doll Kotaru had classified his realm as, and is able to create using his curses. However, Ryuko would not let herself descend into the spiral of suspicion like her two friends facing her. I personally don't think we should act so paranoid of them. If these suspicions are wrong, we'd be making a practically irreparable mistake. It's not something you can wave off with a simple apology. You're not wrong. I understand. But I do believe we should stay cautious. If Momokawa-kun does turn out to be the type cunning and vicious shaman we're imagining, the first one he'd target is the one mentally weak from guilt towards Futaba-san. That is, you. Yes, it might turn out just like you described. But I'm trying my best to believe otherwise. I can't trust 1 inch of that Momokawa. He's a bastard that had no problem throwing down Kotori, remember? She was likely talking about the event where they were ambushed by ants from behind. Ryuko too had seen Kotori crying, clinging desperately to Kotaru and him unremorsefully shaking her away. And it is because Kotori was injured by that action that Sakura had tried applying healing magic on her first. Like Asuna, seeing Kotaru apparently not concerning himself with the safeguard of a frail girl must have been absolutely loathsome for Sakura as well. Or rather, having beheld her always strong, always kind older brother from a young age, Sakura may have felt the action many degrees harder to forgive. About that time, we have our share of responsibility for that too. I don't recall me or Sakura being able to come to their rescue. True. I admit that was our complete blunder. But if we simply listened to Momokawa-kun's orders back there, I just can't. We do it once, and he'd start thinking we'll listen to his every little whim. Next time, we're gonna have to avoid that sort of stupidity, so, Sakura, Ryuko, one of you should take command. Asuna's way of putting things was overflowing with distrust towards Kotaru from all possible directions. But her mention of them deciding on proper leadership was an opinion needing more attention. That's fair. Yuto-kun is gone and we've been leaving that subject a bit vague. We should work on fixing that. So, who are we picking? I'm sure Ryuko being the class rep will be perfect for the job. I'm not. If it's about fighting, isn't Sakura the better choice? All the same to me. But have a good talk about it, you two. And just as Asuna was about to leave Sakura and Ryuko to decide on the subject amongst the two of them like it was none of her business. Hey there, mind if I join in on that? Futaba Maiko had arrived with what seemed to be an eerie grin on her face. The air around her was strange enough that Asuna instinctively brought up her guard. With a slight glance, she confirmed that Kotaru was lying down on the grass, perhaps taking a nap. Minomi and Kotori had been asleep since their meal, and so weren't participating in their talks. Recalling their rough battles coming here, Their bodies seeking rest upon nightfall simply couldn't be helped. So you were listening to us, Futaba-san. Something about how it's good if we decide on a leader. I heard a bit of that. It was lucky she hadn't listened in on the subject matter they were on right before. As naturally it would be troublesome if the individuals concerned heard them, Sakura had chosen a distanced spot from Maiko and Kotaru before starting the discussion. Yes, it's about that. We also did a bit of reflecting on the last fight. I see. That's great, we're all on the same page then. Then let's hear what you got to say, Futaba. Thinking to apply yourself as a candidate? Not at all. I'm always fighting up front, and that's not a good position to give orders from. No, it's like that for you too, right, Kenzuki-san? It seemed like Futaba Maiko had the capacity to judge what consists of leading a team. So you do understand. That makes things much faster. I will be completely frank on this then. Futaba-san, between me and Ryuko, who do you think should be the leader? Sakura, not too eager to converse, makes a weighted reply. From her tone, it is implied that she shall not allow Momokawa Kotaru to take the position. Now the question is, how will Maiko respond to that iron will? Sakura and Asuna had an air that they could enter battle any moment. As for Ryuko, the whole affair was causing her great stomach pain. Just making sure, but why not Takanasha-san? Sadly, Kotori isn't up to par for this. An instant answer from Asuna. It is perhaps their close friendship that allows her such an unreserved opinion. Ahaha, that's one way to put it. She's the type that just isn't suited for battle. Yep, totally get it, I was told that too, being subpar and all. Kisaragi Ryuko, as cool and collected as she were, had her face dyed in shock at the small comment Maiko added. Ah, sorry, I'm not mad about that or anything. It was true after all. It's all in the past. Having it told as such with casual movements of the hand and an impish smile that would easily string along men, Ryuko had no words. So, do you have your pick, Futaba-san? On Sakura pressing her to answer the original question, Maiko looks her in the face and answers as such. You fufu, I'm sad to say, but I'm thinking both you and class rep aren't up to par either. Mind elaborating? In my mind, both of you aren't too different from Takanasha-san in that respect. I can't imagine leaving my life to you. Maiko made light chuckles, while Sakura sternly lowered her eyebrows. The expression, sparks flying between them, would be a perfect fit to describe the scene. Then, if I'm guessing right, you're thinking Momokawa-kun is the best person to be the leader. With much reluctance, Ryuko entered the fray. And why not? Do you people not get it still, even after that last fight? If class rep had listened to Kotaru-kun's instructions, we would all be much happier. If she just listened to him earlier, we could have won with more ease. Maiko speaks as if admonishing a child. True, I'll admit that me and Ryuko weren't the quickest thinkers during that. But come next time, don't think that we... Next time? Did you just say that, Soma-san? You should know there isn't any next time in deadly battle. I will be careful next time. I won't make the same mistake a second time. That moral dogma is essential for students and members of society alike. People make mistakes, reflect on them, and grow as a consequence. But it is of no doubt that those mistakes are permitted only because those people live in the civilized society of Japan. Their current location is inside a cruel and unforgiving dungeon. Fierce monsters make it their den, and on top of that, powerful boss monsters lay in wait. It is a miserable survival scenario with 0-second chances. Hey, tell me I'm wrong, but you girls aren't thinking this is some sort of game, right? Maiko speaks further. All of you, you've become used to it. I have too. If you just think your enemy is a monster, you can swing your blade without second thoughts, she says. You've all come fighting for your lives here. I don't imagine otherwise. You fought monsters where, if you lost, they'd simply eat you. But you didn't lose. What I'm wondering is, have you even been in any real danger? Absolute difference in power. These girls have yet to taste it, the utter despair of having no path left to you other than death. Not only that, they hadn't suffered any major injury to speak of. Complete nonsense. We fought that Cerberus right, I was practically inches to death. Yeah, that Cerberus was tough as nails. There's also that big Goma I had to fight before. That was a close one too. But Somakuen came and saved you. Correct. Nii-san would come and save us, any time and any place. So it's fact. Then let's say, I try killing Soma-san right now. Instantly, a naked blade gleams in the light. A quick draw in speeds surpassing the eye. Unsheathed without so much as a sound, the sword is pointed directly as Maiko's throat. What's the big hurry, Kenzuki-san? You're so on edge. Futaba. That was some hell of a bloodlust you had there. Bloodlust? Ahaha, that's a good one. Is it from a manga? Well, I'm sure it was just your imagination. Don't test me, just slightly, Asuna's blade of cleansing presses into Maiko's neck. A slight motion and the girl's fair skin would be ruined in red by the razor-sharp blade. It wasn't an action on the level of a joke. But Maiko was the prime aggressor, is what Asuna, no, Sakura and Ryuko, all three of them were convinced of that. Bloodlust. Such a thing certainly exists. At least in this magic-driven parallel world, it can be clearly felt. That applies all the more to Asuna, a dual wielder possessing considerable perceptive abilities. And having fought alongside her, Asuna also knows that Maiko can feel this bloodlust as well. She has seen the girl conduct herself in battle, sensing the thick bloodlust exuded by monster, much similar to herself. Seems like I scared you, sorry about that. But you did get my point, right? Right now, Somakuen isn't here. If I happened to seriously attempt murdering Soma-san, tell me, will Somakuen come save you then too? Hold that thought, Sakura, and calm down. We get it, Futaba-san. You may be right that we've been relying on Yuto-kun too much. For fighting as well as for mental support. Ryuko holds back Sakura, who had a face telling she was about to burst back in argument. At the same time, sent a glance at Asuna telling to pull back her sword. Her perceptive friend received the message and quietly returned her blade to its scabbard. Maiko's neck had not 1 millimeter of a scratch. No, well, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Somakuen is strong, right? I get that you'd want to rely on him. From their stories, it was as if he was guided by fate itself. Soma Yuto's timing was too good. Like when his sister was attacked by an armor bear, like when Asuna and Kotori were cornered by the boss Goma. And similarly for the Cerberus fight. His timing in coming to their aid, his timing in becoming stronger in a pinch. All of it was superb. Perhaps even sheer luck was a component of Soma Yuto's powers. But if you make that your excuse and do nothing, if you don't put every fiber of your being into survival, I can't forgive you. I'm afraid I don't follow. We have been trying to gather everyone under our wing, and together, do our best to find a way to escape this dungeon, right? Then what reason could you possibly have for not accepting Kotaro-kun? Is being under him that hurtful to your pride? Because you consider him to be below you? You're against listening to a man weaker than you that much? Or maybe, you just don't plan on listening to any man you don't love. This isn't the place to be finicky over trivial things. It's all about the resolve to survive, even if you have to crawl through mud. No, you don't need resolve, just do it. Kotaro-kun is truly weak. But, in spite of that, he knows the way to survive. If he doesn't know, he can imagine one. That's not something me or Kenzuki-san, who only rely on our strength, can do. And the helpless and afraid me from back then, or say Takanasha-san now, can't do it either. Something that the hero Soma Yuto, who, granted substantial strength and blessed by lady luck, simply can't do. Not relying on miracles, and using every method available to him to grasp at a means of survival. It was likely only Ryuko who thought she was implying as such. A sort of consideration on Maiko's part for not explicitly mentioning Soma Yuto. Hey, how about it? I'd really appreciate it if you listened to him just a bit. There's no need to worry. Kotaro-kun doesn't ask for anything impossible, and always takes care of you. See, he even took someone like me in, and cut the crap. Asuna cut into Maiko's plea with precision. Asuna. Yeah, got it, Ryuko. Futaba has a point, is what you wanna say, right? I got a good idea what she's getting at. If you do, then what's with all this? Questions Ryuko. Call it emotions-based, or whatever. But I can't, in no damn way, bring myself to trust Momokawa. Can't imagine leaving my life to him. I'll hand those words right back at you, Futaba. I'll ask why if you don't mind. Not giving an inch to Maiko's unnaturally expressionless face, Asuna boldly makes her say known. There's the incident in the square, and the time when he pushed away Kotori. Those would be more than valid reasons. But I'll give it you straight. I have no plans on ever obeying someone weaker than me. You mean that, as a woman? Nay, as a swordsman of the Kenzuki style. Laughter had not ensued following Asuna's statement. Rather than not fitting the times, it gave the feeling of something a samurai-crazed otaku would cringe-inducingly say. In modern Japan at least, you ordinarily wouldn't find people other than individuals of those tastes speaking like this. But because they are so close, Soma Sakura and Kisaragi Ryuko know what truly consisted of the girl, Kenzuki Asuna. They know she wasn't ordinary in the least. They know of her grueling lifelong training under the sword, and they understand how this stern mindset of hers has been molded as a result. More good facts. That means, if I were to be stronger than you, you'd obey me without question. If you win a one-on-one duel, I don't care if it's you or Momokawa, I'll pipe up and follow. Yup, wonderful. This makes things very easy. A duel, let's do that. Suggests Futaba Maiko in light-hearted tone as if making a promise to go shopping later. Hold it right there. You can't. No wait, aren't you being insane? Don't stop us, Ryuko. I'm perfectly sane, and also very serious. Oh yeah. There's that time when Kenzuki-san decided to get engaged to Somakuen because she lost a duel, right? Kenzuki Asuna makes important decisions via duel. Such precedent already exists. Everyone in their class knows this. No, the turmoil of her engagement with Soma Yuto was already known as a great legend among all in Shiromine Academy. Ryuko, when Asuna gets like this, you know there's no stopping her. But that's no excuse to. This isn't the time to start infighting. I'm really sorry, class representative, but Kenzuki-san's saying she won't settle on a compromise if we don't do this. I don't think there's any option apart from this if we want to become true comrades. Ryuko practically wanted to cry when the one who accepted that duel, the perpetrator herself, started consoling her. Or rather, her eyes were feeling moist already. Asuna, Futaba-san, you two are sure about this, right? Yeah, if Futaba defeats me, I'll give in to her demands. If Kenzuki-san wins, I won't bring up making Kotaro-kun the leader anymore. Well, I can't really make you promise, so we have the loser absolutely obey the winner or anything. Continues Maiko, but Asuna accepts anyway. You're not a swordsman or anything. So I'm fine with those conditions. Maiko doesn't have one clue as to what Asuna consider being a true swordsman, but their negotiations thus conclude. Please tell me you aren't planning to use real weapons in this. The winner loses if the loser dies, that goes for both of us. They obviously hadn't lost all their good sense. But for Ryuko's own peace of mind, she needed to confirm anyway. Then do we go empty-handed? But Kenzuki-san is a dual wielder, so, we could use fairy walnut tree branches as wooden swords, bokitu, right? I don't mind it bare-handed, but with some form of weapon, I don't think either of us will regret anything. Both of them would find it annoying if the other complained she lost because she didn't have a weapon. Please don't get hurt. Or not, I guess. It'd be great if you keep it to a level Sakura can heal. And that was all Ryuko could say. Thus it came to be that Futaba Maiko and Kenzuki Asuna would duel with their convictions on the line. Chapter 55. Kenzuki Asuna. More good facts. That means, if I were to be stronger than you, you'd obey me without question. If you win a one-on-one duel, I don't care if it's you or Momokawa, I'll pipe up and follow. Yup, wonderful. This makes things very easy. A duel, let's do that. Never did Kenzuki Asuna think she would propose a duel of all things to a woman. She had the awareness that she carried sensibilities far too different from the ordinary high school girl. There was even a time she was troubled by the fact, but after entering high school and at present, she had made her resolve. That she wasn't any ordinary woman. That she was a swordsman of the Kenzuki style. That is why, Futaba Maiko, who, despite being a woman, knew not any fear in combat, was an existence very alien to her. No, let us say that considering their situation and being given their vocations, their powers for engagement, the girl managed to attain the psyche necessary to voluntarily seek battle. Kensuke Asuna's common sense wasn't something you could write off as mere individuality in peaceful Japan. But she, Maiko, a normal girl, had also reached a similar state of mind, having experienced deadly dungeon life. And in fact, even Natsukawa Minomi, who was simply a girl from track and field team, had also grown to a level where she could fight equally alongside Asuna. But having gone so far as to challenge her to a duel, Futaba Maiko was just outlandish compared to them. Was this incongruity a result brought about by her carrying the fearsome vocation of berserker, or could it truly be a consequence of Momokawa Kotaru's deviant brainwashing? Asuna didn't care either way. They have promised to duel, so she would face the challenge with her pride on the line. Ready yet, Futaba? Yeah. The pair had come to an open area found very close after exiting the ferry square. Similar to the place where Kotaru and Maiko fought the armor bear, it was an empty lot with practically nothing of interest. There was the concern that monsters could barge in any time, but both of them wished to withhold from engaging in the middle of the ferry square. They did make a quick surveillance of the surrounding passages to ensure a level of safety. The fight won't last very long, so it would only serve as insurance. Then, let's go. Present are only the two, Maiko and Asuna, the ones who would duel. They had declined any referee. Kotaru, Sakura, class representative, they would be hard-pressed to call upon any of them to stay neutral. Should they be stopped at a bad time, it would give rise to dissatisfaction. Thereupon, they made sure to be alone so as to have no unnecessary interference. They stood at a distance equal to that used in a normal kendo match. Owning the name of dual wielder, Asuna held a wooden sword in each hand. In contrast, Maiko carried just one, of extra-large size and having a flattened bat shape. Both swords used fairy walnut branches as material and were manufactured by Takanashi Kotori after they forced her awake to make them. Their duel was not one fulfilled by the forfeit of life, but one that challenged their credo. That is why, this too would serve to prevent any sore losers, as both of them were provided adequate arms. Although for the sleepyhead Kotori, she wasn't happy at all being made to make wooden swords for God knows why. Whatever the case, all preparations were set, and at long last, the duel between Kensuke Asuna and Futaba Maiko kicked off. I'm good anytime. Alright. Ready, set, match. Asuna was by no means making light of Maiko. Her battle prowess had reached levels so forceful and barbaric you could compare her to real war generals from the Sengo era. In many a kendo tournament, and even informal matches, Asuna had faced these types of rough and tough individuals. But Futaba Maiko, a berserker's pressure, was a first even for her. In fact, as long as she carried her vocation, Maiko would be stronger than anyone in their original world. Her athletic prowess would easily surpass even the most excelling rangers from the SDF. It was a level of monstrous strength utterly unattainable by any ordinary human being. A level also applicable to Asuna. Right now, I'm leagues stronger than father, Otusama, and even stronger grandfather, Ojasama, at his peak. Her skill with the sword needed no mention, just the strength dwelling in her body could thwart any challenge of technique. Thus Asuna and Maiko both wielded constitutions surpassing man. That being the case, only their ability would determine the stronger. Futaba Maiko had precise control of her abilities as berserker, and could put those abilities to practice in battle. Her courage and spirit too were electrifying. But Asuna had also survived the same dungeon, tasting more than enough experience from combating monsters. Experience-wise, the difference between them would be negligible. That being so, Asuna was convinced that herself, having learned the sword from a tender age, would have a deciding advantage. To a mate. So just as the match started, Maiko threw her sword, perhaps an attempt to surprise her, but she handled it with ease. There was no cause for alarm after all. The average kendo club-goer would likely get startled, but as a swordsman of the Kensuke style, Asuna had experience in matches against members of other schools of teaching, and per consequent, was used to such surprises. Those called swordsmen may throw a dagger or two, and if they were studied in ninja arts, shurikens and kunai were much common. She would normally repel such projectiles, but anticipating the sheer power behind a sword thrown by a berserker, Asuna didn't divert it like she would a shuriken, and chose to dodge. As Asuna nimbly sidestepped out of the way, Maiko had already become charging in. They were not particularly distanced in the first place, and considering her mighty leg strength, the span between them would be closed in an instant. But precisely judging that speed was well within the abilities and experience of Asuna, assessing that the sheer momentum to be too much to stop, she spurred another sidestep. And Maiko passes her by a hair's breadth. Upon her successful evasion, Asuna faces Maiko's wide-open back and strikes down both her swords. I'll end this. No holds barred. Asuna acknowledged Maiko as worthy opponent she would need to go all out against. She approximated that the damage just now would cause her a swift collapse, being unable to stand for a while. But with Soma Sakura's healing magic, she should be fixed up fast. Feeling her hits land true, Asuna was sure of her victory when, the mad beast bore her fangs. As if the total damage dealt to her back equaled a lump sum of 0, Maiko swerved herself around and pounced at Asuna right after she brought down her swords. Seeing the girl move as if the attack hadn't even struck, and then faced with an instantaneous counterattack, even the ever-perceptive Asuna had her work cut out for her. But with a backstep, she just barely made it. He had escaped being caught by Maiko's arms by a paper-thin Magi. And there, Maiko threw the sand she had in her grasp. When did she pick it up? Or did she have some from the start? Whichever it may be, the critically timed smokescreen forced Asuna to dodge yet further relentlessly. Fully spinning herself around, she prevented the sand from robbing her vision, but that was all she could manage. Her arm was caught. You can't kill me with sticks. Seeing Maiko's grin, Asuna finally realized. Duel, a ritual that guarantees preservation of life. Wooden swords, weapons that don't kill. Under these conditions, Maiko's triumph had been set in stone. Asuna had presumed that the match would end upon whoever made the decisive hit. However, Maiko acted under the rule that whoever defeated the other would win the fight. Asuna's moment of assuming victory as her sword landed on target was precisely what Maiko aimed for. She never thought she could otherwise catch Asuna, who had a plethora more experience over her. She hears Maiko's yell and, her vision inverses. The next moment, a piercing impact runs the length of Asuna's back. She had been thrown down using the same hand that was grabbed. There was an attempt to break her fall using her free hand, but that proved futile versus the sheer momentum with which she was slammed into the ground. She felt as if all the air in her lungs burst out. In severe pain all over her body, Asuna simply wanted to gasp in some air. But just as she was about to, the tip of Maiko's foot bore into her stomach. As if she was a soccer ball. Without the slightest mercy or hesitation, the kick exploded in Asuna's slender and toned abdomen. Her body made bent in a V as she was flung away. Asuna rolled on the ground, groaning from the fierce pain assailing her insides. She was giving it her all, just so the stuff that was already at the base of her throat wouldn't come flooding out. But the merciless hammer that is Maiko's foot lands there once more. Ugly. Copious amounts of blood-mixed vomit escapes Asuna's orifice of intake. Her once gallant face was now warped in pain, excreting semi-digested waste. Maiko looked down on that display with cold, disdainful eyes as if she had seen a squashed cockroach. Tell me, Kenzuki-san, does it hurt? Her dim, hazy consciousness somehow heard Maiko's question crystal clear. What do you? I'm asking you if it hurts. Did this much pain? Is nothing. Her vision goes black. It lasts only a moment, and upon regaining sight, Asuna tastes iron on her tongue. Pain along with stuffiness in her nose. Her face was kicked. Blood flowed from both nostrils, further defiling Asuna's beautiful visage. How about now? And nothing. Not enough it seems. This time, the face and stomach both kicked. Asuna was smeared in dirt as she rolled, and then fell collapsed. But Maiko didn't ask her again. She kept on kicking Asuna as she rolled further along the lot much like a dribbling soccer ball. Wait, stop. Loss, my loss. Why, aren't you slow, Kenzuki-san? Don't you think we already know who lost? What I'm asking you is if it hurts or it doesn't. Her foot is slowly raised over Asuna's head. What would happen once she stomps down on the sole of that shoe in her view? Asuna didn't even want to imagine the ensuing pain and humiliation. Hi. Please just stop. Hurts. It hurts all right. The dignified visage of the swordswoman had wholly degenerated into the face of a girl, terrified. And seeing that, as if satisfied, Maiko spoke. You're spot on, Kenzuki-san. When you punch and kick people, it hurts. It's very, very painful and scary. That's why violence is bad. It was a gentle voice, like a kindergarten teacher reprimanding children involved in a fight. And having done saying that, Maiko's raised leg was mercilessly stomped down on Asuna's face. Gah! Do you see, Kenzuki-san? This is violence. Having completely broken Asuna's nose, Maiko continues to speak as the girl writhes in pain. But see, humans are creatures that get used to violence. We're really quick to take up violence for ourselves, and in time, we even learn to desire using it. The reason is simple. It grants you pleasure on an instinctual level. Control. Conquest. The sense of supremacy over others. And sometimes, using violence to enact justice. Unilateral violence truly grants many forms of catharsis. Pride of a swordsman? Won't obey the weak. Don't make me laugh. That's nothing more than nonsense you made up because you think you're strong enough to use violence. You have pride because you are strong. You can look down on the weak because you are strong. Saying you're a Kenzuki-style swordsman and stuff. Poor you, Kenzuki-san. You've been training since you were small, right? So much that you could even compete with Somakuan despite being a girl. Kenzuki Asuna is certainly strong. The duel concerning her engagement to Soma Yuto was a close match. Asuna's sword skills were above and beyond him. But Soma Yuto, fully utilizing his dominance in strength being male, along with the martial arts, taijutsu, of the Soma style, he barely managed to score victory. It was a fierce match where Soma Yuto wouldn't have won unless he gave it his all. There's where you got your little misunderstanding. You used your pride as a just cause to inflict your own brand of violence. Yet you never knew how scary true violence is. This time, it wasn't her foot, but Maiko's whole body that descended. A mounting position, so to speak. Though she had since lost weight, the stout build that possesses the title of tallest amongst all of Class 27's female students plopped itself all at once on Asuna's stomach. She gasped hard from the intense pressure. So, I'll just have to teach you. Having a smile so serene you would think she was a holy woman, Maiko took her tightened fist and bashed it into Asuna's wretchedly wounded face. It was violence beyond the irrational. Kenzuki Asuna, a girl who had continuously and rigorously trained in the sword, for the first time, experienced violence just for the pure sake of it. Ah, this pain is Kotaro-kuen's pain. She was supposed to have become used to pain. Bruising and body blows were daily. She had suffered fractures from intense training. Once, having a wooden sword stabbed in her eye during a match, she had even experienced nearly losing half her sight. But all that would only be considered dangerous, never scary. In practice and in bouts, anyone who got injured received swift treatment. Even her father, as strict as he was, when Asuna got injured, he would go blue in the face and come running. Yes, Kenzuki Asuna was loved. Loved as a matter of fact by her whole family that ran a swordsmanship dojo, and even loved by the pupils of said dojo. The opponents of other schools she faced, even they would garner respect and awe for the single daughter who would inherit the Kenzuki style. There was pain, and there were injuries. But there was never fear. Ah, Ga. Estu. This fear is Kotaro-kuen's fear. Unending is the storm of violence. The fists kept landing on her without pause. You're a girl, so don't injure your face. Her father had warned as she would charge her opponent with no concern for injury. It was a memory from, perhaps, when she was 10 years old. That stringent father who would always only teach his daughter sword techniques was, despite himself, caring for her. As a child, she was surprised by such an act, but yet, slightly happy. Kenzuki Asuna is a swordsman, and at the same time, she is a woman. As a result, she grew up with a face strewn in dignity that would make anyone glance twice. But that beautiful face was currently being destroyed by the berserker's relentless violence. Do you see, Kenzuki-san? You did something this terrible to Kotaro-kun. Asuna's vision blurs in crimson. Apologize. The raised fist reflecting in her eyes stained scarlet was dreadful beyond belief. Apologize to Kotaro-kun. Pain. Pain. She's in so much excruciating pain, but why doesn't it stop? Don't do bad things to Kotaro-kun. Please stop. Don't hurt Kotaro-kun. Please save me. From now on, just be quiet and listen to what Kotaro-kun says. In her flickering conscience, Asuna realizes that the drizzle of fists had finally stopped. Ah, finally. It finally stopped. I survived. Since you lost Kenzuki-san, you lost the duel, after all. It's fine, losing or whatever. As long as I'm released from this fear, this pain, anything is fine. Go on, say it. I am sorry. It is my loss. I really apologized. I admitted my defeat, so, please stop. Stop, please. Why? Just stop. Why? Help. NOO. Please don't hit me. As her inner voice describes, Maiko's upraised fist descended in a final, solid punch. The blunt noise echoing into her skull must be the sound of her heart breaking. Her prideful, swordswoman's heart, tempered like a fine katana, was shattering into tiny pieces. Asuna's consciousness then finally sinks into darkness, wholly despair-bound. Ahaha, I did it, Kotaro-kun. I won the duel with Kenzuki-san. Fufu, I hope you'll be happy. Chapter 56, Revolt. Keiya. And, with the usual Takanasha-san scream ringing in my ears, I jumped awake in a big hurry. UAR. What? Enemies? Where? I keep restlessly looking around, but there's no monster in sight. It's the same old fairy square, and the not-so-same-old, new party members. I was napping on the side of the fountain opposite to our girls' area, where the denizens are currently making a racket. They say even 3 makes a crowd, but the scream just now gave a more emergency-y feeling. The biggest noise came from Takanasha-san, but Class Rep and Natsukawa-san also had similar reactions. Yeah, something's definitely up. Excuse me, something happened here? Everyone Alri. I attempted to ask calmly, but those words froze solid in my mouth when I saw that. Ah, Kotaro-kun. I did it see. I had a duel with Kenzuki-san and won. Now she'll listen to every word you say. She happily declares the girl's slave status, but her words kept going into one ear and out the other. Mei-chan sported a jolly smile as she nonchalantly pulled along Kenzuki Asuna like a bag of trash. Grabbed by the nape, the girl's limbs were powerlessly spread asunder. They didn't even twitch, as if she was already a corpse. What's worse, she looked so awful, you could call her a victim of gruesome ultraviolence. Her face was beaten to a pulp. In more precise terms, completely fucked. It was way past the level of being beaten black and blue, and had devolved into a swelling mass of red and gore. There was nothing left of her, Kenzuki Asuna's beautiful, dignified visage. Ah, Asuna. No. God, how horrible. I'm not the only one swallowing his breath seeing the drastic change in Kenzuki-san. Soma-san and Class Rep were the same. Natsukawa-san and Takanasha-san couldn't even voice out. They were just huddled together, shaking like a pair of small animals. What is it? Something the matter? Ah, I bet you're worried about Kenzuki-san. Ahaha, relax, relax. She's just a little fainted is all. With a cutie eye, Mei-chan locked Kenzuki-san's body as if she was throwing away an empty beverage can. It was as if she was handling not a human being, but an object. The girl's body rolled like a piece of bulky garbage and stopped right around Soma-san's feet. Here you go, Soma-san. You should really get to the healing her. Soma-san was in a daze, just looking at Kenzuki-san and didn't seem to show any signs of using her healing magic. Does she not understand the situation? Or is it that she can't bear to believe this atrociously disfigured girl is actually her close friend? Kenzuki-san. Snap out of it, woman. Kenzuki-san is in a dire condition. If we don't do something soon, it won't just be scars. She might end up with permanent brain damage too. She probably had her face pummeled over and over. And not by just anyone, but by Mei-chan, who wields a pair of ferocious berserker fists. I bet I wouldn't last even one of those punches. I ran towards Kenzuki-san's motionless body while taking out one of the palm-sized sacks of ointment A that I had prepared beforehand from my pocket. Upon closer inspection, Jesus, this is worse than I thought. I kind of want to look away, but it looks like she's breathing, and I got a pulse from her wrist too. She looks plain dead from the outside, but like Mei-chan reported, she's only unconscious. But that clearly doesn't mean we can relax. I shove my hand into the sack and, with a solid chunk of ointment on my fingers shaking from tension and unrest, I gently begin applying it on her face. Soma-san, healing magic, quickly. Just do it before too late. Do you want her face to have lifelong scars? After she got back to her senses from my desperate yelling, Soma-san put together her hands as if praying, and began a magic incantation that I couldn't quite hear. Please let this heal her. Healing light. A faint, gentle radiance envelops itself around Kenzuki-san's head. And, as to be expected from a saintess healing magic, the severe swelling wells down right before our eyes, and for now, her face regains a state where you can at least look at it without wincing. But it's a fact that healing light will only temporarily reverse injuries, so I need to use my ointment too. Since, once the magic wears off, her scars will come right back up. Full recovery should take a bit of time. That is, if my ointment A does its job properly, she should be good in less than a day. Having finished all the treatment I could, I let out a dreary sigh, and very nervously, raise my head to look at Mei-chan. Keiko Taru-kun? Her face is what I could describe as bewildered. Honestly, I'd describe my face the same. Having seen Kenzuki-san roughed up to such a degree didn't make me go, ahaha, serves you, violent bitch. In fact, it didn't make me happy at all. I can't even pretend to smile having made to see something so horrible. I can tell that my face is currently very tense, my eyebrows furrowed in anger. The hell did you do this for? This is the first thing I need to ask. If I heard her right, it was something about having a duel with Kenzuki-san and then something about winning said duel. I have no idea how, and in what possible way, this could come about. What? You're not happy? Course I'm not happy. I'm sorry. I was thinking for your sake, and Kotaru-kun, sorry. Shit, I got impatient and my words got rough. I don't see the gist of what she's saying. Was my reaction that weird for her? I admit that I had a bit of a grudge, but don't tell me she thinks I'm the sort of scum who'd be happy to see a girl beaten to the point of breaking for such a small reason. Fuck it. There's way too much going on, and I can't think straight at all. Mei-chan looks like she's gonna cry. No wait, there's already tears forming at the edges of her round eyes. Everything's a damn mess. Like seriously, I'm the one who wants to cry. Mei-chan one-sidedly beat up Kenzuki-san. This whole situation is going in a direction where the damage in our partner-member relations will become completely irreparable. I get it, it's fine, it's alright Mei-chan. Don't worry. You don't have to force yourself to explain, so relax. But I just wanted to. Man, this reminds me of the time we first met in the dungeon. Wait, fuck, I gotta stay focused on reality now. Anyway, I gotta know what happened, or else I wouldn't know how to deal with it. So class rep, you know what happened? Right, I'll explain Momokawa-kun. Wait, no, I mean, I really was thinking for Kotaru-kun and... It's alright, I know that, so don't worry okay, Mei-chan? And you did it for my sake, right? So thanks. It seemed as if her shaky hands were going to grab onto class rep any moment now, so I quickly took Mei-chan's hands myself. I hold onto those fair, slender hands that you wouldn't imagine can punch a hole into an armor bear. They're so warm. Despite the mess we're in, I got a bit excited holding a girl's hands. This is pathetic. Keiko Taru-kun. Ultimately, Mei-chan bursts into wretched sobbing, and while I console her saying that it's okay, I turn my gaze towards class rep, seeking her testimony of the truth. Sorry. If I only knew it'd turn out like this, I should have stopped them even by force. Listen Momokawa-kun, The one who'd brought up the duel was actually Asuna. From there on, class rep told me everything. How they were also discussing that they should decide on a leader. How Mei-chan then entered the fray and fervently declared that I be the one truly deserving the title. How, when they were thinking her opinion also had some value, Kensuke-san strongly opposed, saying she wouldn't obey anyone weaker than herself and what not. What prideful warrior are you pretending to be here? I wanted to retort, but knowing Kensuke Asuna, she's the type of person who'd totally say that. As for what happened after, I could call it one side bringing on the heat, and the other side bringing their own. Mei-chan was like, then I'll just win and make you listen, and accepted her challenge to settle things with a duel. Kensuke-san then went out with her, full of confidence. Which leads us to now. Jesus. You can't make this shit up. I can only sigh. The story is just too nonsensical. It's so damn hot-blooded, you'd think they're characters in a battle manga from one of those weekly shonen magazines. On top of that, you got girls doing this shit. Literally makes no sense. Like, fights between girls, aren't those more like putting thumbtacks in the other one's shoes, or dousing them with a bucket full of water when they enter the toilet, or like spreading rumors that they do compensated dating, inju kozai. Things that are 10% physical and 90% psychological damage, right? Then how come it's 100% physical here? I feel so terrible about this. I knew it wouldn't end well, but despite that, I should have just stopped them, whatever it took. No, class rep, don't take it as your own responsibility. I honestly think it was karma, though Soma-san would probably complain about that. Sure, Mei-chan's the one who brought up talk of duels, but knowing the Kensuke Asuna's character, you could say she was revved up for it already. I'm sure she had the resolve. A wound or two. She should be well aware that matches like these aren't fun and games. And having watched Mei-chan fight, seeing her berserker strength, I doubt she thought of her as an easy opponent. But despite that, she consented to the duel. The result, bringing severe wounds on top of losing, was but another possibility among the many. Win or lose, one of those was bound to happen. And I don't think Kensuke-san's the type of trash who'd only play when they're guaranteed to win and set up a rigged duel. This isn't like N00B hunting in a fighting game. She made all that resolve and lost, so she should just accept the resulting wounds. Then, as promised, she should obey whatever Mei-chan says. Like a slave. Since that's what she, Kensuke-san, made her bet on. And I'd be insane to expect everyone to accept something like that. Seeing her state, I also honestly felt it. That it was too far. I'm so sorry, Kotaro-kun. I never thought it would. It's okay, you said all that thinking of everyone's future. From then on, for a little longer, the fairy square was all silent, except for Mei-chan's quiet sobbing. Let's have class rep be our leader. This is the main cause of it all, who the leader should be. In an attempt to put an end to the matter, I break the silence. But Momokawa-kun, are you really alright with that? Class rep is plainly flustered. As for Soma Sakura, maybe she thought I'd appoint myself. Her face is also dumbfounded. Natsukawa-san and Takanasha-san, they couldn't really follow the conversation in the first place, and were still huddling close and shaking a bit. I think everyone would want either Soma-san or you to be leader. It doesn't matter either way, right? Well, more or less. Yes, that's right. There wouldn't be any problems with either of us becoming leader. Then, I'll be voting for class rep. Leaving out the two candidates, if Kensuke-san, Natsukawa-san, Takanasha-san, and Mei-chan all say either way is fine, then the deciding factor rests on me and Mei-chan. I really don't think Mei-chan will disagree with me come this far, so in essence, we have 2 votes in class rep's favor. With that she has the majority vote and we're done. I will go ahead and ask, why pick Ryuko? I guess it's because there's still a bit of miscommunication between me and you, Soma-san. You don't seem to trust me very much. In other words, bitch, you just hate me, something like that. But there's no point in aggravating her by saying that. Especially when you're super weak like me. True, I don't have much faith in you, Momokawa-kun. However, I am not the kind of person who would openly discriminate against someone for such a reason. It's regrettable you think so of me. Yeah, I guess she'd have to be clinically retarded if she couldn't guess what I meant. Soma-san looked somewhat offended. Soma-san, it's not like I'm doubting your character or anything, but class rep's been covering for me for a lot of stuff these past few days. So I'd obviously pick her as leader. Between Soma-san and class rep, there's no need to consider who I trust more. Tell the truth, I think my relationship with Soma Sakura is broken beyond repair. She is good as a person, but a severe stuck-up. And to top it off, emotional as fuck. Once she hates someone, she's merciless. She'd be the first to outcast me given the chance. Or else, she could even subconsciously order me to take a position where I'm sure to die. On the other hand, class rep is much more of a safe choice. She's impartial to all, and would even have my back. Well, no. I'm not gullible enough to actually think that. The reason she's been covering for me is all because of her guilt towards Mei-chan and nothing else. Seeing Kenzuki-san in that state must have made her quite scared too. She already carries the sin of abandoning Mei-chan. What if she's the one who turns into a bloody pulp next time? So as long as I have Mei-chan, class rep can't make light of Mei-chan's trusty partner that is me. The condition known as fear is simple, yet absolute. You can't overcome it all that easily. Class rep wouldn't ask the impossible of me unless we're in big danger. So I can believe in her. As long as she stays weaker than Mei-chan, that is. I see, alright, I will become the leader then. I may have some shortcomings, but let's all work together on this. I make solitary applause congratulating class rep's new post. But I'm not done yet. It's already impossible for everyone in this party to reconcile. So, even if I have to be a bit forceful, I'll make a place for me in it. I've decided. It's sure to be a big policy change. Once I say this, there's no turning back. But I'll do it. I have to do it. And, one more thing. Mei-chan even went so far as to duel Kenzuki-san to try and make me the leader. I want to give back to that so. I want to be appointed sub-leader. WHYU, we cannot allow this. I'm, of course, not forcing this on you. We can do it fairly, with a vote. Well, if Soma-san doesn't want to run for the position, it can always go to me by default. Then I am also announcing my candidacy. With that, I am now the sub-leader. Nope, not quite. We're both at a draw. You're being a bit slow there, Soma Sakura. Did you perchance forget who that is, lying at your feet? Natsukawa-san and Takanasha-san are on your side, right, Soma-san? But as for Kenzuki-san, she gets to be on mine. Isn't that right, Mei-chan? Thank you, Mei-chan. This is the vote you won for my sake. This one, very precious, blood-stained vote. Ah, Kotaro-kun. Yep, that's right. Me and Kenzuki-san both vote for Kotaro-kun. Mei-chan replies bright as a sunflower. That's great news, she finally stopped crying. Don't you mock us. Momokawa-kun, what do you think a person's free will is? It was in fact Kenzuki-san's free will to do it like this, right? Saying if she lost, she would listen to Mei-chan. Kenzuki Asuna, a proud swordsman of the Kenzuki style, she swore it. Soma-san, you're an outsider in this matter. That is just sophistry. Then please go ahead and ask her after she wakes up. Ask her if her bet on the duel was a lie. Ask her if it was just some schoolgirl's half-joking promise. Ask her if that's a promise she has not problem breaking. You ask her that, all right? Kenzuki Asuna can't do it. Especially with all that pride on the line. She can no longer go against Mei-chan. And finally, Mei-chan believes in me. I'm truly grateful. Thanks to Mei-chan, I received the piece called Kenzuki Asuna. With this, I can more or less swing my weight around. I'm certain that if it's Kenzuki-san, she will keep the promises that she makes. So if Mei-chan requests her to vote one way, Kenzuki-san will do it, even if she isn't willing. I can't allow this. We cannot allow this. Whatever you think, we're now both at 2 votes each. So the final decision would land on class rep. Ryuko. Soma Sakura shouts as if to make her appeal. I've been saying some pretty dicey stuff, so class rep may just think I'm too dangerous and end up choosing Soma-san. So now, I have to make the clincher. I'll let her know the merits of me being sub-leader. So class rep, before you make the call, can I just say something? Go on, Momokawa-kun. If I became sub-leader, I'd be basically following what you say. If it isn't an emergency situation like the surprise attack with the mantis, I won't even bother you during fights. Though, if you need any advice, I'm always available. I can't really do much, but I'll work together with everyone, and I can promise to give it my best. Oh, that would be helpful. Is that all? If, by some odd chance, I don't become sub-leader, I will leave this party. Along with Mei-chan and Kenzuki-san, that is. I'm taking Kenzuki Asuna hostage. With Soma Yuto separated from you, Kenzuki-san is one of your indispensable Vanguard members. You already have that extra baggage that is Takanasha-san, so can Natsukawa-san alone maintain your front lines? And please remember that you even needed Mei-chan to beat that powerful mantis. We still haven't made it past the Cave of Insects, so I really hope you're not thinking you can survive with just the 4 of you. Sorry, but if it looks like I can't get a good position, I don't think I can work with your team. I'm sure you have a ton of complaints about this, but just think of our circumstances as a whole, and bear with me. I think you can accept me, considering everything. That's all I have to say. I played my hand. Turn end. It's all in your hands now, class rep. Awkward silence once again dominates the space. Is she really still considering, or is it a form of resistance? Class rep is smart, she should know the answer already. I'm sorry, Sakura, but Momokawa-kun has a point. Ryuko. Why? Yuto-kun isn't here, and we can't afford to take any chances. If we start losing people, we won't make it far. We just can't afford any infighting. So I've decided. Momokawa-kun, you're the sub-leader. Good luck. As if she'd made a tragic resolve, class rep had a grim and somewhat tired face as she extended her hand. Thanks. Let's work hard so we don't get any more casualties. With the exchanging of this stiff handshake, despite its foundation now sustaining a massive crack, the worst harem party would continue its existence. Shiromine Academy, Class 27 attendance record 2. 41 students. Boys, 22 students. Seat number, name, vocation, affiliation. 1 Azuma Shinichi Boys Class Representative. Dead. 2 Itaseiji Thief. Dies in the first author's fight. 3 Ueda Yohei Archery Club. 4 Uyama Daisuki Karate Club. Dead. 5 Kusaka Hiroki Night Soccer Club. Dies in Demon Sword Wielding Boss Goma Fight. 6 Saitu Mosoru Archery Club. 7 Sakurai Tuya Archery Club. 8 Seitu Yuya. 9 Shimokawa Junasuke. 10 Sujino Takashi Judo Club. 11 Soma Yuto Hero Kendo Club. Dead. 12 Tokushima Yudai. Baseball Club. Dies mysteriously in the forest. 13 Tendao Ryuichi. 14 Nokai Shouta. 15 Nokojima Haruma Art Club. 16 Hayama Rewrite Basketball Club. 17 Higuchi Kyuya. Dead. 18 Hirono Kohei Swordsman Soccer Club. Dies in the second author's fight. 19 Momokawa Kotaru Shaman Literature Club. 20 Yamakawa Junikairu Drama Club. 21 Yamoda Genki Baseball Club. 22 Yokomichi Hajime. Girls, 19 students. Seat number, name, vocation, affiliation. 31 Reina Adelheid Ias. 32 Ijima Mayumi. 33 Kitauji Rurika Cooking Club. 34 Kizaki Akane Volleyball Club. 35 Kisaragi Ryuko Ice Mage Girls Class Representative. 36 Kenzuki Asuna Dual Wielder Kendo Club. Dead. 37 Seitu Aya Archer. Dies in a fight with a horde of Goma. 38 Shinohara Emi Illustration Club. 39 Soma Sakura Saintus Archery Club. 40 Takanashi Kotori Sage. 41 Nagai Yukiko Literature Club. 42 Natsukawa Minomi Thief Track and Field. Dead. 43 Nishiyama Minori Wind Mage Brass Band. Dies in the second author's fight. 44 Nonomiya Julia Tennis Club. 45 Hinajuku Soyo Archery Club. 46 Himino Hairi, 47 Futaba Maiko Berserker Cooking Club, 48 Yoshizaki Maria Tennis Club, 49 Randu Kyuko. End of Volume 2.